Chapter 3377 Sudden Change. The Grand Formation was activated to its maximum power, and countless runes condensed. After that, a mighty aura rose. Long Chen himself was shocked. The elder that he had slapped had been pierced in the chest by this strange lifeform. That lifeform's sharp claws gleamed coldly, and its body was somewhat similar to a human. However, its clothes were worn and torn, and the flesh within those clothes was already rotting. It emitted surges of black qi, like some ancient corpse that had crawled out of a tomb. The ghost Dao's aura. Long Chen was shocked. At this moment, more lifeforms were appearing, and their auras were identical to the lifeforms he had encountered on the ghost ship. Ghost qi swirled around them. Just looking at that ghost qi gave people a piercing pain in their souls. It was as if they could smell the scent of death and decay. The void then exploded and countless lifeforms began to appear like a flood. As for the slapped elder, he screamed and was devoured by those lifeforms. Countless lifeforms of the ghost Dao charged the city and smashed into the formation, exploding and transforming into corrosive dust. Despite that, they continued to pour out, with more coming behind them. It was as if they were crazy. Behind this army of the ghost Dao, Long Chen saw a long spatial crack. Their army was pouring out of there. They were crazily attacking the formation, simply throwing their numbers at it. Ear-piercing cries split the air. Just watching their crazy appearance gave Long Chen the chills. "Fuck, what is going on?" shouted Long Chen. "Junior brother, we have encountered the hunters of the ghost Dao. The grand formation won't last that long. Hurry and beg your master for aid. Otherwise, we'll all die." One of the gods practically begged Long Chen. He was their only hope. The hunters of the ghost Dao were like leopards from the ghost world. They roamed the edges between the netherworld and the ghost world. In packs, they waited for the barriers between worlds to rub against each other and then tore through the void to hunt. They cultivated through devouring the netherworld's lifeforms. Furthermore, smelling the scent of the netherworld's lifeforms drove them crazy with greed. They would become completely unafraid of death. Although their individual power wasn't very strong, they had terrifyingly sharp claws and teeth. Once wounded, the invasion of ghost qi was something that even gods couldn't endure. As more of them poured out, the formation was visibly starting to dim. Although countless ghost Dao lifeforms had been destroyed by the formation, it didn't stop the rest from charging forward crazily. They were truly unafraid of death. Long Chen looked at these ghost Dao hunters. Some were humanoid, and some had beast form. They came in all kinds of forms. Their eyes already dried up, but they still stared at them like bloodthirsty beasts that had been starving for countless years. The urgent desire to quench their thirst was so powerful that others were terrified just watching them. "Junior brother, don't hesitate. Once the city is broken into, we'll all die. What else are you waiting for?" Those gods all shouted in a panic when they saw Long Chen just staring at those lifeforms thoughtfully. "Do I need you to tell me that? I've already asked my master for aid. I trust that it won't be long before that help arrives." "No need to worry," said Long Chen. Hearing that, the five of them seemed to feel much more at ease. Long Chen had now become their only hope. In order to buy more time, the five of them spread their arms. Divine light flowed out of their hands and into the formation. They used their own nethergod energy to support the formation. With their support, the formation brightened. Countless lifeforms crashed into it and died. It seemed that they could still endure for a while. As for Long Chen, he was extremely worried. What if Lang Yuyan and the others had encountered these lifeforms as well? He was currently isolated from the rest of the world by the formation. He had no way of communicating with them here, and he could not think of any good ideas. Suddenly, two of the experts coughed up blood. Their auras plummeted and their expressions completely changed. "Not good. The divine cores in our domains have been broken." The two of them shouted in shock and fury, as well as terror. It seemed that Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu had made their move at the same time, crushing them at the same time. That meant that things on those two sides were going according to plan. They hadn't encountered an attack from the ghost Dao. "Don't panic. Perhaps your territories were also sneak attacked. Hold on, my master will quickly save us," shouted Long Chen. Having lost their divine cores, those two were severely weakened. Their auras dropped by more than 30%. Hearing that, the two of them didn't overthink it. Right now, protecting their lives was more important. They continued supporting the grand formation. They were anxious, but Long Chen was even more anxious. If Lang Yuyan and the others continued according to the plan, they would soon reach this place. When they saw that he was trapped, they would definitely go all out to save him. Eyeing this endless army, he shook his head. The aura coming from these lifeforms could not be judged according to the realms of the human race. They seemed to simply be corpses. Supposedly, they must have been very terrifying lifeforms when they were alive. Right now, they were a little more than skin and bones. Some didn't possess the slightest trace of blood and were essentially skeletons. Those that did possess some flesh clearly had slightly stronger auras. As for that life form that had struck the slain elder, it seemed to possess a certain intelligence. It didn't charge the formation. It was constantly howling, ordering the other lifeforms to attack. Through his examination, he also noticed that the ones that had devoured the elder seemed to have a bit more blood chi energy. That showed why these lifeforms would go so crazy for the Netherworld's experts. After devouring them, they would be nourished by their flesh, and their own bodies would regain some flesh, making them stronger. At this moment, another elder coughed up blood. His divine core was also broken. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu had attacked the next two targets. The other divine core had to belong to that elder that had been consumed. Now Long Chen was even more anxious. Just then, the formation began to shudder. Countless cracks appeared on it. "Hold on, you must hold on. My master will quickly arrive," shouted Long Chen, but they were truly unable to. One of the lifeforms suddenly bit down on the barrier, striking it right at its weakest spot and tearing open a hole. Countless lifeforms came flying into the barrier. The city's experts cried out. Just then, the barrier shattered. The flood of ghost Dao lifeforms howled and flooded over them from all directions. Chapter 3378 Taking a Risk. The formation was broken. The city was flooded by an endless army of the ghost Dao's lifeforms. As a result, miserable screams rose and the city instantly became a living hell. The Netherworld's experts were torn apart by the ghost Dao's lifeforms. Flesh and blood flew through the air. It was truly a terrifying sight. "Hold on, my master will soon arrive," shouted Long Chen. If nothing else, this could con those 5 fellows into protecting him. The 5 of them immediately took out their weapons and started slaughtering these lifeforms. They were still hoping for Long Chen's so-called master to come save them. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to make sure that Long Chen didn't die. However, there were too many ghost Dao lifeforms, and of the 5 of them, only 2 of them were at full power. The others had lost the support of their territories, so they were quickly riddled with wounds from those lifeforms, teeth and claws. "When will your master arrive? We'll all die if it takes any longer," shouted one of them. "Soon, very soon, we're just a bit off," shouted Long Chen, making a show of earnestly checking a jade tablet. This was actually the jade talisman to teleport him out. But he didn't dare to use it. If he tried to, the 5 of them might instantly kill him. A nether god suddenly had half his body devoured by a lifeform with a crocodile's head. The others wanted to save him, but too many enemies instantly pounced on them. That nether god was instantly torn apart. The lifeforms that devoured him had their withered bodies grow plump. Their auras also grew stronger. With the loss of that nether god, the situation grew even more dire. Another one was immediately dragged away, his corpse split between those lifeforms. They were no longer able to protect Long Chen. So, Long Chen took out his saber and started fighting himself as he hid behind the other nether gods. The rest of the city had been devoured. It was just Long Chen and the other 3 barely hanging on. Long Chen glanced at the distant spatial crack and found that at some point, it had closed. Suddenly, Long Chen kicked the city lord's butt, sending him tumbling forward. This elder had never expected Long Chen to do such a thing. The loss in balance resulted in him being instantly devoured. The remaining 2 were shocked, not understanding why Long Chen would harm them. Just as they were bewildered, they were drowned by the army of lifeforms. As for Long Chen himself, he shot away. Right now, he was the only person remaining in the city. An endless tide of ghost Dao lifeforms charged at him from below. While flying through the air, lightning wings spread on his back. He shot into the distance and swung his saber behind him. A giant saber image slashed down. Countless lifeforms were exterminated, but many powerful lifeforms endured it and continued chasing. Long Chen was fleeing at the front, and an endless army of the ghost Dao lifeforms were chasing him from behind, looking like a long dragon refusing to give up on hunting its prey. Long Chen suddenly turned back and slashed down his saber. As a result, the closest lifeforms were blasted apart, and tens of thousands of them were slain. However, that was practically nothing to this army. It merely slowed them down for a moment. What infuriated Long Chen was that the Jade Talisman was ineffective. These lifeforms seemed to emit a strange force field that blocked the talisman's function. Most likely, he would need to fly a certain distance away from them in order to use the talisman. But these lifeforms were like glue, refusing to leave him alone. "Wait a minute, I'm not from the netherworld. Why are you chasing me?" Long Chen shouted as he ran. But those lifeforms ignored his shout and continued chasing. Wherever they went, the ground was torn asunder, leaving ruins and desolation in their wake. Long Chen was as quick as lightning, but those lifeforms were not slow. Some winged ones were even faster than Long Chen. In just a few seconds, they were right behind him. With no other choice, Long Chen used Split the Heavens once more, resolving the danger before him temporarily. But he knew he couldn't keep doing this. Although he had advanced to the 10th heaven stage, after unleashing Split the Heavens 36 times in a row, his spiritual yuan was starting to drop. As for that army, he didn't see any change in their numbers. If this continued, his spiritual yuan would run out before he killed even a tenth of them. Fuck, what is this luck? Long Chen cursed furiously. Everything had been planned, only for these ghosts to come out. Long Chen was unable to understand. Even if these lifeforms were to mince him, each one wouldn't even be able to obtain a single speck of him, no. But they still refused to give up. It seemed that they wouldn't give up until they devoured him. He was so infuriated that he got a stomach ache. Wait, could it be, were they after me from the start? Long Chen's heart suddenly sank. If they really were targeting him, how could he, someone at the Four-Peak Realm who wasn't even a lifeform of the Netherworld, cause this giant army of lifeforms of the Ghost Dao to chase after him? Is it due to the Ghost Dao mark? But we should be on the same side then. Why would we kill each other? Long Chen was repeatedly attacking, leaving behind countless corpses. But these lifeforms never gave up. Not one chose to stop chasing. If this continues, I'll have to take a risk. Long Chen took a deep breath. A determined expression appeared in his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he shot off in a certain direction. Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu led their people at full speed to the final city. But they were stunned by what they saw. The city was in ruins. There was blood everywhere, and the smell was nauseating. Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu quickly scoured the city and found several weapons belonging to nether gods. But those weapons' runes had long since dimmed and shattered. Their masters were already dead. Not good. This place was attacked by the Ghost Dao hunters. Their expressions changed when they saw the countless corpses of the Ghost Dao hunters within the city. It's that direction. Let's go. Lang Yuan looked into the distance. There was a giant ditch in one direction, and the two of them immediately set off with their people. Long Chen, you have to be alright. Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu prayed inside. Their hearts clenched. They had never imagined that this place would suddenly be sneak attacked by the Ghost Dao hunters. Chapter 3379 The Terrifying Black Sea. Black seawater exploded, unleashing huge waves. Long Chen then shot through the air. The Ghost Dao's lifeforms refused to give up, and they smashed right into the Black Sea. Following that, many auras that gave Long Chen chills rose out of the depths of the water. Long Chen instantly had a bad feeling. His lightning wings quivered, and he suddenly shot straight up into the air. A giant mouth suddenly flew out of the Black Sea, devouring those lifeforms. After that, the surface of the water bulged crazily. One sea monster after another came out, devouring these lifeforms of the Ghost Dao. As far as the eye could see, the black water was roiling. Sea monsters devoured the Ghost Dao's lifeforms. In return, they also began to attack the sea monsters. Everything became chaotic for a while. However, the majority of the Ghost Dao lifeforms were still targeting Long Chen. With no other way, Long Chen dived into the Black Sea. Following him, the Ghost Dao's lifeforms also plunged into the water. Everything was pitch black within the Black Sea. He couldn't see any light. Moreover, his divine sense was suppressed to the limit. This sea felt like an unknown world that innately drew out the terror in people's hearts. Long Chen's speed was impacted. But those lifeforms behind him were affected even more. This disturbance drew out countless sea monsters. Some of them had auras even more terrifying than a heaven-tier Nether King. However, the Ghost Dao lifeforms were also powerful. If they weren't killed, they also tore back at the sea monsters. As a result, many sea monster corpses floated to the surface of the water. Long Chen then latched himself onto the head of a shark sea monster. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't shake him off. This was his only chance at survival. Even if he tired himself to death, he couldn't kill the entire army of the ghost Dao lifeforms. He could only provoke the creatures of the Black Sea to create a chaotic battle. These ghost Dao lifeforms didn't seem to have any intelligence. They only fought instinctively. They had numbers, but fortunately, there were plenty of sea monsters as well. The disturbance continued to draw over countless sea monsters. Hence, both sides crazily slaughtered each other. Within the water, Long Chen was constantly dodging attacks from both sides. Ultimately, it was the Black Sea's monsters that were more powerful. The ghost Dao's lifeforms were being killed and countless corpses were floating on the surface of the water. Once their numbers were whittled down enough, Long Chen felt that with his power, he should be able to handle the rest. So, he prepared to fly out. After all, the sea monsters wouldn't walk onto land. Even if they did, they wouldn't be fast enough to threaten him. However, just as he tried to break out of the surface of the water, he became dumbfounded. There seemed to be an elastic barrier at the top of the water. He tried several times but was forced back down every time. Long Chen's heart turned cold, and he finally felt fear. If he couldn't get out, he would be forever sealed within the Black Sea. Furthermore, he saw that the ghost Dao lifeforms sank into the sea when they died. The corpses floating on the surface were only sea monsters. Long Chen tried to climb out on their corpses, but whenever he got close to reaching the surface, the corpse he was climbing on sank. There was no way for him to climb out. Furthermore, he was starting to feel unwell the longer he stayed beneath the surface. It was like he was drowning. Every breath was laborious, and his chest hurt. What is with this Black Sea? Long Chen finally understood why even gods like Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu were so afraid of the Black Sea. Finally, all the ghost Dao's lifeforms were slain, and the sea monsters turned their attention to him. There was no difference between the ghost Dao lifeforms and Long Chen to them. Just then, he heard a panicked shout. He was delighted. That was Leng Yuyan's voice. They had come at this critical moment. "I'm over here," Long Chen shouted. However, he found that no sound came out. Even he himself couldn't hear it. "Long Chen, where are you?" Ming Kangyu was almost sobbing as she shouted. She was out of her wits. She looked through the endless corpses floating on the surface of the water, but she couldn't find Long Chen. Long Chen then took out the Nether God tablet, hoping to communicate with them. But when he took it out, he found that its energy was completely blocked. Long Chen was shocked, so he took out his saber and attacked the surface of the water. However, his saber image merely caused the tiniest ripples. With the water being covered by so many corpses, no one could possibly notice. "Long Chen, Long Chen!" Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu continued to shout. Their voices came from different directions. They were clearly looking all over for him. Long Chen seemed to be caught in a nightmare. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu's voices were getting further and further away. Only at that moment did Long Chen realize that he had sunk many miles from the surface. He was actually in the process of sinking. "Bastard! Don't go down, go up!" Long Chen was startled. He shook the shark's head, trying to order it up. However, his spiritual strength had almost no effect in this black water. He couldn't control this sea monster. What to do? What to do? Long Chen felt like he was drowning. He tried to grasp at his last hope but couldn't. He had never felt so powerless. This Black Sea was practically a cursed sea that stripped him of all his power. There must be a way. Calm down, calm down. Long Chen forcibly suppressed his emotions. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu's voices were so far away that he could barely hear them now. Long Chen could no longer worry about anything else. With a furious roar, his divine ring blasted apart the water. Golden dragon scales covered his body. At the same time, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a long dragon tail. With a swish of that tail, Long Chen shot out like an arrow toward the surface of the water. A giant wave exploded out of the water. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu instantly noticed it, and they also saw Long Chen within the wave. However, even that wasn't enough for Long Chen to break free from the surface of the water. He bounced back like there was an elastic barrier at the surface of the water. The wave he made settled back down. "Long Chen, don't panic. This is one of the laws of the Black Sea. Just hold on. Yuyan and I will save you." Seeing that Long Chen was trying to break free himself, Ming Kangyu shouted. She knew that those that were devoured by the Black Sea could not come out alone. They needed help from the outside. Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan crossed their swords. The Nether God mark on their foreheads lit up brilliantly. However, when the black water was illuminated by this light, their expressions suddenly changed. Seeing that, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He hastily looked down. He saw countless lanterns glowing from deep below the surface of the water. When he looked more closely, he almost pissed himself. Those lanterns were pairs of fiendish eyes. They were slowly approaching him with sinister auras. Chapter 3380 Black Sea's Fiend Spirits. What are those? Long Chen felt like his hair was about to stand on end. From Leng Yuyan and Ming Kengyu's terrified expressions, he knew that those were most likely the fiend spirits that they were most afraid of. Furthermore, there wasn't just one of them but millions. As they got closer, he saw that they were somewhat humanoid. However, they had frog-like legs and smooth heads covered in black lines. They were over 30 meters tall, far smaller than those mountain-sized sea monsters. However, their auras were sinister and bloodthirsty. They wielded tridents in their hands. Now, they were slowly approaching as if he was prey on its deathbed struggle. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kengyu were horrified. These fiend spirits possessed terrifying power that countered their divine energy. Even they didn't dare to enter deep into the Black Sea. The Black Sea's barrier had already formed, and they had to use up a huge amount of their core divine energy to break through it. But they needed time to store up the necessary energy. With these fiend spirits coming, there was no time at all. Just then, a sinister wind blew, and ripples appeared on the surface of the water, which was originally as smooth as a mirror. Following it, strange creaking sounds could be heard. In the distance, a broken ship slowly floated over. The ship was rotting and decayed, while the canvas on the mast was in tatters. A weak wind blew it, causing it to creak. It sounded as if it was recounting its grief. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kengyu were shocked. In all their time in the netherworld, this was their first time seeing a ghost ship. The ghost ship slowly floated straight toward Long Chen. Long Chen was delighted. Perhaps he could use the ghost ship's power to escape. He saw a long chain on the side. However, while the sea monsters fled in terror, those fiend spirits were somehow not afraid of the ghost ship. They continued to slowly approach him. Scram! Long Chen cursed furiously. He charged toward the ghost ship like it was a lifeline. Unexpectedly though, those fiend spirits really did vanish with his roar. They vanished without a trace like they had never appeared in the first place. Long Chen was startled. He didn't know if they had simply reacted too slowly to the ghost ship, or if they really had been scared away by his demineeringness. He had no time to think about it and just charged up the ghost ship. Just then, the ghost ship shuddered. In front of Long Chen's stunned gaze, it slowly collapsed. It was as if some energy had cut off its final trace of vitality. The body of the ship fell apart like mud. How could I be this unlucky? Long Chen cursed furiously. Weren't ghost ships supposed to last forever? Was this ghost ship simply unable to endure his bad luck? Just then, sharp pain racked his chest. Something had pierced his chest and out his back. His blood then dyed the black water. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kengyu cried out in shock. This sudden attack was completely bizarre. The sharp pain made it difficult for Long Chen to move. Moreover, there was a destructive power in the wound that almost made his body collapse. It had to be known that the current Long Chen was in his full power state. He had his dragon scales supporting him, and the power of his physical body was at its peak. But even in this state, that attack was like a sharp blade slicing through paper. It easily pierced his body. The most terrifying thing was that Long Chen was unable to sense just what it was that had stabbed him. The destructive energy quickly invaded his body. Without Long Chen doing anything, the primal chaos bead seemed to have sensed the danger to his life, and so life energy poured out. As a result, the resplendent wood foundation divine trees withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had to be known that in their current state, their life energy was practically limitless. But this strange attack was using up their energy rapidly. Long Chen looked behind him. He saw something stained with his blood slowly floating away on the water. Get back here. Long Chen clenched his teeth and grabbed it. It only looked to be the size of a palm, but when he grabbed it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. 3 of his fingers were severed. Only then did Long Chen realize that it was some sharp tip, like a broken sword. Long Chen's fingers had brushed against its sharp edge, which instantly severed them. Long Chen was shocked and enraged. It was a black sword tip the exact same color as the water. It was as if it was merged with the sea. It had no aura at all and was almost impossible to sense. If it wasn't stained with his blood, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Long Chen had never seen something so terrifying. Using the jagged saber that Leng Yuyan had given him, he tried to grab it, only for a hole to be cut into the saber as soon as they touched. This saber was a weapon of a nether god, but in front of that sword tip, it was as weak as paper. Long Chen caught up to the sword tip and finally had a chance to carefully pinch it and pick it up. After obtaining it, Long Chen was delighted and charged back to the surface of the water. When he met the barrier, with a light swing of the sword tip, the barrier was instantly pierced through. He easily came out of the water. Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu were overjoyed. They had felt powerless just now and had really thought that Long Chen would die right in front of them. For the first time in their lives, they felt what true fear was. Right now, Long Chen was as pale as paper, and the wound in his chest had yet to heal. Although it wasn't getting worse, it was still a bloody hole. He looked inside the primal chaos space. All the vegetation had withered to death, including the devil eye water lilies. In order to save his life, the primal chaos space had used up all the life energy available. Long Chen then tossed the pitch-black sword tip into the primal chaos space. After that, he turned toward the two of them. Let's not stay here any longer than we have to. Help me gather those corpses. They're useful to me. Long Chen was in an extremely weak state right now. Just being struck by the sword tip sucked away all his energy. He didn't even have the energy to stand. Ming Kangyu immediately gave orders for her subordinates to gather the corpses. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, they immediately left. As for Long Chen, he was so tired that he fell asleep in Ming Kangyu's embrace. After sleeping an unknown amount of time, he woke up from a dream and found himself in a palace. Seeing Ming Kangyu and Lang Yuan by his side, Long Chen sighed. I forgot to tell you not to immediately go back in case those fiend spirits chase us. Ming Kangyu rubbed his cheek and softly said, You fool, we've condensed a new divine core here. We can directly use the transportation formation to leave. Why worry about crossing the Black Sea again? Long Chen clapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten this. Long Chen then checked his wound. It had closed, but there were still black lines weaving on top of it like caterpillars crawling. He still wasn't fully healed. Long Chen, just what was it that injured you? Asked Ming Kangyu. Only then did Long Chen cautiously take out the black tip of the sword for them to examine. Chapter 3381 Terrifying Broken Sword. Long Chen carefully picked up the back side of the broken sword tip with 2 fingers. He was afraid of the sharp side. No matter what touched the sharp side, it would easily cut through it without the slightest friction. It wasn't heavy. In fact, it was as light as a feather. Otherwise, it wouldn't be floating within the Black Sea. Long Chen guessed that it was either the huge amount of sea monsters that had surged out, or perhaps the arrival of the ghost ship that had caused the water to surge, resulting in it floating into the bottom of the ghost ship. It then broke some parts of it, causing the ghost ship to break. After that, it pierced through his body. Now that he thought about it, he felt a burst of fear. If it had instead pierced through his head, he would have died. Most terrifying of all, it had come without any warning at all. Long Chen hadn't sensed the danger at all when the sword pierced him. He didn't know if it was because it couldn't be sensed or because his senses were restricted within the Black Sea. In any case, being trapped in the Black Sea this time truly frightened him. That feeling of powerlessness was like he had returned to his youth in the Phoenix Cry Empire and was being bullied by others. The feeling of having all his power stripped away from him was truly frightening. Ming Kangyu took out a spear. This was the divine weapon of a god. But as soon as it touched the edge of the sword tip, it was severed. Moreover, she didn't even feel the spear being cut. She might not have noticed it if she didn't pay close attention. All of them sucked in a cold gasp of air. They had never seen such a terrifying weapon. It looks like a sword tip, but its shape is a bit odd. It could also be part of a spearhead. There's no way such a terrifying weapon is some nameless item. But it doesn't release any aura at all. Other than by seeing it, there's almost no way to sense it. It truly is bizarre. Ming Kangyu eyed this 3-inch long fragment with confusion. Such a thing was outside the scope of her understanding. Take a look. Can this thing be used? Long Chen grew excited when he saw that even the two of them were shocked by this weapon. It seemed that he had picked up a treasure this time. You got this thing through trading your life. How could we want it? Lang Yuan shook her head. Long Chen's expression stiffened. What kind of relationship did they have for her to say such a thing? Ming Kangyu laughed. Fool, she's teasing you. Long Chen looked at Lang Yuan and truly did see a smile on her face, leaving him speechless. So even she had a teasing side. He was caught off guard. However, we truly cannot keep such a thing. It gives me a bad feeling, and it's not suitable for us. Our bone swords are our innate divine weapons, so we don't need any other weapons in this lifetime. For it to run into you like that, it must have some destiny with you. You should keep it. As long as you can make a hilt that can hold it, you will have an incomparably sharp dagger. Don't you have a more suitable person for it? Said Ming Kangyu. With this reminder, Long Chen instantly thought of Dong Mingyu. For him, she had betrayed her own faith. She was that little girl that had made him into her whole life. After thinking about it, Long Chen immediately called Changgong Hao over, asking him to create a wooden hilt. Now, Long Chen also suspected Changgong Hao of being an expert carpenter. He instantly understood all of Long Chen's requirements. In just a short 2 hours, a marvelous wooden hilt was made. 2 sides pressed tightly against the flat side of the broken sword. It was extremely sturdy. Just like that, an unmatched dagger was born. The shape was essentially the same as Dong Mingyu's old dagger. Holding this dagger in his hand, Long Chen was very pleased. Dong Mingyu would definitely be happy with this dagger. In her hands, it would be able to unleash its maximum potential. However, before encountering her, it would be a life-protecting trump card for him. Although Long Chen was only skilled at hacking people with his saber, this particular dagger had countless uses. At the very least, no formation was capable of trapping him now. As for terrifying divine weapons, he could directly cut them apart with this dagger. This was practically cheating. Although he had almost lost his life, obtaining such a treasure in exchange could be said to be worth it. After playing with the dagger, Long Chen put it away. He thought of the sea monster corpses. The cores had been separated from their bodies. Ming Kangyu thought that Long Chen wanted to refine pills, so she had specifically ordered the cores to be picked out. After all, those cores were treasures to the Netherworld's experts. The powerful cores in particular could be directly absorbed to raise their cultivation base. Thus, those experts that Ming Kangyu ordered to do the work practically salivated over these cores. But they all knew that the cores belonged to Boss Long San, and they could not be touched. However, what Ming Kangyu hadn't expected was for Long Chen to ignore the cores and directly take away the corpses like they were treasures. Long Chen couldn't tell the cultivation bases of these sea monsters. However, the life energy that they released was much greater than Vile Dragon Valley's black dragons. As the corpses were devoured by the black soil, life energy reinvigorated the withered medicinal plants, wood foundation divine trees, and devil eye water lilies. There were millions of these corpses. It took 3 days until they were fully devoured. In just the first day, the primal chaos space was restored to its previous state. Furthermore, Long Chen's wounds had fully healed. On the second day, the wood foundation divine trees doubled in size and bore new fruit. It was the second generation wood foundation divine fruit. On the third day, the wood foundation divine trees were 3 times their original size and bloomed once more. These corpses truly put in some work. Other than the wood foundation divine trees, the devil eye water lilies also grew crazily. When they reached the 3rd tier, their 5 lily seeds could be planted again. Long Chen directly took out the seeds and planted more of them. There was now a pool within the primal chaos space with almost 100 devil eye water lilies. But they had just been planted and had only produced flower buds due to running out of corpses to urge on their growth. Despite that, Long Chen was very satisfied. His gains this time were rather unimaginable. Moreover, Ming Kangyu had gained 6 territories just like that. Those powers also had some other territories under their banners. Whether it was Long Chen or Ming Kangyu, they had profited immensely. When Long Chen was recuperating, Leng Yuan and Ming Kangyu were busy taking over their new territories and gaining control over the laws of all these regions. Once things settled down, Long Chen asked the 2 of them to accompany him in training once more. This time, he wanted to soar all the way to the Great Circle of the Four-Peak Realm. Chapter 3382 12th Heaven Stage of Four-Peak. Long Chen's jagged saber danced in the air. After that, Qi Wave's sword and rumbled. Like the wings of a bee, countless saber images appeared in the air one after another, blocking the attacks of 2 people. Leng Yuan and Ming Kangyu were like butterflies flitting between flowers. Their movements were completely ephemeral and impossible to grasp. Also, their bone swords came from all directions. Every attack was sharp and accurate, as well as perfectly timed. Previously, Long Chen had to be stabbed at least once for every 10 attacks. Now, he had been fighting them for an hour without bleeding. He was growing stronger and stronger, attacking more and defending less. He was finally starting to become capable of blocking their attacks. Long Chen's jagged sword suddenly exploded. As for Lang Yuyan's sword, it pointed right at Long Chen's chest but didn't stab through. Long Chen hastily raised his hands in surrender. Ming Kangyu apologetically said, "It was my fault. I didn't contain my power. With your current realm, I really don't know what kind of power to use against you." The difference between this battle and the one from last month was incredible. It had only been a month, but all this time, Long Chen kept battling. Even Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu were tired of it. Within this month, Long Chen had advanced twice. Maybe falling into the Black Sea had stimulated his strong instinct to survive, to the point that the peakless pills were being absorbed 10 times faster than before. Now, Long Chen had reached the middle of the 12th heaven stage. He was hoping to borrow their power to reach the full circle. However, he found that in the last few days, no matter how he trained, his cultivation base stagnated. Despite that, his gains during the past few days were still great. After his power soared, he was able to resist their divine pressure. There was no longer an absolute suppression that left him unable to unleash his full power. Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu's attacks were almost flawless. There was no way to dodge them. Only when his power was greater than theirs would he have a possibility of striking them. At the same power level, defeat was only a question of time. Although their techniques also had holes, those holes were made up for by the other. Even if you could spot an opening, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. Furthermore, if you tried, and failed, that would just put you straight into a trap. This was the experience that Long Chen had gained after being stabbed thousands of times. When he reached the 12th heaven stage, his power changed. The two of them were no longer able to fight him with power in the same realm. They had to use the power of the Nether King realm. However, if they used the power of the Nether King realm, they would automatically use the power of laws. Having gained control over so many new territories, they were in control of more laws. However, they were not used to this new power yet, so with one slip of control, they ended up using the power of those laws. As for Long Chen's saber, the mysterious sword tip had stabbed a hole into it before, so when her bone sword struck the saber where it was weakest, it naturally broke. Long Chen smiled. "It's fine. Having you two beautiful goddesses accompany me in training has allowed me to advance rapidly. I really have to thank you too." Long Chen made a grand show of a deep bow, drawing out their laughter. It could be said that these days were the happiest ones of their lives. Long Chen's improvement was truly astonishing. Furthermore, he didn't seem affected by the Netherworld's laws. Back when they were in the same realm, their power was far lower than Long Chen's. After fighting for several more days, Long Chen's cultivation base still didn't rise. Even the peakless pills lost any effect. Long Chen's consciousness told him that the rest of the way could not be walked through ordinary means. Most likely, he would need to return to the immortal world to advance. However, exactly how he would advance was still unclear to him. Reporting to the Divine Master, the Master City has sent word of a disturbance deep in the wilderness. The void is being torn apart. It seems that some powerful experts are fighting. One of their subordinates came over with a report. The Master City was the one that Tuo Ming had set his sights on originally, the one in the wilderness that Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu had found through risking their lives. It was the start of their rise and had significant meaning. Thus, they decided that it would be called the Master City. The surroundings of the Master City were still unexplored wilderness, and they hadn't been cleared yet. If it hadn't been for the attention of the other 6 powers, Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu would have started marching into the wilderness. Upon hearing that there was such an intense fight, Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu's hearts sank slightly. If there really were such terrifying existences deep within the wilderness, that was bad news for them. If those existences attacked the city, they might lose it. Who knew? If they were so powerful, they might even expand into the surroundings and devour the rest of their new territories. Long Chen, Ming Kangyu, and Lang Yuyan brought 30 Earth-tier Nether Kings with them to the Master City. They stealthily moved deep into the wilderness. Their mission was just to observe the situation, so they didn't bring too many people. If the other side was truly so powerful, they needed to have the courage to cut off a part of their bodies. If two sides were fighting, then they would see if they could profit from it. However, on the way, Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu's expressions improved slightly. "It's not the aura of the Nether God race but Nether beasts. Most likely, it's a battle between the Nether beast tribes," said Ming Kangyu. Seeing that Long Chen didn't understand, she further explained that while the Nether God race did control the Netherworld due to their bloodline, as they had the power to control the laws of the netherworld, they were not necessarily the strongest race in the netherworld. The world that Ming Kangyu controlled, where lifeforms underwent nether passage, was not exactly part of the netherworld. It was just overseen by the netherworld, and she had to guard the regular operation of that world. Through gaining control over such a world, she could condense the divine core, gaining control of the laws of that world. The nether god race relied on the support of the netherworld's laws to cultivate. Right now, Long Chen had only been in the netherworld for 2 months, and under their training, he had made consecutive advancements. It seemed to be the fastest advancement of his life. As for Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan, they had gone from having just advanced to the Nether King realm to reaching the 6th heaven stage if using the immortal world standards. If it weren't for them spending the majority of their time and effort on helping Long Chen and stabilizing their new cities, they would have long since reached the late stage. In the netherworld, the nether god race's realms did not grow unsteady from advancing too quickly. As long as they controlled more laws, they could directly advance all the way to a world master. Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu had no parents. They were born from the netherworld, so they innately knew how to control the power of laws. They were the rulers of the netherworld. However, between fellow nether gods, there were no instinctive friendly emotions. If they wanted to get stronger, they had to take territory from others. Back then, Ming Kangyu had found herself unable to be so ruthless and had split her goodness from her body, resulting in the two of them. Other than the nether god race, the largest race in the netherworld would be the nether beast race. In the immortal world, there were many kinds of beasts: devil beasts, spirit beasts, auspicious beasts, divine beasts, immortal beasts. But in the netherworld, there was only one kind, the nether beasts. All their cultivation styles were the same. They devoured nether chi to strengthen themselves. Some members of the nether god race would even form good relationships with the nether beast race. It was because nether gods wanted laws and nether chi wasn't very useful to them. There was no contradiction. Thus, after sensing the auras of nether beasts, the two relaxed a great deal. Suddenly, as they were still stealthily creeping over, the sky darkened. A huge figure then smashed toward them. Chapter 3383 Underworld Nether War. That enormous entity flew right over Long Chen and the others' heads. It smashed a huge hole into the ground where it landed. Long Chen saw that it was a leopard whose spots were like black clouds. It was as big as a mountain. Its head had been smashed in as if something had struck it. It then struggled in pain a few times after it landed on the ground before dying. Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger Race. Leng Yuyan was startled. This Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger race was quite a famous race in the netherworld. They had branches throughout the netherworld. They were considered one of the 10 strongest beast races in the netherworld and possessed supreme authority. No one dared to challenge them. Anyone who did so would have the netherworld's millions of beast races set upon them. Moreover, anyone that had previously provoked the Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger race had essentially been wiped out. They were quite domineering and possessive. Originally, Ming Kangyu had thought that it was just a normal fight between nether beasts. But seeing that one side was the illustrious Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger, she sensed that things weren't as simple as she had hoped. Long Chen reached out and tossed the Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger into the primal chaos space before continuing to creep forward. When they climbed up a tall mountain, a terrifying scene entered their eyes. Countless winged humanoid lifeforms were fighting a crazy battle against the Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger race. There were corpses as far as the eye could see. Those humanoid lifeforms were even bigger than the Underworld Cloud Dark Tigers and wielded huge clubs. With every swing of their clubs, the void was torn apart. Any Underworld Cloud Dark Tigers struck had their bones broken. At the core of the battlefield, those winged giants had clearly taken the advantage. They had surrounded and were besieging a group of Underworld Cloud Dark Tigers. The Underworld Cloud Dark Tigers were clearly weaker and unable to stop them. They were constantly killed one by one, and it seemed that the battle was already reaching its end. Nether Blood Giant Race. They are battling the Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger race. Furthermore, it seems that they are intent on wiping them out. Is another Underworld Nether War starting? Said Ming Kangyu in shock. What is an Underworld Nether War? Asked Long Chen. The Netherworld has millions of races, but at the roots of all of them, they can be split into 2 factions. One is the Underworld race, and the other is the Nether race. The bloodlines between the two are different, and they have viewed each other as enemies for countless years. It is unknown just how many Underworld Nether wars sparked throughout history. However, Ultimately, both sides remained evenly matched. After both sides are ground down and wounded, the war ends and they go home to rest. Once they get strong again, they once more start a war as if they'll never get tired of it. There's essentially no way to resolve the conflict between the two sides. When they fight to wipe out the other side. It doesn't matter who attacks who. They will wipe out the other side entirely. They won't have any mercy, explained Ming Kangyu. Only then did Long Chen learn that the Netherworld actually had such a story within it. However, we don't need to worry. Whether it's the Underworld race or the Nether race, they don't have any direct conflicts with us. Our Nether God race doesn't have any conflicting interests with them. As long as we don't join their battle, they won't make things hard on us, said Ming Kangyu, relaxing quite a bit. Hehe, that's good. Once they leave, I'll clean up the battlefield. Long Chen smiled. Such a good thing had finally come for him. His luck had taken a turn for the better. He had reached the 12th heaven stage of the Four-Peak realm and would quickly reach the Divine Lord realm. Then he could condense the Violet Tower star. Those corpses should allow the Devil Eye water lilies to reach the 4th tier, and then he could start refining Violet Tower pills. Thinking of when he would condense the 7-star battle armor, Long Chen felt a burning anticipation. The 6-star battle armor had followed him from the mortal world all the way to now in the immortal world. It was as sharp as ever. However, he could clearly sense that the power it gave him was starting to lag behind. It was still as sharp as ever, it was simply that his 108,000 stars had changed. Due to igniting the divine flames and possessing the new golden dragon battle armor, it could be said that the boat had risen with the tide, but the boat had not grown. Once he condensed the 7-star battle armor, Long Chen was sure that the boat would instantly become a giant ship. It would be able to soar above the starry sea of 108,000 stars. At that time, he would truly have grown tough wings. Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu naturally didn't join in the fight. Just watching was excellent. There were no buildings or constructions nearby, meaning that there were no gods in the surroundings. Otherwise, the gods would probably already be allied with the Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger race. After all, the support of the Underworld Cloud Dark Tiger race would make it so that an ordinary person wouldn't dare to touch them. This was further proof that no other gods had discovered this land. That was a good thing for Long Chen and the others. Furious roars continued to shake the heavens, but Long Chen quietly watched. Seeing the endless corpses, he almost started drooling. Other than Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu, Long Chen didn't have any good feelings about the Netherworld. The Netherworld had once invaded the immortal world and could be considered the immortal world's enemy. Moreover, a fellow from the Netherworld had also fought Long Chen for the heavenly rainbow flame. He asked Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu how it was possible for the Netherworld's lifeforms to enter the immortal world. Their answer was that they could only cross in places where the wall between the Netherworld and the immortal world was weak. When the spatial energy was at its weakest, it was possible to force open a channel. However, opening that channel required a huge amount of resources and also required the backer of someone on the level of a world king. Furthermore, such a channel was unstable. Only lower-level cultivators could pass through. There was a realm and power restriction, so stronger people were unable to pass through those small channels. Otherwise, they would cause the entire channel to crumble. Everyone within it would then be sucked into the chaotic flow of space. Long Chen had been hoping that the two of them could open a path for him as well. Then he would be able to return to the immortal world. But it seemed that this wasn't possible. It seemed that if he wanted to return to the immortal world now, his only option would be to enter the chaotic flow of space again. But the exits were not stable. What if he was stuck inside for centuries without running into a place where space happened to be collapsing in a good spot? He didn't want to use that method. But after he obtained that mysterious broken sword, he felt that there was hope. He just still hadn't figured out how to use it best. Moreover, he also didn't want to part with the two of them. The two of them depended on the Netherworld to live. Because of this, Long Chen was unable to relax considering that they were threatened by many things, so he was still waiting. After 2 hours, the battle ended. All the Underworld Cloud Dark Tigers were slain, and those giants gathered, seemingly counting their numbers. They then gathered the corpses of their people and prepared to leave. However, when they flew up, one of them spotted Long Chen and the others. It was originally just a random glance that meant nothing. However, that fellow then took a second look at Long Chen and suddenly pointed at him. Shouting, all the giants suddenly charged over at them and instantly surrounded them. Chapter 3384 Nether Blood Giant. No doubt, those giants instantly focused on Long Chen as if they had found a treasure. Warriors of the Nether Blood Giant race, you wouldn't be making things hard for us, right? Asked Ming Kangyu cautiously. No, no, the Nether God race and us can simply mind each other's business. How could we make things hard on you? Their leader shook his giant head and pointed a huge finger at Long Chen. Tell me, are you Long Chen? Despite lowering his voice, that giant's voice was still oppressive. It was like his vocal cords were too big, so his voice shook the air. This giant had an overwhelming blood chi pressure. His aura was definitely not at all inferior to a heaven-tier Nether King. Furthermore, there were dozens of others beside him with similar auras. It was no wonder even an existence as powerful as the underworld cloud. Dark Tiger race would be exterminated so quickly. Yes, I am Long Chen. Long Chen was startled along with Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu. How could the Nether Blood Giant race know his name? Then there's definitely no doubt. The Nether Blood Giant race is loyal to the Heavenly King. So, the Heavenly King has said that he owes a debt to Long Chen, and that no one can make things hard on him. Furthermore, anyone who obtains news of him will be rewarded heavily. Just before, a fellow from the Three-Eyed race said that he encountered you in the immortal world. When he told the Heavenly King was delighted and bestowed a divine treasure upon him. I didn't expect that we would also run into you. Long Chen, you must come with us to see the Heavenly King, said this leader of the Nether Blood Giant race emotionally. He even went on one knee, offering Long Chen a sacred and ancient courtesy. His eyes were begging him. Is that Heavenly King of yours the fellow with 3 heads and a body that covers the heavens? Asked Long Chen, his heart jumping. Yes, that is our Heavenly King. The leader hastily nodded. He was even happier to hear that. Now they were definitely sure about him. As for Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu, they instantly understood. Back when Long Chen was going through the Nether Passage world and about to return to the martial heaven continent, he came before the gates of hell. He then ended up stealing the door knockers from it. Those were seals, and once they were removed, a giant beast broke free, escaping from the laws binding it. Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan had known that there was a 3-headed heaven-devouring beast sealed behind the gates of hell, but they were only overseers of the laws there. They weren't qualified to peer into those secrets, nor did they have the ability to change those laws. Thus, even if that beast escaped, it couldn't be said to be their fault. However, due to that beast creating havoc in that Nether Passage world, their cultivation was affected. At that time, they were under the administration of some superior nether gods and were in a dangerous spot. In truth, the reason the two of them had taken the risk of searching for a new stronghold was related to that 3-headed heaven-devouring beast. However, they hadn't expected that this beast would actually break free of the laws of the Nether Passage world and enter the Netherworld, even being in charge of the Nether Blood Giant race. That was astonishing. Long Chen, our Heavenly King is someone who cares deeply about debts. He definitely has no malice toward you. There's absolutely nothing for you to fear. Please come with us, pleaded their leader. Alright, then I'll go visit your Heavenly King. However, I want to gather the corpses on the ground first. They're very useful to me, said Long Chen. Long Chen also wanted to see just what kind of existence this Heavenly King was. Furthermore, Long Chen had helped him escape from his seal. Theoretically, the latter shouldn't have any bad feelings toward Long Chen. His agreement delighted the Nether Blood Giant race. They immediately returned to the battlefield and helped Long Chen gather all the corpses. There were mountains of them, and he tossed them directly into the primal chaos space. Long Chen, if that Heavenly King asks you to join his camp, you absolutely cannot agree. The 3-headed heaven-devouring beast is one of the Desolate Era's devil species. They possess the will to destroy the heavenly Daos. Now that he has been released, he will definitely start a bloody retribution. That will provoke countless powerful enemies. He himself is strong enough to ignore them, but if you are also implicated, it might spell great trouble for you even if you return to the immortal world, transmitted Ming Kangyu. Alright, I'll listen to my wife. Long Chen smiled at Ming Kangyu. Seeing that he obediently listened, Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan relaxed. The two of them knew some secrets of the 3-headed heaven-devouring beast. While they didn't know the whole story, that existence was definitely too dangerous. It would be best not to come into contact with him too much. However, the Nether Blood Giants had recognized Long Chen. If he didn't go and they became hostile, Long Chen and the others wouldn't be a match for them. Originally, Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan also wanted to go. However, Someone needed to look after their home. If they only left one person, then they wouldn't be able to fight with their combination technique. Long Chen did not feel good about that, so he decided to go on his own. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, the Nether Blood Giant's leader placed Long Chen on his own shoulder. Long Chen then waved goodbye to Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu, indicating for them to be at ease. Only then did they leave. With their giant bodies, they crossed 1,000 miles with a step. Long Chen instantly lost sight of the two women. With Long Chen gone, Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu looked at each other, seeing the reluctance in each other's eyes. Hopefully, that three-headed heaven-devouring beast doesn't have any ill will toward Long Chen, sighed Ming Kangyu. She found that she was still too weak. She was powerless to go against the flow of the netherworld. He doesn't have ill will toward Long Chen. Instead, Lang Yuyan actually had a greater worry appear within her heart. Instead what? Asked Ming Kangyu. Instead, those two fellows might end up becoming brothers. Whether it is Long Chen or the three-headed heaven-devouring beast, they both possess an intense destructive will. Although Long Chen has always been suppressing his desire to destroy, I'm afraid that if he sees that fellow, this desire would be unleashed. When both of those destructive fellows are together, it'll be like a bee seeing honey. Once they meet, it might be difficult for them to ever part, said Lang Yuyan. She had interacted with Long Chen more than Ming Kangyu and knew more about his contradictory nature. Moreover, he had given rise to a heart devil and had the ghost sovereign's mark on him. And now, he was going to see a three-headed heaven-devouring beast. It seemed that Long Chen was walking further and further on a dark path. She was afraid that he might not return from that path one day. It's fine, we still have time. Long Chen brought us good luck, so we should hurry and reach the World Master realm. Once we become World Masters, we can control the life energy of the Nether Passage worlds. After that, we'll have truly reached the point where we can stand tall in the Netherworld. We still have a long way to go. Once we get stronger, Long Chen won't have to be in so much danger, said Ming Kangyu. Lang Yuyan nodded. Holding hands, the two of them vanished along with their trusted aides. Chapter 3385 waited a long time for you. Long Chen sat on the shoulder of the leader of the Nether Blood Giants. They sped across the land. When they encountered the Black Sea, they simply ran across the surface of the water without a care. Are you not afraid of the fiend spirits beneath the sea? Asked Long Chen curiously. They don't dare to bite us. With the Heavenly King behind us, as long as we don't attack them, they won't provoke us, said the leader with a smile. They were all delighted that Long Chen was coming with them. They were very courteous to him. Is your Heavenly King really so powerful? Asked Long Chen, feeling surprised. It seemed that the Heavenly King was even more frightening than he had anticipated. The leader proudly said, the Heavenly King is from a noble desolate species, and he possesses an undying indestructible body. He was sealed in a Nether Passage world in his youth precisely because he couldn't even be killed. They could only use this method to seal him forever. But they didn't expect that the Heavenly King's power would continue to grow over time. However, being trapped in the Nether Passage world, he couldn't unleash his power. Then you lifted the seal. Although it was just one of the 108,000 seals on him, he finally had a way to unleash his power. Targeting that broken seal, he charged out of his prison. The three-headed heaven-devouring beast race can be said to be the emperor race of our Nether race. Now we are regrouping, preparing to fight against the underworld race. You've also seen how we won't leave those of the underworld race alive. Hearing that, Long Chen understood why they would follow the so-called Heavenly King. It seemed that they were all on the same side. Ming Kangyu had told him that the underworld and nether races were constantly at odds with each other. There was no way to resolve the enmity between the two sides. Perhaps it was precisely due to this that she had warned him not to join the Heavenly King's forces. That was to avoid being drawn into the war between the two sides. The Nether race and the Underworld race fought their own battle, while the Nether God race didn't interfere. It had been so for countless years. Ming Kangyu was profoundly aware of just how terrifying the foundations of those two races were. As they rushed across the land, Long Chen spotted many cities. In some of those cities, experts noticed them running by and bowed to them in greeting. Moreover, those experts weren't afraid. They didn't even activate the Grand Formation. However, when they spotted Long Chen sitting on the shoulder of the leader of the Nether Blood Giants, those experts were all shocked. Long Chen saw countless ancient cities on the way, but he saw far more areas of wilderness. When Long Chen asked about it, the leader told him that the region they were in was considered wilderness. It was said that a terrifying battle had been fought in ancient times, and it had shattered the laws of the heavenly Taos in the netherworld. No lifeforms appeared in that region for millions and millions of years. It was only in the past few hundred years that the netherworld's self-recovery ability started to return those crumbled laws back to their previous state. Hence, this wilderness could now be cleared and reclaimed. Even so, true experts didn't care about this wilderness. In the process of the heavenly Taos repairing themselves, the laws of the netherworld in this region were no longer as complete. Moreover, just like clearing wilderness, it took time and energy to take over these regions. Only rogue cultivators with no foundations would run over here to gnaw on what little bones remained. As for true experts, they were at the core, fighting for territory. The core region's laws were complete and more suitable for cultivation. Whether it was the nether god race, or the underworld and nether races, unless they had something to do in this place, they wouldn't run over to the wilderness. As for the nether blood giants, they had come so far because they were wiping out the underworld race. They wanted to create a world devoid of their existence. This was the mission that the Heavenly King had given them. The Heavenly King wanted to create a holy place for those that were hunted down and persecuted by the underworld race, a place for them to peacefully rest. This particular group was nothing more than one branch of millions of squads. The other squads were still working in other regions. The core region had, essentially been cleaned up, and now they were simply dealing with leftovers at the edges here. After rushing for a full day, Long Chen saw a giant city up ahead. Here, he felt like he had entered the world of giants. He was as tiny as an ant. This giant city was packed with nether blood giants. After entering the city, an elder of their race with a golden crown quickly came out. Despite being mentally prepared, Long Chen's heart still skipped a beat. This person's aura was actually somewhat similar to Enputa. It went without saying that he was also an expert on the level of a world king. Moreover, this expert actually greeted Long Chen in a very friendly manner. Through his introduction, Long Chen learned that he was the leader of this nether blood giant tribe. That shocked Long Chen. Just the tribe leader of a random branch was already on the level of a world king. That was astonishing. It was no wonder that the three-eyed fellow that appeared in the Chu family's territory had told Long Chen to come to the netherworld with him and join the side of the Heavenly King. This world king was also extremely reverent toward the Heavenly King. From this, it could be seen just how high the Heavenly King's position was. After saying a few courteous words, that tribe leader gave some orders, and over 10 people came to escort Long Chen. Those people all had auras even more terrifying than the leader of nether blood giants that had found Long Chen. From their tone, it seemed that they were afraid of some accident occurring, so they came to protect him. This world had essentially been taken over by the nether race, but they were still so cautious. It could be seen just how important they viewed Long Chen to be. This new group then set out of the city. The Black Sea appeared before them again, stretching far beyond the horizon. But this time, they didn't directly run across and obediently crossed with a giant ship. When Long Chen asked about this, he was told that this sea region was considered a special domain. There was a terrifying existence beneath it. In order to express their reverence toward it, they didn't randomly run across this region. They used ships. On the way, Long Chen found that the world here was truly different from Leng Yuyan and Ming Kengyu's territories. Although Long Chen didn't understand the laws of the netherworld, he could sense that the aura of the netherworld had increased in density by dozens of times. Based on that, he hypothesized that this place could be considered the core of a star field. It was no wonder that the place Leng Yuyan was at was considered wilderness and not cared about by true experts. The difference was truly stark. The ship had no sail or runes supporting it. They crossed the sea by relying on the paddling of 2 nether blood giants. But they were like an arrow shot from a bow, shooting across the sea even faster than their speed before. They spent 2 whole days paddling before seeing the other shore. Once they were on land, the nether blood giants made hand seals. After that, runes glowed on their bodies, and they suddenly shrank until they were only slightly taller than Long Chen. However, once they shrank, the power of their blood chi was mostly sealed. This form was most likely not suited to combat. They escorted Long Chen to a place where countless lifeforms were gathered. The lifeforms stretched far beyond their vision. But at the front of this group was a tall muscular man with overflowing blood chi and a bald head. Long Chen, I've waited a long time for you. The large man opened his mouth. As soon as he spoke, Space quivered as if the entire star field reverberated with his voice. He was the ruler of this world, the one who looked down on all others. His words could not be defied. Chapter 3386 Wu Tian. This large bald man wore blood-colored armor and had a blood-colored spear on his back. He had a third vertical eye. When it blinked, lightning runes flashed. The power to destroy heaven and earth was contained within it. On each of his shoulder pads, there was a sinister face, and they looked like heads. Standing there, he seemed to be the ruler of the netherworld. Despite standing on the same level as him, Long Chen had a feeling as if he was looking far up at a deity. This person was far too powerful, so powerful that it seemed like a single thought from him could kill Long Chen, as if a single thought could destroy the heavens. Long Chen had never seen such a terrifying existence before. Just being looked at by him, Long Chen felt incredibly weak. He had never felt so weak before. It was like an ant facing a dragon. That was how big the difference was. I'm sure that to yourself, this little bit of time is nothing more than a wave of a finger, said Long Chen. The bald man shook his head. That is incorrect. While I was trapped in that damnable place, I have long since forgotten the concept of time. But after escaping, it's different. I, Wu Tian, have never owed anyone any favors in this lifetime. So, I won't be able to rest in peace if I don't return this favor. Ever since escaping my prison, there have only been two thoughts on my mind. One is revenge, and the other one is to repay this favor. Although you did it inadvertently, I still owe you a huge debt. Speak, what do you desire? As long as you say it, I, Wu Tian, will help you accomplish it even if it costs me my life. This person who called himself Wu Tian was precisely the Heavenly King. He was also the three-headed heaven-devouring beast that Long Chen had released after stealing the door-knobs of the gates of hell. This terrifying expert said that he would help Long Chen accomplish his heart's desire. Long Chen instantly had a thought. What if he had Wu Tian help him kill Lord Brahma? However, just as that thought rose, it was crushed by his next thought. Lord Brahma was the one who had caused the Pill Fairy's death and also the deaths of all those people in the martial heaven continent. This enmity could not be avenged by others, not while he could do it himself. If he let someone else do it, would he still be a man? Long Chen's pride refused to allow him to do such a thing. After thinking about it, he simply shook his head. Right now, I don't need anything that big. If you feel like you owe me a debt, you can simply send me back to the immortal world. Then neither of us will owe the other anything. Are you looking down on me? What a trifling matter. How can it cancel out my debt? Do you want to turn me into the laughingstock of the netherworld? Wu Tian's expression sank. Following his shout, the clouds in the sky changed color and lightning boomed. The originally clear sky instantly turned dark and gloomy. It was as if the very heavens were about to collapse. After that, the 10,000 Daos rumbled as if the entire world was angered, and an explosive pressure crashed down. As a result, all the lifeforms of the netherworld, regardless of cultivation base, instantly knelt on the ground, shaking. The stone bricks beneath Long Chen's feet shattered. As for Long Chen, he felt a powerful current crashing down on him to the point that his spine was about to break. He was being made to kneel just like those other lifeforms. This terrifying pressure made him roar, "Is whether or not you're turned into a laughingstock my damn business. I can handle my own affairs, and I don't need your help." This Wu Tian was completely unreasonable. He actually turned hostile faster than the flipping of a page, using his pressure to try and make Long Chen kneel. Long Chen's fury instantly exploded. Who cared about his status? He directly cursed the other party. If you don't ask for something, my heart won't be at ease, and I won't be able to sleep. It's even worse than being trapped in that nether passage world. No matter what, you must ask me for something today. Wu Tian also roared, his voice causing the stars in the sky to quiver. Long Chen felt like all the stars of the heavens were pressing down on him. But he knew that this was a misperception. This was purely Wu Tian's will. Wu Tian's will was the will of this world. Here, he was the master of the heavenly Daos, the lord of the star field. All beings had to listen to him. Long Chen's fury rose. This fellow actually used such a method to suppress him, making him submit. This was practically repaying his favor with enmity. The ground beneath Long Chen's foot then collapsed. Cracks were spreading in every direction, even beyond the horizon. But the others didn't even dare to look. They were still quivering on the ground. Only Long Chen alone stood facing Wu Tian. Although he had a splitting headache, although his soul was in danger of crumbling, he ultimately glared back at Wu Tian fearlessly. Spatial cracks appeared around Long Chen. Those were the result of Long Chen's will clashing with Wu Tian's. It was affecting the heavenly Daos. After a while, Long Chen's vision started to turn dark. Just as he thought that he was about to die, that immense pressure vanished. With the pressure gone, he almost collapsed on the ground. But a hand caught him and kept him steady. It was Wu Tian. Ha ha ha. Wu Tian laughed, his voice like thunder. He patted Long Chen's shoulder. Good brother, starting today, you are my brother, Wu Tian's brother. Let's go, have a drink with your big brother. Long Chen's head was shaken just by the sound of his laughter. Adding on how his mind was still unclear from clashing so intensely against Wu Tian's will, he didn't even know how he was dragged away. By the time he had recovered his wits slightly, he found himself in a glorious palace. But within this giant palace, only he and Wu Tian were present. Once the two of them sat down, other experts came in, bringing delicacies and wine. After the food and drink were placed on the table, Wu Tian waved his hand, and those experts all left. Brother, I was rude to you just now. This drink is raised for you with respect, and you can take it as my apology. Don't blame your big brother. Wu Tian poured out a bowl of golden wine and offered it to Long Chen. He raised his own bowl of wine with his other hand. Long Chen was still befuddled and looked at Wu Tian oddly. Had he been imprisoned for so long that his head had stopped functioning properly? However, seeing his sincere expression, Long Chen didn't say anything. He simply raised his bowl of wine and drank it. As a result, as soon as this wine reached his stomach, steam exploded out of his eyes, nose, and ears. Tears and mucus dripped from his face altogether. Long Chen felt like he had just drunk lava. That lava exploded within his stomach, and its energy charged out of his orifices. He felt his nasal cavity open in all directions. Wu Tian laughed once more. Long Chen knew that he had been conned. Are you toying with me? Raged Long Chen, lifting the table and smashing it at Wu Tian. However, the table simply crumbled into dust before it even reached Wu Tian. Ha ha ha, this temper is good. You have guts. Only like this are you qualified to be my brother. Wu Tian laughed delightedly. However, after smashing the table, Long Chen realized that all the side effects of resisting Wu Tian's will had vanished after that drink. He realized that this wine truly did come with good intentions, so he was slightly embarrassed. Chapter 3387 Undying Indestructible Race. Wu Tian laughed. Seeing Long Chen's embarrassment, he immediately ordered people to set the table again with food and drink. Good brother, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Men like us should simply follow our heart's desire instead of hiding it within the night. I like that character of yours because I have the same kind of temper. Just drink some more wine. This wine was brewed by the dark underworld spirit monkey race. It's been in the wine cellar for 30 million years now. Back then, it was that group of monkeys that conned me. Now I've wiped out their entire race. Those monkeys might be hateful, but at least their winemaking ability isn't bad. After wiping them out, I found their wine stash, and I've never shared it with anyone until now. Have a good taste of it. It might not have a good taste in the mouth, but it's actually quite good for the body, especially for the current you. It will solidify your foundation and cause a noticeable improvement in your soul. Moreover, this wine contains the laws of the netherworld. You've been cultivating in the netherworld for a while, and you can already borrow a portion of the netherworld's heavenly Tao's power. So, after drinking this wine, you will grow even closer to the netherworld's laws. Perhaps one day you can also control the power of the netherworld's laws, said Wu Tian. He personally poured more wine for Long Chen. This time, Long Chen received it with both hands. He hadn't expected Wu Tian to care so much about him. He was quite protective, making Long Chen feel very moved. Alright, then junior brother will cherish big brother's wine. Long Chen didn't say any superfluous words. Just with their brief interaction, he already knew what kind of character Wu Tian had. Ha ha ha, good brother. Wu Tian laughed and raised his own bowl, drinking it all. This time, Long Chen was prepared. Although he almost choked, he was able to keep this wine down. Sensing it carefully this time, he found that the wine was like medicinal liquor. It spread throughout every inch of his body, and he felt the repulsion of the netherworld's laws weaken around him. Although Lang Yuan had helped him get accustomed to the aura of the netherworld, that was mostly in their area. Now, he was closer to the core of the netherworld. As he wasn't a life form of the netherworld, there was naturally a rejection. The heavenly Taos here wouldn't help him or allow him to use them. Just the fact that they didn't work against him was all thanks to Lang Yuan and Ming Kengyu's blessing. In this place, Long Chen could clearly feel the heavenly Taos starting to suppress him. The laws here were different from where Lang Yuan was. However, after drinking 2 bowls of wine, he felt the heavenly Taos grow closer to him. Perhaps just as Wu Tian said, one day Long Chen might be able to control the power of the netherworld as well. If that really was the case, in the future, when netherworld experts invaded the immortal world, Long Chen would have the power of both worlds to fight against them. Then wouldn't he be able to beat those invaders like beating children? By the time he drank his 3rd bowl, his expression didn't even change. Although some of the wine energy did try to surge out of him, Long Chen had plenty of experience with drinking wine. On the martial heaven continent, he had always been drinking the wine of the wine god palace, so he had quite the capacity for liquor. However, this wine was simply truly powerful. "Eat some food first," said Wu Tian when he saw Long Chen starting to become overwhelmed by the wine. The foods on the table were the greatest delicacies of the netherworld. However, Long Chen didn't even taste them. His mouth was full of the flavor of the wine. "Big brother, can you tell me how you ended up trapped in that forsaken place?" asked Long Chen. After being a bit overwhelmed by this wine, he didn't have any restraints and directly got to the point. "Fuck, just thinking about it enrages me. My 3-headed heaven-devouring beast is the emperor race of the netherworld. When a battle erupted in the netherworld, we were betrayed by a group of bastards, and their sneak attack caused us to collapse. That battle relates to the secrets of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so I can't tell you about it. The karma is truly enormous and will harm you. But in that battle, our members were captured and imprisoned. That's because we have undying bodies. Even if our bodies and souls are erased, we will be reborn with our memories of that life. Hence, even though we were defeated, they had to imprison us, not kill us. At that time, I was very young. My cultivation base was even lower than your current realm. After being captured, I was sealed inside a plane of the Nether Passage world. I was there first, and only afterward did that plane arise. Over trillions of years, I watched as worlds were destroyed and reborn, and then destroyed and reborn again. I don't know how many cycles I saw. That pack of fools thought that sealing me this way would stop my cultivation base from progressing, but as I witnessed the laws of the world work, despite not being able to move, I was able to use one of my divine arts. Although my cultivation speed was slow, I was still capable of cultivating. However, the seal could not be broken from inside. No matter how great my power grew, I couldn't break free. So you really helped me out. Originally, I owed you a great debt. But since we're brothers, we're not going to talk about such a thing. Drink. Seeing that Long Chen had gotten a bit more accustomed to this wine, Wu Tian poured more wine into their bowls and drank. Big brother, you really are amazing. If I was trapped for so long, I'd have gone insane. Even if I didn't go crazy, I'd definitely be consumed by killing intent and other negative emotions. There's no way I could be like Big Brother, praised Long Chen. If Long Chen was trapped like that and one day did escape, he would go on a crazy slaughter. He would definitely be consumed by vengeance and turn into a homicidal, wild devil. There was no way he could have Wu Tian's current suavies. Do you know why I tested you in front of the city? Asked Wu Tian. Long Chen shook his head. Wu Tian once more filled their wine bowls. When Long Chen tried to reach out to the wine pot, he was stopped by Wu Tian. He personally poured their wine. My 3-headed heaven-devouring beast race possesses a noble bloodline. We don't like owing others, so I did everything to find you just to return this favor. This is my race's pride. When you received the pressure of my will, that was my innate divine ability. It allowed me to deduce your future accomplishments. If your life wasn't tough enough, then at most, I would only help you once. Once your heart's desire was achieved, this favor would be returned, and we would not be brothers. If your life was not tough enough, being brothers with me would implicate you badly. To repay someone's favor with calamity is definitely not a thing my race would do, said Wu Tian. Then Big Brother, can you tell what realm my cultivation base can reach in the future? Asked Long Chen excitedly. If he had obtained Wu Tian's approval from that test, then it meant that he had to have a terrifying potential for growth. Wu Tian shook his head. Normally, under the pressure of this divine ability, when others resist, there is a flexibility, an elasticity that allows me to judge a person's upper cultivation limit. But, you had no such thing. You resisted with pure brute power without the slightest flexibility, a determination to rather break than bend. I didn't dare to push you any further, so I couldn't see your future. But I really do like this character of yours. We two brothers have many similarities, just like real brothers. That destructive power deep within your soul makes me feel particularly close to you. So who cares a damn about karma? I don't. If you die, then Big Brother will simply get revenge for you. Wu Tian smiled. He grew more and more fond of this new brother of his. It was like he regretted not meeting Long Chen earlier. He suddenly laughed. Brother, I have a gift for you. Wu Tian clapped his hands, and over 10 large figures walked into the palace. Chapter 3388 Brothers. Long Chen eyed the group of large men with long hair that just walked in. They all shared one thing in common: they were exceptionally thick. Their arms were almost as thick as Long Chen's waist, and their blood qi was so powerful it was like it was about to explode. They gave Long Chen a sense of immense pressure. Although it wasn't the aura of world kings, they were definitely stronger than ordinary heaven-tier immortal kings. Most likely, they were half a step into the world king level. Long Chen nodded at these men. His brother truly had many powerful subordinates. Any one of them was an exceptional expert. Seeing Long Chen nodding, Wu Tian laughed and patted his shoulder. He happily said, Brother, your vision is good. These are all the elite women I've picked out. They aren't just peerlessly beautiful, but their talent is also amazing. They have limitless potential. I was going to pick one of them as my imperial consort, but since you've taken a liking to them, just tell me. I'll let you pick from them. If you want them all, you can also take them away. Bow ties. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These long-haired, muscular men in his eyes were actually women. Looking more carefully, they did seem to have some feminine traits. But it was very unclear. They were almost twice as tall as Long Chen was, and their expressions weren't very natural. They clearly looked down on this little fellow before them. In their eyes, Long Chen was far too weak. Clearly, Wu Tian possessed absolute authority, and no one dared to go against his will. But there was no way that their inner fluctuations could escape Long Chen's senses. Brother, no need to rush. Pick carefully, said Wu Tian generously. Long Chen almost wept. That wasn't from emotion but fear. His scalp turned numb. Big brother, you really are my big brother. Let's discuss this later. Are you trying to be courteous with your big brother? Wu Tian's expression sank. He thought that Long Chen was simply being courteous. In his view, these beauties with limitless potential were priceless treasures. Allowing Long Chen to pick them proved just how sincere his brotherly feelings were toward Long Chen. Brother, as brothers, there's no need for me to be courteous, right? The main thing is that our taste in beauties is different. I really can't accept it. Spare your little brother, said Long Chen, practically begging. He was very moved by Wu Tian's favor, but this was definitely impossible to accept. You prefer those with no meat on their bodies? Asked Wu Tian in surprise. Not exactly. I just have a different sense of aesthetics. If I find someone that I like, there's no need for you to offer them to me. I'll win them myself, said Long Chen. Since Long Chen didn't like these beauties, Wu Tian could only drop it. He waved those beauties away. They sighed with relief as they left. Long Chen himself also sighed. That had truly been frightening. Brother, my people have reported your matters to me. Your relationship with those two sisters of the Nethergod race is important, yes. Why not have them come to my city? Here, their cultivation speeds will soar, said Wu Tian. Naturally, he was referring to Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu. Considering their positions, they naturally didn't enter his eyes. That was why he wanted to find Long Chen better partners. But if Long Chen didn't like his beauties, he wouldn't force it. He could help him through other means. No need. They are very proud. Let alone you, they don't even want my help. They have said that they wish to rely on themselves, said Long Chen. Long Chen also didn't want to bring the two of them here. Wu Tian had just escaped the Nether Passage world and was preparing for revenge. His foundation was still not stable, and there were too many unknown factors. Ming Kangyu herself had warned Long Chen not to join Wu Tian's side precisely due to this. If he said the truth, it would be hurtful, so he made up an excuse. That's fine. The Nethergod race has the innate ability to control the laws of the Netherworld. They are a race chosen by the heavens. There's really no need for others to help them, said Wu Tian, nodding. After thinking about it, Wu Tian spoke with a rather vexed tone. Brother, you don't want anything I'm offering. You're making things hard on your big brother. Why is it so difficult for you to accept my gift? Why don't you consider those beauties? Their constitutions are special. You can even bring them to the immortal world to cultivate. In the worst case, they could simply be your guards. Long Chen had helped him out. Although the two could already be considered brothers, it still felt as if he hadn't given Long Chen anything, leaving him with no face. Long Chen quickly said, Brother, you're too courteous. Don't mention this matter again. I can't accept your gifts. But the divine weapons of the netherworld will be affected by the laws of the immortal world if they are brought there. You can't use them. You could cultivate some of our techniques, but once you return to the immortal world, those techniques would no longer have the support of the laws of the netherworld, making them worthless. Long Chen had a thought. Brother, do you have some beast corpses? I truly desire them. What would you want such a thing for? Asked Wu Tian. In any case, I really need them. If it's convenient for you, help me gather some. There was no way Long Chen could mention the primal chaos space. But he also didn't want to lie. He simply avoided the question. That is no problem. We are currently tidying up some underworld races, and many battlefields have yet to be cleaned up. I'll have someone bring them to you, said Wu Tian. Many thanks, big brother. Those things are extremely important to me. Come, big brother, let me offer you a bowl as well. Long Chen directly drank all the wine in his bowl. Seeing how happy Long Chen was, Wu Tian was also happy. Although he didn't know why Long Chen wanted corpses, he felt much more comfortable knowing that he could help Long Chen. Wu Tian asked Long Chen some questions about the immortal world. Long Chen replied simply about the matter with himself and Lord Brahma. Wu Tian frowned slightly. I have heard of Lord Brahma. It is rumored that the battle of the 9 heavens was related to him. But I was still young at that time. I wasn't qualified to participate in the affairs of my race yet, so I'm not clear on the details of that battle. He has lived for countless years. I remember that back then, he had won the title of Divine Venerate, becoming a famous existence within all the 9 heavens and 10 lands. So many years have gone by since then. Perhaps he has stepped into higher realms. You must be careful of him, warned Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also an existence that had lived for countless years. However, he was still classified as Brahma's junior. Long Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected Lord Brahma to have such fame. Could it really be that he had stepped into higher realms? Brother, are you sure that you wish to be enemies with him? Wu Tian looked at Long Chen seriously. Chapter 3389 Like-minded. Long Chen nodded. This person caused my lover to die. He was also responsible for the death of many of my hot-blooded brothers and my respected seniors. The enmity between us is absolutely irreconcilable. He might control the majority of the immortal world, but I am not afraid. There will come a day when I cut off his head, destroy all hindrances, and create the world that I want. Long Chen clenched his fists. His hatred for Lord Brahma was carved into his soul. It didn't matter if the latter was a divine venerator or even higher. This enmity had to be avenged. Good. Wu Tian slapped his leg and laughed thunderously. As expected of my good brother. Our thinking really is the same. I also want to topple the netherworld and kill the leaders of the netherworld. Back then, my 3-headed heaven-devouring beast race sacrificed so much for the netherworld, but what did we gain in exchange? I will smash apart this netherworld and rebuild a world that I want. Ha ha ha, good brother, have another drink. Long Chen and Wu Tian once more emptied their bowls. Long Chen felt extremely happy. Wu Tian was so powerful, but rather than mocking him, he praised Long Chen for his wish. Long Chen was moved. The two of them exchanged a look and laughed. Long Chen didn't know how much wine he had drunk in the end. Ultimately, he collapsed on the table and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself on a large bed. He was surrounded by 4 burly men, no, 4 burly women. Being stared at by the 4 of them, Long Chen felt a chill. Faking his calm, he asked, how long have I been sleeping? Where is big brother Wu Tian? You slept for 7 days. The Heavenly King led the warriors to attack the Ku Wu Star Field 3 days ago, answered one of them. Although it was a woman's voice, it was very rough. Her voice shook Long Chen's ears. A beauty like this is probably something only big brother Wu Tian can enjoy. Long Chen was speechless inside. As expected, different races had different senses of beauty. Brother, you've awakened. Just then, a powerful voice rang out. Wu Tian had actually returned. Even before he arrived, a bloody scent already reached them. Wu Tian was covered in blood and he had a spear on his back. A domineering aura still soared out of him. He had clearly just fought a bloody battle. There were runes flowing on the bloodstains on his body. The pressure coming from that blood even gave Long Chen's soul a piercing pain. Long Chen was shocked. That was clearly the pressure of a world king. The blood on Wu Tian's body actually belonged to a world king. Furthermore, there were different spots of blood belonging to different lifeforms. Big brother, you went out to fight while leaving junior brother to just sleep. That's not right, said Long Chen a bit shamefully. Their wine drinking session had truly been satisfying this time. Wu Tian's character had many similarities to Long Chen's. Being with him was like being with a brother of multiple lifetimes. Long Chen didn't need to hold anything back with him. On that day, the two of them had been talking and drinking, to the point that Long Chen had forgotten what he had said. He had absolute confidence in this good brother. However, although his alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, his realm was too low. He couldn't handle that powerful wine. So, he was unconscious. For a full 7 days. Now that he was awake, he felt incredibly refreshed. It felt like he was full of power, and he could no longer sense the repulsion of the heavenly Taos. He didn't feel any different here than in the immortal world. That was the benefit of the wine. Ha ha ha, this place isn't the immortal world. How are you supposed to fight? I simply took advantage of while you were sleeping to prepare a small gift for you. Come. The world around them changed. Long Chen and Wu Tian then appeared on top of the ancient city gates. Countless beast corpses were piled up outside the walls. At the very front were 7 giant corpses. Their pressure made Long Chen's soul quake. There were actually 7 beast corpses on the level of a nether king. These were earth dragon monsters. Their tails were like scorpion stingers. Big brother, you, Long Chen was shocked and moved. Even his eyes reddened a bit. You want corpses, so I can't bring out trash. A gift from my brother must reach a certain level at least. It just so happened that my next target was that star field. I simply launched the attack a bit in advance, achieving 2 goals with 1 move, said Wu Tian. Back when Long Chen had said that he wanted corpses, Wu Tian had felt that Long Chen was just trying to give him a way out. However, later, Long Chen had drunk too much. When Wu Tian asked him again what those corpses were for, due to already being completely drunk, Long Chen ended up vaguely saying that they were the foundation for him to raise his cultivation base. He lost consciousness afterward. Wu Tian had been invigorated as soon as he heard that and directly summoned his army. They stopped cleaning up the surviving dregs and directly launched an attack on a new location. When Long Chen awoke, Wu Tian was already back with the spoils of battle. Long Chen really did want to cry from gratitude. It seemed that in all these years, other than the 5 sovereigns, no one had ever given him such a feeling. Big brother, I won't say any superfluous words. Long Chen took a deep breath and remembered this favor in his heart. Long Chen put away the corpses. These countless giant corpses were something that would take the black soil a long time to finish devouring. It had to be known that all these corpses had at least reached the immortal king level. The lower level corpses weren't even able to enter Wu Tian's eyes. As for those 7 scorpion dragons, Long Chen didn't toss them into the black soil. He placed them to the side for now. This was a special species within the netherworld. Their power was truly terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become the overlords of a star field. Long Chen kept them aside, feeling like their corpses might be useful for other things. Considering the number of corpses, even with the primal chaos space's devouring ability, it would take at least half a month to devour them all. Long Chen wasn't planning on tossing them all into the black soil at once. He wanted them to be absorbed bit by bit. The corpses of the underworld cloud dark tigers had made the wood foundation divine trees bear the 2nd generation of fruit. With so many corpses, if they were all added at once, Long Chen wouldn't have time to pick all the fruit. They would fall to the ground and rot, turning into new seeds. However, Long Chen didn't need those seeds, he wanted the fruit. So, he had the soil absorb the corpses bit by bit as he kept an eye on the wood foundation divine trees. Brother. Once Long Chen put away the corpses, Wu Tian patted his shoulder. He sighed, it's not that big brother doesn't want to keep you, but you must leave. What is it? Asked Long Chen in surprise. Have you not noticed? Your aura is fluctuating. You are now prepared to reach the next realm. However, you are from the immortal world, so you can't make your breakthrough here in the netherworld. If you stay here for too long, it will harm your foundation. You must return to the immortal world, said Wu Tian. Only then did Long Chen realize that after awakening, he had reached the great circle of Four Peak. Furthermore, his aura was undulating. He had entered a very strange state. Sensing his own aura, he was delighted. I can attack the Divine Lord Realm. Chapter 3390. Returning to the immortal world. Long Chen looked at Wu Tian reluctantly. They had just met, but after drinking once, they were about to part ways. Wu Tian was truly just like his big brother, looking after him in every way. Other than the 5 sovereigns, no one had ever given Long Chen such a feeling. Big brother also wants you to stay a bit longer, but time does not permit it. The arrow has been shot. There is no stopping it. I have already chosen this path, and I must fight to the end against this hateful world. I will either flip the heavens, or be turned to dust. You are the same. Once you return to the immortal world, you must do your best to get stronger as fast as possible. This world is about to change. The peace of the 9 heavens and 10 lands will not continue for much longer. A terrifying storm is about to sweep over us, and it might be even more terrifying than that battle trillions of years ago. The 3 worlds, 6 Taos, 9 heavens, 10 lands, they will all be affected. Ha ha ha, it's exciting, isn't it? Work hard. I look forward to joining hands with you in that chaotic flow of worlds. We will completely topple the 10 planar worlds. Wu Tian grew excited toward the end. His blood rumbled within his body, and battle intent soared out of him. It was as if he lived for battle. Affected by him, Long Chen also didn't show any fear. Just like Wu Tian, his own blood heated up. Even the reluctance to part was pushed aside by that desire to fight. Wu Tian stabbed his spear through the air. As a result, fragments of spacetime were blown apart, and the dome of the heavens was pierced. A channel then appeared. Long Chen could sense the aura of the immortal world on the other side of the channel. With a single spear strike, Wu Tian opened a path for Long Chen to go back to the immortal world. Go, brother. This place is actually separated by many chaotic flows of space from the immortal world. This channel will only last for a few breaths' time, said Wu Tian. Long Chen nodded. Take care, brother. When we meet again, let us topple this unjust world. Long Chen dove into the channel. There was a powerful suction force that directly brought him all the way to the end of the path. He was already back in the immortal world. He could sense the aura of the immortal world around him. Suddenly, he turned back to the channel and shouted, Big brother, don't forget to tell my 2 wives that I'm safe and sound. The channel closed. Long Chen didn't know if Wu Tian heard him or not. Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu must have been worried about him. However, thinking about it, Wu Tian would definitely send word to them. His worry was superfluous. Long Chen found himself on a mountain. There were countless birds and beasts around, but they were fleeing in every direction, clearly scared away by Wu Tian's attack. After they fled, the world became calm. Long Chen then sat on a boulder, feeling stunned. After returning to the immortal world, he actually felt disappointed. He didn't want to leave Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu. He also didn't want to leave the new brother he had just met. It felt like everything had just been a dream, and it was both sweet and bitter. He felt like he was too small. Within the raging currents of the heavenly Taos, all his efforts were unable to cause even the slightest ripple. Furthermore, Wu Tian's final words stayed with Long Chen. It seemed that after reaching his current realm, Wu Tian's senses were sharper. He could see further. Perhaps it was precisely because he could see it coming that he described the oncoming storm as terrifying. Furthermore, he said that the 3 worlds, 6 Taos, 9 heavens, and 10 lands would be affected. He said that he had chosen a path of no return. But what about Long Chen? Just as Wu Tian said, once an arrow had been shot, it couldn't be called back. Long Chen had chosen his path, so he had to walk it to the end. Wu Tian didn't have Long Chen follow him. Instead, he treated Long Chen as a true brother. As he still had it very dangerous in the netherworld, he didn't want Long Chen to be involved in his business. Moreover, he had never thought about taking Long Chen in as one of his subordinates. Ming Kangyu's worries had been for nothing. Wu Tian didn't have any ulterior motives when it came to Long Chen. Originally, he just wanted to return the favor, but after finding that their characters were similar, they became brothers. He never thought about profiting from Long Chen. He only wanted to look after him and hope that he would grow up faster. This time, Long Chen had fallen for Enpuda's trap. Fortunately, Mo Nian had appeared on time and broken the channel, allowing him to escape into the chaotic flow of space. Actually, falling into the netherworld could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Now, he had 13 mature Heaven-tier Heavenly Dao fruit and 99 mature Earth-tier Heavenly Dao fruit. These things were priceless treasures. So many Heaven-tier Nether Kings had been slain in the netherworld, producing some Heaven-tier Heavenly Dao fruit. These 13 Heaven-tier Heavenly Dao fruit were ready for the Dragonblood warriors. However, it would be best if these things didn't see the light of day. They couldn't be traded for money. After seeing Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu, Long Chen knew that the two no longer needed his help, and Wu Tian could also secretly look after them. So, Long Chen didn't need to worry about them. He had also obtained that supremely terrifying dagger, a powerful life-protecting talisman. Moreover, his cultivation base had even reached the Great Circle. My cultivation base. Suddenly, Long Chen noticed that his cultivation base had fallen a bit. Originally, he had reached the point of breaking through at any moment. However, now that he was in the immortal world, his realm had fallen from the Great Circle to the late 12th heaven stage. It was rather curious. Could it be the result of the laws between the two worlds being different? Long Chen couldn't figure it out. But he had only fallen a little bit. It wasn't much of a problem. He could reach the peak again in just 10 days. Long Chen's mind then sank into the primal chaos space. The black soil had devoured a huge number of corpses, unleashing a sea of life energy. Because of it, the Wood Foundation Divine Tree's 4th generation fruit had matured. Furthermore, the trees themselves had once more grown in size. Just as Zheng Wenlong said, with every generation of fruit they bore, they would grow in power. Thus, every succeeding generation of fruit was more valuable than the last. Not only that, but the Devil Eye water lilies had even reached the 3rd tier. Long Chen then chose to replant their seeds. Long Chen found that just 1/10 of the corpses could make them reach maturity. If that was the case, he should be able to grow more than 600 Devil Eye water lilies. It was unknown just how much the life energy contained within the Wood Foundation Divine Trees had increased. Long Chen estimated that even after advancing to the Divine Lord realm, he wouldn't need to worry about running out of life energy. His mind then retreated from the primal chaos space. Looking at a distant mountain, Long Chen had the urge to raise his head and roar. Once he became a Divine Lord, he would truly be a fish swimming through the sea, a bird flying through the heavens. Hey, naked little fellow, what are you doing? Don't you know what shame is? Just as Long Chen took the posture to release the emotions in his heart, he heard a disdainful voice from behind him. Chapter 3391 Integral Heaven Star Field. Long Chen looked back and saw a group of people rushing over here. There were men and women amongst them. The women hastily turned away when they saw him, while the men sneered at him. Only then did Long Chen realize that he was naked. The black robes he had been wearing were gone. Those black robes were clothes that Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu had made for him, and they were made out of the laws of the netherworld. When he entered the immortal world, the laws of the netherworld faded and his clothes naturally disappeared. But his mind had been in the primal chaos space, so he hadn't noticed. Long Chen hastily took out new clothes. At this moment, those people had gotten close. He was surprised that some of them had strange blood cheese. They weren't of the human race, or perhaps it should be said that they also had the aura of the beast race on them. In other words, they were mixed blood. Brat, what are you doing here buck naked? Tell me, what happened here just now? Asked a fair-faced young man in violet robes. He was very overbearing. Just like Long Chen, he was at the peak of the 4-peak realm. He was a primal. Based on his aura, he could be counted as an expert. However, that overbearing arrogance of his was so great that Long Chen didn't feel that his power matched it. These people seemed to be led by this arrogant man. They were all wearing similar robes, as if they came from the same sect. You're asking me? Long Chen pointed at his own nose. TCH, is there anyone else here? If I wasn't asking you, who would I be asking? Demanded that man impatiently. If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Long Chen curled his lips at him and turned to leave. Brat, do you want to die? Do you know who you're talking to? Kneel and beg senior apprentice brother Chi to spare your life. That group of people instantly surrounded him and one of them even barked at him. However, they didn't take out their weapons. It seemed that they truly didn't place him in their eyes. Long Chen almost laughed from rage. These people were existences that he could wipe out with a single slap. Now, they wanted him to kneel. Aya, it seems that you have a great background. My eyes were blind. It seems that I have to ask for guidance. Long Chen looked at those people, acting shocked. Before that senior apprentice brother Qi could speak, an expert beside him already said, "Brat, listen well. This is our Falling Star Gates rank 1901, senior apprentice brother Qi Heng. He has the noble bloodline of the gold scale fire drake. You are nothing more than a little human. What are you waiting for? Shouldn't you hurry up and kowtow to repent for your sins?" Gold scale fire drake, noble bloodline. Long Chen eyed that senior apprentice brother Qi and found that although he did have the fluctuations of beast blood, there were no flame fluctuations, nor did any part of him have the characteristics of the gold scale fire drake. In other words, although he might have that bloodline, it had become so impure that he didn't even have the slightest trace of flame energy in his body. Senior apprentice brother Qi stuck out his chest proudly when his bloodline was mentioned. It seemed that this bloodline was what he was proudest of. Admirable. Long Chen nodded. Senior apprentice brother Qi's expression improved after hearing that praise. But Long Chen then continued, "I really admire your courage. Being ranked in the 1900s yet still having the face to go out into the world. Tell me, how did you manage to cultivate such a thick skin that is impervious to blade or spear, immune to flame or water?" "Die!" Senior apprentice brother Qi roared furiously. After that, senior apprentice brother Qi was on the ground, twitching. He hadn't even moved before Long Chen slapped him down. The others only saw a blur. Before they even understood anything at all, the strongest of them had collapsed on the ground. His head was drooping oddly. His neck was clearly broken, and his body had completely deformed. He stared in horror at Long Chen. He had lost the ability to recover or even move. Who are you?" The other experts cried out and retreated, taking out their weapons. One of them waved their hand, causing a magical symbol to appear. It seemed that he was requesting aid. "Little fellow, our distress signal has been released. Other experts will quickly arrive. I'd advise you to The one who released the distress signal suddenly screamed. A fist-sized rock struck his chest and shattered. As a result, his chest caved in, and he tumbled back. Long Chen disliked that person's shouting, so he kicked a rock at him to make him shut his mouth. However, he didn't kill him. If he had wanted to, that person would have simply exploded into blood mist. The others stared in terror at Long Chen. Now they knew that they had provoked a terrifying expert. "Don't kill me, otherwise, you'll provoke a calamity. Just tell me what you want. As long as I have it, I'll give it all to you," shouted senior apprentice brother Qi. Although he couldn't move, his head was still capable of begging for his life. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I disdain killing trash. I'm going to do a soul search on you. It would be best if you cooperate, or that would be you killing yourself, and it would have nothing to do with me." Long Chen pressed a finger on senior apprentice brother Qi's forehead. "No, my soul has restrictions. All memories related to the Falling Star Gate are sealed. If you go through them, I'll instantly die," cried senior apprentice brother Qi. "I'm not interested in your dogshit Falling Star Gate. Do your best to cooperate, or I'll kill you." Long Chen snorted and pressed his finger down. After that, senior apprentice brother Qi stiffened. A flow of information then poured into Long Chen's mind. The integral heaven star field. Ancient orchid domain, auspicious cloud prefecture. It is ruled by the demonic beast race. Also, the human race is the lowest power here. They survive here by sucking up to others and begging for their lives. Long Chen didn't quite dare to believe it. The place that he was in was the immortal world, but it wasn't his original star field. The heavenly swell domain was just one domain of the Empyrean heaven star field. Back then, Wu Tian hadn't bothered with what star field Long Chen was originally from when he sent him back to the immortal world. Now, Long Chen didn't know just how far he was from the Empyrean heaven star field. The most shocking thing was that after going through this person's memories, Long Chen learned that this star field was ruled by the demonic beast race. The human race ended up marrying the demonic beast race, so the majority of the lifeforms in this star field were of mixed blood. The demonic beast race was the strongest, while the human race was the weakest. The humans here worked hard at cultivation in hopes of gaining the favor of the demonic beast race and being chosen as partners or followers. Now Long Chen understood why senior apprentice brother Qi would be so arrogant. He had a trace of the blood of a demonic beast. Pure humans were nothing more than their attendants. They had to treat their masters well in order to survive. "Lowly fellow, are you challenging my Falling Star Gate?" Just as Long Chen finished up his soul search, countless powerful auras came charging over from every direction. They had surrounded this space. Chapter 3392 Ying Bakong. Long Chen raised his head and looked around. He was completely surrounded. Also, the few fellows that had been shaking in fear were instantly revitalized. Brat, now you're doomed. This is our falling star gate's senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong. He's the 9th rank heavenly genius of our junior generation, a part of the sacred silver wing hawk eagle race. Kneel and repent. Thousands of experts had come in response to the distress signal, but of all of them, it seemed that this Ying Bakong had the strongest aura. Long Chen eyed this Ying Bakong whose blood qi was like a sea. He had sharp eyes and a hook nose. He was looking coldly at Long Chen, seemingly seeing through his weaknesses. The majority of those that had come were mixed blood. There were only 7 pure blood demonic beasts. The rest were humans, but those humans weren't even qualified to stand at the front. They stood behind the other experts, showing their own inferiority. Brat, what are you just staring for? Kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong will pity you and take you in as a servant, ha ha ha. Laughed one of those humans. I'd advise you to recognize kindness when you see it. Senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong's power isn't something that you can imagine. If you kneel now, you can still be spared. That's right, don't hesitate any longer. Although I want to see senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong's amazing power, I know that he is merciful. Don't make things hard on him. Hesitation won't help. More and more of the human experts chided Long Chen. At the same time as they chided him, they repeatedly praised Ying Bakong's kindness and strength. They fawned all over him, enraging Long Chen. Just when did the human race fall to such a level? They needed to fawn on demonic beasts to survive. They humiliated their fellow humans in order to ingratiate themselves with the demonic beasts. Although Long Chen wasn't sure why such a thing would occur in the integral heaven star field, it didn't matter. The human race had to have their own dignity. Shut your mouths. Long Chen roared thunderously. As a result, a sound wave shattered the nearby mountains, and the people chiding Long Chen instantly felt their heads buzz. They coughed up blood and held their heads, their souls on the verge of collapse. Rather than properly being humans, you just had to turn yourselves into dogs. When did the human race need to beg for other people's charity? You've lost the face of the human race. Long Chen's voice shook people's souls. Their expressions changed. These experts had not expected this human to have such power. Only now did they realize that he was actually powerful. I didn't expect to run into someone tough. Excellent. It just so happens that I need a fighter. Let me place a contractual slave mark on you. I guarantee that you will rise like a shooting star. I won't treat you badly. Ying Bakong stepped forward, pleasantly surprised by Long Chen's shout. In the integral heaven star field, the demonic beast race's power stood at the peak of the cultivation world. They would pick out powerful humans to be their fighters. It could be considered the same as how humans took in demonic beasts as house pets. After forming a contract, they would battle their comrades. However, there were many kinds of contracts. The most unfair ones were naturally the ones involving a slave mark. The person with the slave mark could have their life and death decided by a single thought from their master. Brat, senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong actually has such a high opinion of you. Hurry up and kneel, said one of the humans. He was furious about having his soul in such pain. But even in his rage, he didn't forget to praise Ying Bakong. With a single bark, Long Chen's spiritual strength surged, and that guy's head exploded. His headless corpse then fell to the ground. You'll even sell out your own race. It's clear that you've often helped those beasts bully humans. Keep talking and I'll kill you, said Long Chen furiously. Helping others bully their own race, this was something that Long Chen viewed as a betrayal. In this lifetime, betrayal was the thing he couldn't accept the most. Ha ha ha, even your spiritual strength is so powerful. Good, I really found a treasure this time. I, Ying Bakong, will offer you a chance to have a fair fight. Are you prepared? Long Chen's display only made Ying Bakong feel more excited. His blood qi was already starting to circulate. A powerful housepet was also very important to the demonic beast race. Not only was it a display of power, but it was also a display of status. A powerful housepet had to be subdued with powerful martial might and great bait. The demonic beast race's common practice was to first defeat one, and then offer status, position, resources, and perhaps even beauties, making it sound as if submitting to them led to glory and riches, while resisting only led to death. It was a simple and crude way to subdue the human race. But it was very effective. So Ying Bakong was very moved. I'm prepared. Are your feathers prepared? Long Chen's fury soared. He didn't hate Ying Bakong, but he did hate these gutless humans. Of course, saying that he would take Long Chen in as a housepet was also a great provocation, so Long Chen couldn't hold himself back. Although he knew that this star field was under the control of the demonic beasts, he no longer cared. Ha ha ha, excellent, this is the character that I want. I'll break this character of yours and make you mine. Ying Bakong laughed and spread his arms. The next moment, an eagle cry rang out and his blood chi instantly ignited. The other experts quickly retreated to avoid being blown far into the distance by these chi waves. Senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong is truly amazing. This aura alone is terrifying. Heavens, I really am fortunate to get to see senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong fight again. To be able to see senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong's heroism once more, even in death, I can rest in peace. This aura is a height that we humans could not achieve even if we cultivated for 10,000 years. This is the power of a holy bloodline. It truly is admirable. With Ying Bakong's aura surging out, countless humans started fawning over him. That endless boot licking was nauseating. This wasn't admiration that truly came from within them, it was more like a slave bending the knee and scraping any favor that they could. Long Chen had the urge to kill all of those bootlickers. He had never thought that a person could reach such a level of shamelessness. As expected, the world was huge and full of countless marvels. The void rumbled as Ying Bakong's aura shook everyone. It went without saying that his blood chi was truly powerful. His bloodline was very pure. Are you prepared? I'm about to attack. Remember, the person to defeat you is the great Ying Bakong, the heir of the Silver Wing Hawk Eagle's bloodline. Do you know how many humans have begged me to take them in? I can't even be bothered to reply to them. But you are different. Following me will be your life's wisest decision, said Ying Bakong arrogantly. If you're prepared, just make your move. Today, if I don't pluck all your feathers, you won't understand that boss Long San isn't easy to provoke, sneered Long Chen. Ying Bakong shot through the air, his fingers like talons. His hand then became a silver claw as he instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. Chapter 3393 Beat you until you're convinced. A claw tore through the air, bringing with it a whistling gust that tore up the earth. This attack's power was quite heavy. Ying Bakong was clearly enraged. You can go wild if you wish. But don't go past the limit that I permit, shouted Ying Bakong as he attacked. A feathered bird also has a limit. If I tell you to endure it, then you have to endure it. Long Chen snorted and unleashed a palm, just like that, without any flashy technique. At the next moment, a metallic explosion boomed, chi waves erupted, and a crunching sound rang out. Cheers rang out from the other experts. Just as they were about to say some fawning words over how Ying Bakong shattered Long Chen's arm with one attack, they heard a scream. Blood then sprayed through the air. After that, their figures parted. They saw Long Chen's upper body was covered in blood, and he was clutching a bloody arm. And when they looked at Ying Bakong, they saw that he was pale. His arm had left his body. They were dumbfounded. Ying Bakong's arm had been ripped off. It had to be known that he had the body of a demonic beast. Their physical bodies were all very powerful, comparable to divine weapons. But his arm had simply been torn off just like that. Just what kind of terrifying power did that require? You have some skill. Good. You are qualified to make me use my full power. Ying Bakong's expression was gloomy. At this moment, the space behind him rumbled and his manifestation appeared. It was a silver divine bird with 2 wings. After that, an ancient desolate air spread. Ying Bakong's blood chi grew explosively, and his entire body shone. Moreover, the arm that Long Chen had torn off actually grew out once more. Ying Bakong was bathed in the divine light of that divine bird. Right now, a halo of light surrounded him. The current him had finally unleashed his full power. Ying Bakong has finally gotten serious. This battle is over. This fool, he has actually angered senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong. He's definitely dead now. Maybe not. Ying Bakong wants him as a battle pet. It's just up to whether or not he has the fortune to make senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong show mercy. As Ying Bakong's manifestation rumbled, everyone began to discuss this change. Of course, all this discussion was nothing more than flattery and fawning. The human race really is contemptible. If I don't show you some power, you'll never know what respect is. Today, I'll show everyone what true power is, a power that a human like you could not achieve even after an entire lifetime of cultivation. Ying Bakong's silver wings suddenly came out of the manifestation and shrouded the heavens. A pair of wings smashed down from the heavens like heavenly blades. Just as everyone thought that the land would be torn apart, those silver wings stopped in midair. A hand caught them. Everyone, including Ying Bakong, was completely shocked. This terrifying attack had been caught barehanded and without the slightest aura leaking out. In other words, Long Chen's power far surpassed Ying Bakong's. Otherwise, there was no way he could do this so effortlessly. Are you done bragging? Then it should be my turn now. Long Chen then tightened his grip, and those giant wings shattered in front of everyone's stupefied gaze. These silver wings that were made of bloodline power and heavenly Tao energy were crushed just like that. Ying Bakong coughed up blood. That was a bloodline divine ability connected to his soul, so the destruction of the wings also injured him. Suddenly, the earth exploded with a stamp of Long Chen's foot. He shot toward Ying Bakong, unleashing a punch to his abdomen. He was so fast that it was almost impossible to see him with the naked eye. By the time Ying Bakong reacted, he was already struck. His body instantly curled up like a shrimp, and blood spurted out of his mouth. This one punch almost made his body explode. Ying Bakong's body smashed through several large mountains. Long Chen then stamped on the air and chased after him. Suddenly, a giant silver eagle appeared. It spread its wings, filling heaven and earth. After that, a terrible aura erupted and terrified everyone. Senior apprentice brother Ying Bakong has summoned his true body. That brat is done now. However, very quickly, something that they had never imagined before occurred. After summoning his true body and unleashing that frightening aura, Ying Bakong spread his wings and soared away. Rather than shooting at Long Chen, he flew in the opposite direction. He actually chose to flee. Those experts were left dumbfounded. It had to be known that a demonic beast was in their strongest state when they summoned their true bodies. Ying Bakong had actually summoned his true form to flee. They couldn't believe it. From the start, Long Chen had not revealed his aura. So, they were unable to tell just how powerful he was. However, Ying Bakong was actually so terrified that he fled. They then realized that they were wrong. In his true form, Ying Bakong's spiritual perception was also more perceptive, giving him a better sense of danger. Just as he summoned his true body and prepared to go all out against Long Chen, an intense sensation of danger filled him, as if Long Chen's body concealed an ominous beast that would devour him in one gulp. Hence, he instinctively fled. Unfortunately for him, just as he fled, Long Chen vanished from his original location. By the time he reappeared, he was already on Ying Bakong's back. With a single kick, Ying Bakong tumbled to the ground, smashing a large hole in the ground. Countless feathers then flew off. The place that Long Chen had kicked lost all its feathers. Those feathers were Ying Bakong's defensive armor, and this one kick had essentially stripped him of his armor. All this time, Long Chen had been in the netherworld increasing his power, and the experts that he had encountered were all supremely powerful, so powerful that he was powerless to resist. Now that he was back in the immortal world, he finally noticed that his body had completely transformed. He was like a completely different person from his old self. His physical body was so powerful that he didn't need any other power. He could entirely rely on just the ordinary power of his physical body to fight. He didn't even need to circulate his blood qi. This was why those people were unable to sense his power and had continuously provoked him. Ying Bakong continued to flee for his life, but Long Chen was faster than him. With every attack, he sent Ying Bakong flying, and a mass of his feathers fell. In just a short amount of time, this silver eagle covered in feathers had become a bald chicken. His wings were broken and his legs were made tame. Moreover, his neck was askew as he knelt on the ground, on his last breaths. Seeing Long Chen raising his foot at him again, Ying Bakong suddenly cried out. "I admit defeat. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your battle pet." Chapter 3394 Sacred Pill Hall. Ying Bakong finally admitted defeat, and only then did Long Chen stop. Ying Bakong had been badly beaten. It was unknown just how many times his bones had been broken. Now, his body was completely deformed. Long Chen didn't kill him. He only condensed a spiritual seal and placed it on the latter's head. Ying Bakong's body then quivered. Just like that, a spiritual mark was placed on his soul. After that, Ying Bakong returned to human form. His face was black and blue from the beating, and his aura was also in disarray. Long Chen had almost crippled him. The spiritual mark one gave you isn't a slave seal. It will vanish in 10 days. During these 10 days, you have to listen to my orders. After 10 days, you can scram, said Long Chen indifferently. Ying Bakong had long since lost his previous arrogance. After being violently beaten, the arrogant flames within him were extinguished. Originally, he had thought that he would become a slave, but he was stirred when he heard Long Chen say this. Really? Asked Ying Bakong, pleasantly surprised. Of course, with your talent and power, do you think you're even qualified to follow Boss Long San? Snorted Long Chen. If I didn't have some use for you, I'd have killed you with a slap. Ying Bakong went from dispirited to invigorated in an instant. He had just fallen to hell and was dragged back out. He only needed to listen to Long Chen's orders for 10 days. That was the greatest blessing of his life. Many thanks, Master. Ying Bakong's mood truly changed quickly, and he directly called Long Chen Master. It seemed that compared to the human race, the thinking of demonic beasts was far simpler. Tell me, what did you come to this place for? What's going on in the ancient Orchid Domain's auspicious cloud prefecture? Long Chen had done a soul search, but it wasn't a brute force soul search. He only got some fragmentary information. Master, we, PFFT. Ying Bakong suddenly coughed up blood. His aura then fell rapidly. In his excitement at not being forever enslaved, he forgot to suppress his injuries. The beating that Long Chen had given him was quite severe, so his wounds flared. Seeing this, Long Chen took out a medicinal pill and gave it to him. As the medicinal energy spread throughout Ying Bakong's body, he seemed to go from almost dead to bursting with life in just a short moment. His wounds mostly recovered, and he was shocked. Many thanks, Master. This medicinal pill of yours is marvelous. I feel like it's not at all inferior to the medicinal pills of the Sacred Pill Hall, or perhaps even greater. The Sacred Pill Hall? You speak of one of Lord Brahma's 4 halls? Asked Long Chen in surprise. Lord Brahma had 4 halls beneath him, the 9 Underworld Hall, the Bloodkill Hall, the Sacred Pill Hall, and the Martial God Hall. Long Chen had already encountered the 9 Underworld Hall and the Bloodkill Hall. But the Sacred Pill Hall and the Martial God Hall didn't exist in the Heavenly Swell domain. So, he hadn't expected to run into them here. Yes, the Sacred Pill Hall is the strongest force in the integral heaven star field. It possesses absolute authority here. The cultivators of this domain can essentially be split into 4 tiers. The lowest tier is the human race. The middle tier is the half-beasts, half-demons. The high tier is the demonic beast race. Above the demonic beast race are the alchemists of the Sacred Pill Hall. Their statuses are such that even my demonic beast race must bow in greeting toward them. I was once badly wounded and spent a great deal of money to buy a healing pill from the Sacred Pill Hall. It was truly effective, comparable to Master's divine pill, said Ying Bakong. It had to be known that the Sacred Pill Hall's medicinal pills were very expensive. To demonic beasts, ordinary medicinal pills were of limited effect. Thus, when they were injured, they would normally rely on themselves to recuperate rather than buy pills. However, a random pill that Long Chen tossed out almost fully healed Ying Bakong, so he was filled with shock. He began to wonder about Long Chen's status. He vaguely felt like he had run into a supremely terrifying figure. The disciples of the Falling Star Gate didn't know what to do. Their rank 9 heavenly genius had actually become someone else's battle pet. If that spread, how could the Falling Star Gate's disciples face the world? However, even Ying Bakong had been beaten into submission, so the rest of them didn't even have the courage to fight. They only stealthily sent transmissions to Ying Bakong. Ying Bakong pretended that he couldn't even hear them. Considering that he now had Long Chen's spiritual seal on him, these messages were no different than harming him. We're going. Long Chen didn't want to be stared at by these people, so he brought Ying Bakong away. In order to suck up to Long Chen, Ying Bakong directly summoned his true form to fly away with Long Chen on his body. However, just as he did, he realized that he didn't have a single feather on his body. It was exceptionally ugly. He hastily put away his true form and silently followed behind Long Chen. They then found a secluded place where Long Chen asked him about the situation in the integral heaven star field. Ying Bakong clearly knew more. According to his story, the ancient Orchid Domain was the most prosperous domain in this star field. As for the auspicious Cloud Prefecture, it was the core of the star field. There were several world kings standing guard over this place. Actually, the master of his Falling Star Gate was a half-step world king, a terrifying greater demon. Almost all the powers within the integral heaven star field were created by demonic beasts. As for the human race, they were just subordinates. The sacred pill hall was the highest level ruler of this place. The medicinal pills that they refined were mostly for demonic beasts. Thus, they ruled this star field of demonic beasts. However, the sacred pill hall also showed great consideration for the human race. They did not permit the demonic beast race to fully suppress the human race. In this domain, the two could coexist peacefully. That was what resulted in there being particularly many mixed blood descendants of the beast race and the human race. But the human race here was in the habit of hugging the legs of the powerful demonic beasts because their bloodlines could be directly transmitted to the next generation. At the very least, their physical bodies would be dozens of times stronger than pure human experts. The sacred pill hall actually did such a thing. Long Chen was surprised, but he then shook his head. One of Lord Brahma's subordinates definitely wouldn't do something so good for no benefit. They definitely had some scheme. The integral heaven star field was prospering. It had been in an era of peace for countless years, and no large battles had erupted within. Thus, whether they were humans or demonic beasts, they all viewed this place as a wonderful home. Even if the human race's position was lower, countless experts of the human race were still willing to cross domains and come here. The most surprising thing to Long Chen was that this star field didn't have the Wuxian Trading Company. Such a large place that was flourishing actually didn't have the Wuxian Trading Company in it. That implied quite a few problems. Could it be that the sacred pill hall refused to permit it? Long Chen suddenly recalled that he had gone to many domains that had the Wuxian Trading Company but no sacred pill hall. Could it be that the two could not coexist within the same place? That's right, you're all at the peak of the four-peak realm. What is going on? Asked Long Chen. All the experts from the Falling Star Gate were at the same realm. That was very curious. We came to participate in the Divine Lord Immortal Realm that opens only once every 10 years. We are going to break through to the Divine Lord Realm inside of it. Did you not come here for that purpose as well? Asked Ying Bakong in confusion. The Divine Lord Immortal Realm. Break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Long Chen's heart leapt. Wasn't that precisely what he needed? Was that a coincidence? Or had Wu Tian intentionally set it up for him? Now, it was interesting. Chapter 3395 Heavenly Geniuses Gather. Through a detailed explanation, Long Chen learned that this time, the auspicious cloud domain had gathered all the experts in the integral heaven star field that were at the peak of the four-peak realm. Many four-peak experts that could have long since broken through to the Divine Lord Realm had actually sealed their cultivation bases just to wait for the Divine Lord Immortal Realm to open. The Divine Lord Immortal Realm was a sacred land created jointly by the forces of the entire integral heaven star field. This immortal realm was controlled by the sacred pill hall and was opened every 10 years. It was said that the Divine Lord Immortal Realm drew in energy from 8 different worlds. Every 10 years, the immortal spiritual chi inside reached a peak, and advancing to the Divine Lord Realm inside was far easier, with an almost 100% success rate. For the human race, they normally advanced with over a 90% success rate. But amongst demonic beasts, only 60% would succeed in advancing. Of 10 demonic beasts, around 4 would die to their tribulation. Demonic beasts possessed terrifyingly powerful physical bodies, but at the same time, their heavenly tribulations were exceptionally terrifying as well. Thus, this Divine Lord Immortal Realm was a sacred place for the demonic beast race. As for humans, advancing there could allow their realm to be more stable, and their four-peak power would once more rise. It was a huge opportunity. Naturally, countless people would prepare for this opportunity when the immortal realm was about to be opened. Some people who had missed the last opening of the realm would be willing to even wait a full 10 years. The Divine Lord Immortal Realm was very famous in the integral heaven star field. Every time it was opened, quite a few experts from other star fields would be drawn over. However, if those experts wanted to participate in the opening of this immortal realm, they had to receive a tablet from the sacred pill hall and make a contractual agreement to stay within the integral heaven star field for 1,000 years, or sire at least 10 children before leaving. It was this condition that resulted in there being particularly many races within the integral heaven star field. However, some of the more powerful demonic beast races had very strict requirements for marrying with the human race. The humans that they married had to have great talent, or they would be expelled. As for Ying Bakong's silver wing hawk eagle, it was above average in the integral heaven star field. It was a rather awkward position where it did have some fame but couldn't squeeze into the ranks of the truly powerful races. As for the falling star gate that he was part of, it was created by the falling star divine sparrow race. The silver-wing hawk eagle had attached themselves to this race. The falling star divine sparrow race could be considered a first-rate force in the integral heaven star field, and many bird-type demonic beasts would join their side. In truth, demonic beasts weren't all united. There were many conflicts between the various races, especially between flying birds, land beasts, scaled beasts, armored beasts, and such. Although everyone in the core of the star field, the ancient orchid domain, would reserve themselves, quite a few secret battles still occurred constantly. It was very bloody. The peace that appeared on the surface was covering up quite a few bloody undercurrents. It was simply that everyone wanted profit and had no choice but to listen to the sacred pill hall. Also, the sacred pill hall didn't bother with their secret squabbling. As long as it didn't erupt into large-scale wars, they wouldn't come out to mediate. That was why even after coming to this peaceful place, Ying Bakong and the others had come in groups and brought distress signals. If they did encounter their enemies, who knew whether or not their enemies would simply erase them without anyone being the wiser? Naturally, in the same line of thought, if they did encounter smaller squads of their enemies, they also wouldn't hesitate to wipe them out. According to the rules, the experts coming to the ancient orchid domain could only be at the Four-Peak realm. In other words, the sacred pill hall refused to permit outsiders in other realms to appear in the ancient orchid domain for the opening of the divine Lord Immortal realm. This was for fear of someone crazy coming in. If that crazy person was a world king, they might start a slaughter if they encountered people they had enmity with. They might even tear them out by the roots. In order to prevent such a large-scale slaughter, the sacred pill hall carried out a strict testing at the entrances to the ancient orchid domain. Only small groups were allowed past. Thus, even if a single power had hundreds of thousands of disciples, they couldn't all stay together. They could only hurry on to the auspicious Cloud Prefecture. As for whether or not they would encounter enemies on the way, that was up to luck. They were all in the Four-Peak realm, so Long Chen was delighted by that. If that was the case, what would he need to worry about? The thing that excited him the most was that no one here recognized him. Back then, he had entrusted the Huayan Trading Company with spreading his name. But this region didn't have the Huayan Trading Company, so no one knew who Boss Long San was. Furthermore, this place also didn't have the Bloodkill Hall and the Nine Underworld Hall. As for the Sacred Pill Hall, it didn't seem likely that they would know of him. He didn't need to have so many misgivings. Just as Long Chen was listening to Ying Bakong's explanation about the integral heaven star field, a peal of laughter rang out from above them. Hundreds of experts had surrounded them. Long Chen had long since sensed these people. But he had been listening to Ying Bakong and thought that these people were just passing by. He hadn't expected them to be coming right for them. Long Chen eyed these people. They were wearing the same robes as Ying Bakong. In other words, they were also disciples of the Falling Star Gate. As for their leader, his face was like a donkey. He had two hooks growing out of his back, and his body was long and thin. He was incomparably ugly. When he smiled, it revealed his protruding teeth, making him appear even uglier. Ying Bakong's expression instantly grew ugly when he saw this man. That donkey-faced man laughed at Ying Bakong delightedly. Ying Bakong, ah, Ying Bakong. You really grow more and more useless. You actually became a battle pet of a human. Our falling star gates, no, the face of the entire flying beast race has been lost by you. How can someone like you be fit to challenge me for the 8th rank? Ha ha ha, what a joke. The donkey-faced man's laughter was like the braying of a donkey. Clearly, despite being from the same sect, they were not friends. As for the other disciples, they stared oddly at Ying Bakong. They came because they had received a distress signal. After that, upon hearing that Ying Bakong had been defeated and brought away by a human, they didn't dare to believe it. They then directly set off in the direction that Ying Bakong's subordinates had indicated. In just a bit, they quickly caught up and saw Ying Bakong submissively answering Long Chen's questions. Ying Bakong was shaking with rage. This donkey-faced man was someone he hated the most. Being mocked by him drove him crazy. His laughter in particular was an ear-piercing sound. Now, it pierced Ying Bakong's heart as well. At this moment, a single finger pointed at the donkey-faced man's head. A bolt of lightning then pierced through his head, and that laughter came to a sudden stop. Sorry, I really can't handle that laughter of yours. It really is powerful. In front of all their shocked gazes, Long Chen apologetically lowered his finger that still flickered with lightning. Chapter 3396 Lightning Falcon Race. After that finger moved, the donkey-faced man fell to the ground, and his body returned to its original form. He was actually a vulture. His death stunned even Ying Bakong. Although Ying Bakong detested this fellow, the latter's power was indeed slightly higher than his own. He had been suppressed for so many years, with his ranking never surpassing this fellow's. However, this old opponent of his was killed just like that, and it looked completely effortless. Because of this, he suddenly felt a chill. Now he understood just how lucky he was that Long Chen hadn't wanted to kill him. If he had, then there would no longer be a Ying Bakong in this world. A single corpse at the Four-Peak Realm. Long Chen didn't even bother taking it. Ying Bakong had those disciples put away the corpse and leave. Master, we should go too. The ancient orchid domain is enormous. It will take a few days for us to reach the auspicious Cloud Prefecture, and we'll also need to worry about other experts, said Ying Bakong respectfully once those disciples left. Long Chen nodded. The auspicious Cloud Prefecture was where all the heavenly geniuses of the entire star field were gathering. All kinds of conflicts would erupt when such arrogant figures were stuffed into close proximity. Things would not be peaceful. Long Chen felt that this was another way to eliminate the weaker people. The Sacred Pill Hall did not permit large-scale battles. Then it seemed that they could only allow these smaller-scale battles to occur. The two of them then continued on their way. Other groups were moving carefully, but Long Chen didn't care. He just followed the best path, unafraid of anyone. They saw quite a few battlefields on the way along with some corpses. However, what irritated Long Chen was that those corpses were all human. Based on the bloodstains, humans weren't the only ones that had fought and died. It was simply that the corpses that weren't of the human race had been taken away by others. Only the human corpses were left to rot in the wilderness. Long Chen did have the urge to bury those people so that they could rest in peace, but thinking about the attitude of these humans, he shook his head. These pitiful people were also hateful. It wasn't worth being sympathetic toward them. Suddenly, they saw sand and dust erupting, and battle roars shook the sky. A battle of thousands of experts had started. After that, they saw giant birds flying, their claws raking through the air, tearing apart the clouds. Black pythons also surged through the air, unleashing black mist as they fought the divine birds. It's the scaled eagle and the black python races. They're mortal enemies. They'll immediately start a life and death battle as soon as they see each other, explained Ying Bakong. The two of them arrived at the edge of the battlefield, and the battle seemed to already be over. After all, the number disparity between the two sides was immense. Clearly, the black python race must have launched a sneak attack against the other side. Ying Bakong whispered that they should go around the battlefield. Although he wasn't part of the scaled falcon race, they were both bird races. It was all too easy for him to be viewed as another enemy. Furthermore, there were only two people in their group, and these experts might treat them as an easy target. But Long Chen ignored his suggestion and continued walking along the path, going by the edge of the battlefield. The black python race instantly noticed Ying Bakong and narrowed their eyes. Their gazes turned toward the two of them. Ying Bakong's hair stood on end. Amongst these people were 6 whose auras were similar to his, as well as thousands of their underlings. As expected, what he was afraid of occurred. Sensing no one else around, they immediately surrounded the two of them. Long Chen didn't even seem to see the experts blocking his way. He emotionlessly said, "If you don't want to die, scram." His footsteps were not slowing down at all. "Little human, you dare to spout such big words. Die." The black python race's experts shouted and collapsed on Long Chen. Long Chen raised a hand. After that, the temperature of the air instantly soared and countless flame runes danced in his hand. Flame pillars condensed, forming a giant flame prison. As a result, the black pythons in his way were all caught inside. It rapidly shrank. Before the attacking black pythons even understood what was happening, it shrank into the size of a single fist. As for the black pythons inside, they were crushed, turning into nothing more than blood mist that was incinerated by the flames. Their bodies and souls were wiped out. The rest of the black pythons that weren't inside the prison were terrified out of their minds. When they finally did recover their wits, they immediately fled for their lives. As for Ying Bakong, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Long Chen had instantly killed so many experts. It was far too easy, like it didn't require the slightest effort. The absolute power that Long Chen had displayed finally terrified Ying Bakong. He even felt that their falling gate star's #1 heavenly genius might not be a match for Long Chen. The two of them then continued onward. Anyone who dared to block their path was directly wiped out by Long Chen. Long Chen didn't encounter any powerful opponents on his way. The domineeringness that Long Chen displayed made Ying Bakong lose any feelings of sadness at being defeated. Instead, he started to feel like being Long Chen's servant wasn't an embarrassing thing. Perhaps it was actually something for him to be proud of. He didn't need to dodge other people's attacks now. Furthermore, when he ate the second pill from Long Chen, his feathers regrew and he directly summoned his true body, bringing Long Chen flying toward the auspicious cloud domain. It went without saying that with his silver feathers, Ying Bakong's speed was amazing. He sliced through the air. The sight of him flying all out drew the attention of countless experts, but those experts were even more shocked when they saw Long Chen on his back. In the integral heaven star field, it was always demonic beasts taking in humans as battle servants. They had never heard of a demonic beast submitting to a human. If a demonic beast was carrying a human, it was essentially becoming their mount. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out in the distance, and a bolt of lightning shot through the air. Ying Bakong was flying at full power, but that bolt of lightning shot right past him, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Its speed was astonishing. Even Long Chen jumped in shock. It was his first time seeing such speed in the immortal world. Ying Bakong was already quite fast, but he was practically standing still in front of that bolt of lightning. Long Chen had only vaguely seen a silver bird within the lightning. It wasn't particularly big, perhaps only a few meters long, but its aura gave even Long Chen a sense of pressure. That was definitely a powerful existence. Long Chen instantly put away his contempt. It seemed that the integral heaven star field was actually quite powerful, and he simply hadn't encountered those real experts yet. Such astonishing speed was a first for him. The person with that speed would be able to strike like lightning, giving no room to counterattack. The Lightning Falcon race's Emperor bloodline has also appeared, said Ying Bakong, his voice quivering. Chapter 3397 Elephant Emperor War Chariot. With Ying Bakong flying at full speed, in just a day and night, Long Chen could already sense several powerful auras rushing in the same direction from a distance away. They truly traveled quickly. Those who dared to travel so recklessly were all powerful existences that were unafraid of being surrounded and besieged. As for Long Chen, people had tried to stop him 7 times during this trip. However, those people were all directly killed with a slap. Although Long Chen's aura was suppressed, true experts would be able to sense the pressure that a person gave them. So, those who would block him were all second-rate trash. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. As for Ying Bakong, he had gained quite a few spatial rings during this time, making plentiful gains. As a fellow demonic beast, there were many things that they had that were useful to him. So, it could be said that Long Chen had brought him an immense fortune. After this day and night of flying, Long Chen started seeing auspicious clouds filling the sky. Also, the spiritual qi was extremely dense, and multicolored light shone throughout this place. It was like a rainbow sea. Master, this is the auspicious cloud prefecture, the most flourishing prefecture of the entire integral heaven star field. Other than those participating in the Divine Lord Immortal Realm's opening, there are no other outsiders. Even for our falling star gate, other than the disciples, there are only 10 people with a spot to participate in the gathering. In this place, as long as you have money, you can buy anything that you dream of, said Ying Bakong excitedly as he watched the auspicious clouds roil. This was his first time coming to the auspicious cloud prefecture. It was a famous location that had changed the fates of countless people. It was somewhere people dreamed of coming to. Suddenly, a large man like an iron tower came crashing toward the two of them in an ancient chariot. He was like a meteor. This was a powerful human expert, with a very powerful blood qi. Such a thing was rare amongst humans. As for the chariot, it was unknown what material it was made out of. However, it was heavy and ancient, giving off a wild desolate qi. As a result, the space in front of it was constantly compressed and exploding from its pressure. Moreover, it was incredibly fast. Long Chen was staring at the rainbow mist when it reached him. Long Chen then pulled Ying Bakong, and they instantly moved like lightning, avoiding the chariot. A surprised sound came from inside the chariot. It seemed that the owner was quite surprised that Long Chen could dodge. However, it simply whistled by at top speed. Although the driver had shouted at them to get out of the way, he hadn't actually given them the time to do so. Furthermore, he was crashing the chariot straight at them, clearly with the intent to kill the two of them. Long Chen was infuriated. This fellow was too arrogant. If he hadn't been caught off guard, he would have smashed that chariot apart. It's the Elephant Emperor War Chariot. The Mammoth Divine Elephant race has also come. The person inside is definitely set to be the Mammoth Divine Elephant race's next leader. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to use the Elephant Emperor War Chariot, said Ying Bakong. He was covered in cold sweat. With that speed, if it hadn't been for Long Chen pulling him aside, he would have crushed to bits. It was only after a moment that he recovered his wits and said, "Many thanks for saving my life, master." The Mammoth Divine Elephant race. Long Chen was slightly surprised. He had heard of it before. It was quite famous and was said to be a species from the immemorial era, one of the brute power-oriented demonic beasts. The one controlling the chariot actually possessed such astonishing blood qi, but that human was nothing more than the driver. The true expert was inside. Even so, that person had not revealed themselves, and the chariot was also concealing their aura. However, just as the war chariot flew by, Long Chen vaguely felt a blood qi as vast as a sea. There was definitely a terrifying expert inside. Something huge might just occur. The Lightning Falcon race's Emperor bloodline has appeared, as well as the new leader of the Mammoth Divine Elephant race. This opening of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm will definitely not be simple. Those two races possess their own inheritance lands specialized for their own advancement, so they would normally only send a few members to give some face to the Sacred Pill Hall. Master, you also said that you sensed several powerful auras on the way. It seems that this time, it's going to be extraordinary, said Ying Bakong. It would be best if it wasn't ordinary. I really did come at the right time. Long Chen smiled. Wu Tian had truly picked the best spot. He had actually sent him here. If Long Chen didn't grasp this chance, he would be letting down his big brother. When they got closer to the auspicious cloud region, Long Chen clearly felt the spiritual qi grow more abundant. Furthermore, the closer they got, the more abundant it was. They quickly saw the prefecture city, and even Long Chen had never expected this city to be so huge. There was already a long line in front of the gates. According to Ying Bakong, they had just started, so the line wasn't too long. If they had taken a few more days, the line would probably stretch for 10,000 miles. There were 8 entrances. Every entrance had quite a few experts lined up, and only one entrance had no queue. That was the entrance for foreign experts. With that, Ying Bakong entered through a different entrance, while Long Chen went to that one alone. There were 2 stern-faced elders by that gate. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, and their blood qi had already declined. Although they were heaven-tier immortal kings, they were so old that it was like they had turned into wood. A heaven-tier immortal king had a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. So, for these elders to be in this state, they had probably reached their limit. Their expressions naturally weren't too good. When Long Chen arrived, they almost seemed to be asleep. Only when Long Chen knocked on the table did they finally raise their eyes at him. It seemed that they were dissatisfied with how he had knocked on the table, so they irritably tossed a tablet to him and pointed to the stone tablet at the side without a word. Long Chen eyed the tablet. It told people how to register with it. They just had to carve their own name and add a drop of blood on it to register. Long Chen then wrote Long San, only to accidentally add a boss, turning it into Boss Long San. Long Chen wanted to ask if he could change it, but he found that those 2 elders were completely ignoring him. It was like they were sleeping. Long Chen frowned. If they were going to be so uncaring, he wouldn't care either. He directly dripped a drop of blood on it, and the tablet flashed. After that, the elder received the tablet, wrote something else on it, and then returned it to Long Chen. He then waved his hand as if telling Long Chen to scram. He entered just like that. Was there no need to confirm his status? They didn't even ask Long Chen anything. He was surprised by this. However, just as he entered the gate, a group of people surrounded him with unfriendly expressions. Chapter 3398 Establishing Might Before the City. Human race brat, you need to pay a toll. A small group of experts surrounded Long Chen, their leader being an exceptionally thick person. Long Chen was very direct and replied with a single word. From Ying Bakong, Long Chen learned that the integral heaven star field's human race was not united at all. There were often cases of humans conning humans, using their status as part of the human race to trick their fellow humans. As for these fellows, they were clearly part of that group. They were actually keeping an eye on this entrance, which was for people outside this star field. Those outsiders had come to this place due to its reputation, but they might be unaware of the rules inside, so some people set their sights on them. Long Chen eyed these people. It seemed that they thought he needed to pay to go through their customs. Perhaps if they found a big sheep, they might be able to trick it into coming with them before killing it in a place no one else was watching. Naturally, this was a major reason why many demonic beasts looked down on the human race in the integral heaven star field. It was due to seeing this trash. Long Chen could instantly tell what kind of crap they were, so he directly told them to scram. "Brat, you're courting death." Their leader shouted angrily. Seeing that Long Chen didn't seem to be so powerful, he reached out to grab Long Chen's neck and teach him a lesson. However, Long Chen slapped him, sending him tumbling back and startling the others. They were about to make a move when Long Chen slapped them as well. With a few simple stamps of his foot, he broke their arms and legs. They then screamed. Most terrifying of all, Long Chen left a trace of flame energy in their broken bones, making them unable to heal and torturing them. Rather than being proper humans, you decide to be dogs, harming your own race to make some black money. How many people have fallen into your trap? Long Chen looked at them with disgust. As for the two elders that had handled his tablet, they looked back in astonishment. "What are you looking at? If you want to die now, I'll help you out. You still want to dredge up better coffin materials right before your death?" shouted Long Chen at them. It was unknown if they were afraid of Long Chen or if they simply knew how to mind their own businesses, but those elders really did turn away and act like they hadn't seen anything. Clearly, without the tacit agreement from the two old fellows, these scums wouldn't dare to so openly block people here. Their cultivation bases were only average. If they didn't have the support of others, they wouldn't dare to mess around. To put it frankly, while these scums did the work, the majority of the money would enter the pockets of those two old ghosts. This was a profitable relationship. Long Chen had seen such a thing many times before. What Long Chen hated the most was that these idiots were actually willing to betray their own race just for such little profit. The main profit was taken by others. At this moment, quite a few gazes turned toward Long Chen due to the disturbance. Most of them were demonic beasts, and they began to point as if there was a good show. Their expressions were all disdainful. "Scram, next time I see you harm your own race, I'll make you regret being born." Long Chen kicked them, pulling back his flame energy. He didn't wish to be a show for others to laugh at. As if they had obtained a pardon from a death sentence, those people hastily got up and slipped away without a trace. The show's over so quickly. How boring. One group had just walked through another entrance when Long Chen shooed these humans away. A dog biting other dogs, leaving it with a mouthful of hair. "It's not that boring. The human race is quite interesting," laughed one demonic beast. "Is it so interesting?" Long Chen also laughed. He walked toward that group, and his smile was a bit different from these people's. It was a bit dangerous. But these people were unfamiliar with Long Chen and didn't know what lay behind his smile. "Of course, it's interesting. Now there's no one else for you to bite. Why don't you bark like a good dog?" sneered that demonic beast. "I haven't heard a dog bark before. Why don't you demonstrate first?" said Long Chen with a smile. He was already quite close to them. That person laughed and really did start to demonstrate. He was then shoved by someone beside him. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked by Long Chen. His expression was twisted. "Inferior human race, you dare to toy with the great demonic beast race. Kneel." A terrifying will suddenly crashed down, causing everyone's heart to shake. Someone really did kneel, but it wasn't Long Chen. It was that demonic beast. He knelt so hard that his bones broke and his knees deformed. His entire body was practically crawling toward Long Chen. It was truly like he was entirely devout to Long Chen. The other demonic beasts were all shocked and retreated. Their souls were in pain in front of that will, and their bodies quivered. Long Chen's will was targeted at this one person. The rest were barely affected, but just sensing that will terrified them. It was like they were facing the ruler of the world. A single thought could wipe them out of existence. That demonic beast guy prostrated himself toward Long Chen, his entire body shaking. He then pressed down on the ground with his hands, trying to stand, but he couldn't. "The human race inferior. If we really are inferior, why do you all take human form? If we are inferior, I suppose you would all rather die than submit. If not, raise your head," said Long Chen, clasping his hands behind him and looking down on that person. That person suddenly coughed up blood. In front of Long Chen's will, he was powerless. His soul was quivering, on the verge of collapse. I submit." Ultimately, he chose to submit. If he displayed any further resistance, he really would be crushed to death by Long Chen's will. The difference was too great. Long Chen was even more terrifying than his master, who was a half-step world king, so this person could only submit to save his life. After that, that terrifying will vanished and the invisible pressure was gone. The world returned to its normal appearance as if nothing had happened. However, now when people looked at Long Chen, there were no longer any looks of mocking. At this time, Ying Bakong walked over. He had just entered the city, in time to see Long Chen's will crushing that person. As for the person Long Chen had just crushed, he was actually an expert whom Ying Bakong greatly respected. Seeing this scene, now when Ying Bakong called Long Chen master, it felt like an honor. In front of countless dumbfounded gazes, Long Chen and Ying Bakong went deeper into the city. At this moment, these haughty demonic beasts finally formed a trace of respect for the human race. Chapter 3399. Are you interested in being my companion? After passing through 3 barriers, Long Chen finally entered the prefecture city. These 3 barriers weren't to block enemies but to seal the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside, making it so that the auspicious cloud prefecture's spiritual chi could only enter but not leave. That was why every 10 years, the spiritual chi inside the auspicious cloud prefecture would reach a peak, to the point that it formed the auspicious clouds. This was a sacred land containing all the power of the star field. So, this event was a huge move, one that even shocked Long Chen. Inside the city, spiritual chi washed over him, cleansing his heart and body. All his pores automatically opened and that feeling was hard to forget. As expected of the holy land of the integral heaven star field. Its reputation is not fake. Ying Bakong was extremely moved to be bathed by this spiritual chi. He had finally reached this legendary place. It really is a good place. Long Chen also couldn't help nodding. He felt an indescribable closeness to this place, as if this place was welcoming him. Even his anger at the provocations of the demonic beast race faded. Master, causing a fuss outside the barriers is okay. Even killing people can be done if not done so brazenly. But here, everything is overseen by the sacred Pill Hall. They are the absolute authority, and they will not tolerate a challenge. You cannot fight people here, warned Ying Bakong. What if someone provokes me? Asked Long Chen. Don't worry, no one would dare to take the initiative in attacking you. They will respect the rules, swore Ying Bakong. All right then, Long Chen nodded. Speaking of which, what will happen if I do fight? Anyone who fights here will be subdued by the sacred Pill Hall's experts. If you don't resist, you'll be punished lightly or expelled depending on the severity. If you resist though or injure one of those people, you will immediately be killed. There are world kings standing guard over this place, and not just one. Let alone disciples like us, even the overlords of the major powers in this star field have to be obedient here, said Ying Bakong. I'm just worried that some idiot will show off in front of me. My temper isn't very good, said Long Chen. Master, you still have to endure. You can always settle things after entering the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. Don't fight here. Ying Bakong jumped in shock at Long Chen's insistence. If Long Chen really did fight here, he might also be implicated. He had waited several years for this opportunity. Fine, I'll just take it easy. Long Chen waved his hand. In any case, he would just do his best. He knew that with the birth of his heart devil, the more he suppressed himself, the more the dark energy would nourish his heart devil. His heart devil was very happy for him to be angered, as the dark energy was the foundation for its growth. Long Chen couldn't suppress himself too hard. Otherwise, once the power of his heart devil grew too strong, it would control him. Speaking of which, Master, Ying Bakong suddenly became embarrassed. Master, you're an outsider. You can enter the auspicious cloud prefecture for free, but if you want to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, you need to pay quite a fee. How much money do you have? If you're only missing a bit, I do have some here from plundering a few people. But if you're missing too much, we'll need to think of something else, said Ying Bakong. Native experts could rely on the spots given to them by their sects. They would be given a few immortal king crystals to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. An ordinary human needed to pay 10, while a mixed blood person needed to pay 30. On the other hand, demonic beasts had to pay more depending on the strength of their bloodline, going from 100 to 1000. The stronger their bloodline, the more spiritual chi they would absorb when they advanced to the Divine Lord Realm. In order to make sure that this place could be opened every 10 years, they needed to charge more money for the people who used up more spiritual qi. The likes of Ying Bakong needed to pay 170 immortal king crystals. That was almost his entire wealth. Although he had robbed a few people on the way, leaving him with almost 200 immortal king crystals, outsiders who wanted to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm had to pay double or more the price of natives. Once inside, Long Chen would have to take a test that would evaluate his overall power. Just like weighing a pig, they would decide how much money he had to pay. The stronger he was, the more he had to pay. Only now did Ying Bakong recall this problem, so he hastily explained it for fear that Long Chen wouldn't have the money to pay. If he didn't have that money at the crucial time, he might just kill Ying Bakong in his anger. However, a lack of money wasn't too big of a problem. According to the Sacred Pill Hall's rules, if you really were strong enough, you could enter for free. But after advancing, you had to have 10 children here before leaving. To put it frankly, it was using children to pay the debt. Considering how domineering Long Chen was, Ying Bakong didn't think that Long Chen would accept such a requirement. Is there a place to trade in the auspicious Cloud City? The kind where you can exchange treasures for money? Asked Long Chen. Yes, there's many of them. They are all businesses under the flag of the Sacred Pill Hall, so they'll buy and sell anything. As long as you have treasures, you can trade them, said Ying Bakong. Long Chen instantly guessed that the Sacred Pill Hall had monopolized the market here. It was no wonder that the Wyan Trading Company was unable to enter. It seemed that the Sacred Pill Hall refused to allow them entry. No need to worry, as long as it's about money, it's not a problem, said Long Chen. Although Long Chen had been displeased with Ying Bakong at the start and had almost killed him in his anger, after a few days of knowing him, he felt that Ying Bakong wasn't that distasteful. Long Chen didn't know if it was because the latter's intelligence wasn't very high or if he simply didn't dare to act against him. But at the very least, this entire time, Ying Bakong hadn't done anything but be entirely faithful to him. Although Long Chen had placed a spiritual seal on him, it was not a slave seal, and Long Chen disdained investigating his secrets. Perhaps it was precisely due to this that Ying Bakong could sense Long Chen's pride. Long Chen didn't view him as anyone important, nor was he on guard against him. That was because the difference between the two of them was so great. That made Ying Bakong not have as many misgivings and directly answer any questions that Long Chen had. Hearing this, Ying Bakong was even more sure that this temporary master of his was a major figure from some star field. The two of them then entered the city. There were countless people here, and Long Chen was shocked to find that they were all primals with overflowing blood qis. There were so many powerful heavenly geniuses that they simply seemed ordinary. However, Long Chen ended up drawing quite a bit of attention. Some of those gazes were rather strange. Some were provoking and disdainful. Clearly, these people were all demonic beast experts. The human race's experts would only appear later. They weren't qualified to come here so early. Human, are you interested in being my companion? Just as Long Chen was looking around, a tender figure appeared before him. Chapter 3400 Lei Yun'er. It was a small and tender girl with silver hair. She wasn't slender but was very well proportioned, with the right curves in all the right places. Her eyes were silver, and lightning runes could vaguely be seen flickering within her pupils. When she blinked, a destructive energy came out that made it so others didn't dare to look directly into her eyes. When she appeared, countless startled cries rang out. The Lightning Falcon race's princess, Lei Yun'er. The Lightning Falcon race is a powerful immemorial race, and Lei Yun'er is the first in 10,000 years to be born with an ancestral bloodline. She is the future empress of the Lightning Falcon race. She actually came. Heavens, that's a true peak heavenly genius. This human actually enters her eyes. Just how many lifetimes of fortune is that? Lei Yun'er was famous, so countless people recognized her. At the same time, they grew envious of Long Chen. It had to be known that the Lightning Falcon race had risen to the peak in the immemorial era. They were nobility amongst demonic beasts. Because of that, countless demonic beasts wished to marry into their race, but never had a chance. The Lightning Falcon race was too proud to marry other demonic beasts. So, normal experts could only look up at them. For this proud princess to actually accept a human as a housepet, that was a huge honor and a huge blessing for the human. Long Chen then looked at this pretty silver-haired girl. He couldn't help smiling. What, do you want me to be your battle pet? The silver-haired Lei Yun'er looked at him and also smiled. Not a battle pet, it will be an equal spiritual contract. But I have to be the dominant one. Startled cries rang out. Lei Yun'er was intending on forming an equal contract with a human. This was linking them together spiritually. One person's glory was both of their glory, one person's loss was both of their loss. It was a tight connection that essentially turned them into comrades. This would essentially turn Long Chen into Lei Yun'er's future husband. Countless demonic beasts were driven crazy with jealousy. Had Lei Yun'er gone crazy? There were so many noble-blooded demonic beasts in front of her that she wasn't looking at. Why did she choose a human? It had to be known that those noble demonic beast races very rarely married with the human race. They had their own pride and refused to allow their pure bloodline to be wasted on humans. Only second-rate demonic beasts were willing to marry with the human race, using them to get closer to the heavenly Taos. Then there was a slight chance of an ancestral bloodline showing up. But even with an ancestral bloodline, there was also the bloodline of the human race mixed in as well. There were many unknown variables. Whether or not it would be a good thing could not be said until the very end. Hence, truly powerful demonic beast races were opposed to marrying with the human race. As for someone as noble as the Lightning Falcon race, for their princess to actually want to form an equal spiritual contract with a human drove countless demonic beasts crazy. Princess, you are tarnishing the noble bloodline of the Lightning Falcon race. You must think of your responsibility. Have you taken the face of the Lightning Falcon race into consideration? One of the demonic beasts couldn't help stepping forward and crying out. He was exceptionally emotional because he also came from a noble demonic beast race. The Lightning Falcon race's princess was a target that countless experts were pursuing. If Lei Yun'er were to form that contract with Long Chen, it would be like watching a noble crane marry a toad for them. It was completely unacceptable. Please, princess, humans are so petty and low. If you allow him to stain the noble bloodline of the Lightning Falcon race, won't that be a humiliation to the mighty Lightning Falcon race? Others also stepped forward, unable to endure such a thing. They were all powerful demonic beasts with their own backgrounds. As they advised Lei Yun'er, they also glared at Long Chen furiously. They looked like they wanted to tear him to pieces. Human brat, if you're smart, you'll immediately leave. If you dare to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, I swear on my family's name to tear you apart. A toad like you shouldn't get crazy dreams, otherwise, big brother, don't get angry. I misspoke. The final person to threaten Long Chen suddenly saw someone glaring at him furiously. Only then did he note that the latter was someone from the Golden Toad race and was extremely powerful. The Golden Toad race was also quite powerful. Although it couldn't compare to the Lightning Falcon race, it was also in existence with an ancient inheritance. This race detested hearing people use toads as insults, so that person hastily apologized. My affairs are my own. I don't need others to interfere. All of you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless in the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, snorted Lei Yun'er. Her gaze roved around the crowd with lightning runes flickering within her eyes. Seeing this, everyone instantly shut their mouth. So, what do you think? With my status and background, it's not a bad deal for you, said Lei Yun'er sincerely, turning back to Long Chen. The surrounding people no longer dared to make a sound, but flames were about to burst out of their eyes. They glared at Long Chen. It seemed that as long as Long Chen dared to say yes, he would instantly die a miserable death. Long Chen laughed. If it was before, just due to these gazes, even if he didn't say yes just to anger them, he would definitely do something to drive them crazy. However, this time, he ultimately shook his head and simply said, "Many thanks for your kindness, but I know my position. I'm not qualified to pursue you." Long Chen made it sound very humble. He knew that this girl was not ordinary. Her eyes contained a penetrative power, so he knew that she had seen something, which was the only reason she was making such a play. The surrounding experts relaxed slightly, but they still glared at Long Chen with contempt. It was as if they were saying, "Count yourself smart. Am I not good enough for you?" Lei Yun'er smiled and leaned in closer to Long Chen until she whispered right into his ear with a voice that only he could hear. "You have true dragon essence blood, the power of wild lightning, the mark of the butterfly spirit race, as well as the aura of the rainbow crane on you. If you reject me, I will tell everyone your secrets. I don't mind telling you that the demonic beast race is quite violent. Any one of those things will draw countless experts targeting you. They will be jealous, and if they can't subdue you, they will destroy you. I know that you're very powerful, but once you enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, with so many people targeting you, let alone searching for treasures, you won't even get a chance to make your advancement. You might even die inside. Now, do you understand your current position? You better agree now. Lei Yun'er's eyes flickered with lightning runes as she stared at Long Chen. The two of them were only a few inches apart, and her face was filled with utmost confidence. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This Lei Yun'er really wasn't ordinary. She had actually seen through so many things. However, Long Chen indifferently shook his head. I don't accept any threats. This response made Lei Yun'er's smile vanish. It was replaced with an icy cold. Chapter 3401 Giving Face but Not Receiving Face. Others couldn't hear what Lei Yun'er said, but they did hear Long Chen clearly, and that drove them mad. Lei Yun'er was actually willing to form a contractual agreement with Long Chen. Could it be that the current swans all liked toads so much? Had their taste grown so heavy? Although they hadn't heard what Lei Yun'er said, from Long Chen's tone, she was definitely threatening him. Compared to their threats, a threat from Lei Yun'er was definitely on a completely different level. But Long Chen still dared to refuse her. Lei Yun'er's expression sank. She seemed angry and lightning runes appeared on her silver hair as well. After that, a violent aura rose. Long Chen didn't say anything and just looked at her. He also wanted to know if she would dare to fight in this place. Was Ying Bakong's warning true? Would no one dare to challenge the sacred pill hall's might? Princess, please calm your anger. Give face to my sacred pill hall. Don't make things hard on us. An elderly voice rang out at this moment, covering the entire city. Although the voice was polite, it also contained unquestionable dignity. Clearly, everything here was under the sacred pill hall's watch. They gave her a warning. Although the Lightning Falcon race was powerful, this was the territory of the sacred pill hall. They had to follow their rules, or the sacred pill hall would lose face. However, the sacred pill hall was also quite polite with this warning. If they weren't somewhat afraid of them as well, they wouldn't be using such polite words. What are you smiling at? Lei Yun'er shouted at Long Chen angrily when she saw a smile appear on his face. She thought that he was mocking her. It's nothing. I just feel like you're very beautiful when you're angry, said Long Chen. Actually, he wasn't smiling but simply curling his lips. That was because that elderly voice was quite displeasing. It was a world king, and his voice contained the aura of the god Tao. That aura clearly came from Lord Brahma, meaning that this was one of his subordinates. Unfortunately, Long Chen's displeased expression had actually been taken as an odd smile by Lei Yun'er. She clearly had yet to fully grasp the human race's facial expressions. The princess of the noble Lightning Falcon race actually asked a lowly human to form an equal spirit contract. The face of the demonic beast race has been lost by you. Suddenly, another voice rang out. It was not loud, but heavy, like rushing thunder. Everyone then looked in that direction and saw two giant figures walking over. Ying Bakong's expression changed. One of them was the driver of the Elephant Emperor war chariot. He was very large with a powerful blood chi that was as vast as a sea. Ying Bakong instantly recognized him. Furthermore, at this time, he was obediently walking behind an even larger man in golden armor. If the driver's aura was like a vast sea, then the man in the golden armor was an entire cosmos. His blood chi was as heavy as a starry sky, making it difficult for the people around to breathe. With his arrival, it was truly like a fierce tiger descending amongst a flock of sheep. The pressure made it so that others didn't dare to move. The mammoth divine elephant race's 8th prince, the master of the Elephant Emperor war chariot and the future leader of the mammoth divine elephant race. He actually came as well. The mammoth emperor has 8 sons. 7 are famous existences, but the 8th prince is very mysterious. Not even his name has been revealed, but he was bestowed the Elephant Emperor war chariot. His power is probably unimaginable. I heard that the mammoth divine elephant race has been in talks with the Lightning Falcon race lately. Could it be? Eyeing this 8th prince as well as the princess of the Lightning Falcon race, and then glancing at Long Chen, people seemed to realize something. Inferior human race. Hey, this big dumb elephant is cursing you. Lei Yun'er suddenly laughed, and in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, she actually hugged Long Chen's arm and hid behind him. Long Chen was startled and quickly understood. This Lei Yun'er was using him as a shield. He had also heard the discussion going on in the background. This 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race very likely had some conflict with Lei Yun'er. Long Chen really did want to toss Lei Yun'er out. He didn't want to be used by others. But that would be as if he was afraid of this 8th prince. He had rejected Lei Yun'er. If he flung her out, then it would really be as if he was a coward. Furthermore, he also saw the 8th prince's expression change when Lei Yun'er wrapped around his arm. The latter's gaze became as sharp as a blade, and killing intent soared out of him. This action of Lei Yun'er's had clearly enraged him. Long Chen indifferently said, "I have no enmity with any of you. I only came here to calmly advance to Divine Lord. Whatever personal grievances you have, you can settle amongst yourselves. Don't involve me." Long Chen didn't push Lei Yun'er away from him, but he did express his position clearly. He didn't want to interfere in their matters, so don't provoke him. "Inferior human, you have no right to speak here. If you want your life, then scram," said the 8th prince darkly. Now Long Chen was angry. It really was a case of giving face but not receiving face. Did he not know what kind of a man boss Long San was? Hence, Long Chen no longer cared about being used by Lei Yun'er. He naturally extended his hand around Lei Yun'er's shoulders and glanced at the 8th prince. "It seems that you don't understand Boss Long San's words. Since you refuse to give me face, I'll accompany you. Little sister, let's go. Brother San will treat you to some food." Just like that, Long Chen left with his arm around Lei Yun'er's tender figure. Originally, he wanted to hold her waist, but she wasn't tall enough for that. If he wanted to hold her waist, he'd have to bend down, and his act would appear incredibly awkward. So he only wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Lei Yun'er didn't reject this intimate act. In fact, she strutted with him, glancing back at the 8th prince with a mocking smile. She then left with Long Chen just like that. Courting death. The mammoth divine elephant race's 8th prince was enraged. That large man behind him was about to stop the two of them, but he was stopped by the 8th prince. If they were to forcibly stop Long Chen, it would be the same as attacking them. Even their mammoth divine elephant race had to give face to the sacred pill hall. "Good, I'll make you regret your actions. With that little bit of power, you are trash in front of me," said the 8th prince darkly. "Have you been eating your own crap lately? Why does your breath smell so bad? If you want to fight, we'll meet again in the Divine Lord Immortal Realm," said Long Chen. Just like that, Long Chen arrogantly left with the Lightning Falcon race's princess. Ying Bakong was shivering as he followed behind them. "Tell our people to seal all the exits. I will not permit him to leave," ordered the 8th prince. "Yes." That large human immediately replied in the affirmative and vanished amongst the crowd. Chapter 3402 Having Children. They sat in a restaurant at the core of the city. From here, they could see the majority of the auspicious Cloud Prefecture's beautiful scenery. At a table by the window, Long Chen and Lei Yun'er were seated facing each other. Ying Bakong quietly stood at the side. This restaurant was one of the most famous ones in the auspicious Cloud Prefecture for its scenery, and the food was also famed for its taste. It was a place only the noble races of the demonic beasts could afford to go to. Lei Yun'er had directly reserved the entire top floor of the restaurant. Now, she chatted with Long Chen, smiling at him. The food arrived on the table in just a bit. All of them were delicacies of the best ingredients. They were suited to the taste and status of the noble races. "Why don't we drink to our common agreement?" said Lei Yun'er, raising her cup. "Do we have a common agreement? How come I didn't know about that?" Only then did Long Chen stop looking at the beautiful scenery and turn toward Lei Yun'er. "Have we not come to an agreement? You offended the 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race. That fellow is famed for his domineering nature. You either have to follow him or perish. He also has many other powers supporting him, and all of those subordinates are experts in their own rights. Now that you've offended him, you will most likely die," said Lei Yun'er with a faint smile as if victory was in her grasp. "Isn't that all thanks to you?" said Long Chen. He raised his cup and looked at the fine wine indifferently. "It's naturally all thanks to me. Follow me and you will quickly start thanking me for this blessing. With my status, position, and talent, I have everything you would want in a partner. Furthermore, I am a woman. If we have children together, they will very likely be able to recover the ancestral bloodline," said Lei Yun'er proudly. Long Chen was in the midst of tasting the wine when he heard this. As a result, wine spurted out of his nose, and he coughed violently. He then looked at her in disbelief. Her appearance was like a girl that hadn't fully matured. "Wasn't it to be battle comrades? Why are you talking about children?" asked Long Chen speechlessly. "Wasn't this courting a bit too direct? Why are you so surprised? People with powerful bloodlines end up together precisely to produce stronger progeny, no?" Lei Yun'er looked at him oddly. Long Chen didn't recover from his shock for a long time. He finally said, does your demonic beast race stay together just to produce progeny? Of course. Lei Yun'er nodded confidently. Long Chen was speechless for a long time. He had no words, but thinking about it, perhaps that was the difference between the demonic beast race and the human race. Just because they took human form, it didn't mean that they became humans. They had their own ways of thinking. Seeing his surprised expression, Lei Yun'er suddenly understood. Oh, I forgot that you aren't part of the integral heaven star field. You don't understand our demonic beast race. We don't really have those romantic emotions of your human race. As long as the other side is strong enough and looks pleasing, we can directly start creating future descendants. It's much more relaxed than you humans. I might have this child with you and have my next child with someone else. You don't need to feel a burden at all. If you don't like me, you can also find someone else for your next child. But your human race does have a slight disadvantage. Most children end up following the bloodlines of the mother, so the children end up closer to the mothers. But if you put on a good enough show and are strong enough, I can consider only having children with you, said Lei Yun'er, patting her chest with her own personal guarantee. Long Chen could only stare at her. Lei Yun'er looked like an inexperienced maiden, but she was talking about having children without the slightest embarrassment. This completely toppled Long Chen's understanding of the world. What about the 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race? Isn't his bloodline very powerful? Why not have children with him? Asked Long Chen. Lei Yun'er shook her head. I loathe that fellow. I won't allow anyone to be more domineering than me. Those old idiots in my race hope that I have children with him though. They even say that the first child will belong to the lightning falcon race, and only the second one will go to the mammoth divine elephant race. But I don't like him. I actually hate him. I was going to leave after advancing to Divine Lord to find someone else to have children with. But I ran into you. You have Thunder Force and true dragon essence blood. Most importantly, you have the blessing of the butterfly spirit race and the aura of the rainbow cranes. If I have children with you, they will definitely be blessed by heaven and earth. If you come with me, everyone in my race will definitely fully support it. The lightning falcon race will become your strongest backing. Lei Yun'er looked at Long Chen, her eyes shining. That appearance made Long Chen gulp. As for Ying Bakong, he stared in shock at Long Chen. He hadn't known any of this about Long Chen. Now, he understood why Lei Yun'er would lock onto him and refuse to let go. Being stared at by Lei Yun'er, Long Chen quivered. This was his first time being forced into this state by a beautiful woman. He even had goosebumps. Of course, my lightning falcon race will not restrict your freedom. As long as you can have a child with me, my lightning falcon race will get you anything you want, continued Lei Yun'er, trying to entice him. Little sister, let's not discuss this matter. This is a difference between races. Without love as a foundation, if it's purely for producing future progeny, I cannot accept such a matter. Long Chen shook his head. We can have children first and then consider nurturing our feelings together. Doesn't your human race have some saying, staying together breeds emotions? Asked Lei Yun'er. Its familiarity breeds fondness, corrected Long Chen speechlessly. The flavor of this saying completely changed when she said it her way. 1. It's about the same. Feelings can be slowly cultivated. You've seen my sincerity. Furthermore, you have already offended the mammoth divine elephant race's 8th prince. Without my protection, you will definitely be killed by him. If you are with me and we join forces, we can directly enter the core of the star field. We will then be supported by the entire karmic luck of the integral heaven star field. It will be a blessed mark. Entering the Divine Lord realm in this state will get you even closer to the heavenly Taos. With the support of the entire star field, once you become a Divine Lord, you will even be able to challenge world kings, whispered Lei Yun'er. The support of karmic luck. Long Chen was finally enticed. On the Honing heavenly staircase, Luo Zichuan had said that only part of the heavenly Taos supported him, and the majority targeted him, resulting in him only being able to absorb a pitifully small amount of heavenly Tao energy. It might not even be a tenth of what ordinary people could absorb. If he could obtain the recognition of an entire star field though, perhaps that could change. He did think that his biggest handicap was the suppression of the heavenly Taos. Furthermore, the core of the star field made him have a thought. The reason he was unable to figure out the second form of split the heavens was because the support that the heavenly Taos could offer him was far from enough. But now, he saw a new hope. After thinking about it, just as Long Chen was about to speak, they heard footsteps. Lei Yun'er then looked at the staircase and her expression changed slightly. Even before the owner of the footsteps arrived, a terrifying pressure already crashed down upon them like a tsunami. She adds a character to the saying in the middle that makes it sound like having a lot of sex leads to feelings. Chapter 3403 Half-Step World King. Half-Step World Kings. Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly after sensing their cultivation bases. He had encountered world kings and heaven-tier immortal kings. So, this aura that transcended heaven-tier immortal kings but had yet to reach the level of a world king was very easy to recognize for him. "Don't speak, I'll handle them," said Lei Yun'er. Her gaze contained a trace of anger. The footsteps stopped. Long Chen then saw two elders just over 5 feet tall. Despite their short stature, the destructive aura coming from their bodies was astonishing. Just like Lei Yun'er, they had lightning runes flickering in their eyes. But those runes were as sharp as blades. Ying Bakong suddenly cried out and clutched his eyes. Fresh blood poured out from between his fingers. Just now, because he looked at the two of them, his eyes almost exploded. A sharp pain ran through his soul. He was in unbearable pain. Long Chen frowned. These elders were clearly from the same race as Lei Yun'er, but they immediately unleashed a suppressing aura as soon as they came in. That had gone a bit too far. "How many times have I told you that there are some things you shouldn't look at?" Long Chen tossed Ying Bakong a medicinal pill. The latter hastily consumed it, and his turbulent soul instantly calmed down. The injury to his eyes also slowly healed. However, he didn't dare to open his eyes again, let alone to look at those two elders. He wasn't such a fool. When gods and immortals fought, mortals suffered calamity. If he couldn't run away, the wisest choice was to be a blind person, as well as mute and deaf. "Inferior human, are you challenging our mighty lightning falcon race?" asked one of the elders. Lightning runes circulated within his eyes, as if he was capable of seeing Long Chen's inner heart. He knew that Long Chen was intentionally cursing them. When they looked at Long Chen, they used their mental power. "Don't embarrass yourself. With your little mental energy, you aren't even fit to carry my shoes. If you have something to say, say it. Don't waste my time," sneered Long Chen. Who cared if they were half-step world kings? Mental energy was originally the strong point of the human race, and Long Chen's mental energy was so strong that he wasn't even afraid of the pressure of real-world kings, let alone the two of them. For them to try using their mental energy to suppress Long Chen was like ants trying to shake a towering tree. It was laughable. Lei Yun'er was originally angry, but when she saw Long Chen completely ignore their mental pressure, she was invigorated. She sneered, "It seems that the two of you are unable to represent the Lightning Falcon race, no? What do you think you are doing by being bought by the Mammoth Divine Elephant race's 8th prince? You're going to follow me wherever I go. When did the noble Lightning Falcon race become the dogs of someone else? Princess, you might be a princess, but we are the elders of the race. Don't you think you're going too far with these words?" said one of the elders darkly. These two were senior members of the Lightning Falcon race, with quite the influence at that. The matter between Lei Yun'er and the 8th prince stemmed from their work. The 8th prince was a rare genius that only appeared once every tens of thousands of years in the Mammoth Divine Elephant race. In terms of bloodline and talent, he was almost flawless. There were even signs of him awakening his ancestral bloodline. If the 8th prince and Lei Yun'er had children, there would definitely be an even higher chance of the children recovering an ancestral bloodline. When the bloodlines were mixed, there would be a clash between the two. Both sides would try to suppress the other, causing them to unleash immense potential. When two supreme geniuses had children, it was easy to produce a powerful bloodline. Furthermore, through many negotiations, the Mammoth Divine Elephant race had made huge concessions. Their first child, no matter the bloodline, would belong to the Lightning Falcon race. As for future children, if they leaned toward the Mammoth Divine Elephant race's bloodline, it would go to the Elephant race. But if the children leaned toward the Lightning Falcon race, it would go to the Falcon race. This was a great opportunity. The Mammoth Divine Elephant race clearly had confidence in their bloodline for them to make such a concession. It was only due to this that they were willing to carry out this union. It had taken long negotiations for the two of them to get so many favorable conditions. But Lei Yun'er directly rejected the 8th prince upon coming here, so how could they not be angry? It had to be known that the demonic beast race was different from the human race. Having progeny and passing down their bloodlines was their #1 mission. Emotions. They were worthless. Even when it came to the human race, Those with powerful bloodlines would marry each other to have the best chance of having a child with the best bloodline. It was rarely purely about emotion. The demonic beast race talked about this matter like it was eating food or drinking water. That could also be seen in how Lei Yun'er talked so frankly to Long Chen about having his children. In her view, it was a casual topic, nothing to be embarrassed about. She was willing to have children with anyone she found pleasing. She greatly liked Long Chen's true dragon essence blood and thunder force. Moreover, her talent was exceptional, giving her a far sharper vision. She could also sense the blessing of the butterfly spirit race in the rainbow cranes. The rainbow cranes were auspicious beasts of heaven and earth, a sign of good fortune. As for herself, she was from a divine bird race. If she was supported by that blessing, the benefits would be unimaginable. That was why she was so locked onto Long Chen. Others didn't have her sharp vision, so they were unable to see through the clues on Long Chen. However, she also didn't wish to spread the word of this matter, for fear of other experts coming to fight over Long Chen. She knew that her outer appearance didn't fit the beauty standards of the human race. So, she was afraid another woman would bring Long Chen away. That was why she was very displeased that these two elders had come now. Too far? Could anyone go as far as you have gone? Do you not place this princess in your eyes? Demanded Lei Yun'er. In terms of status, you are seniors bullying your junior. In terms of bloodline, you are trying to offend someone far above you. I, Lei Yun'er, will handle my own matters. Whatever happens, I will bear the responsibility for it. Nothing here is any of your business, so you can scram. I have reserved this place. If you don't want me to call for people to shoo you out, scram. Otherwise, you'll be the ones to lose all your face in the end. The elders' expressions sank. They had been wanting to advise her, but they were powerless when it came to her temper. They didn't get to say much at all before things ended up like this. They then looked at Long Chen, as if blaming him. If this wasn't the auspicious Cloud Prefecture, they might not have cared about offending Lei Yun'er and would have directly killed him. They wanted to try and advise her some more, but seeing her open her mouth as if she was about to shout for the owners of the restaurant, they clenched their teeth and left. Once they left, Ying Bakong sighed with relief. Their pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Long Chen, I really am sincere. Having a child with me won't make your life difficult. Why not consider it? Once the two of them left, Lei Yun'er grabbed Long Chen's hands and lowered her head, as if wanting to look like a charming maiden. But she wasn't very good at it. Her expression was a bit stiff. Long Chen's scalp turned numb. She was talking about it like animals copulating. He definitely could not accept it. Just as he was thinking about how he could tactfully reject her, the tablet on his waist began to flash. Ying Bakong hastily gave him a way out. Master, you need to go evaluate your power. Chapter 3404 Shameless Move. Experts from other star fields had to take a test to evaluate their power. The Sacred Pill Hall had their own measuring tool to test a person's talent, bloodline, potential, etc. Based on this, the Sacred Pill Hall would decide how much these experts had to pay to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. The stronger the person, the greater the price. If those outsiders didn't take the test, they wouldn't be allowed to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. The tablet that Long Chen had received when he entered the city only gave him entry to the city, not the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. If he wanted to go in there, he needed to bring the tablet to the testing area. The testing had started, so Lei Yun'er immediately paid the bill and brought Long Chen to the testing area. Many foreign experts had come here. If they didn't get in line fast, it would take a long time. They were still early, so if they rushed there, they might get it done quickly. But when they arrived, they were dumbfounded. The testing had just started, but there was already a giant line of people. Ying Bakong suddenly saw a familiar figure and furiously shouted, "You aren't even an outsider. What are you doing lining up here?" This person belonged to a power opposing the Falling Star Gate. The two of them had even had some interactions, so Ying Bakong instantly recognized him. That person glanced at Ying Bakong disdainfully. "Is that any of your business? I'm lined up for someone else. Speaking of which, I heard that you've become a battle pet for the human race. Hee, congratulations. I'm sure your race is honored by your actions, haha." Ying Bakong wanted to tear this person apart. But he then sneered, "A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you know who my master is? Hopefully, you don't kneel and beg me to accept you as well." "Beg you, ha ha ha." That person was just about to retort with a few lines when he spotted Long Chen, as well as Lei Yun'er. When he saw Lei Yun'er, his expression instantly changed and he swallowed his words. "Who had you come here?" demanded Lei Yun'er. That person instantly knelt on the ground, his previous arrogance vanishing without a trace. He was like an entirely different person. "Princess, we were ordered by the 8th prince to line up. Don't blame us," Long Chen sneered. This 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race really wasn't a good person. Knowing that Long Chen had to come here, he had actually made such a move just to irritate him. It was a bit shameless and truly hateful. "Scram!" raged Lei Yun'er. That person immediately kowtowed. "Princess, we can't offend you, but we also can't offend the mammoth divine elephant race. Please give this little one a chance to live." These people had been ordered by the 8th prince to line up here, just to irritate Long Chen. If they were to simply leave, it would be offending the mammoth divine elephant race. Furthermore, the 8th prince definitely knew that Lei Yun'er would use the status of the lightning falcon race to threaten them, so he must have used his own methods to scare these people so that they wouldn't retreat. Now, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Lei Yun'er turned ashen with rage. "You're afraid of the mammoth divine elephant race but not my lightning falcon race. All right then, all of you have been remembered by me. Once we enter the divine lord immortal realm, if any one of you can leave alive, it will count as my defeat." Lei Yun'er's fury soared. This was no longer just a matter of Long Chen but a competition between the mammoth divine elephant race and the lightning falcon race. If she conceded this matter, it would be like conceding to the mammoth divine elephant race. Most importantly, like this, it would be as if people were afraid of the mammoth divine elephant race, but not afraid of the lightning falcon race. It was a play done often in the human race as well. If one side was good and the other side was bad, people would rather offend the good side, because at least the good side wouldn't kill them in retaliation. It was the bad people that terrified them. These people were sticking to the side of the mammoth divine elephant race not because they felt that this race was stronger than the lightning falcon race, but because they felt that the lightning falcon race was comparatively a bit kinder and wouldn't cast their anger out on them. Lei Yun'er wasn't that experienced, but she saw through this clearly, so she refused to concede. If the 8th prince was going to be that ruthless, then she would be even more ruthless. All this time, Long Chen didn't say a word. He had seen such a thing often. The 8th prince thought himself to be smart. However, the more he did this, the less chance of there being any union between him and Lei Yun'er. He might even push away the entire lightning falcon race, turning them into enemies. As lightning runes flashed in Lei Yun'er's eyes, those experts instantly became terrified. Lei Yun'er was about to mark them so that she could settle things with them in the immortal realm. "Princess, spare us, we'll leave right this instant." Seeing the terrifying Lei Yun'er, people finally left the line in droves. They had lined up and persevered. The mammoth divine elephant race's 8th prince couldn't possibly blame them for leaving now that Lei Yun'er was infuriated. However, even with these people leaving, there was still a long line. Those people were actual experts from outside this star field. The 8th prince had ordered people to spread the word for those foreign experts to directly come line up. His subordinates even told them that if they didn't start lining up now, it would be too late. Those experts were unaware that they would be alerted when the power test started. Thus, they ended up being tricked into lining up here without exploring the city at all. They learned the truth after lining up, but seeing so many people in line, they chose to simply stay. "That idiot, even such a shameless idiot dares to want to have children with me. Is his head full of shit?" Lei Yun'er cursed furiously when she saw the long line. She had been schemed against by the 8th prince. It was as irritating as if she had just eaten a fly. "Don't be mad," said Long Chen. "If you have children with me, I won't be mad," said Lei Yun'er directly. Long Chen speechlessly rolled his eyes. If this was amongst the human race, a girl saying such a thing in front of everyone would definitely be cursed to death. The difference was truly immense. "Master, princess, you should go rest. I'll stay in line for you. When it's almost your turn, I'll tell you," proposed Ying Bakong. Long Chen shook his head. There was no need for that. The thing that he was a bit afraid of was being alone with Lei Yun'er. This woman was focused entirely on having children with him, so he found it hard to deal with her. At this moment, the stone gate in the testing area quivered and startled cries suddenly rang out. Long Chen looked over to see a rather ugly-looking man standing proudly before the gate. "It's green divine light." Chapter 3405 Toppling Common Knowledge. The green divine light covers up all the other colors. That means his bloodline power is his strongest aspect. Furthermore, based on the brightness, it is very pure. He has immense potential. He's not bad, said a surprised Lei Yun'er. Seeing that Long Chen didn't understand, Lei Yun'er gave him an explanation about the testing gate of the sacred pill hall. It had 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and violet. They represented the flesh, muscle, bone, blood, qi, soul, and essence. The essence referred to one's mental energy, or more precisely, their will. When the testing gate was activated, the formation's energy would enter a person's body and give them an evaluation. Every single color would light up, but if one aspect was stronger than the others, the corresponding light would drown out the others, making it seem like only one light was shining. He's quite handsome. Just watch, quite a few people will invite him, said Lei Yun'er. Handsome? Long Chen could only force out an awkward smile. This guy had triangular eyes and a brandy nose. Moreover, most of his yellow teeth could be seen sticking out of his mouth, and his long chin almost wrapped around his mouth. He looked more like a monkey than anything else to Long Chen. This was someone handsome. Was this the beauty standards of the demonic beast race? Hey, can I ask what looks handsome about me in your eyes? Asked Long Chen curiously. It's not easy to say, said Lei Yun'er, glancing at Long Chen a bit awkwardly. Alright, then there's no need to say anything, said Long Chen speechlessly. Lei Yun'er's tactful response told him that in her eyes, Long Chen looked no different than that man did in his eyes. Hee, I'm just teasing you. You're quite good to look at too, said Lei Yun'er with a laugh when she saw his expression. As Lei Yun'er said this, quite a few people came to greet this man. Many of them were beauties of the demonic beast race that wore revealing clothes. They actually took the initiative in striking up a conversation with him. This person was quite proud, and he asked them about their backgrounds and how powerful their families were. Did he come to marry someone? Asked Long Chen. Lei Yun'er eyed that person. Look at his expression. You can tell he came prepared. Let me tell you, many people who didn't do too well outside this place but have some talent choose to come here in order to copulate with our demonic beast race. Well, he simply wishes to marry into our ranks. You humans don't really care about the power of the flesh, but we demonic beasts put great importance into it. In terms of soul and mental energy, we are a far cry from your human race. If we have children with you, our children will have attributes that make up for those deficiencies. Our children will also be smarter and can sense the heavenly Tao's easier. But there are also bad points. Humans have weak bodies. If we're going to choose to marry a human, they must have sufficiently powerful bloodline power. So, while our children might still lose one level in this regard, the growth in soul and mental energy will make up for it, giving them greater room to grow. As for this fellow, he probably did a similar test before running here. His main goal probably isn't the Divine Lord Immortal Realm but to marry into some family. So that was the case. The world really was large and filled with marvels. This fellow also had the good luck to have found this place. With that appearance of his, adding on a combat power that wasn't outstanding, it would be difficult for him to find any partner. But here, he was surrounded by countless beauties. What kind of logic could you use to argue against it? What is that number at the top? 375, could it be? His combat power can be calculated with a number. Long Chen suddenly noticed a line of numbers on the testing gate. If that was true, it was truly amazing. No, it's how many immortal king crystals he has to pay based on his talent and power to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. His actual combat power is very ordinary. Most outsiders have to pay 100 immortal king crystals, but due to his bloodline being rather pure, the price was raised, explained Lei Yun'er. Damn, that many. Long Chen was startled. This person's little bit of power was already worth so much. Then what about himself? He finally started to worry. Look at his clothes. He's definitely very poor, so he probably needs to marry someone first before being able to pay the price. To use your human race's words, it can be considered a bride price, said Lei Yun'er. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. That was essentially selling himself off. Seeing that person bargaining with a group of people, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Others continued to take the test. As Lei Yun'er predicted, some stronger humans came. Their price exceeded 500 immortal king crystals, but those without powerful bloodlines or physical bodies were ignored by the demonic beasts. However, those people didn't mind. They paid the price, activated their status plate, and then left. Not everyone came to marry themselves off. The price of 500 immortal king crystals was truly astonishing. But all these experts were willing to pay such a price. As more people took the test, Long Chen saw that those with strong bloodlines drew the attention of the demonic beasts. They always drew over many beauties. Long Chen noticed something else. Only very few women came from outside the star field. When he asked, he learned that the demonic beast race only married with male humans, because a human woman copulated with a demonic beast man. It was very rare for the children to inherit the bloodline of the demonic beast. Thus, the demonic beasts were all recruiting son-in-laws, not daughter-in-laws. Some races even harshly forbade relationships between human women and their race's men. The more strict ones would directly execute those people. As time passed, Long Chen got closer to the front. When there were just 10 people in front of him, Ying Bakong and Lei Yun'er grew a bit excited. Ying Bakong was excited to know just how strong Long Chen was. He felt like Long Chen was like a vast sea. Just how strong was this new master of his? As for Lei Yun'er, she knew that Long Chen was hiding a lot of secrets. The things that she had seen did not represent all of them. But under the testing stone, Long Chen couldn't hide them. She would show those old ghosts just how sharp her vision was. It was quickly Long Chen's turn. There was a pack of people in the surroundings now, and countless terrifying auras were hidden within the crowd. Clearly, due to Lei Yun'er, many people were starting to pay attention to Long Chen. They all wanted to know just how strong the person she favored was for her to be so stubborn. Hee, don't worry, my lightning falcon race has money. Go, win some face for me. That will be a slap in those old fellows' faces. Lei Yun'er giggled. It was Long Chen's turn, and he stepped forward on his own. In front of countless gazes, he walked toward that large stone gate. Chapter 3406 Full Cultivation of 7 Powers. The stone gate was 300 meters tall and was covered in runes. Some runes started off translucent, but once they glowed, they revealed different colors. This was a testing gate specialized for evaluating 4-peak experts. The 4-peak realm involved raising 4 powers within the body to the very peak, and these 4 peaks decided their future cultivation path. Furthermore, there were also priorities amongst the 4 peaks. However, this test only evaluated the flesh, tendons, bones, blood, qi, soul, and essence. As for metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, and other elements, they weren't tested for. That was because the 7 powers of the flesh, tendons, bones, blood, qi, soul, and essence were the most basic powers. They were the foundation, and those elemental attributes were built on top of this foundation. The Sacred Pill Hall's test only measured a person's potential, not their destructive power, so there was no need to know their element. Long Chen stood before the testing gate. After that, an expert told him what to do. He had to spread his arms and turn his back toward the gate. When its power entered his body, he shouldn't resist. Otherwise, it would instantly throw the test into chaos, and it might even make his body directly explode. If he didn't want to die, he shouldn't mess around. Long Chen had countless gazes on him. Amongst them were half-step world kings. Long Chen then saw the 2 elders of the Lightning Falcon race. They were sneering at him, clearly not having a good opinion of him. However, there were other elders with them this time. One of them had an aura as deep as the vast cosmos. Long Chen's heart shook. This was a true world king. This world king was staring at him. He then narrowed his eyes and asked the person beside him, "Is this the person that Yun'er settled on?" "Yes, the princess fancies him. The 2 of us tried to advise her, but she cursed us." "Leader, the princess's temper needs to be reserved a bit. If this continues, there will be no way to handle her," said one of those elders that Lei Yun'er had driven off. This world king was the leader of the Lightning Falcon race. When he heard that response, he shook his head. "This little fellow is definitely not bad. Yun'er isn't so rude. Perhaps you misunderstood her. Leader, by protecting the princess this much, you are encouraging her arrogance. She'll do something majorly wrong sooner or later," said the elder. "Oh," the race leader's expression sank. "What major affair will she ruin? The mammoth divine elephant race isn't anything good. Even if we were to mate with them, everything must be considered at length. For you to be so anxious, just how many benefits have you gained from the mammoth divine elephant race?" "Race leader, calm your rage. We are just thinking about the Lightning Falcon race," declared both of them hastily. "HMPH, don't think that others don't know about those little movements of yours. Don't let me catch any evidence, or even half-step World King experts like you two will be punished severely. Get away from me, you're making others laugh at us, said the leader of the Lightning Falcon race coldly. The two of them dejectedly left, no longer daring to say anything. But this conversation was carried out with their innate divine abilities, so others were unable to hear it. Just then, the test started. Everyone's attention turned to Long Chen, and he spread his arms. After that, divine light covered him. Long Chen clearly felt traces of energy slowly entering his body. This energy wasn't hostile as it was just a simple test. As the light covered him, tens of thousands of runes lit up on the stone gate. Rainbow light then filled the sky. How can this be? Lei Yun'er was astonished. Furthermore, it wasn't just Lei Yun'er. Every single person here was dumbfounded. In the four-peak realm, isn't it only possible for 4 runes to light up? People stared in disbelief. Is it a problem with the testing gate? People couldn't help turning to the experts in charge of the gate. These experts from the Sacred Pill Hall were even more shocked than the others. Such a thing had never occurred before. The testing gate is operating regularly. Those experts closely examined the testing gate. They had checked it carefully, but it was still all 7 runes shining together. Could it be that he cultivates all 7 aspects together? How is that possible? In the tribulation, it's only possible to grasp 4 heavenly Tao runes. The tribulation will disappear afterward. Where did he get the other 3 runes? This was simply impossible as it was common knowledge in the cultivation world. All races were the same, without any exception. Then how do you explain this situation? Just as everyone was dumbfounded and discussing, the experts of the Sacred Pill Hall finished talking and one of them announced, "Everyone, don't randomly guess. We will increase the power of the testing gate. Which of the 7 powers is stronger and weaker will naturally appear." Just then, the light enveloping Long Chen shuddered, and he felt his body tighten. It felt like countless thin tentacles were roving within his flesh. Due to there still being no malice, Long Chen didn't resist. He allowed them to search his body. The testing gate continued to shake. The 7 runes were still quivering and shining. They grew brighter and brighter until they were blinding. The light intensity has reached the 6th level. Did he really cultivate all 7 powers at once? Is he a monster? Everyone was shocked, even world kings. Such a thing had never happened before. It had to be known that the testing gates had 9 levels of illumination. In comparison, that human that had drawn a warm welcome from the demonic beasts due to his powerful bloodline activating the green color had only reached the 5th level of illumination. Now, Long Chen had reached the 6th level of all the runes, and blinding rainbow lights shone. Everyone didn't get it. How could this be? Was someone really capable of breaking the laws of cultivation? Continue to increase the power, said that expert of the Sacred Pill Hall, also feeling shocked. He refused to believe that someone could really cultivate all 7 powers, breaking the laws of cultivation. As a result, rumbling then rang out from within Long Chen's body and his aura raged. The pressure increased on his body, provoking the power within him. At this moment, divine light exploded out of the testing gate, and rainbow light illuminated the stars. Deathly silence rang out. The Sacred Pill Hall's experts were filled with disbelief. They are all at the 9th level. Lei Yun'er's eyes widened in astonishment. She then covered her mouth, feeling shocked but also delighted. Chapter 3407 Controversy. A blinding light illuminated the world. It was like 7 suns were shining right in front of them, and they couldn't even open their eyes. The 7 colors were shining together. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. "I don't believe it, there must be something wrong with the testing gate," shouted one expert. How could they possibly believe such a thing? This was completely against the laws of cultivation. The 4-peak realm involved abandoning all other powers in the body and focusing on the 4 strongest to decide their future path. This rule had never changed since ancient times. Thus, the only thing they could believe was that the testing gate was broken. Everyone's attention focused on those elders of the Sacred Pill Hall. However, those elders were also shocked. They knew that there was nothing wrong with the testing gate. The light vanished. After that, one of the Sacred Pill Hall's elders announced, "Everyone, we have never encountered such a thing either. Perhaps this junior brother cultivates a special cultivation technique, or perhaps he has some treasure that interferes with the testing gate. These are all just guesses. Our Sacred Pill Hall doesn't dare to say anything rash about whether or not a person in this world can cultivate 7 kinds of power. We can only set this matter aside for now. I will report to the higher-ups that this boss Koff, that this junior brother has a strange result. Junior, we will inform you later about what fee you must pay to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. That elder had directly read from Long Chen's status plate and almost called him Boss Long San. Fortunately, he managed to cover it up. He then tossed the status plate back to Long Chen with a glare. He was no fool. He knew that Long Chen had done this on purpose. What person dared to call themselves that? What would his own family's people call him then? Although this elder didn't say that there was no problem with the testing gate, he also didn't believe the fact that Long Chen could cultivate 7 different kinds of power at once. So, he simply put out 2 other possibilities to cover up this matter. However, this matter still caused huge waves. Everyone was staring at Long Chen. They began to feel that he was probably a mysterious and terrifying fellow. Long Chen then walked down. Lei Yun'er was the first to receive him, and she grabbed his hands. I knew that you were hiding yourself deeply, but I didn't expect you to be this amazing. If others simply refused to believe it, then Lei Yun'er absolutely did believe it. She didn't care about common sense. She believed her own eyes and perception. Just then, the next person started the test, and it went as normally as possible. Everyone once more glanced at Long Chen oddly. There was definitely no problem with the testing gate. Then those guesses from the Sacred Pill Hall's elder might really have struck the mark. Either his cultivation technique was special, or he had some peerless treasure that interfered with the testing gate. That, or, he really did cultivate all 7 kinds of power. Whichever guess was right, Long Chen would still be counted as a mysterious and powerful existence. Now, countless demonic beasts were moved. Don't even think about it. He has agreed to have my child. If you want some as well, then you better discuss it with my Lightning Falcon race first. We might consider renting you some time as well, shouted Lei Yun'er, blocking the other demonic beasts from charging at Long Chen. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. How did he end up being treated as some stud horse? For rent, what? However, he didn't contradict her words because rather than being entangled with all those demonic beasts, dealing with her alone was easier. Those demonic beasts flinched back. The Lightning Falcon race's name was quite effective, and no one dared to provoke them. However, some of them weren't much weaker than the Lightning Falcon race. So, some outstandingly beautiful and powerful women came up to give Long Chen their business cards. Lei Yun'er didn't stop them as she truly had no confidence. What if Long Chen was unhappy with her blocking them? It would be troublesome if he were to turn his back on her. Long Chen smiled lightly and politely accepted those cards. He couldn't help finding it funny. He hadn't lived this life for nothing and had actually managed to run into such a funny situation. The cards had the names, origins, and power level of their families and races, as well as what kind of glorious future he would have if he joined their families. In front of their thirsty eyes, Long Chen politely said that he would consider it. It could be considered giving them face. Just as Long Chen and Lei Yun'er were preparing to leave, they were blocked by a group of experts. When Lei Yun'er was about to unleash her wrath on them, she saw the leader and hastily bowed. Yun'er greets the race leader. In terms of seniority, this elder was Lei Yun'er's maternal grandfather. Lei Yun'er's mother was his daughter, and her father was a human expert. It could be said that Lei Yun'er was an excellent example of a successful breeding between the human race and the demonic beast race. Her physical body and bloodline power were still powerful, but she had also gained her father's powerful spiritual strength and mental energy, which awakened her bloodline lightning pupils. This was a bloodline divine ability that the Lightning Falcon race had lost for countless years. But it had awakened from Lei Yun'er's mixed blood. It was a huge stroke of luck. Lei Yun'er had inherited 90% of her mother's bloodline talent, as well as 10% of her father's. But this 10% was precisely what she needed. It could be said that she had been born with all the strong points of her parents. Although the Lightning Falcon race's direct line of descent had thousands and thousands of members, those with the status of princess like Lei Yun'er numbered only a few dozen. As for princes, they had over 100. But Lei Yun'er was the one that the race leader viewed the most fondly, and the one that he pampered the most. The position of princess was actually higher than a prince in the Lightning Falcon race, and Lei Yun'er stood at the top of all the princesses. Thus, even those half-step world kings were not placed in her eyes. Little fellow, you're very powerful. If you come to my Lightning Falcon race, it will be my Lightning Falcon race's blessing, said the race leader. He patted Long Chen's shoulder, nodding with praise. Senior's control over energy has definitely reached a pinnacle. It's very admirable. Long Chen smiled slightly. This elder looked as if he was just casually patting Long Chen's shoulder, when actually, an incredibly minuscule energy entered his body to investigate him. Anyone else would probably have been unable to sense it. The race leader laughed. Not bad, youngster, you know how to talk. I like you, Yunner. Don't neglect him and have others mock my lightning falcon race for not having manners. Seeing him praise Long Chen like this, Lei Yunner was delighted. She immediately nodded and dragged Long Chen away. Watching them leave, the two half-step world kings hastily said, "Leader, isn't this attitude completely cutting off other paths? What do you know? This little human possesses a terrifying physical body. His blood chi is strong like a dragon. Perhaps his body is not at all inferior to that brat from the mammoth divine elephant race. Remember, if he is pulled into our lightning falcon race, all his children will be ours. We also have dozens of other princesses and tens of thousands of women in the direct bloodline at the appropriate age. If we obtain this fellow and constantly sow seeds, wouldn't it be tens of thousands of times better than having a marriage with the mammoth divine elephant race?" said the race leader irritably. He left with them after that. If Long Chen had heard this conversation, he probably would have spat out blood. Those watching also gradually scattered. No one paid attention to the eighth prince of the mammoth divine elephant race glaring darkly from a distant corner. Cold killing intent raged in his eyes. "This bastard, you dared to ruin my affairs. Just wait until I tear you to pieces." Chapter 3408 Long Chen's betrothal gift. "You really are great, you won me face this time. Those two old ghosts have definitely received some bribes from the mammoth divine elephant race. So, now that the race leader is on our side, I want to see just how they will explain themselves to the mammoth divine elephant race, ha ha ha." Lei Yunner clenched her fists excitedly as she walked with Long Chen. "First, let me just say that we can be friends, but I cannot accept having children with you. Let me be entirely clear. I don't want a misunderstanding to occur between us," said Long Chen sternly. Hearing this, Lei Yunner was instantly disappointed. Even her eyes reddened. "How can you be this way? We're so familiar with each other already, right? What's the big deal with having children? If you don't have children with me, won't I be laughed at by others? What's the big deal with having children?" Long Chen almost choked to death. It seemed that in the demonic beast race, having children was as casual as playing a game. Lei Yunner was like an aggrieved child, leaving Long Chen speechless. It wasn't as if he had ever agreed to have children with her from the start. "Hey, don't cry," said Long Chen hastily when he saw tears. "You don't like me. Is that because I'm not beautiful? I know that I don't meet the standards of the human race's aesthetics, but I'll treat you well. The lightning falcon race will not let you down. Why won't you agree?" Lei Yunner seemed completely aggrieved as tears constantly tumbled down her face. Long Chen felt like his head was exploding. As expected, not being from the same race led to some difficulty communicating. "I'll tell you the truth. I have a heart devil, so I can't have children," said Long Chen helplessly. "Really?" Lei Yunner looked up, feeling startled. She stopped crying. A heart devil could form in any race, but mostly humans. It was rarer amongst demonic beasts. Humans were the most contradictory race. Amongst demon beasts, it was rarer for contradicting states of mind to form. Humans had a far higher chance of forming a heart devil. Furthermore, in that state, it was taboo to have children, or it could too easily give rise to a devil fetus. This so-called devil fetus was an existence that came into the world filled with hatred and resentment. They hated everything in the world, including their own parents. If a devil fetus did appear, they had to be killed instantly, or they would bring forth a calamity. Of course it's true. That's why if we have children, it might give rise to a devil fetus. Your cherished children will be killed for that, destroying your greatest hope, said Long Chen. To the demonic beast race, the first mixed blood child was the most important. They would inherit the most divine abilities and would have the highest chance of inheriting the strong points of the father and mother. With this, Lei Yunner's expression improved. You aren't tricking me, look into my eyes. Long Chen looked into Lei Yunner's eyes. Lei Yunner then stared back and her soul was drawn in. She instantly felt a power that made her soul shake. You really do have a heart devil. Lei Yunner was shocked. Her eyes could clearly sense the terrifying destructive power within his soul. That was his dark energy, and it was completely different from his current aura. Let alone someone like Lei Yunner with her special abilities, even an ordinary person could have easily recognized it. Why don't you ask some expert of your human race to help you with it? Asked Lei Yunner in confusion. Others cannot help me. The only one capable of suppressing this heart devil is myself. So for now, I can't have children. But we can be friends. Other than having children, we can work together on other areas, said Long Chen with a smile. Lei Yun'er was silent for a moment. That's fine too. Once you get rid of your heart devil, we can try again to have children. I'll wait for you. But while I can put aside the matter of having children for now, you can't have any with other races either. I will not become a laughingstock for those other races. Long Chen smiled. No problem. Hearing that response, Lei Yun'er smiled as well. Her low spirits were wiped away. Long Chen sighed with relief inside. While the demonic beast race was more savage, their characters were also delightfully straightforward. Let's go. We'll stroll through the Sacred Pill Hall's marketplace and see if there's anything good. I can find a betrothal gift for you there. Lei Yun'er pulled Long Chen's hand. Betrothal gift? Long Chen rolled his eyes. Did she really view him as a wife? Just how would he live in this world now? If Mo Nian were to learn of this, Long Chen would never be able to raise his head in this lifetime again. Lei Yun'er was only as tall as Long Chen's shoulder. She skipped and bounced as she held his hand, just like a child. Perhaps according to the human race's standards, her mind might be on the level of a 10-year-old child. But such a little girl was thinking about children all day and night, leaving him speechless. As Lei Yun'er chatted with him, he learned that the demonic beast race viewed their inheritances as of the utmost importance. That seemed to be the most important thing in their minds, their life's greatest mission. The demonic beasts had also gone through countless tribulations. Those whose inheritances had been passed down relied on their powerful reproductive ability. That was why reproduction was so important to them. Long Chen sighed emotionally inside. In this world, every single race had their own methods of survival. The demonic beast race was like this, and the same was true of the Netherworld's underworld and nether races. They all relied on quantity to win. Even the Nethergod race had their own way to survive. When Ming Kangyu was born, she was just a mass of primal chaos. She was then raised by other Nethergods. At that time, she only controlled a low-level plane. The Nethergod race needed to stick together. Ming Kangyu technically did have parents in a family, but that wasn't based on bloodline. It was based on controlling the laws in close regions, the goal only being to avoid being devoured by other powers. Later on, that family was attacked by Nethergods from other regions, almost wiping them out. Anxious to advance, Ming Kangyu separated her good from herself, resulting in Leng Yuyan being born. After that, Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan joined forces and got revenge on those that had attacked their family, unifying that region under their command. In any case, every single race had their own abilities to survive, which allowed them to continue to this day. In comparison, the human race was definitely lacking. Their reproductive strength and physical bodies were inferior, and so were their lifespans. But they still stood at the peak of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. No wonder it was said that the human race was blessed by the heavenly Taos, and other races always transformed into human form to cultivate. To have reached their current position without any other advantages, it could only be said that it was thanks to the favor of heaven and earth. Long Chen also learned quite a bit about the demonic beast races from Lei Yun'er. She really didn't have any scheming desire inside her. Whatever he asked, she would answer. They quickly arrived at a building that looked like an imperial palace. It was like a skyscraper, a glorious display of extravagance. Seeing it, Lei Yun'er instantly became excited. This is the Auspicious Cloud Trading Company, the largest business in the entire Integral Heaven Star Field. They have countless treasures. Let's take a look. She immediately dragged Long Chen. Looking at the large gates, Long Chen sucked in a cold gasp of air. Damn. Chapter 3409 Lightning Spirit Blood Soul Pill. There were countless people within the Auspicious Cloud Trading Company. It was like Long Chen had entered an ant's nest. Even in this gigantic palace, they were squeezed together. Although everyone was intentionally being quiet, the number of people made a huge racket inside the palace. It sounded like the entire palace was rumbling. There were 3 levels. The first level had the most people, the second floor had a few, and the third floor had the fewest. Lei Yun'er directly brought Long Chen to the 3rd floor, and Ying Bakong obediently followed behind them. On the 3rd floor, someone checked their identity plates. Without a certain status, a person was not qualified to enter the 3rd level. The likes of Long Chen and Ying Bakong were actually not qualified to enter the 3rd level, so they only benefited from Lei Yun'er's status. This floor was simply a straight path with all kinds of extravagant goods displayed on the sides. These were all treasures. How about I buy you a weapon? Lei Yun'er knew that Long Chen didn't have a weapon, so she pulled him over to one of the display counters. This was a giant display that took up almost half of the path. There were all kinds of weapons on it, all king items. There were war chariots, flying boats, and other large tools as well. However, when Long Chen saw the prices, he shook his head. Even the cheapest was thousands of immortal king crystals. The more expensive ones were over 10,000. Although these king items were of excellent quality, he still felt that the price was excessive. He was the dean of the High Firmament Academy's 7th branch academy. The main academy had sent over several king items to be placed in the branch academy's storage to be exchanged for points. Although they required points as a price, Long Chen did have a general understanding of a king item's price. Thus, he was able to tell that the prices of these king items were slightly high. What kind of weapon do you like? I'll buy it for you. You must pick one. I have over 30,000 immortal king crystals here, said Lei Yun'er. Although Long Chen couldn't have children with her, she wanted to lock him in first for now. It was like accepting her gift would make him her person. Don't you need the lightning spirit blood soul pill? Why don't we first go to take a look at the medicinal pills? Said Long Chen. He felt that the king items were too expensive and he didn't want to get ripped off. It didn't matter whose money he was spending, the feeling of being ripped off wasn't a good one. Alright, I need to buy 1,000 lightning spirit blood pills as a foundation for advancing to Divine Lord. I'll see how much I have left after buying them to see what I can buy for you, said Lei Yun'er with a bright smile. That smile vanished when she saw the medicinal pill counter. She saw that the price of the lightning spirit blood soul pill was 30 immortal king crystals for just one. Damn, this is a huge rip-off. Why not just steal from people directly? Long Chen almost started to curse people for the price of this pill. The lightning spirit blood soul pill was a medicinal pill for demonic beasts, specifically for lightning. Attribute demonic beasts to increase their blood soul power. The pill formula was a secret, and the main ingredient was the lightning spirit blood soul grass. It was a very rare ingredient. However, no matter how rare it was still possible to buy it. What they were selling was simply a tier 4 high-grade medicinal pill. Even for a top-grade pill, demanding a price of 1 immortal king crystal was already extremely expensive. For the sacred pill hall to dare to demand 30 immortal king crystals for 1 pill was an utter rip-off of the highest degree. It was no wonder that this place didn't have the Wuxian Trading Company. If the Wuxian Trading Company came with their prices, this place would have to instantly close down. What's going on? Wasn't it 16 immortal king crystals for 1 lightning spirit blood soul pill? Why has the price inflated so much suddenly? Raged Lei Yun'er. The one in charge of attending them was a cold-faced elder. He had a violet pill furnace embroidered on his chest. It was unknown what status that meant in the sacred pill hall. The elder indifferently said, "You said it yourself, that was the price before the Divine Lord Immortal Realm opened. 3 years ago, our sacred pill hall's medicinal field met a natural disaster in the Odd Peak domain, resulting in the majority of the lightning spirit blood soul grass dying. The surviving grass was affected by the waves of the heavenly dows from the natural disaster, which was a major hindrance in refining the pill. Because of it, the odds of the pill forming dropped to less than a third of the normal rate. It can be said that 30 immortal king crystals is already an excellent price we only offered due to our conscience." What nonsense. The Odd Peak domain is right beside our territory. How come we never heard of any natural disaster? Raged Lei Yun'er. She knew that region and had not heard of anything happening there. She felt that this elder was lying to her. The elder's expression sank. He coldly said, "Do the matters of our sacred pill hall need to be reported to your demonic beast race? I told you, the natural disaster resulted in the price increasing. Buy it or not, it doesn't matter. If you're not buying, scram." Long Chen shook his head. This fellow probably just spouted out a random lie, only for the place that he mentioned to actually be near Lei Yun'er's home. Now that he was exposed, he immediately turned hostile. Clearly, this elder didn't know Lei Yun'er's origins, or he wouldn't have said something that got him instantly exposed. But even if he was exposed, he refused to admit it. "Who are you telling to scram? Do you think the name of the sacred pill hall allows you to bully my lightning falcon race?" Killing intent erupted out of Lei Yun'er. She was shaking with fury. Hearing that she was from the lightning falcon race, the elder's expression instantly changed. But he forcibly remained calm and said, "So what if you're from the lightning falcon race? What I'm saying is a fact. But due to my age, I might have misremembered where the medicinal field was. Do you dare to do anything to this old man due to this matter? You, shameless. Lei Yun'er clenched her teeth furiously. This person was far too shameless. He was clearly the one ripping others off, but if he said that he had misremembered, there was nothing she could do. I've been courteous enough to you. I'd ask you to take note of your words. You should know whose word counts in this star field. Furthermore, the price of the pill was decided by the higher-ups. Even if the price goes up, it doesn't enter this old man's pocket. Why make things hard on me? Said the elder coldly. The elder's words were tough yet also not directly opposing her. His meaning was that since he didn't set the price, it wasn't him that went against her. They could both take a step back and let this matter rest. Continuing to fight over it wouldn't benefit anyone. After all, in the entire integral heaven star field, only the sacred pill hall sold medicinal pills. Lei Yun'er was ashen with rage, but she was helpless. No matter what price the sacred pill hall set, people still had to buy their pills. Long Chen shook his head. This was the result of a monopoly on the market. They could increase the price just by saying it, and there was nothing you could do. Compared to the Wyan Trading Company, this sacred pill hall was trash. Oh, the princess of the Great Lightning Falcon race actually has such an ugly expression. Could it be that the Lightning Falcon race has declined and can no longer afford to buy those medicinal pills? A treacherous voice rang out. Chapter 3410 Water Mallard Race. Long Chen was surprised. Someone was actually provoking the Lightning Falcon race. He then turned his head to see a group of tall, slightly pudgy women walk in. The one at the front was wearing revealing clothes. She only had a short upper garment and a skirt on, which revealed the majority of her legs. Although she also had a thin layer of gauze-like material on top, it was mostly see-through. The thin cloth that seemed to cover her up but failed to was exceptionally attractive. People couldn't help wanting to look deeper. Her face was enchanting, with a pair of fox eyes. Although she was talking about Lei Yun'er, her overwhelmingly charming gaze was on Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but shiver. His whole body turned cold, and he felt goosebumps on the back of his neck. This woman was so brazenly trying to seduce him. It was the first time he ever encountered such a thing. Wu Ying, are you looking to die? You dare to try to bully me? Demanded Lei Yun'er. Ying Bakong stealthily whispered into Long Chen's ear, Master, this is Wu Ying from the Water Mallard race. Her status is equal to Princess Yun'er. What do you mean that her status is equal to mine? They're nothing more than some ducks. Raged Lei Yun'er. Ying Bakong jumped in shock. He had been using a divine ability to speak to Long Chen so that only he would hear, but Lei Yun'er was so powerful that she inadvertently heard him. He hastily shut his mouth and hid behind Long Chen. The Water Mallard race. It was also a noble race amongst the demonic beasts. Their innate water element talent made them famous within the integral heaven star field. They weren't lacking much when compared to the Lightning Falcon race. Both were from the bird races of demonic beasts, but they weren't friendly. The Water Mallard race was different from other flying beasts. They were allied with the land beasts and the scaled beasts. The entire flying beast race was mortal enemies with the scaled beast race, but the Water Mallard race actually refused to stand alongside them. That resulted in many of the other flying beast races having bad relationships with them. The fiery-tempered Lightning Falcon race in particular didn't get along with them. The two had fought large-scale battles before, but the Lightning Falcon race was depressed since their lightning energy was actually subdued by the Water Mallard race's water energy. One was soft and insipid, while the other was hard and fierce. When they fought, their thunder force was actually unable to gain any advantage over them. As a result, it ended up becoming a competition of core energy. However, all those with water energy, wood energy, and earth energy had thick reserves of core energy. But thunder force was wild and explosive. It couldn't be maintained for long. When they competed with core energy, it was the Lightning Falcon race that was at a disadvantage. So despite detesting the other side, the Lightning Falcon race could not do anything to them. The result was that both sides were hostile to each other. Thus, the Water Mallard race's princess, Wu Ying, naturally didn't give Lei Yun'er any face. Wu Ying seemed to be more of a schemer than Lei Yun'er. She managed to infuriate Lei Yun'er with just some words, and afterward, she didn't even look at her. She walked right up to Long Chen and smiled bewitchingly. You must be the boss Long San that caused a ruckus in front of the testing gate. As expected, you really are an amazing figure. A man like you should like subduing a mature woman, don't you think? Silly little girls that haven't grown up yet are very inexperienced. They definitely don't have the same flavor as a big sister like myself. Why don't you come to my water mallard race? We can offer you the highest level of spiritual contracts. As long as you are willing to stay in my water mallard race, when I become the leader of the race, your position will only be lower than mine. What do you think? Long Chen looked into her eyes and smiled disdainfully. She really did view him as a fool. Just from her eyes, he could see her arrogance and slyness. Moreover, he could see the contempt she had for the human race. She didn't care about him at all. This was just using him to slap the face of the lightning falcon race. He had been turned into a tool. Lei Yun'er was so enraged that it looked like she was about to kill. Long Chen grabbed her, stopping her. He then shook his head at Wu Ying. Many thanks for your good intentions. However, every person has their own tastes. First of all, I don't like fatties, and second of all, I don't like oldies either. Go back to wherever you came from. Wu Ying's expression instantly grew ugly. Her smile vanished and her killing intent raged. It didn't matter whether it was a human or a demonic beast, no woman liked others criticizing their appearance or age. Long Chen had called her fat and old all at once, infuriating her more than if he had slapped her in the face. Lei Yun'er was delighted by Long Chen's response. After that, she obediently stuck by him, making faces at the furious Wu Ying. Inferior human, are you asking to die? Do you believe me when I say that even with the support of the lightning falcon race behind you, my water mallard race can still make you die a miserable death? Shouted Wu Ying furiously. If I'm an inferior human, why did you choose to come to me? Doesn't that mean that you're even more inferior? We were just talking about business. If the business talks fall apart, why do you instantly turn hostile? Your water mallard race really is fickle. You turn hostile faster than the flipping of a page, no? Said Long Chen with a sneer. Wu Ying quivered with rage. When it came to quarreling, she was a demonic beast. How could she beat him with words? Even those old monsters who viewed themselves as skilled with words were made to spit out blood by Long Chen, let alone someone like her. You came here with malice, so why can't others retaliate? Other than that, I should warn you, I, Boss Long San, truly dislike when others threaten me. Furthermore, my temper isn't very good. I'd advise you not to provoke me, warned Long Chen. What can you do if I want to provoke you? Sneered Wu Ying. Not much, but with this temper of mine, I can always relieve it after slaughtering a few people. As long as your water mallard race has enough people for me to kill, do as you please, said Long Chen, shrugging indifferently. Big words. Boss Long San, is it? Just wait. Once we enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, just watch as I tear out every muscle in your body, said Wu Ying darkly. Then I'll provide. A walk, said Long Chen. For what? Asked Lei Yun'er. To treat you to some duck noodle soup. Wu Ying and the other experts of the water mallard race were enraged. But Long Chen ignored them. He turned with his arm around Lei Yun'er's shoulder and then pointed at one of the lightning spirit blood soul pills. Please buy one for me. The elder at the counter had been watching with interest as the two sides fought. Seeing that it was over, he was a bit disappointed. You're just buying one? He asked. I want to buy one for now to take a look, said Long Chen. Just buying one wasn't permitted usually, because you had to buy at least 10 at once. But due to Lei Yun'er's status, the elder didn't mind selling Long Chen just one. Haha, the lightning falcon race is now so poor that they can't even buy important medicinal pills. Just then, Wu Ying once more provoked them. Crack. Just then, everyone was shocked to see Long Chen crush the lightning spirit blood soul pill in his hand. Chapter 3411 Shameless Sacred Pill Haul. Everyone, including Lei Yun'er, stared at Long Chen. A lightning spirit blood soul pill was worth 30 immortal king crystals. And he crushed it just like that. What was that for? The expression of the sacred pill hall's elder sank. Clearly, he thought that Long Chen's action was a provocation. As for the water mallard race's experts, they actually thought that Long Chen was angry at their provocation and had lost control of himself. Just as Wu Ling was feeling pleased and about to mock him, she heard Long Chen start talking. Lightning spirit blood soul grass, 1,000-leaf vermilion fruit, violet root magnolia vine, flowerless ivy, wheel seeds. Long Chen eyed the resulting powder of the lightning spirit blood soul pill, occasionally sniffing as well. He rattled off a list of medicinal ingredients. These names left others befuddled, but the elder was completely shocked. Long Chen was listing out all the ingredients in the pill. Furthermore, the most unbelievable thing was that the order he listed was the order that they had to be placed in the pill furnace. He wasn't the slightest bit off. You are an alchemist?" asked the elder in shock. Lei Yun'er, Ying Bakong, and even Wu Ying were all startled to hear this. They stared at Long Chen in disbelief. "A bit," said Long Chen, smiling slightly. "This lightning spirit blood soul pill would count as being above average in difficulty to refine. Although it was a tier 4 medicinal pill, with Long Chen's current soul energy and Huo Linger's power, refining it wasn't anything difficult. Something as trash as this was actually treated as a treasure by the sacred pill hall to be sold for such a high price. It was truly a scam. Since you are an alchemist, you can join my sacred pill hall. As long as you pass the exam, you can live in the bright cloud domain and obtain a never-ending supply of medicinal ingredients. I don't mind telling you that this domain is a heavenly place that alchemists dream of reaching. I feel like you can consider it," said the elder, his entire tone changing after learning that Long Chen was an alchemist. "I don't feel like it. Alchemy is a side hustle for me. I never wanted to be a true alchemist. I was just curious about the lightning spirit blood soul pill. Can I trouble you to give me a lightning spirit blood soul grass?" asked Long Chen. The elder didn't immediately agree. He looked at Long Chen. "You should know that the integral heaven star field is dominated by my sacred pill hall. The heavens cannot have two suns, and the people cannot have two lords. This place welcomes all cultivators, but if anyone causes trouble, they usually won't have a good ending." The elder was clearly threatening him. The sacred pill hall was monopolizing the medicinal pill market of the integral heaven star field. They would not allow anyone else to sell medicinal pills here. The sacred pill hall was well aware of just how they priced their pills. So they would not permit anyone to come in and undercut them. They were truly shameless people. On the Martial Heaven continent, Pill Valley had even sold fake medicine. Here, they instead took a monopoly and charged outrageous prices. Lord Brahma's followers were all only capable of shameful acts. Long Chen sneered, "I only want to buy a single lightning spirit blood soul grass. Tell me, is the essence refined from a single grass enough for a single furnace of lightning spirit blood soul pills? Even if it could, I have never refined such a pill before. Do you think I could refine such a difficult pill on my first try? Don't tell me that your sacred pill hall is so afraid of me refining pills that you don't even dare to sell me a single lightning spirit blood soul grass." The elder's expression softened when he heard that. Long Chen was correct. The lightning spirit blood soul pill was a difficult pill to refine. Even practiced masters often failed, let alone someone who hadn't reached the divine lord realm. The lightning spirit blood soul grass is priced at 3 stocks for 1 immortal king crystal. I will give face to the lightning falcon race and give you an additional 2. How about we close the curtains to today's matter here in order to avoid harming our friendship?" said the elder generously. The main thing was that he didn't believe that a little 4-peak disciple could truly refine the lightning spirit blood soul pill. Even if he could, it would probably be low grade or trash grade. Without practicing it many times, it was very difficult to refine it. Thus, 1 stock or 5 stalks of grass made no difference to him, so he intentionally acted generous. It was quite sly. Through this, it covered up any previous air of displeasure, and neither side would make things hard on the other. "Then many thanks. I know that you were only following your duty and not intentionally harming the lightning falcon race. We have no intention of blaming you," said Long Chen with a smile. He then put away the 5 palm-sized stalks of lightning spirit blood soul grass. Inside, he was cursing the elder's entire family. This old bastard acted courteous, when in fact he gave Long Chen the worst lightning spirit blood soul grasses that he had. 3 of them were essentially trash. Most of their medicinal nature had decayed. Even though 2 were still complete, they hadn't reached full maturity and didn't contain enough energy. This old fellow was truly treacherous. Not cursing him out loud was already showing great restraint. Haha, exactly. The lightning falcon race is a noble race. They naturally wouldn't make a fuss over such a minor affair, laughed the elder. Right, the lightning falcon race is a noble race that soars over the heavens. They definitely live a different life when compared to those bugs crawling their way through the earth, or ducks that ingratiate to anyone they can. I'm sure you must be busy with business, so we'll leave first. Long Chen laughed and left with Lei Yun'er. Only after Long Chen and Lei Yun'er had started walking away did Wu Ying react and realize that Long Chen was cursing her. She pointed at Long Chen, but before she could curse him, the Sacred Pill Hall's elder coldly said, "It is forbidden to make a ruckus in this region of business." He was at ease with what Long Chen had just said. He knew that Long Chen wouldn't do what he shouldn't do. He wouldn't cause trouble for the Sacred Pill Hall. Lei Yun'er laughed. She also only realized Long Chen's insult now. The heads of the demonic beasts really weren't as agile. But seeing Wu Ying's current expression almost made her dance. Ignoring Wu Ying's fury, they walked away. It wasn't that long after when they heard Wu Ying roar and the elder indifferently say, "Whether you want to buy it or not, don't shout so loudly." Clearly, the inflated price of the medicinal pills was not targeted toward the Lightning Falcon race. Just now, the Water Mallard race had been laughing at them, but their retribution had come. After hearing that furious roar, Lei Yun'er was in an excellent mood. Holding Long Chen's hand, she said, "Why don't I buy 500 for now? After I advance, I must immediately stabilize my foundation. If I buy 1,000, then I won't have enough to buy you a weapon. But 500 should just barely be enough to make my blood soul power stable afterward," said Lei Yun'er. Looking at this tender girl, especially the naivety in her eyes, Long Chen's heart softened. He said, "I will help you handle the Lightning Spirit blood soul pills. But I have a request. I want to learn your Lightning Falcon race's movement art." Chapter 3412 Lightning Falcon Secret Art. In a private room, Long Chen and Lei Yun'er stood facing each other. In the distance, Ying Bakong was staring closely at them. Ying Bakong was extremely grateful. Because Long Chen wanted to learn Lei Yun'er's special movement art, they rented a training room. Originally, Ying Bakong shouldn't be here for such a thing, and Lei Yun'er didn't want him here either. But Long Chen had him enter, because he said that if he didn't, the Water Mallard race and the Mammoth Divine Elephant race would definitely target him. It didn't matter if it was within the city, with their power, they could still find a way to kill Ying Bakong. He was only allowed into this room due to concerns about his safety, which was why Ying Bakong was so grateful to Long Chen. It had to be known that while his Silver Wing Hawk Eagle race was not small, it couldn't come close to comparing to the likes of the Lightning Falcon race, the Mammoth Divine Elephant race, and the Water Mallard race. Furthermore, he was only an ordinary genius of the Silver Wing Hawk Eagle race. If he was crushed to death, the Silver Wing Hawk Eagle race wouldn't dare to even mention it in the future. Thus, he no longer felt any resentment toward Long Chen, only gratefulness and reverence. Long Chen was too powerful. Following someone as strong as him wasn't something embarrassing. Instead, it was an honor. Lei Yun'er's blood chi buzzed and lightning runes grew active in her eyes. As her silver hair rose slightly, lightning runes appeared all over her body. "Are you prepared?" Lei Yun'er had entered her combat state, and her aura was completely different from normal. It was fierce and tyrannical. The falcon was originally a bird of prey that captured all kinds of lifeforms for food. In that case, the Lightning Falcon race was the emperor of the falcons, and they were exceptionally ferocious. Long Chen had a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. Lightning runes covered his body as well. When his lightning runes appeared, the entire training room rumbled. An air of destruction came from him. "Your Thunder Force contains the power of the heavenly Taos. If you have children with me, our children will definitely be supreme experts," exclaimed Lei Yun'er when she saw those lightning runes. Although she had sensed his Thunder Force, it was only when he displayed it that she was truly shocked. His Thunder Force was one with the heavenly Taos. Of course, his Thunder Force was one with the heavenly Taos. It came from the heavenly tribulation lightning that was absorbed by Lei Linger. Hence, this lightning had her mark on it, as well as Long Chen's will. It was a special lightning, unique in the world. "Stop talking nonsense. Attack. Once I learn your movement art, I'll teach you my own peerless lightning technique," shouted Long Chen sternly. This foolish child was still a kid herself, yet she spent all day thinking about having children. "All right, I'm going to start." Lei Yun'er once more entered her combat state. Her aura grew incomparably condensed, and her eyes grew fierce. When she entered her combat state, she was no longer a child but a ferocious, merciless beast. The void quivered and Lei Yun'er vanished. Long Chen's heart shook. His mental energy was covering the entire training room, but as soon as Lei Yun'er vanished, even his mental energy lost track of her. It was to be known that her mental energy couldn't possibly compare to his. In other words, she was inconceivably fast, so fast that not even his mental energy could keep up. Relying on his sense of danger, Long Chen swung his shield in a certain direction. However, he was shocked to find that he had struck nothing. Lei Yun'er's hand then patted his shoulder. What a movement art, exclaimed Long Chen. She was incredibly fast. The moment he blocked her, she was already gone. She patted Long Chen's shoulder before he was able to use his shield to push her aside. Hee, I'm going to accelerate, Lei Yun'er giggled. A pair of wings then appeared on her back. At that moment, this training room became filled with images of her. It wasn't an illusion, it was simply her moving so fast that it appeared as if thousands of her were attacking at once. Long Chen swept out his spear and blocked with his shield repeatedly, but there were still many times when Lei Yun'er's attacks landed on him. Her attacks lacked any killing or destructive intent, resulting in Long Chen's sense of danger not being as effective. Furthermore, she was truly too fast. He could only rely on his instincts to keep up with her. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised, as well as grateful. Lei Yun'er was clearly displaying how she circulated her thunder force while moving for him to see. Long Chen wasn't capable of grasping this technique like this, but Lei Linger was. She had formed lightning armor around his body, absorbing her attacks and sensing the method to circulate her thunder force. As a lightning spirit body, Lei Linger was capable of absorbing any lightning art. There were no secrets that could be hidden from her. As she continuously watched Lei Yun'er's movements, she quickly began to condense runes. These were identical to Lei Yun'er's core runes, which were necessary to use the Lightning Falcon race's divine abilities. After fighting for an hour, Long Chen suddenly took a step. Lei Yun'er was in the midst of launching a palm when he vanished. Just as she was astonished, Long Chen appeared behind her and tapped her back. Lei Yun'er reached out to grab him, only to miss once more. She was truly shocked now. Long Chen had dodged her attacks twice using the Lightning Falcon race's movement art. After recovering from her shock, she once more accelerated. Long Chen was filled with praise. The Lightning Falcon race's movement art was truly powerful. Lei Yun'er didn't hold back at all in teaching him, and Lei Linger didn't hold back at all in learning. After 2 hours, the entire room was rumbling with thunder. It looked as if there were thousands of Long Chens and Lei Yun'ers chasing each other. As for Ying Bakong, he was dazed after just watching for a bit. He almost threw up. He shut then his eyes and didn't dare to open them again after that. This speed had reached such a level that his eyes couldn't even keep up. Just trying to do so would use up his mental energy. As the lightning in the air vanished, Long Chen and Lei Yun'er appeared once more. Lei Yun'er praised, "You really are skillful. You were made to learn lightning arts. You grasped my Lightning Falcon race's movement art so quickly." Long Chen reddened slightly. This wasn't him learning it, it was all Lei Linger. Hence, this praise made him feel guilty. The Lightning Falcon race's movement art is absolutely marvelous. I've greatly benefited from this. But I won't let you lose out. A sphere of lightning appeared in Long Chen's hand, and the entire training room quivered violently. Cracks then appeared on the ground, ceiling, and walls. What terrifying condensed energy! Lei Yun'er was shocked to see that sphere of lightning. She had never thought that thunder force could be condensed to such a level. "Look with your heart, I will teach you this technique called World Extermination Lightning Radiance," said Long Chen. Chapter 3413 Gathering. The training room exploded and countless runes lit up a giant barrier. The fragments of the room struck the barrier, but didn't cause any damage. Ying Bakong was hiding in a corner of the wreckage. Just now, Lei Yun'er's lightning sphere had gone out of control. If Long Chen hadn't helped Ying Bakong block it, he would have been blasted out of existence. "I told you to hold back a bit," said Long Chen helplessly. Long Chen had taught Lei Yun'er how to control the World Extermination Lightning Radiance. Relying on her powerful bloodline talent, she thought that she could fully control it, only for that carelessness to blow apart their training room. If there wasn't an outer formation around the training room, the wreckage would have flown out and caused quite a bit of damage to the surrounding area. "Alright, now we have to pay for damages." Long Chen shrugged helplessly. They had rented this training room, but now it had been blasted apart by Lei Yun'er. It would probably cost a hefty price. Lei Yun'er didn't care about that price. She looked at her hand, having yet to recover from her shock. "What a terrifying attack! I only used a tenth of my power just now, but its destructive power has exceeded my Lightning Falcon race's ultimate technique," said Lei Yun'er, feeling delighted and shocked. "Don't be so happy just yet. You can't control it. With your current level of control, if you used 50% of your power, it would definitely severely wound you. If you exceed 60%, you'd lose your life. You should focus on control for now. If you don't have control, then no matter how strong the technique is, it's meaningless," warned Long Chen sternly. Lei Yun'er was a demonic beast, and her spiritual strength wasn't strong enough to control this technique. Her lightning arts were related to her bloodline, so they were easier to control for her. On the other hand, this technique had no connection to her bloodline. Hence, even if she was familiar with Thunder Force and used her core energy for this technique, it was still difficult to control the world extermination lightning radiance. As expected, people quickly came to make them pay for the destruction. For this training room, Lei Yun'er paid 200 immortal king crystals. This was after they gave face to the lightning falcon race. Otherwise, it would be more. They were only recuperating their cost. After that, Lei Yun'er directly rented another training room. This time, Ying Bakong directly said that he would guard the door. He said that he was preventing anyone from disturbing Lei Yun'er, but really he was just afraid of her losing control and killing him. This time, Lei Yun'er was more cautious, but her spiritual strength was still not strong enough. Despite knowing how she had to control it, it was like walking on thin ice. One mistake and she would lose control. The disaster repeated itself twice, with only Long Chen preventing the room from being blown up again. Lei Yun'er was originally overflowing with excitement, but these consecutive failures disappointed her. This technique was too difficult. No matter how great the technique was, there was no use if she couldn't control it. She almost started crying. Long Chen comforted her and directly refined 2 furnaces of pills to nourish her soul. When she saw those top-grade treasure pills, she was dumbfounded. She recognized what level these pills were. She was unaware that these furnaces of pills were just refined by Huo Linger in the Demon Moon Furnace. The Demon Moon Furnace refined demonic pills, so Long Chen had a thought. Wouldn't demonic pills be perfect for demonic beasts? When Long Chen gave her those top-grade treasure pills, Lei Yun'er was so grateful that she couldn't even speak. She only knew that the higher the grade of the pill, the more precious it was. She thought that these treasure pills were definitely extraordinarily valuable, but she didn't know that despite being treasure pills, such pills were so commonplace that not even 10 of them could be sold for a single immortal king crystal normally. The demonic beast race couldn't refine pills, and the sacred pill hall forbade any medicinal pills from entering the integral heaven star field. So all medicinal pills were sold for a sky-high price here. Long Chen didn't bother explaining any of this. He had Lei Yun'er consume one, and just that one pill already strengthened her mind and spirit. Her mental energy increased by almost 30%. Long Chen was startled inside. It seemed that demonic pills really were perfect for demonic beasts. However, these pills also had a greater burden on the body. Perhaps only the body of a demonic beast could endure such a thing. It had to be known that the demonic pills he refined were normally only for himself. Their medicinal energy was too violent for others to consume. However, Lei Yun'er didn't feel out of sorts after consuming one. The medicinal effect took action steadily. She absorbed it particularly well. Perhaps it was due to never consuming such pills before, but even after consuming 10 pills, the efficacy of each pill didn't decrease. It was only after the 10th pill that the effect started to decrease. It finally had no effect after 16 pills. After eating the pills, Lei Yun'er's spiritual strength increased multiple times. Furthermore, Long Chen also used these medicinal pills to widen her spiritual space. As she worked hard, she would have a large room for improvement. With her new spiritual strength, Lei Yun'er was finally capable of unleashing the world extermination lightning radiance. It was capable of instantly absorbing 50% of her thunder force for an attack. Even she felt terror at this technique. Their lightning falcon race's strongest divine ability was only able to unleash a tenth of their full energy capacity at once. But that would already be considered a terrifying ultimate move that made countless demonic beasts shudder. As for this technique that she had learned from Long Chen, it had surpassed the scope of her understanding. Now she truly had her own personal trump card. Long Chen warned Lei Yun'er that due to her spiritual strength, 50% of her power was her limit. Any more than that in her life would be in danger. Lei Yun'er was profoundly grateful to Long Chen for this technique. She had only taught him a movement art, but he had taught her such a terrifying technique. She felt so sorry for him that she wanted to teach him more of her lightning attacks. However, Long Chen refused. What Long Chen had cared about was Lei Yun'er's terrifying speed. The rest of her lightning arts were useless to him. His thunder force came from Lei Linger. As long as he had the support of this movement art and a terrifying attack like the world extermination lightning radiance, that was enough. After all, he also had the world extermination flame lotus, the dragon blood battle armor, the 6-star battle armor, split the heavens, and other techniques. Power was his main focus. He needed to focus on perfecting the techniques he had, not learning more. With Lei Yun'er's patient display, Lei Linger had already grasped her movement art. Since Lei Linger and Long Chen's souls were connected, Long Chen had essentially learned the technique as well. Long Chen started to teleport throughout the training room, leaving 10,000 afterimages. His speed was not at all inferior to Lei Yun'er's. This was Long Chen's first time controlling such terrifying speed. Even if he encountered supreme experts in the future, he could flee even if he couldn't beat them. He had gained a life-saving trump card. After 3 days, Long Chen and Lei Yun'er came out of seclusion. Long Chen's tablet was shining again. Furthermore, it wasn't just his. Lei Yun'er and Ying Bakong's tablets were also shining. The Divine Lord Immortal Realm is about to open. We're starting to gather. Let's go now, said Lei Yun'er excitedly. Long Chen was also excited. Once I reach the Divine Lord Realm, with the Lightning Falcon race's movement art, I don't have to be afraid of even world kings. However, just as Long Chen was in high spirits, a line of numbers appeared on his tablet that made his expression instantly grow ugly. Chapter 3414 Intolerable Bullying. 70,000. Long Chen's expression sank. The Divine Lord Immortal Realm was about to open, so now numbers appeared on his tablet. However, they wanted him to pay 70,000 Immortal King crystals to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. That was even more than what it took to rebuild the 7th Branch Academy. This was clearly an attempt to target him and not allow him to participate in the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. How can it be so expensive? Lei Yun'er was also shocked. Isn't the highest supposed to only be 10,000? Could it be they based this price on having reached the top in all 7 aspects? Wondered Ying Bakong. Lei Yun'er agreed with that guess. Someone who maxed out the testing gate would have to pay 10,000 Immortal King crystals. That was because when they entered the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, they would gain the most benefits and use up the most of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm's energy. Naturally, the ticket price was increased for them. However, no matter how powerful an individual's 4 peaks were, the price was still based on only 1 peak. It was definitely bullying for them to require Long Chen to pay for 7. They had clearly said that Long Chen couldn't possibly cultivate all 7 powers at once, thinking that it was either his cultivation technique or some treasure that interfered with the testing gate. They had also said that they would discuss how he should pay later. But to demand 70,000 Immortal King crystals and to only announce it just as the Divine Lord Immortal Realm was about to open. It was clearly extortion. The Sacred Pill Hall is growing more and more tyrannical. They definitely do this on purpose. Raged Lei Yun'er. But there was nothing she could do. Lei Yun'er, Long Chen, and Ying Bakong then rushed to the gathering place. There were countless people here already. Oh, the princess of the Lightning Falcon race actually has such an ugly expression. Did you suddenly run out of money? A mocking voice greeted them. It was the Water Mallard race's Wu Ying. She was smiling delightedly at them. Bastard, so it was you. Raged Lei Yun'er. Wu Ying had clearly known in advance about this, so it must be connected to her. So what? It was the result of multiple noble races such as the Water Mallard race, the Mammoth Divine Elephant race, the Golden Barbarian Bull race, and the Blue Eye Bright Scale race requesting the Sacred Pill Hall to do this. How can a little human be allowed to enjoy the same treatment as demonic beasts? He must pay an accordingly high price first, sneered Wu Ying, mocking them. Just wait. Lei Yun'er ground her teeth, wanting to attack her right now. What can you do if I wait for you? Do you dare to bite me? Taunted Wu Ying. You really are a fool. Do you know what targeting me will bring you? Asked Long Chen darkly. His anger was starting to climb. It will bring me joy. Just seeing how angry you are is making me very happy, ha ha ha. Laughed Wu Ying. It really is delightful. Hasn't your Lightning Falcon race fallen for this fellow? I'm sure you can think of a way to pay. At this moment, the large 8th prince of the Mammoth Divine Elephant race also walked over with a sneer. Oh great princess, now that the Divine Lord Immortal Realm is about to open, all those not participating in it have left. Hee, if you want him to participate now, you'll have to see if you have the Immortal King crystals. Ha ha ha, 70,000 Immortal King crystals is no small amount. If you beg me, I don't mind lending you 100, sneered a large man whose face was covered in black splotches. His eyes were blue-green. His voice was very cold, just like his aura. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. It was like his blood was cold, and his soul was cold as well. This person was from the blue-eye bright scale race. It was not a dragon race, drake race, or python race. Instead, it was a specific serpent race. They had a serpent's sinisterness and cautiousness. Their inheritance was an ancient one. Although their fame was not on the same level as the lightning falcon race, they were still a very powerful race. Most importantly, they were the leader of the scaled beast races and mortal enemies of the flying beast races. This expert naturally was opposing Lei Yun'er. Lei Yun'er looked at a giant hourglass and killing intent filled her eyes. All right, you wish to join forces against my lightning falcon race. Do you think that we're afraid of you? No, we're not targeting the great lightning falcon race but a lowly human. Respected princess, please don't randomly accuse others of things. It would affect our relationships and the unity of the demonic beast race. We are only targeting this little fellow, and we hope that you won't end up losing your life just for a lowly human, sneered another demonic beast, his smile completely fake. Long Chen's anger was rising with every single time they called him a lowly human. Icy killing intent rose in his heart. HMPH, despicable people. Do you think that you can stump me like this? Just wait. Lei Yun'er gloomily turned back to Long Chen. Don't move. I'll borrow some from others. Borrow from others. The great lightning falcon race's princess actually has the face to borrow money from others. Ha ha ha, we definitely have to watch carefully, sneered Wu Ying. I want to see just who has the money to lend to the lightning falcon race, said the 8th prince, intentionally talking loudly as a threat to everyone. Clearly, anyone who lent Lei Yun'er money would offend the mammoth divine elephant race, the water mallard race, and the others. Master, I'll go borrow some too. I have quite a few friends, said Ying Bakong, running off. In just a bit, he came back, dark-faced. Clearly, he had not managed to borrow any money and had even been insulted. Long Chen patted his shoulder comfortingly. He felt that this Ying Bakong was not bad. The latter dared to try to help him in front of so many people. Long Chen was prepared to send him some medicinal pills to increase his spiritual strength after they left the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. Under the 8th prince and the others' disdainful gazes, Long Chen waited 6 full hours. Just as the hourglass was about to run out, Lei Yun'er returned. It's a good thing that I didn't spend any of my money at the market. I finally got enough, said Lei Yun'er excitedly. Seeing that her forehead was sweaty, Long Chen knew just how anxious she had been. He nodded. He would remember this favor. So what, once he dies by my hands in the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, that money will have been spent for nothing, said the man from the blue-eye bright scale race. Long Chen eyed him and told Lei Yun'er, when we get back, I'll give you a snake belt. It'll be very colorful. Hearing this, that man laughed sinisterly. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of a bell resounded, shaking the entire plaza. Everyone instantly became silent. Chapter 3415 Surrounded by Difficulty. Following the sound of the bell, the 8th prince and the others returned to their own respective spots in line. Lei Yun'er then handed Long Chen a spatial ring. There are 70,000 immortal king crystals inside. You have your own line. Once you are there, hand over the money and activate your status plate. Long Chen received the spatial ring. He knew that it must have been difficult to borrow so much money at this time. She had probably been mocked during the process. Although he hadn't known her for a long time, he understood her character. She was an extremely proud person, but she was willing to lower her noble head for him. Go. Don't be angry. Once we enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, we'll go to the World Core and snatch their karmic luck, said Lei Yun'er comfortingly. She had previously mentioned entering the World Core with Long Chen. Now, it seemed that so many people had joined forces for the same goal. It would be up to each side to see how much energy they could absorb. Long Chen then nodded and brought the spatial ring to his line. This was a line for foreign experts. Because he came late, he lined up at the end. Did you see? He is the one that the Lightning Falcon race favors. TCH, someone who relies on selling out the human race's bloodline to ingratiate themselves with the demonic beast race. What a loss of face for the human race. Exactly. He actually acts arrogant after doing that. It's disgusting. Once Long Chen was in line, quite a few humans pointed at him. Although they were mocking him, they couldn't conceal the envy in their eyes. They also wished that they could marry into the demonic beast race, but they weren't qualified to do so. Wouldn't it be nice to just live properly? Why court death? I don't want to kill people, so why must they force me? Long Chen shook his head and sighed. As fellow humans, these people had no amiability for him, only hostility and jealousy. It was like without Long Chen, Lei Yun'er would have picked them. Their ugly appearances were truly nauseating. Long Chen even felt that in comparison, the demonic beasts were easier to get to know. At least, their characters were simpler and more straightforward. They weren't like humans who were clearly envious and yet had to put on such sanctimonious airs. The latter would criticize others from up above while it was their own hearts that were the most twisted. It was like a palm-sized loincloth was able to cover up their ugly natures. Just looking at their hateful appearances, Long Chen unconsciously clenched his fists. After a few hours, it was finally Long Chen's turn. He handed his tablet to a half-step world king in charge. The latter then took his tablet and spatial ring. After eyeing Long Chen, he coldly said, "I heard that you are an alchemist. Is it any of your business?" replied Long Chen, and he narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, even the Sacred Pill Hall's people were finding trouble for him. The half-step world king sneered, "Little fellow, your words are tough. You don't really think that hugging the leg of the Lightning Falcon race will allow you to do whatever you please, do you?" Long Chen also sneered and got closer to the elder. "It seems that the only ones capable of doing what they please is your Sacred Pill Hall, right? Even the rules can be randomly changed. No matter how strong I am, I can't be as tyrannical as you, isn't that right?" The elder actually nodded. "It's good that you know. Remember where this place is. Remember whose word counts here. It would be best if you didn't cause any trouble here. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." After that, he stuck a golden rune to the back of Long Chen's tablet and handed it back to him. Long Chen received the tablet. Looking at the half-step world king's disdainful appearance, he smiled. "Hee, I don't cause trouble. But if I do, it would definitely be an accident." The half-step world king's expression sank, but Long Chen was already walking away, sticking out his middle finger at the elder as he walked away. The half-step world king didn't know what it meant, but there was no way this middle finger could mean anything good. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get over here. Are you waiting for this old man to personally drag you here?" demanded the elder darkly, scaring the next person in line behind Long Chen to the point that he couldn't even move. It seemed as if the elder was planning on releasing his anger on him. Long Chen had received his ticket to enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. He was thinking of how to make money and repay Lei Yun'er's favor. Huo Linger and the Demon Moon Furnace were already refining the Lightning Spirit Blood Soul pills in the Primal Chaos space. He had as many ingredients for them as he wanted. However, he felt that just those pills weren't enough to repay Lei Yun'er's favor. He was trying to think of something better so that he could feel at ease when he left. Long Chen had just walked back when Lei Yun'er found him, and Ying Bakong was right behind her. The three of them then walked down a long path. There was another large plaza at the end of the path. There were already millions and millions of people present. A giant screen of light could be seen at the front of the plaza. Through the light, they could see a desolate world. It was a mountainous land without a single blade of grass growing on it. But this desolate world still gave off a feeling of immense vitality. That is the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. It is a treasured land specially built for 4 peak experts to advance. The laws here are complete, and there is abundant spiritual chi. Heavenly tribulations also become gentle due to the influence of the world core. Moreover, people can freely absorb Thunderforce when they undergo tribulation here. It is said that this place was created by the Sacred Pill Hall using Divine Venerate Brahma's power. This world requires a supreme divine energy that is independent of the heavenly Taos. Furthermore, it is said that the world core of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm is connected to the core of the integral heaven star field. Those who advance within the world core will obtain the approval of the entire integral heaven star field, said Lei Yun'er excitedly. It was precisely due to this that even powerful races like the Lightning Falcon race, Mammoth Divine Elephant race, and Water Mallard race would choose to come here despite having their own inheritance lands for their advancements. The core of a star field was extremely attractive. The core of a star field? Long Chen suddenly thought of the Martial Heaven continent. Wasn't it also the core of a star field? Could it be that this core would be just like the Martial Heaven continent's core? Just then, a large platform rose above the screen of light, and 8 half-step world kings appeared. They stood around the platform, holding their weapons vigilantly. Long Chen was startled. What was going on? Once the 8 of them were standing steadily, a wooden cross rose out of the center of the platform. There was a person chained to the cross. When Long Chen saw that person, his heart pounded wildly. His blood instantly ignited. A 9-star heir, Chapter 3416 9-Star Heir. The expert bound in chains to the wooden cross had just appeared when Long Chen's 6 stars automatically quivered. He also felt an indescribable feeling of closeness to this expert. He was tall with long hair, and his body wasn't particularly thick. But he gave off a feeling as if his power could cause the heavens to collapse. There were hundreds of steel stakes nailing him to the cross. Every steel stake was covered in runes that gave off a powerful aura. Other than the steel stakes and chains, he also had handcuffs and fetters binding him. He was covered in wounds, his flesh exposed all over. However, no blood flowed out as it had already run dry. He was practically a corpse. However, countless startled cries rang out. His aura was absolutely terrifying. Despite being in the Divine Lord realm, he gave off a pressure almost equal to a world king. Furthermore, the murderous aura around him was incredibly dense. He was just like a reaper from hell. Just looking at him made people's souls quake. What a terrifying physical body. Even though all his blood has run dry, he still emits such pressure. Just who is he? What is the sacred pill hall doing? Lei Yun'er stared in shock at that person. This opening of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm seemed to be different than before. That person suddenly moved. Just from raising his head, the chains binding him tightened, and all the half-step world kings retreated half a step from fear. Even though he was chained, he still terrified them. Only once he raised his head did people see that he wasn't old at all. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with some sideburns and facial hair. Although his eyes had lost their luster, he still gave off a very domineering feeling. That person's gaze swept across the crowd, and he slowly smiled disdainfully. After that, the chains on his body slowly tightened, forcing his head down. He seemed to be trying to resist, but he was powerless. He had to lower his head. I'm grateful that I get to see another 9-star heir before I die. I, Bai Yan, can die without regrets. A voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. That 9-star heir was communicating with him. It was not a spiritual communication but a communication using their Feng Fu stars as the vector. Only 9-star heirs could hear this voice. I won't let you die. I promise. Long Chen clenched his fists. As a fellow 9-star heir, Long Chen definitely wouldn't permit this man to die in front of him. Even if he had to lose his life, he would fight. You cannot save me. They have sucked away all of my essence blood and shattered my Violet Tower star. I do not have long to live, said the 9-star heir to him. He seemed happy, as if he didn't care about his own death. It was as if seeing Long Chen made him not care about losing his life. There must be a way. Long Chen's heart was pounding crazily. As expected, once he advanced to the Divine Lord realm, it would be time to condense the 7th star, the Violet Tower star. However, Long Chen didn't know if the destruction of the Violet Tower star would lead to death. In any case, though, it would probably signify that he would never be able to cultivate again. Don't comfort me. As a 9-star heir, I knew that such a day would come sooner or later. But I really do feel regret. As a 9-star heir, I was unable to do anything for the 9-star line. I'm going to die just like this. What a pity. Brother, I've seen several 9-star heirs, but they've all died. All I could do was avenge them. You are the only living 9-star heir that I've seen. Furthermore, you have a different aura from the rest of us 9-star heirs. Perhaps you are a variant amongst 9-star heirs. That might be why you have managed to conceal yourself without being noticed. That is excellent. Don't expose yourself. Do your best to grow up and accomplish the ultimate mission of our 9-star line, said the 9-star heir emotionally. He had high expectations for Long Chen. Leave those words for later. I'm going to make my move. Before the World Kings descend, I'm confident that I can save you, said Long Chen. He was already starting to gather his energy. Fool, as a 9-star heir, do you not understand what I'm saying? The 9-star heir's voice became a furious roar. My 7th star is already destroyed. I'm a cripple. Do you think I have the face to live in this world while on death's door? Do you think I will implicate other 9-star heirs because I'm afraid of death? Do you know just how fortunate it is that you are capable of hiding your identity? If you are exposed because of me, then not even 10,000 deaths would be enough to wash away my sins. The 9-star heir was quivering on his cross. He was clearly enraged, and his fury was because Long Chen so stubbornly wished to save him. Can it be that I'm supposed to just watch as you die? They pulled you out as a show of strength. Raged Long Chen. How could he control himself if he had to watch a fellow 9-star heir being slain? Do you know how few 9-star heirs can grow up under the watch of Lord Brahma? Do you know how much cruelty I had to endure to reach this level? Do you know how many times I suffered humiliation? I once watched as another 9-star heir was surrounded and killed because I was powerless to save him. If I could endure, why can't you? Even if you save me, what can that do? You will throw away your life to save a cripple. Your goal isn't to save me but to slay that ingrate Lord Brahma, do you understand? Roared the 9-star heir. Long Chen clenched his teeth and didn't reply. He didn't know what to say. He had always killed people decisively, but now he didn't know what to do. Brother, I can comprehend your heart. I also went through the same thing. But you must remember not to throw your life away for nothing, not when you still have a purpose. If you really want to help me, then help me get revenge after I die. Kill Lord Brahma, kill all his dogs. The 9-star heir's voice suddenly softened. Promise me that you won't try to save me. If you do, you will fall for their trap. I have never begged anyone before in this lifetime. This is the first, and the last. I hope that you will promise me this. Long Chen was disconcerted. 9-star heirs had a special feeling between them. Even though it was Long Chen's first time seeing this man, he felt as close as life and death brothers with him. To have Long Chen just watch as he died was an incomparable torture. Fine, I promise you, I will get revenge for you, said Long Chen, his heart full of agony. Long Chen knew that this was the pride of a 9-star heir. Saving him would only bring him more time. He wanted to die with at least a trace of dignity. Just then, 3 elders walked in and stood atop the platform. A startled cry then rang out. The Sacred Pill Hall's Master and 2 Assistant Hall Masters. Chapter 3417 The 9-Star Line's Mission. 3 world kings had come at once, and they gave off powerful auras, especially their leader, an elder with a beard thicker than his sparse hair. His pressure made it difficult for others to even breathe. They weren't intentionally unleashing their powerful pressures. However, their natural auras simply caused the entire plaza to become grave and solemn. Their arrival caused an uproar as some experts recognized their status. They were the master and assistant masters of the Sacred Pill Hall. Although the 3 of them rarely appeared, due to some powers having close relationships with the Sacred Pill Hall, they still recognized the 3 of them. The powerful forces like the Lightning Falcon race, Water Mallard race, Mammoth Divine Elephant race, and others would implore their disciples not to provoke the 3 of them no matter what. If they provoked others, then due to their backgrounds, even the Sacred Pill Hall would give them face. But if they provoked the 3 of them, then there would be no face to talk of. Their seniors needed them to know who they could provoke and who they couldn't. Since all 3 of them had appeared, that alone signified just how big this matter was. After a moment of shock, the entire plaza fell silent. The hall master's gaze swept across the ground, and he seemed to be very satisfied with this result. However, when his gaze fell on the person beside Lei Yun'er, Long Chen, he paused slightly. Lei Yun'er was leaning on Long Chen, and her arms were wrapped around his elbow, appearing very intimate. But for some reason, he had a strange feeling when he looked at Long Chen. However, there were important matters for him to announce right now, so he didn't pay much attention to Long Chen. My Sacred Pill Hall is borrowing the opening of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm to announce a major matter. Everyone knows that the Divine Lord Immortal Realm was made by my Sacred Pill Hall. Recently, Divine Venerate Brahma even lent his power to draw out the core of an entire star field to create a world core for the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. This core allows people to not only advance perfectly but also absorb the karmic luck of heaven and earth. For the demonic beast race in particular, advancing here will turn you into the favorites of heaven and earth, allowing you to be favored by the heavenly Taos just like the human race. Hearing this, the demonic beasts were all excited. While the demonic beast race looked down on the human race, they also envied the human race in one aspect. That was that the human race had more support from the heavenly Taos. The core of the star field could change the fate of the entire demonic beast race. Furthermore, once they obtained the approval of the heavenly Taos, their bloodline would also change. This change could very likely allow their bloodline runes to be passed down to future generations as well. Thus, all the major powers were eyeing this world core. The Hall Master continued, my Sacred Pill Hall has paid an immense price, both financially and in terms of manpower. But that doesn't count for anything. We are only the Divine Venerate's servants. Divine Venerate Brahma cares about all living things and wishes all living beings to live equally. Even as part of the human race, he believes in equality between races. The heavens belong to all races. Everyone, I ask that we say a prayer for divine venerate Brahma's blessings. After that, the void rumbled and a huge statue appeared in the sky. It shone brightly, enveloping the plaza with divine light. When the statue of Lord Brahma appeared, everyone in the plaza immediately closed their eyes and pressed their hands together in prayer, murmuring something. In order to not appear conspicuous, Long Chen also closed his eyes and pressed his hands together. He asked the 9-star heir, "Is there anything I can do to help you? You can live a proper life and accomplish the mission of our 9-star line." "Then even if I had to die 10,000 times, it would be worth it," replied the 9-star heir. "What is that mission?" asked Long Chen. After a moment of hesitation, the 9-star heir said, "Once you condense the 9th star, you will know. Can you show me your cultivation technique? Due to relying entirely on myself, I cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art down a different path. I'm not sure if I've cultivated it properly," said Long Chen. Using his spiritual strength, Long Chen showed him the formation of his 6 stars. After looking at that, the 9-star heir gasped. "No wonder you haven't been noticed yet. You deviated from the original path at the 5-star battle armor." The 9-star heir displayed his own star diagram to Long Chen. The first 4 stars were the same, but it was different starting from the 5th star. His power also started from the Feng Fu star and formed a perfect circle. By the time his 7th star condensed, it was almost a perfect match for his divine ring. It perfectly merged his power. Long Chen's heart turned cold. It seemed that he had truly gone down the wrong path. Furthermore, he had gone down way too far and couldn't go back. Hearing the story about how Long Chen had gone off a different path, that 9-star heir comforted him. "Don't be afraid, although you've gone down the wrong path, your aura is still powerful. It might even be stronger than mine in that realm. This might be why you are able to dodge the noses of the 9-star hunters. Who can say whether this is a good thing or not? You must persevere down this path. We 9-star heirs have been viewed as prey for trillions of years. Perhaps this fate will finally be reversed by you. Perhaps it is precisely due to our trillions of years of failure that a variant like you was born. Brother, I really am excited about your future. You must live well, flip the heavens, avenge our fallen brothers." This 9-star heir grew emotional. It seemed that he was finally seeing another future, a future with light. "Everyone, do you know who this convict is? I will tell you. He is a successor to the most wicked, most bloodthirsty, most hated existence within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the 9-star line." Just as Long Chen and the 9-star heir were talking, the Hall Master's voice once more resounded through the air. Startled cries rang out. The name of 9-star heirs was known to everyone. Legend had it that they were natural warriors, existences that were unrivaled within the same realm. However, these people had only heard of them and had never seen one. Looking at the 9-star heir, sensing his terrifying aura, they were shocked. As expected of a warrior with such a reputation, no wonder he emits such terrifying pressure. So he's a legendary 9-star heir. Even after all his blood has run dry, he's so terrifying. If he was in his peak condition, he would be even more terrifying, said Lei Yun'er in shock. The existence of a 9-star heir was like a rock unleashing thousands of ripples. Everyone was stunned. 9-star heirs were all mysterious and absolutely terrifying. The Hall Master then pointed at the 9-star heir. With an expression of disgust, he announced, "Do you know why this person, despite clearly possessing the body of the human race, has such a terrifying physical body?" Hearing that, Long Chen's anger flared. He could already guess what the Hall Master's next words would be. Chapter 3418 You're talking nonsense. The Sacred Pill Hall's Master continued to speak, his voice resounding throughout heaven and earth. The 9-star heirs are the scum of the world. They are another form of heaven Caesars, and they rely on killing others to cultivate, stealing power from others. The reason why he has such a terrifying physical body is because he has killed countless demonic beasts, taking their power for his own. His cultivation is special. It is a cultivation technique that depends on harming others to strengthen oneself, so he has slain countless lifeforms. Countless demonic beasts have been killed for his powerful physical body. This is why a little human with a weak physical body came to possess such terrifying blood chi. When the Hall Master's powerful voice that was backed by his spiritual strength and filled with righteous indignation rang out, Long Chen finally couldn't hold back anymore. What fucking nonsense! Just as the Hall Master was giving a passionate speech and the demonic beats were enraptured by his words and emotions, Long Chen's curse struck everyone dumb. Even Lei Yun'er jumped. It was the master of the sacred pill hall that Long Chen was cursing. Did he not want his life any longer? If you expose yourself because of me, I won't forgive you even in my death. The 9-star heir's howl resounded in Long Chen's mind. He had just implored Long Chen to endure, and not much had happened before Long Chen started cursing. So, the 9-star heir was enraged. The world fell deathly silent. Everyone's gaze was instantly concentrated on Long Chen, and the sacred pill hall's experts were glaring at him with killing intent. What did you say? The hall master coldly turned to Long Chen. I said that you are spouting nonsense. Who said that the human race's physical bodies are weak? I refuse to believe this lie. Do you think all humans are as sickly as alchemists like you? Demanded Long Chen. How brazen. One of the assistant hall masters barked at Long Chen. He then cast a glance at the 8 half-step world kings, and they prepared to subdue Long Chen. What? Can it be that the sacred pill hall will not permit others to correct their incorrect words? Sneered Long Chen. With him saying that, the hall master narrowed his eyes. He then extended his hand, stopping the half-step world kings. If he wanted to, he could easily subdue this youngster. But he had to have an excuse first. Tell me, which of my words were wrong? Demanded the hall master. Everything was within Long Chen's expectations. Pill Valley had been like this, and now the sacred pill hall was the same. They were a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites who wanted to be seen as saints while being thieves. Which words were wrong? Long Chen stamped the ground with a single foot and the earth shuddered. Cracks were spreading on this hard plaza floor, instantly going beyond the horizon. Countless experts' expressions changed. This plaza was backed by a formation, and it was extremely tough. They hadn't seen Long Chen store up energy at all, so just by stamping his foot, he had unleashed such terrifying power. Count this as me begging you not to expose yourself, implored the 9-star heir. He knew that Long Chen was enraged. But Long Chen had only condensed up to the 6th star. If he was exposed now, he would definitely die. Hearing that, Long Chen was enraged, but he also felt terrible. He wished he could kill all these people from the sacred pill hall right now. But he didn't have that power yet. He was incredibly vexed, but he knew that with so many experts present, there was nothing he could do. That feeling of powerlessness drove him mad. Who said that the human race had weak bodies? Hall Master, are you discriminating against the human race? Or do you no longer view yourself as a human? Asked Long Chen. Who are you? Demanded the Hall Master darkly. I am just an ordinary human, a human that could not be more ordinary to the extent that I was even targeted by a pack of fools and made to pay a full 70,000 immortal king crystals just to come here, sneered Long Chen. 70,000 immortal king crystals. The Hall Master was startled and then looked at his 2 assistants. They were also confused, not knowing about this matter. What is going on? Demanded the Hall Master. Reporting, it is because Boss Long San cultivated all 7 powers to the highest level. It was impossible to confirm his true power. Moreover, over 30 races, including the Water Mallard race, the Mammoth Divine Elephant race, the Golden Barbarian Bull race, and the Blue Eye Bright Scale race asked for him to pay the highest price. One of the half-step world kings nervously stepped forward. He was the one that Long Chen had paid the price to. So the rules of the sacred pill hall can be changed so easily just by gathering a few people. What a huge joke. If you can swear on your soul that you didn't receive any benefits from those races, I, Boss Long San, will immediately leave the integral heaven star field. Sneered Long Chen. Originally, he had only cursed the Hall Master due to his rage without considering the consequences. But following the pleading of the 9-star heir, Long Chen came up with a plan to cover it up. That half-step world king had no reply. He truly had accepted bribes from those races to do this. After that, the Hall Master furiously slapped the elder's face, sending him tumbling back and coughing up blood. Startled cries then rang out. Bring him away. Once the matter of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm is over, cripple his cultivation base and expel him from the integral heaven star field. Shouted the Hall Master. Hearing that punishment, people's hearts shook. That was a half-step world king. He was to be crippled. That was truly ruthless. As for Long Chen, he sneered inside. Just who was he showing this act to? Once everyone was gone, who would know how this person would be punished? Only these brainless demonic beasts could be tricked by such a childish lie. Young friend, my sacred pill hall has produced a degenerate. This old man will apologize to you as a representative of the sacred pill hall. Our reputation cannot be soiled by anyone. We will return your ticket price. The hall master turned to Long Chen and handed a spatial ring to him with an amicable smile. It was my sacred pill hall that was wrong in this matter. All the consequences will be borne by us. You can enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm with a peaceful heart. Long Chen received the spatial ring under the envious gazes of quite a few people. That was 70,000 Immortal King crystals. It was no small sum. Wu Ying and the others were particularly enraged. Their attempt at conning Long Chen had only ended up with him getting free entrance. Long Chen saw the hidden killing intent within the hall master's amicable smile. It seemed like he was not planning on letting Long Chen leave alive. That was the only reason he had said such nice words. It was just for others to see. He was truly a wily fox. This further set the sacred pill hall up as a righteous and glorious place. Long Chen simply smiled as he took the spatial ring, not even bothering to say thanks. That arrogant rudeness of his even angered the demonic beasts as they felt that he had gone too far. As for the hall master, he acted indifferent to it. With this done, he looked around and focused on the 9-star heir once more. Demon, you killed countless lifeforms. You are the very definition of evil. Your crimes cannot be atoned for no matter what. Today, I will represent all living creatures beneath the heavens in carrying out your execution. Do you have any last words? Chapter 3419 Towering Killing Intent. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. The 9-star heir raised his head and laughed. Although he was powerless, his voice had not lost its domineering nature. Execution. The likes of you think you're fit to execute a 9-star heir? How satirically laughable, he sneered. HMPH, you've killed countless lifeforms. It is only by committing countless wicked acts that you have your power. Do you not feel the slightest bit of guilt? Shouted the hall master. He continued blaspheming 9-star heirs. Seeing this, Long Chen was clenching his fists again. This was a huge insult to him. He could see that the sacred pill hall was planning on using this chance to turn the 9-star heirs into the enemies of the demonic beast race. The hall master was exceptionally shameless. He even infused pure spiritual strength in his words, which could easily draw out emotions from other people and affect their wills. Let alone these 4-peak demonic beasts, even demonic beasts that had reached the World King realm could easily be swayed by him. Alchemists innately possessed powerful spiritual strength, while demonic beasts had weak spiritual strength. Adding on their simple heads, it was all too easy for them to fall for it. Now Long Chen knew that the sacred pill hall had built a stronghold here precisely to plant the seed of hatred. Their goal was to turn the demonic beast race against the 9-star heirs. Demonic beasts were spread throughout the entire immortal world, and they had many branches. By using this one stronghold, the sacred pill hall would plant the seed of hatred and then use various means to make it grow, cultivating it until the entire demonic beast race was opposed to 9-star heirs. In other words, this Divine Lord Immortal Realm was nothing more than bait. In fact, it hadn't even been attractive enough before, so the sacred pill hall had spent a huge sum to include the star field's core in it as well, all just to create a holy land. They were using this peak-grade holy land as bait, and their goal was clearly the heavenly geniuses of the lightning falcon, water mallard, mammoth divine elephant, and other powerful races. They were the future pillars of their races. Planting this seed was only the start according to Long Chen's prediction. They definitely had a much bigger plan set up, but he was still unaware of what exactly it was. Do you know how many innocent lifeforms were used to build your body of flesh? Did you ever think about the fathers, mothers, partners, and children of the demonic beasts that you killed? In your dreams, did you ever see the resentful spirits of the demonic beasts whose lives you claimed? The hall master continued droning on righteously. At the same time, Long Chen felt his blood raging within him. This old bastard was too shameless. Most importantly, his voice contained a bewitching power that was starting to inflame these demonic beasts. Their own anger was being drawn out, and they were tricked just like that. Even Lei Yun'er had her lightning runes appear in her eyes. She was also affected. Endure. You must endure. You know that our fatal weakness is not knowing how to endure. The 9-star heir ignored the hall master's sanctimonious droning, instead focusing on Long Chen. I'm about to die, but I'm very happy. You let me see the flame of hope. Grow this flame day by day until it illuminates the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I do regret dying before I get to see just how powerful you will be with the 7th star. You are. Suddenly, his voice was cut off as a golden spear pierced his chest. Long Chen saw the wielder of the golden spear. It was that detestable 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race. He had actually charged onto the stage and stabbed the 9-star heir. "You damned human race, do you know what kind of end you'll get for offending the great demonic beast race?" roared the 8th prince hatefully. The 9-star heir slowly raised his head and looked at the 8th prince. He sneered indifferently, "Foolish fellow, I don't know what my end will be, but I know yours will be 1,000 times more miserable than mine." The 8th prince roared furiously. His spear then quivered, blasting the 9-star heir's body apart. Long Chen clenched his fists so hard that they creaked, and his fingernails dug into his skin. The sharp pain tried to draw his attention away from his rage, but it failed. At that moment, his soul quivered and black light flashed in his eyes. But it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Within his peak anger and sorrow, he didn't notice the change in himself. Long Chen crazily suppressed his rage, doing his best to appear calm. The death of this 9-star heir was his own choice. He wanted to die with dignity. However, Long Chen could not forgive the Sacred Pill Hall or the Mammoth Divine Elephant race's 8th prince. He was simply waiting until he underwent his tribulation at the core of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. Once he reached the Divine Lord Realm, he would get revenge for this iron-boned 9-star heir. Excellent. Warriors of the demonic beast race, the demonic beast race needs warriors like you in order to stop the 9-star heir's unrestrained slaughter, praised the Hall Master. The 8th prince suddenly raised his head and howled after receiving the Hall Master's praise. It was like he was a lion that had defeated his opponent, showing off his bravery to everyone. "This bastard, how can killing someone without the ability to resist count as something? If he had guts, he would have fought him for real," said Lei Yun'er hatefully. This one roar from the 8th prince seemed to have awakened Lei Yun'er from the Hall Master's hypnosis. It also stimulated her hatred for him. "If I kill him, will that implicate your Lightning Falcon race?" asked Long Chen. "That's impossible." Lei Yun'er was startled. "Even if we join forces, while we might be able to fight him, beating him would be as difficult as ascending the heavens, and that's not even talking about killing him. He has the Elephant Emperor War Chariot. That's the priceless treasure of the Mammoth Divine Elephant race, one that possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth. We can't stop it." Seeing Long Chen suddenly become serious, for some reason, Lei Yun'er's heart was pounding worriedly. She actually felt an indescribable fear welling up inside of her. The current Long Chen was frightening. After the 8th prince was done roaring, the Hall Master suddenly sent him a message. "Once you enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, kill that black-robed human. I keep feeling like he's a disaster in the making." The 8th prince nodded. The two of them communicated naturally as if everything had been arranged. "The evildoer has been slain. Now, the Divine Lord Immortal Realm will be opened," the Hall Master shouted. After that, the entire plaza lit up, and everyone was instantly sucked into the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. Inside the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, Long Chen ignored the spiritual chi that had been concentrated to the peak. Instead, he stared at the expert of the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race not far from him. Long Chen looked at him, and he looked at Long Chen. The two of them then shouted at the same time, charging at the other. Chapter 3420 Identity Exposed. Long Chen and the others had just entered the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. Following that, a new group of people entered the empty plaza. Even the weakest member of this group was a late-stage immortal king, and there were over 10 world kings amongst them. They represented the pillars and leaders of the various large demonic beast races. Standing in the plaza, they could clearly see specks of light landing within the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. What was happening inside was obvious at a glance. Amongst these countless experts was a rather small but imposing elder. His face was frighteningly dark. He was the leader of the Lightning Falcon race. He was aware of Long Chen being targeted. When he learned that the mighty Lightning Falcon race's princess had been forced to borrow money from all around, he was infuriated. This was clearly a slap in the Lightning Falcon race's face. As for the experts of the Mammoth Divine Elephant race, Water Mallard race, Golden Barbarian Bull race, Blue-Eye Bright Scale race, and the others, they were smiling sinisterly. The Lightning Falcon race's leader finally understood that his race had long since been targeted. As for the proposed marriage from the Mammoth Divine Elephant race, it definitely had some scheme lying within it. Their goal was very likely to ruin the genius that was Lei Yun'er. Long Chen's arrival had caused them to put their plan into place ahead of time. Now, they were starting to suppress the Lightning Falcon race. Although he was no genius, even a fool would be able to see that if all these races were suddenly targeting the Lightning Falcon race, they must have been planning it for a long time. What a pity. That long fellow is going to die young. He'll never get to be the Lightning Falcon race's son-in-law. The place he landed at is truly unfortunate. A sinister voice rang out, clearly targeting the Lightning Falcon race. This voice came from a wizened tall elder holding a snake-head cane. His eyes were blue-green. He was the leader of the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race. The reason he was mocking him was because the light representing Long Chen had fallen very close to the heavenly genius of their Blue-Eye Bright Scale race. After being transported into the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, every speck of light representing them also had a particular mark on their tablet, which made it quite easy for people to recognize them. Thus, they could clearly see that the specks of light representing Long Chen and the man from the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race had fallen in almost the exact same place. Fool, you're targeting that little fellow without knowing just how strong he is. Can someone chosen by Yunner possibly be an ordinary man? Sneered the Lightning Falcon race's leader. He had tested Long Chen's physical body, so he knew just how powerful it was. Ha ha ha, even if he has a powerful physical body, so what? Can a little human compete with the demonic beast race? Oh, I forgot, your Lightning Falcon race's physical bodies are actually below average amongst demonic beasts. My apologies, sneered the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race's leader. There was quite a bloody enmity between the two of them. The Blue-Eye Bright Scale race was the main leader of the Scaled Beast race, while the Lightning Falcon race was the main leader of the Flying Beast race. Originally, the two were equally matched, but then due to the Water Mallard race leaving the Flying Beast race's side and bringing a few others with them, the Flying Beast race ended up at a disadvantage. That was why there was so much hatred between the Lightning Falcon race and the Water Mallard race. The Sacred Pill Hall's people were also present, but they were simply watching this war of words without interfering. At least titularly, the Sacred Pill Hall didn't participate in those battles. Not good, Palace Master, we've finally investigated who this boss Long San is. He is, at this moment, an expert from the Sacred Pill Hall came running in hurriedly. As soon as he appeared, the experts of the demonic beasts turned toward him. Who is he? The Hall Master's heart clenched. A bad feeling rose within him. He is the High Firmament Academy's 7th Branch Academy's Dean, Long Chen. What nonsense. The High Firmament Academy no longer has any branch academies. Just a few months ago, this Long Chen reclaimed the 7th Branch Academy. That's how he became the Dean, reported that person. Excellent. It really is a case of there being a path to the heavens, and yet he still forced his way into hell. Locked down the entire auspicious Cloud Prefecture. HMPH, those useless pieces of trash in the Bloodkill Hall couldn't even deal with him. We won't let Long Chen get away, snorted the Hall Master. Following that, chains appeared in the air, weaving together into a giant formation that completely sealed this space. This grand formation gave even World Kings a sense of immense pressure. At that moment, everyone's expression changed. They finally sensed something off. The High Firmament Academy was the oldest academy within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even the demonic beast race had heard of its name. So, they had never dreamed that this human that they looked down upon was actually a dean from the High Firmament Academy. Although they didn't know much about the High Firmament Academy, they did know that the High Firmament Academy was enemies with the god that the Sacred Pill Hall worshipped, Lord Brahma. Who would have thought that someone from the High Firmament Academy would muddle his way into this place? HMPH, what dean? It's just an empty title. The talented disciples of my race can easily kill him in the same realm. Everyone, just watch, sneered the leader of the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race arrogantly. However, those familiar with him could tell that his smile was forced. This was a smile to cover up his shock and unease. That man from the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race had landed in the same place as Long Chen. Both of them saw each other, and with a furious roar, they clashed. A huge explosion erupted. The two of them were entirely unaware that they were currently being watched by countless eyes. The earth crumbled. After that, the man from the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race flew back with a painful grunt. His arm had exploded. His physical body was very powerful. Although it didn't reach the same level as the Mammoth Divine Elephant race, amongst demonic beasts, in terms of just physical bodies, he could definitely enter the top 10 within the Integral Heaven star field. He had been planning on using this immense power to quickly injure Long Chen in one blow. Fighting in terms of physical strength was to his advantage in his mind. However, he hadn't expected to be the one blown back and injured. After feeling a mix of shock and anger, runes suddenly appeared in his eyes. His blood chi instantly soared. Just as he wanted to use his innate divine abilities, no divine ability appeared. Instead, 2 fingers stabbed through his eyes, and his miserable scream resounded throughout heaven and earth. All the experts watching were stunned. As for the leader of the blue-eye bright scale race, a vein throbbed on his forehead. Chapter 3421 Skinning. Long Chen's fingers blinded the man from the blue-eye bright scale race. Long Chen was fast and struck at an angle that left his opponent unable to even react. That movement art. The demonic beasts turned to the lightning falcon race. In terms of speed, the lightning falcon race stood at the peak of these demonic beasts. This was what allowed them to be arrogant. Not a single race here was capable of comparing to them. Long Chen's movements just now had vaguely been followed by the sound of rushing thunder. It was similar to the lightning falcon race's movement art. "Don't look at me, I don't know anything," said the leader of the lightning falcon race coldly. Just then, Long Chen pushed his fingers deeper into that man's head. He was overflowing with killing intent. That 9-star heir was killed right in front of him while he was powerless to help. Long Chen was about to go crazy with rage. Now, all this fury was about to be unleashed on this unlucky fellow. Suddenly, the blue-eye bright scale man returned to his true form, transforming into a giant serpent with 4 bright scales on his body. That was the origin of their name. In his true form, he escaped from Long Chen's grasp. After that, he opened his mouth, and black mist shot out at Long Chen. That black mist had just appeared when Long Chen vanished and reappeared on the serpent's back. A lightning blade then manifested in his hand and hacked down. Blood splashed. Those tough scales were unable to block his lightning blade, and a large gash appeared on the serpent's back. That serpent roared, trying to create distance from Long Chen, only for Long Chen to attack again. This time, Long Chen's lightning blade destroyed the scales protecting his neck. Long Chen almost cut off his head. However, with this, the serpent finally had a chance to strike Long Chen with his tail. That attack contained almost all his power. The void collapsed wherever the tail went, but it suddenly stopped. Space returned to calm, revealing that a hand had caught his tail. "Idiot, you shouldn't have provoked me. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. I'm missing a snakeskin belt." Long Chen was infuriated. He didn't want to get angry, but there were always people forcing him. This person had also provoked him before, insulting him. Just like that, Long Chen raised this person's giant snake body into the air and then slammed it into the ground. The earth crumbled, and a huge chi wave spread. Grabbing his tail, Long Chen repeatedly whipped him onto the ground. "Didn't you say that I would die to your hands? Say it again, say it again." Long Chen smashed him into the ground over and over again. The earth was constantly being destroyed, and the serpent hacked up blood. Long Chen had crippled his eyes right at the start, resulting in him being unable to unleash many of his divine abilities. Even with his tough physical body, without the support of his eyes, his speed was impacted. In truth, the blue-eye bright scale race was very powerful, and their pupil arts were innate. Although their eyes couldn't compare to the 3 flower pupils, they were still very powerful. Regretfully, this fellow was too overconfident and was instantly crippled by Long Chen right at the start, leaving him unable to unleash his power. Long Chen was crazily venting his rage using his opponent's body. This pitiful fellow became a tool for Long Chen's anger management. Long Chen had reached the verge of madness due to the 9-star heir's death. If he didn't vent it now, he would be unable to control his own emotions. He would also be unable to fight in his peak condition. With every smash, the serpent's wounds worsened. His scales gradually broke off of his body, and his tough hide was being ripped off. The experts outside the Divine Lord Immortal Realm all shivered. Long Chen wasn't playing around. He really was planning on skinning the blue-eye bright scale race. Finally, all that was left in Long Chen's hand was a complete snakeskin. As for the eyeless serpent, he had fainted. Just then, a bolt of lightning flew through the air. Lei Yun'er arrived. When she saw the snakeskin in Long Chen's hand as well as the expert of the blue-eye bright scale race lying on the ground, she covered her mouth in shock. Everyone had been brought in at random locations. However, Lei Yun'er had placed a mark on Long Chen's body right before entering so that she could find him quickly. She had then immediately rushed over. It had only been a few breaths' time, but Long Chen had skinned this expert of the blue-eye bright scale race. Although she detested the blue-eye bright scale race, she had to admit that they were very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the leading power of the scaled beasts. Long Chen stabbed his lightning blade through the serpent's head. Just like that, this future pillar of the blue-eye bright scale race was killed. This is the snakeskin belt that I promised you. It's colorful. Long Chen tossed the snakeskin to Lei Yun'er, completely indifferent to having killed the blue-eye bright scale race's top genius. He had at least vented. Lei Yun'er didn't stand on courtesy. She took the snakeskin and grabbed his hand. Don't waste time, let's get to the core. The Lightning Falcon race and the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race were mortal enemies. Other than in some special regions, they would always fight to the death when they encountered each other, so she didn't feel any sympathy for their death. In comparison, she cared far more about the core. Getting to the core and undergoing tribulation was the most important thing for them. Lei Yun'er then transformed into a lightning falcon. Spreading her wings, she brought Long Chen flying toward the core. They instantly vanished from their original location. Long Chen, I will tear you to pieces. In the plaza, the leader of the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race roared furiously. The disciple that Long Chen had just slain was praised as a heavenly genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years in the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race. However, he had been killed just like that. Furthermore, it was such an insulting death. Long Chen actually skinned him. That was a huge humiliation to the entire Blue-Eye Bright Scale race. What are you shouting here for? If you have the ability, go charge in and kill Long Chen right now, sneered an expert from the Lightning Falcon race. The death of that Blue-Eye Bright Scale man was like honey sweetening the hearts of the Lightning Falcon race. They truly felt amazing now. Any dissatisfaction that they had felt about Lei Yun'er choosing Long Chen vanished. Hearing that he came from the High Firmament Academy and was actually the dean of a branch made them feel incomparably excited. It was your Lightning Falcon race that brought Long Chen here just to target the Sacred Pill Hall, wasn't it? Shouted the leader of the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race suddenly. At that moment, the expression of everyone from the Lightning Falcon race changed. Chapter 3422 Coming late. You're talking nonsense. The leader of the Lightning Falcon race shouted furiously. The Blue-Eye Bright Scale race was actually so sinister, trying to create a conflict between the Lightning Falcon race and the Sacred Pill Hall. This matter has nothing to do with the Lightning Falcon race. The Lightning Falcon race was simply tricked by Long Chen and can't be faulted. Even we were tricked. If you have to blame someone, blame my Sacred Pill Hall for being careless. Unexpectedly, the Hall Master of the Sacred Pill Hall actually spoke up in defense of the Lightning Falcon race. All powers within the Integral Heaven Star Field were within the control of the Sacred Pill Hall. When it came to the movements of the Lightning Falcon, Water Mallard, Mammoth Divine Elephant, and other races, the Sacred Pill Hall knew them like the back of their hand. There was no way that the Lightning Falcon race had intentionally drawn Long Chen over to target the Sacred Pill Hall. First, ignoring if it had any benefit to the Lightning Falcon race, with the simple heads of the Demonic Beast race, for them to use such a high-level scheme against the Sacred Pill Hall was a huge joke. So the Hall Master directly crushed this accusation of the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race. Hall Master is wise. This matter truly has nothing to do with my Lightning Falcon race. Yun'er is still young and has been bewitched by Long Chen. Please don't blame her, said the leader of the Lightning Falcon race. This random boss Long San had now been confirmed to be the dean of the 7th branch of the High Firmament Academy. In other words, Long Chen was a mortal enemy of the Sacred Pill Hall. So, the Lightning Falcon race's leader naturally didn't want to offend the Sacred Pill Hall, because without their pills, his Lightning Falcon race would be crushed. Don't worry, the formation has been activated and he is a turtle caught in a jar. Although we can't do anything to him within the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, once he leaves, he won't be able to escape. Furthermore, you are all overestimating him. Many coincidences were lined up in order for him to defeat the genius of the Blue-Eye Bright Scale race. He only prevailed due to his scheming. Moreover, there are still many other heavenly geniuses waiting for him inside. HMPH, I want to see just what kind of trick the High Firmament Academy is playing to choose a 4-peak disciple to be a dean, sneered the Hall Master. He didn't think that a youngster like Long Chen was qualified to be a dean. It had to be known that while the High Firmament Academy had declined, it was still the oldest academy in the world, and the position of a dean from its branch sect was very illustrious. For a youngster to be one was a joke. The Hall Master was even somewhat excited by this status of Long Chen's. If he caught Long Chen, it would be of huge merit. The heavens had practically sent him a gift. That's right, if Long Chen encounters my race's 8th prince, he's definitely dead, said an expert of the Mammoth Divine Elephant race arrogantly. I hope that they won't meet because I want to capture Long Chen alive. It's a shame that everything within the Divine Lord Immortal Realm is its own world and we can't communicate with them inside. I suppose it will be up to his luck, sighed the Hall Master. Before this, the Sacred Pill Hall could change the laws of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. However, it was impossible this time because they had also linked it to the core of the Integral Heaven Star Field. They didn't have the power to interfere with the laws of its operation. Now, the experts of the various races continued to stare at the desolate world in the screen of light. They saw Lei Yun'er and Long Chen flying quickly toward the core. Lightning appeared up ahead and thunder rumbled. Experts were undergoing tribulation all around. They are weaker people who don't dare to enter the core region for fear that the heavenly tribulations of other people might crush them. So they choose to undergo tribulation in the outer regions, said Lei Yun'er. Spreading her wings, she pierced straight through other people's tribulations, conveniently explaining this to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded in understanding. As they got closer to the core, the ripples of the heavenly Taos grew stronger. So, the closer to the core, the greater the power of the tribulation. Without great power, undergoing tribulation here was courting death. More and more people were undergoing tribulation, and Lei Yun'er suddenly said, "Not good. There isn't anyone blocking us. They might have reached the core." "What, is it impossible to enter if others are already there?" asked Long Chen. "I'm not sure either, but I understand that bitch Wu Ying. For her to not have sent people to block us, she must have other arrangements," said Lei Yun'er. Lei Yun'er was incredibly fast. However, the ripples of the heavenly Taos continued to grow stronger. Now, the runes of the heavenly Taos could practically be seen with the naked eye. It was possible to see the operation of the heavenly Taos here. The spiritual chi here was abundant, and the heavenly Taos were complete. This was truly a sacred place for undergoing tribulation, providing endless benefits. In half an incense stick's worth of time, they finally saw a giant sphere of light. Lei Yun'er hatefully said, "Those bastards really did enter first." Just as she finished speaking, she reached the front of the sphere. It was a giant barrier. Inside it, Long Chen saw the familiar figures of Wu Ying, the mammoth divine elephant race's 8th prince, and others. There were 16 of them sitting within the barrier. Divine light flowed around their bodies, and they seemed to be receiving some kind of blessing. A ray of light shot out of Lei Yun'er's eyes and struck the barrier. As a result, a powerful explosion erupted, but the barrier didn't quiver in the slightest. Instead, Lei Yun'er was actually sent flying back. This was a special divine ability of the lightning falcon race that possessed immense penetrative power. It was capable of breaking through all kinds of barriers. But it was like an ant trying to shake a tree when it struck this barrier. Lei Yun'er was enraged. Wu Ying and the others smiled inside the barrier as if they had already won. "Idiot, did you not know? This barrier can only hold 16 people at most. Once it's full, the barrier will automatically block others. Even world kings can't get in. Ha ha ha, you have no chance." Wu Ying laughed arrogantly. "What a pity. We wanted to wait for you, but the barrier activated automatically. It's such a shame. Once I obtain the blessing of the heavenly Taos, killing you will be as easy as killing a chicken. It won't be interesting at all." The 8th prince shook his head at Long Chen. It seemed that he really did feel regretful about it, yet he was also flaunting himself and taunting Long Chen. His expression sparked Long Chen's rage. He would never forget how the 8th prince had killed the 9-star heir. Killing intent then exploded out of Long Chen. After that, a lightning sphere appeared in Lei Yun'er's hand. She prepared to use the world extermination lightning radiance to break the barrier, but Long Chen stopped her. He knew that this barrier couldn't be broken with their power. Just as he prepared to take out his dagger, a gentle voice rang out within his mind. "Do you want to enter? Who are you?" Long Chen was startled. Chapter 3423 Trusted by the core of the star field. "I am the core of this star field. You shouldn't feel unfamiliar. I can sense the mark of another star field's core on you," replied that gentle voice. The voice was like a spring breeze flowing through him, like the call of the dome of the heavens, like the murmuring of the plains, mountains, and rivers. This voice could make a person forget all their vexations. The core of the star field. Long Chen's heart pounded and he instantly thought of the martial heaven continent. Its mother core had entrusted the fate of the entire world to him. However, that was the greatest shame of his life. He had failed to live up to her trust, unable to protect the martial heaven continent or the martial heaven continent's people. If it hadn't been for the dragon expert interfering, he and everyone else would have died. Suddenly, Long Chen noticed that everything around him was frozen in place. Time had stopped. Lei Yun'er still had her infuriated expression, and the people inside the barrier were still sneering at them as if they had 1. Even the flowing runes on top of the barrier were frozen. Long Chen looked at the divine light flowing out from within. Like strips of cloth, they condensed into the form of a green-robed woman. She had a pretty face. Although she wouldn't be called a supreme beauty, she gave off a very naturally familiar feeling, as if she was family. Anyone would instantly trust her without reservation. Time and space were frozen. Only Long Chen and this woman could move. The woman then walked up to Long Chen. "Can I ask something of you?" "Go ahead," said Long Chen directly. Long Chen instantly thought of the martial heaven continent when he saw her. She possessed the same kind of aura that was willing to sacrifice everything for others. Long Chen could fully trust her. He had failed to live up to the martial heaven continent's trust. So, Long Chen had a feeling like he was willing to walk through fire and water for this woman's request, as if he would be willing to die 10,000 times just to accomplish what she asked of him. "I want you to destroy this divine Lord Immortal realm. Don't let it continue harming people." "Harming people?" The woman nodded. "Yes. This place was made artificially to excessively extract the spiritual chi of the entire star field. It is overdrafting the potential of the star field. In the future, there will not be enough spiritual chi to replenish the spiritual chi they are extracting. It won't even take a few thousand years for this place to become a wasteland. Lately, they have gone even farther, extracting the energy of my core in order to brand themselves with my mark. They think that this mark can allow them to obtain the support of the heavenly Taos. However, forcibly extracting my energy will rapidly age the star field and also infect them with karma. Although they'll get some benefits, they will harm all their descendants and all the inhabitants of this star field. Moreover, those who forcibly obtain the mark of the heavenly Taos from me will be rejected by other star fields. Within the cycle of karma, their entire races might be destroyed. Only now did Long Chen learn that undergoing tribulation in the core of this star field was like drinking poison to quench thirst. The woman continued, "As the protector spirit of the integral heaven star field, I love everyone in this land. I don't want them to destroy themselves. I hope you can help me destroy the core of the divine Lord Immortal realm. Don't let them walk further on this path and destroy themselves." She looked at Long Chen pleadingly. Long Chen had seen the same desire in the spirit of the martial heaven continent. He couldn't help but demand, "Why are you going to treat them so well when they harm you like this? This is my nature. I cannot hate them no matter what they do to me. I simply hope that they can live in peace." The woman shook her head and sighed. "Can you tell me what's going on here? What was it like before? How long has it been since the divine Lord Immortal realm was built?" asked Long Chen. Long Chen instantly rattled off many of his questions because he felt that this place was built to be a trap. After that, she explained that the integral heaven star field used to belong to the human race. Later on, devils attacked, slaughtering the human race. But curiously, they directly left after killing the humans. Thereafter, the sacred pill hall came and announced that this place was reclaimed by Lord Brahma. They even set up a divine stele as proof of his contributions. As the integral heaven star field had become a peaceful place, quite a few humans returned. But many of those humans had their own faiths and were unwilling to worship Lord Brahma. Afterward, the Bloodkill Hall appeared and secretly assassinated the people, unwilling to worship Lord Brahma, using this method to unify this region. However, after another few thousand years, they found that this was no solution. The human race had many faiths. Moreover, a large batch of demonic beast races had come and found a new home here. Seeing this, the Sacred Pill Hall switched methods. As the overlord of the integral heaven star field, they only sold medicinal pills to the demonic beast race and encouraged them to mate with the human race, resulting in the current state of the star field. As for the divine Lord Immortal realm, it was created specially for the demonic beast race. The stronger someone's physical body, the greater the benefits of undergoing tribulation here. This was how this human territory had become the territory of demonic beasts. Everything was done secretly by the Sacred Pill Hall. But as for their goal, even the protector spirit was unaware of it. "I just knew these bastards were cooking up a scheme," cursed Long Chen hatefully. The Sacred Pill Hall was overdrafting the energy of this entire world just to draw others over and promote mating between the human and the demonic beast race. This was definitely a scheme. It was very possible that they were using this method to spread an epidemic. After all, The humans and demonic beasts didn't know the truth and thought of the sacred pill hall as an existence with overwhelming capabilities. They thought that the latter could help them produce many great experts. On the surface, the sacred pill hall didn't ask for anything. They simply acted like good people who didn't expect anything in return, tricking experts from other domains by welcoming them. The experts might even be welcomed with wide open arms so that they could create more worlds like the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. If that happened, then the immortal world was truly doomed. Furthermore, the Protector Spirit had said that after the devils attacked the Integral Heaven Star Field, they immediately retreated and the Sacred Pill Hall directly took over. Not even a ghost would believe that they hadn't discussed it beforehand. The Protector Spirit saw everything clearly, but she had no method to stop things. That was why she asked Long Chen for help. Long Chen also had the mark of the Martial Heaven Continent Spirit, so she trusted him over others. Although Long Chen wasn't sure what Lord Brahma's ultimate goal was, he knew that it definitely wasn't anything good. "Alright, I will help you. But I'll also need your help with one thing," said Long Chen. Chapter 3424 Position switched. "Go ahead. As long as you don't ask me to kill, I will agree to anything," said the Protector Spirit sincerely. "I will destroy this world. But there are some old fellows outside that I can't beat. I'll need you to send me away from them when the time comes," said Long Chen. "No problem. I definitely won't let you die. I swear on the mark of the star field on your body," she promised. "Good. I'm going to start destroying this world." Long Chen's blood chi began to circulate quickly. "Wait, I'll pull them out and bring you in. The spiritual chi inside of this space is like my blood. Sending you in can count as repaying your favor. When you go to other star fields, as long as their cores are kind, they will feel closer to you, and their heavenly Tao energy will also grow closer to you," she said, vanishing. Once she vanished, time started flowing again. Lei Yun'er was pointing and cursing Wu Ying, while Wu Ying sneered arrogantly in reply, infuriating Lei Yun'er until she stamped her feet. "What do? We can't get in." Lei Yun'er shook Long Chen's hand anxiously. "Don't worry, they're about to scram," said Long Chen calmly. "You think that we'll leave? Keep dreaming. Once I have the mark of the heavenly Taos, I'll immediately come out and kill you," sneered Wu Ying and showed the two of them her palm. There was a rune on her palm. It was currently translucent, but there was a small portion that had become red. It was like blood entering her body. Seeing that rune, Long Chen instantly understood the will of the Integral Heaven Star Field's Protector Spirit. This formation was truly extracting her blood. Wu Ying's aura was already several times stronger than before. Even through the formation, they could sense her powerful blood chi. This rune was strengthening her physical body. However, her sneer suddenly stiffened. She was shocked to find that the mysterious energy flowing into her body from that rune was starting to flow back out. It wasn't just Wu Ying who was shocked. The other experts inside also noticed the same phenomenon. The runes on their bodies were growing dim and vanished in the end. Lei Yun'er was pleasantly surprised. She didn't know what was going on, but seeing their expressions, she knew that something unexpected had happened. Let alone them, even the Sacred Pill Hall's people in the outside world were stunned. They also didn't understand why such a strange phenomenon would occur. Suddenly, the barrier quivered. Wu Ying and the others cried out as they were sent flying out of the barrier. However, Wu Wing in particular was flying straight toward Long Chen and Lei Yun'er. Long Chen almost instinctively slapped her, sending her flying back. Lei Yun'er was shocked. The barrier was now empty, so Long Chen laughed and pulled her into the barrier with him. Wu Ying, the 8th prince, and the others were all enraged. They didn't even know what had happened, and they charged back at the barrier. As a result, they were all flatly rejected. "Ha ha ha, you fools, you don't know anything. I am a relative of the Sacred Pill Hall. This is their special treatment for me. Did you think that they would leave the good stuff to you?" laughed Long Chen arrogantly from inside the barrier. After that, all the experts in the plaza couldn't help looking at the Sacred Pill Hall's people. The Hall Master coldly shouted, "He's spouting nonsense. The Sacred Pill Hall was a mortal enemy of the High Firmament Academy. Since that was the case, how could the Hall Master give Long Chen special treatment?" But as for why such a thing would occur, even they didn't know. Wu Ying, the 8th prince, and the others repeatedly attacked the barrier, but it was incomparably tough. They were unable to break it. "Ha ha ha, now it's your turn to be angered, PFFT." Lei Yun'er was clapping and sneering at them when she suddenly coughed up blood. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was startled. Lei Yun'er's face turned pale as she had been injured. Ah, the power here needs to be shared between 16 people. Now that it's just the two of you, she can't endure it. Send her out. That woman's voice rang out in his mind. Long Chen then sent Lei Yun'er out of the barrier with a shove. That scene enraged the leader of the Lightning Falcon race. This bastard, repaying kindness with enmity. He completely betrayed Yun'er's kindness. All the Lightning Falcon race's experts cursed Long Chen furiously upon seeing that. The moment Long Chen saw the greatest treasure, he wanted to devour it himself. Even Wu Ying and the others found it unexpected. However, they quickly reached the same line of thought as the rest of the Lightning Falcon race. Lei Yun'er had been abandoned. Only Lei Yun'er was revitalized once she was thrown out. Inside the barrier, it felt like her head was about to split apart. Once she was out, her mind instantly cleared up. She also heard Long Chen's instructions in her mind. After that, she clenched her fists. Only she knew that a rune had appeared on her left and right palms. My mark requires powerful spiritual strength to receive. Demonic beasts don't specialize in this regard, so they need more people to share it. But you possess soul energy as vast as a sea. It would have been no problem for you to take it all, but you split 2 portions with her. From this, it's clear that you're a good person who cares deeply about emotions. The woman's voice once more rang out in his mind. At the same time, 16 rays of divine light illuminated Long Chen, forming a giant halo around him. I admit to caring about emotions, but I am definitely not a good person, said Long Chen, shaking his head. He actually disdained being a good person. Perhaps the demonic beasts were being used by the sacred pill hall, but Long Chen was not a good person who could forgive that 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race who had killed the 9-star heir. Long Chen wouldn't let him off just because he was unaware of the truth. The divine light slowly merged into Long Chen's body, and his mind was refreshed. It felt like the world had suddenly become kinder toward him. The laws seemed so much closer to him now. You are naturally rejected by the heavenly Taos. But my blessing will lessen that rejection. That is the only thing I can do for you, she said, her voice sounding a bit guilty. When her rune merged into Long Chen's body, she noticed that it was as if Long Chen was cursed by the heavenly Taos. Her power could only help him a little bit, so she felt apologetic. That's enough. I've never experienced such a moving feeling before. Thank you for showing me just how beautiful it is to not be rejected. Long Chen clenched his fists. This heavenly Tao rune didn't make his physical body grow stronger, but it allowed him to control even more heavenly Tao energy. This was something that he hadn't dared to even dream of obtaining before. Just then, cracks appeared in the barrier. Wu Ying and the others instantly saw that and became crazy, staring at Long Chen like hungry wolves. The barrier shattered. With a howl, the 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race was the first to charge at Long Chen. Inferior human, die. Chapter 3425 Dragon Soul Roar. The mammoth divine elephant race's 8th prince roared. The good fortune that had originally been theirs had been snatched away by Long Chen. So, how could he not be enraged? As his blood chi soared, ripples appeared and astral winds raged. A heaven-shattering fist then smashed toward Long Chen. Ignorant fool, today is the day of your death. No one within the 9 heavens and 10 lands can save you. Long Chen's suppressed anger instantly ignited. Upon thinking of the 9-star heir, his heart felt like it was being bitten by vipers. The 9-star heir had had his Violet Tower star crippled, so he had accepted his death. No matter how great Long Chen's abilities were, there was no way he could save someone who wanted to die. Although Long Chen knew that the 9-star heir would have died in any case, he still could not forgive the 8th prince. He didn't care. Long Chen and the 8th prince roared at the same time. Their killing intent caused the world to change color. Both their eyes were scarlet. Boom! Their fists collided like 2 stars. As a result, the void was shattered and the sun and moon turned dim. Even spacetime was twisted. After that collision, both of them were knocked back and took 9 steps back, every step causing the ground beneath their feet to collapse. The land was instantly ruined. The other experts were directly blown back by the shockwaves of their power. They were all stunned, unable to imagine how a human was able to compete with the physical body of the 8th prince of the mammoth divine elephant race. Moreover, Long Chen wasn't inferior at all. It had to be known that the mammoth divine elephant race's greatest pride, the thing that allowed them to stand at the peak of the integral heaven star field, was their immense, monstrous power. It wasn't just the experts within the divine Lord Immortal realm that were shocked. Even the spectating experts outside were flabbergasted. Every single one of them was profoundly aware of just how powerful the mammoth divine elephant race's bodies were. Now, a human actually managed to fight evenly against the 8th prince, relying purely on the power of his physical body. This was unbelievable. Not too bad, but it means nothing. He will still die, declared the leader of the mammoth divine elephant race after recovering from his shock. Inside the divine lord immortal realm, Lei Yun'er almost cried out in delight when she saw Long Chen able to fight the 8th prince evenly. Long Chen was even stronger than she had anticipated, so she grew even prouder of her vision and choice. I didn't expect that an ant like you would possess such power. That is beyond my expectations. However, it doesn't matter. You are still an ant in front of the mammoth divine elephant race. After that, the 8th prince spread his arms, and the space behind him collapsed. A giant elephant then came out of that collapsed space. It was as if it had come from ancient times. A desolate aura exuded out of it. The 8th prince had summoned his manifestation. When his manifestation appeared, an elephant's cry shook the world, collapsing mountains and quivering the earth. In that instant, the 8th prince's aura rose by multiple times. Standing in the air, he looked down on Long Chen like a king looking at a peasant. "Human ant, are you prepared to die?" shouted the 8th prince. Suddenly, space shuddered and Lei Yun'er appeared beside Long Chen, lightning circulating around her entire body. "Don't worry, I'll fight with you. We can definitely win." Afraid that Long Chen wouldn't be able to handle the 8th prince alone, Lei Yun'er came to his aid. "Little slut of the lightning falcon race, your opponent is me. You aren't qualified to stop the 8th prince from killing whoever he wants." Wu Ying sneered at Lei Yun'er. "Little duck, who is afraid of you? In a bit, I'll use my new trump card to kill you," shouted Lei Yun'er. However, Long Chen shoved Lei Yun'er suddenly. With a grunt, Lei Yun'er was sent flying into the distance. Just as Lei Yun'er felt lost, Long Chen's voice rang out in her mind. "Yun'er, I'm going to start fighting for real now. It would be best if you don't get close to me, or you might get caught up in it. I know you want to help, but I just want to tell you that the greatest help you can give me is to protect yourself, understand?" Lei Yun'er didn't understand, but she obediently nodded and retreated further. Seeing that, Wu Ying smiled with a very pleased expression. She considered this as Lei Yun'er fleeing from her threat. "Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Currently, I am on the verge of making my breakthrough. If I advance to the Divine Lord realm and the 4 peaks merge, the power of my physical body will instantly soar 100 times. Furthermore, I have the blessing of the mammoth divine elephant race's heroic spirits. I will awaken our ancient divine abilities. At that time, killing you would be meaningless. To die by my hands is an honor for you, as you will have the same fate as a 9-star heir." "You should thank me," sneered the 8th prince. "Fuck off." Upon hearing this, Long Chen's head buzzed and his anger exploded. After that, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky, and 108,000 scales appeared on Long Chen's body. A terrifying dragon might then crashed down. A majestic dragon roar resounded through the air, containing boundless killing intent and a desire to slaughter the entire world. The golden dragon battle armor was not summoned by Long Chen this time. It had automatically appeared. When the pressure of the mammoth divine elephant race tried to lock onto Long Chen, his dragon blood was provoked. So, the instant Long Chen couldn't control himself any longer, it appeared. Long Chen seemed to have put on a set of golden battle armor, and each of his scales had a golden dragon flowing across it. It looked like the dragons were about to charge out of the bindings of the scales and directly eliminate the 8th prince. Dragon Soul. The demonic beasts outside the Divine Lord Immortal Realm jumped in shock when they saw that. In the immortal world, dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon teeth were all treasures. Although they were precious, they were obtainable. However, a dragon soul could not be obtained. A dragon soul referred to when a true dragon died and its soul essence didn't disperse, but instead condensed within a part of its body. Normally, that part of the body was the reverse scale. But if someone were to extract the essence blood inside the reverse scale, the dragon soul would have nothing to keep it going and would naturally disperse. Because of it, only an expert that had inherited the will of the true dragon could possibly obtain the dragon soul. The dragon race was prideful, especially the true dragon race. There were no records of a dragon soul accompanying someone else. It was only a legend. Hence, they hadn't expected to see it here, in the body of a human. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you actually have true dragon essence blood. It's mine." The eighth prince laughed delightedly as his greed was sparked. True dragon essence blood was a priceless treasure to any race. Do you think you'll have the life to take it? Long Chen's killing intent was overflowing. With a single step, he was like a bolt of lightning shooting toward the eighth prince, smashing his foot toward him. Chapter 3426. You're too naive. The eighth prince raised his arms to block Long Chen's kick. At this moment, the void shuddered and cracks appeared in the air. The weight of Long Chen's foot was like the pressure of an entire world. As a result, the eighth prince's arms shuddered and his body began to sink. The void rumbled as if it was about to explode. The mammoth divine elephant race is nothing more than a bug in front of the true dragon race. What right do you have to be arrogant? Long Chen was frowning with anger. Now, his golden dragon scales were shining brightly, and his body was like the sun. You're just a little human. You were only lucky to obtain true dragon essence blood, but you dare to act arrogant in front of me. The eighth prince was enraged. Affected by the dragon might, his spiritual fluctuations were growing unsteady. It was affecting his combat power. The mammoth divine elephant race might be considered an ancient species, but in front of the true dragon, its bloodline was still suppressed. It didn't matter how strong he was. In front of the divine might of a true dragon, he would always feel uneasy. That one bit of unease resulted in him being unable to unleash his full potential. Long Chen pressed down with his foot, and the eighth prince sank into the ground. Everyone could see that in terms of pure power, the eighth prince was a level weaker than Long Chen. Just then, Wu Ying and the other experts that had been inside the barrier began to creep closer. Scram, he's just a lowly human. I don't need anyone else's help, shouted the eighth prince. He had his own pride and didn't want others to interfere in his battle. His mammoth divine elephant race was claimed to be number one in power. No one could even come close to them. But now a human was suppressing him, he could not accept it. It was nothing more than luck. Do you think that relying on dragon might to suppress me will leave me helpless? You're too naive. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out within the eighth prince's body. It was like something had shattered and endless power gushed out of his body. Long Chen was instantly forced back by that wave of power. Rumbling rang out. After that, lightning rained down from the heavens, and the eighth prince's body rapidly absorbed it. His aura crazily grew. He had actually started his tribulation. Due to the dragon might's suppression, he had no choice but to do this. Only after he advanced to the Divine Lord realm could he fight under its suppression. Influenced by him, the other experts also broke through their shackles and started their tribulations. Eighth Prince, kill him quickly. Perhaps if you kill him now, the heavenly Tao mark can be taken back, shouted the expert from the Golden Barbarian Bull race. The heavenly Tao mark had been absorbed by Long Chen. Killing him now might cause it to be free for grabs again. Lei Yun'er was also undergoing her tribulation. But she was further away, not knowing if she should come help Long Chen or not. Yun'er, call your friends. Tell them to get as far away from here as possible, transmitted Long Chen. Just then, the eighth prince came charging over. Your dragon might is useless against me. Let's see just how you will fight me now. Wu Ying and the others had surrounded them. Furthermore, various experts from the large demonic beast races were summoned, and they formed a giant encirclement. Clearly, these experts wanted to trap Long Chen here so that he couldn't flee. They viewed the heavenly Tao mark that he had just obtained as a must-have. That heavenly Tao mark might have been absorbed, but as long as Long Chen didn't finish his tribulation, it wouldn't merge with him perfectly. If he was killed before going through his tribulation, there was still a chance that they could obtain it. If a person wants to die, not even a god can save them. Long Chen snorted. An explosive sound then rang out from within his body. After that, endless power flooded every inch of him. His flesh, his meridians, and his souls were like deserts that were finally nourished by water. They crazily grew in power. His 108,000 stars quivered and cracked apart. At the same time, Long Chen felt endless energy crazily being absorbed out of heaven and earth and pouring into the stars. The stars repeatedly broke and grew, repeatedly getting stronger. They were absorbing the outside world's power to strengthen themselves. Furthermore, at this moment, Long Chen's body became so full of explosive power that it felt like if he didn't release it, he would explode. Seeing the eighth prince charging at him, he unleashed a single punch. The earth shook. The eighth prince came charging in aggressively, only to be sent flying by Long Chen's punch. He then smashed into the encirclement of demonic beasts, leaving a bloody path of death in their midst. Wu Ying and the others were shocked. Now that Long Chen was making his breakthrough into the Divine Lord realm, he seemed like a different person. His aura was as vast as a sea, and his might shook the heavens. It was as if the very heavens were about to collapse, as if the world was turning dark. However, very quickly, they noticed that it wasn't as if the world was turning dark. The world really was getting dark. They then looked up. The sky was originally filled with lightning. But now, there was simply an endless sea of black clouds. The roaring lightning above their heads seemed to have lost all their power. They were like rabbits that had been baring their claws only for a wild dragon to slowly approach them. They cowered. Everyone within and outside the Divine Lord Immortal realm was stunned. Those black clouds covering the sky made even world kings quiver. They had never seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation before. The tribulation clouds completely covered up everyone else's tribulation cloud. In fact, they even covered up the entire Divine Lord Immortal realm. Other people's tribulation clouds were normally violet, but these tribulation clouds were pitch black. Some of the experts undergoing tribulation suddenly found that the lightning crashing toward them became weak and dissipated. Their lightning then merged into those black clouds and vanished, being absorbed by these domineering black clouds. Those experts undergoing tribulation were dumbfounded. They hadn't finished having the lightning temper their bodies before their tribulations ended. They couldn't break through like this. The black tribulations slowly curled together. At the center, a giant vortex appeared and it was like an eye staring at Long Chen. Heavens, it's Long Chen's heavenly tribulation. Only then did those world kings react. They were filled with disbelief. Chapter 3427 Heavenly Tribulation Descends. The eye of the tribulation clouds was pointed right at Long Chen. This was his heavenly tribulation. How can this be? Even when we underwent tribulation, we didn't cause such a terrifying phenomenon. Cried a world king with a quivering voice. This was an absolutely terrifying heavenly tribulation. Just in terms of range, it had eclipsed a world king's tribulation. This completely toppled their current understanding. It is said that the stronger the heavenly tribulation, the stronger the target is. Can it be that this Long Chen is so powerful? No one answered him. Well, no one could answer. Even though they were world kings, they had never seen such a thing. Furthermore, the demonic beasts rarely read through ancient tomes. Most of their knowledge came from their memories. The important information they needed was passed down through inheritances, but those inheritances mostly pertained only to their races. Thus, their knowledge was definitely more limited than others. Even though they were prideful, they had to admit that they were lacking compared to the human race in terms of learning. Thus, they looked toward the sacred pill hall's people, wanting to find the answer on their faces. However, the hall master's expression was also one of shock, no different than theirs. Even he had never seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Now, the tribulation clouds began to condense. As the black clouds clumped together, a terrifying pressure came crashing down. Even through the formation, these people could sense it. That aura made even world kings quiver. This heavenly tribulation contained endless destructive power, which was the will of the heavenly Taos. No one could resist it. It was the might of the heavens that had to be obeyed. Multicolored lights appeared within the black clouds once they condensed. Those were bolts of lightning. They were like lightning dragons swimming within the clouds. All the experts undergoing tribulation within the Divine Lord Immortal realm stared up in horror at those tribulation clouds. The might of this heavenly tribulation made them smell the scent of death. At this moment, space shuddered and the eighth prince came charging back. He had been sent flying by Long Chen and smashed into the earth. So, by the time he came back out, the skies had changed color. As a result, the eighth prince's fury suddenly vanished, replaced with confused perplexion. He stared up at the black clouds. He had been intending on attacking Long Chen, but the shock of seeing those black clouds made him forget what he was doing. He was shocked to find that his own tribulation clouds had been devoured. The lightning falling on him gradually faded until there was nothing left. Wu Ying and the others were also dumbfounded. They looked from those black clouds to the icy Long Chen. They didn't know what had just happened. "Brat, what are you doing?" roared Wu Ying uneasily. "What am I doing? Are you blind? I'm undergoing tribulation. You frogs at the bottom of a well, you dare to look down on the human race." Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back and sneered at them. "You fools, I came to the Integral Heaven Star Field just to cause trouble for the Sacred Pill Hall. But you fools just had to repeatedly provoke and enrage me. Since you wish to die so badly, I will accomplish your goals for you." Following that, the black clouds quivered and multicolored swords came raining down, filling this entire world. Some experts dodged the swords, which then stabbed into the earth, leaving bottomless holes. However, some were incapable of dodging them and were struck. Their bodies instantly exploded on contact with the swords. They screamed and were left with only yuan spirits. Having lost their bodies, their yuan spirits were incapable of dodging for much longer either before being blown apart. The torrent of swords filled the entire Divine Lord Immortal realm. This place instantly became a land of death. It was hell on earth. Countless experts cried out in terror. They wanted to flee, but the lightning tribulation was endless. Where were they supposed to run to? Although the tribulation clouds had condensed a bit, they still covered the majority of the Divine Lord Immortal realm. The spiritual chi was more abundant here in the core, which was why everyone was gathered here. As a result, all of them were under the cover of Long Chen's heavenly tribulation. In the panic, it was unknown how many experts were slain by the torrent of swords. As for some experts, after a moment of panic, they quickly recovered their wits and started to fight the lightning swords. When they broke the swords apart, multicolored lightning runes appeared. When they absorbed those runes, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the heavenly Tao energy contained within these lightning runes was many times stronger than the lightning runes from their own tribulations. After absorbing this lightning, their physical bodies rapidly strengthened. Even their spiritual strength improved. So, some of the stronger people began to spread out, trying to absorb more of the lightning. So that's the case. Due to absorbing too many heavenly Tao runes, you ended up summoning such a tribulation. This heavenly tribulation contains endless heavenly Tao energy that can nourish the body and soul. It's over 10 times stronger than an ordinary heavenly tribulation. It's too bad that you're just a human. How much could you possibly absorb? Ah, fine, I won't kill you for now. Once the heavenly tribulation is over, I'll take your life. The 8th prince stood in the air, allowing the lightning to strike his body. It simply shattered on contact with him and was absorbed. He smiled in delight, seemingly having seen through everything. It wasn't just the 8th prince. Other experts also did the same thing. The lightning swords might be powerful, but these experts were the peak heavenly geniuses of their respective races. They also had the bodies of demonic beasts. For these peak heavenly geniuses, lightning of this level was unable to harm them. After blocking the destructive power of the lightning, pure thunderforce would enter their bodies, giving them a pleasant surprise. At this time, the experts watching heard the 8th prince's smart deduction. If this unprecedented heavenly tribulation was related to the world core, then this effect was understandable. However, the Hall Master didn't quite believe that. He didn't think that this matter was so simple. Furthermore, he was starting to get a bad feeling. Unfortunately for him, now that the Divine Lord Immortal Realm was linked to the core of the star field, even their sacred pill hall could not interfere. Otherwise, if the slightest bit of the core's power leaked, the entire auspicious cloud domain might be instantly destroyed, and all living creatures on it would be wiped out of existence. Hence, all he could do was watch. I didn't expect there to be such a benefit. Then let him continue struggling at death's door for a while. Within the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, Wu Ying was also smiling as she sensed the lightning nourishing her body. This was a very rare opportunity. If they killed Long Chen, then the heavenly tribulation might vanish. Thus, they were no longer in a rush to move. Long Chen sneered. A lightning rune slowly faded on his arm, silently merging into the giant heavenly tribulation. As for Lei Yun'er, she actually chose to stealthily slip out of the core region and get further away. Chapter 3428 The Care of the Heavenly Taos. Multicolored lightning filled the world with color. But it was the color of death. Countless experts who thought themselves powerful had died to the lightning swords, not being able to resist them. The weak began to ask for aid from the strong, because these lightning swords were unable to pose a fatal threat to those experts. After that, these weaker people could absorb the broken lightning runes for themselves under the experts' protection, allowing their realms to rapidly grow. At the same time, countless weaker experts fled toward the outer edge. The lightning at the edge was not as wild as in the core, allowing even these weaker experts to absorb it. However, what surprised countless people was that Lei Yun'er had also fled to the outer edge. Furthermore, the Lightning Falcon race's experts and their followers also came with her. Hee. When danger comes, the birds fly from the nest. Wasn't it said that the Lightning Falcon race was very prideful, very loyal? Wu Ying sneered as she saw them leave. Lei Yun'er was enraged and had an urge to directly charge back and kill this woman who vexed her so much, but she managed to endure. After her bloodline summons, the Lightning Falcon race's hundreds of thousands of experts had fled to the outer edges, while everyone else was doing the opposite. The lightning at the core was stronger and more beneficial for them. As a result, the core region was packed with millions and millions of demonic beasts, and they were surrounding Long Chen. Lei Yun'er hadn't just brought the Lightning Falcon race away but also their subordinates and those with good relationships with them. Some powerful experts amongst their midst were still hesitating though. They didn't want to leave, they wanted to stay at the core. "What time is it for you to be so blind? Don't get drawn into their battle," shouted Lei Yun'er at them. The contempt on Wu Ying and the others' faces grew when they heard that. They knew that Lei Yun'er was afraid and didn't want to participate in their battle. Only then did those experts of the flying beast race leave the core. It was only after her shout that they realized that the experts at the core were led by the mammoth divine elephant race. There was also the scaled beast race. Those people would definitely target them if a battle were to erupt. After thinking through that, the flying beast race's experts all retreated to Lei Yun'er's side. "Princess, won't master be in danger?" Ying Bakong came to Lei Yun'er's side, feeling worried. "It was your master who told me to do this. Hurry up and gather your race's people. Otherwise, if they die, don't blame me for not informing you," said Lei Yun'er. Ying Bakong shook his head. "They mocked and insulted me. If I go over, I would be asking for humiliation. Life and death are up to fate. They can't blame others." When Long Chen was in trouble with his fee, Ying Bakong had asked the other members of his race and his past brothers to lend him money. However, he only received insults. Not only did they not lend him money, but they actually harmed him. Because of this, his heart was already cold toward them. "Fine, it won't be long. Keep getting further away. Your master said that the further we get, the better," said Lei Yun'er. Lei Yun'er continued to lead the flying beast race's experts away. They watched from a distance as if they really were intent on not getting drawn into this chaotic battle. "Ha ha ha," outside of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, the mammoth divine elephant race's leader laughed. "I thought lifeforms with Thunder Force were all direct and loyal. It seems that this isn't the case, right?" These words were clearly directed at the Lightning Falcon race. The Lightning Falcon race had a flawless reputation not only amongst the flying beast race but also the entire integral heaven star field. The main reason for that was their loyalty. They always kept their word. Lei Yun'er was allied with Long Chen, but she simply left now. Hence, countless people sneered at the Lightning Falcon race's leader. It wasn't just those within the Divine Lord Immortal Realm that were targeting them. It was the same here. "HMPH, are you blind? That fellow Long Chen wants to devour the karmic luck of the heavenly Taos all by himself. He is shameless and contemptible. Yun'er saw through who he is and doesn't want our people to be drawn into it. How is that wrong? Do you think that my Lightning Falcon race is so easy to bully? Fuck, why don't we just start a war right now and see if my Lightning Falcon race has a single person afraid of dying?" Raged the leader of the Lightning Falcon race. He had been pushed to the edge of his restraint. However, the others didn't dare to push him too far. They all knew that once this old fellow erupted, he really would start a slaughter without caring about the consequences. It was always those who didn't care about their lives that were the most dangerous. If these experts were to fight the Lightning Falcon race here, the Lightning Falcon race would definitely drag a few others down with them. So, even if they had numbers advantage, they didn't dare to press them too hard. "Everyone, calm your anger. Just watch. Due to absorbing too much of the karmic luck of the star field's core, Long Chen has caused a change in the heavenly tribulation. We are witnessing history here," said the Hall Master. Only then did the others shut their mouths and continue watching. The millions and millions of demonic beasts within the core were essentially the young elites of the integral heaven star field. They were the future of the integral heaven star field. Now, these future emperors had completely sealed this space, and the only one caught inside was Long Chen. However, his gaze was indifferent, as if he didn't even see these experts surrounding him. His aura was like a sea, like a mountain, yet also like the starry sky of the cosmos. It was boundless. At this moment, he was sensing the changes in himself. He felt the energy of heaven and earth pouring into his body, strengthening his body, nourishing his soul, and cultivating his 108,000 stars. This was his first time feeling the heavenly Taos treating him so warmly. He knew that the core of the star field was helping him. His 108,000 stars. were constantly breaking and being reborn stronger. As they got stronger, so did his physical body. However, that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only he could sense his power crazily rising. There was no pain. In fact, he didn't feel anything off at all. This feeling of peace could make a person forget all their worries. Long Chen seemed to be able to see the internal world of the core of the star field. He could sense her feelings. Just then, the tribulation clouds in the sky rumbled, waking Long Chen up. Long Chen then looked up to see countless lightning lifeforms descending from the heavens, howling toward him. The tribulation has finally started. Long Chen smiled. This time, he had ample confidence. Chapter 3429 Lightning Gates. Countless lightning beasts came flying out of the heavens. All of them were 300 meters long and wrapped in lightning. Now, they collapsed on everyone within the heavenly tribulation. As a result, a war instantly erupted, and all the demonic beasts started battling the lightning beasts. However, the latter was very powerful. An attack from them could directly smash apart ordinary experts of the demonic beasts. Hence, the demonic beasts instantly panicked and fled, having their stronger experts face them. Only first-rate experts were able to block these lightning beasts. After the lightning beasts were killed, they transformed into lightning runes that were several times stronger than before. Moreover, those runes were able to quickly increase the power of their physical bodies. Hence, these experts grew even more excited. As they killed the lightning beasts, some of the weaker experts managed to help and launch their attacks, while the weakest at the very bottom could only absorb the leftover runes that slipped through the others. However, a few thousand experts at the very core didn't move at all. They kept a close eye on Long Chen, as these lightning beasts didn't make them worried at all. They were only worried about Long Chen running away. Ultimately, what they wanted was the heavenly Tao mark in his body. If even the heavenly tribulation had such benefits, then the heavenly Tao mark must be way more valuable. This heavenly Tao mark could be split into 16 portions. But once Long Chen was slain, it would become a masterless object, and they would have a chance to obtain it. It would be up to whose luck was better. When the lightning beasts approached them, these experts would casually slay them. These experts were the top existences here. Even if they couldn't beat the 8th prince, Wu Ying, and the others, they were only one slight level below them. So, these lightning beasts were unable to threaten them. In the distance, Lei Yun'er led the flying beast race's experts through a slaughter on the outer edges. As a master of Thunder Force, Lei Yun'er killed countless lightning beasts with every wave of her hand. After they were killed, they transformed into runes and flowed down until every member of the flying beast race managed to absorb a portion. But as Lei Yun'er and the other top experts of their flying beast race slaughtered the lightning beasts, they didn't absorb the runes. They left them to the weaker members of their races. After killing and killing, Lei Yun'er started to feel that something was wrong. These lightning beasts had started off at the early stage of the Divine Lord realm. But in just a few breaths' time, the new lightning beasts were bordering the mid-stage. After a bit more time, they reached the late stage. When their power reached this stage, the ones following Lei Yun'er in slaying them were starting to find it taxing. Lei Yun'er looked toward the core of the heavenly tribulation. Things were in chaos there. As the lightning beasts grew stronger, fewer people were capable of fighting them. Those first-rate experts no longer had the ability to protect others. The weaklings were quickly killed. They were completely unable to resist those powerful lightning beasts. In the chaos, countless experts tried to flee to the outer edges. While it was a nice thought, they had forgotten one thing. Just how big was the scope of Long Chen's tribulation? Being in the core, they were unable to pass through this massive tribulation and escape. So, in just a moment, they were drowned by the lightning beasts. We can't endure this heavenly tribulation. Please, bring us out. I'm begging you. Some of the weaklings began to plead with the stronger members of their race for aid. However, those experts could barely protect themselves. They didn't have the power to protect these weaklings as well within the endless tide of lightning beasts. As for the peak experts that still possessed the power to bring them out, they were intent on keeping an eye on Long Chen, ignoring everyone else. In the end, emotional ties between demonic beasts were not very strong. Even direct members of their families weren't that close to them, as they only cared about power. When it came to their children, if the latter were weak, they wouldn't care about their life and death. They were only concerned about their powerful descendants. Thus, the pleading of the weaker members of their race fell on deaf ears. In front of profit and opportunity, the lives of weak members of their race were as worthless as blades of grass to them. They were unwilling to lose the chance of obtaining the heavenly Tao mark to save these weaklings. Thus, the cries of the weak gradually vanished as they were slain. Only the strong members of a race could continue and lead the race, changing the fate of an entire race. The weak were meaningless. Moreover, no one would stand from the angle of a virtuous saint to criticize others here. This was the attitude of the demonic beast race. Now, Lei Yun'er and Ying Bakong knew why Long Chen had told them to leave the core region in advance. It was to give the weaker members of their race a way out. Ying Bakong watched as the members of his race were killed by the lightning beasts. He didn't know what he felt inside, but there was also nothing he could do. These people wouldn't know who was a good person and who was a bad person until death came for them. Lei Yun'er continued to lead her people through the outer edge. Here, the tribulation was slightly weaker than at the core, so she was still in control. After another half an incense stick's worth of time, Lei Yun'er was shocked to find that the lightning beasts had gradually leapt in power to the level of an immortal king. Furthermore, due to being manifestations of lightning, their attacks were sharp and fierce. They might be even more destructive than an ordinary immortal king expert. It had only been an incense stick's worth of time from the start, but Long Chen's heavenly tribulation had increased in power to such a level. Lei Yun'er was shocked. She had never seen such a terrifying tribulation before. Most people would have at least 6 hours of Divine Lord tribulation. Although the demonic beast race's tribulation was slightly stronger than the human race's and there was a bit of time discrepancy, the rhythm of the tribulations was almost the same everywhere. It always went from weak to strong. However, in just an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen's tribulation had reached such a terrifying level. Would what was coming up later even be survivable? The experts at the core region were constantly being cut down. By this point in time, almost half of them had been killed. The experts watching from outside the Divine Lord Immortal Realm grew antsy. Although having the weak be washed away was a natural law and they all hoped that after the tribulation, the elites amongst the elites of their race would be able to reveal themselves, this rate of elimination was far too bloody. Some of the weaker races in particular were worried. Even their top geniuses would only be considered average in a battle of this scale. The first ones to die were the disciples of those weaker races. Watching as they died, their seniors started to feel unwell. Hall Master, can you? No, I cannot. None of us can interfere with what is happening inside the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. Otherwise, do you think that we would let Long Chen undergo tribulation inside? Said the Hall Master coldly. Hearing that, those people fell silent, their hearts burning painfully. None of them could do anything. On the other hand, the strongest races were calmer and even felt a bit excited. This tribulation was causing their people to benefit the most. At this moment, Long Chen continued to stand there indifferently, like an emotionless statue. Since he was surrounded by demonic beasts, those lightning beasts were unable to reach him before being slain. Up until now, Long Chen had not absorbed a single speck of thunder force from this tribulation. But he wasn't worried at all. The thunder force filling the air was all absorbed by the 8th prince, Wu Ying, and the others before it could reach him. They knew that as long as Long Chen didn't get to absorb any thunder force, he would be unable to advance. That was why none of them was worried about him fully merging with the heavenly Tao mark. They felt that the one that should be worried was Long Chen. But Long Chen looked at them like they were idiots. He was patiently waiting. After an hour, the lightning beasts finally stopped falling. Seeing this, the experts that had been about to run out of energy were delighted. Just as they thought that the tribulation was on the verge of ending, 4 lightning gates appeared within the tribulation clouds. As the lightning gates slowly opened, a dark and gloomy aura instantly enveloped the entire world. Chapter 3430 Ancient Corpses of the Ghost Ship. Sinister ghost chi filled the world as though the gates of hell had opened. Following that, countless corpses in ancient clothes appeared, their bodies almost eroded to nothing. When Long Chen saw those figures, his heart pounded wildly. Weren't those the ancient corpses that he had seen on the ghost ship when crossing the Devil Sea? Was this because of karma? Was this karma also included in his tribulation? Legend had it that those that saw a ghost ship had ill fortune befall them, but Long Chen had actually gone onto a ghost ship. Because of it, now the ghost ship's ancient corpses appeared in his heavenly tribulation. Long Chen was shocked, but everyone else was even more shocked. How could ancient corpses appear in a heavenly tribulation? Furthermore, these corpses possessed sinister ghost chi. That was not in accordance with the heavenly Taos, no. Shrink the encirclement and fight them together. This expert had just shouted when those ancient corpses came flying out of the lightning gates with their weapons, attacking. An expert of the mammoth divine elephant race was the first to strike them. As a result, he was simply sent flying by a stroke of the ancient corpse's sword. After that, another sword from an ancient corpse swept out, breaking the void and cutting that expert of the mammoth divine elephant race in two. Everyone was shocked. That person was a first-rate expert. Although he couldn't compare to the 8th prince, he still had a certain amount of prestige within the mammoth divine elephant race. No one had expected him to be slain in an instant. These ancient corpses' attacks were sharp, and they still had their techniques from when they were alive. In his carelessness, that expert was instantly killed. The ancient corpses killed everyone on sight. Moreover, all of them seemed to be experienced warriors with refined skills. In just the first exchange, a wave of the demonic beast race's experts collapsed. The 8th prince, Wu Ying, and the others' expressions finally changed. Before this, they didn't care about the deaths of those people. One reason was that the ones dying were from the weaker demonic beast races. The other reason was it was simply the natural elimination of the weak. It wasn't a big deal to them. After the dirt was washed away, it would leave only the gold. However, it was different now. The attack power of these ancient corpses was terrifying. If they still didn't interfere, these elite disciples would also be slain. Other than the 16 of us, everyone else, go deal with them, shouted the 8th prince. Thousands of experts had been eyeing Long Chen and preparing to test their luck. However, the situation had changed and the 8th prince had even given them an order. So, they helplessly turned to the ancient corpses. These thousands of experts were very powerful existences. But when they started fighting these ancient corpses, they were shocked to find that the latter was even stronger than they had expected. Their experienced techniques couldn't be broken. Even with them joining in, countless experts continued to be slain. As a result, the number of people at the core rapidly fell. As for the 4 lightning gates, they were still open, and more ancient corpses continued to come out. They seemed endless. In the distance, Lei Yun'er also ran into danger. Fortunately, they were at the very edge, and there were far fewer ancient corpses here. With Lei Yun'er personally dealing with them, things were still manageable. When those ancient corpses were slain, they also transformed into multicolored lightning runes. Moreover, when the runes fell onto Lei Yun'er, she sensed her physical body growing in power crazily. Due to this, she began fighting even harder. The experts behind her also benefited from her. They did their best to absorb those runes to strengthen themselves. Suddenly, one of them coughed up blood, and cracks appeared throughout his body. He had reached his limit. If he continued to absorb more lightning runes, his body would explode. Princess, thank you for everything. My Swift's race swears to follow the Lightning Falcon race to the death. That expert immediately retreated after reaching his limit. After going outside of the range of the tribulation, his aura suddenly grew explosively. He finally finished advancing to the Divine Lord realm. At that moment, a light flashed out of his tablet, enveloping him and bringing him away. Once a person finished advancing to the Divine Lord realm in the Divine Lord Immortal realm, their tablets would automatically activate and bring them out. These people's tribulations had all been absorbed by Long Chen. Hence, only once they left his tribulation would the heavenly Taos silently accept that they had finished undergoing tribulation. Following that one person, more and more experts of the flying beast race thanked Lei Yun'er and left, having reached their limit. They were extremely grateful to her. If she hadn't summoned them here, they would have all died within the heavenly tribulation. Seeing those famous experts at the core being slain in droves by the ancient corpses, they knew that their lives had been given to them by Lei Yun'er. Not only could they keep their lives, but their physical bodies had also been strengthened to the limit. This was a huge opportunity that had changed their fates. In just a few breaths' time, only a few thousand people remained by Lei Yun'er's side. The runes that came from killing the ancient corpses were so powerful that just absorbing a few was enough for these experts to reach their limits. Fortunately, these thousands of experts were all elites, so they continued to absorb a few more runes. In just a bit, Ying Bakong also reached his limit. And just like everyone else, he wanted to absorb a bit more, only to cough up blood. He helplessly left, knowing that his potential couldn't compare to Lei Yun'er's. He was about the same as the other experts. More and more people continued to leave. Lei Yun'er was killing so many ancient corpses that they quickly reached their limits. After thanking Lei Yun'er, they left. In the end, only Lei Yun'er was left. After that, with a laugh, she charged into the core. The flying beast race's experts reappeared in the plaza. Thereafter, the senior experts of the demonic beast race cried out in shock when they saw them in person. These disciples that had just finished their tribulations were shockingly powerful now. Their auras and physical bodies were several times stronger than previous generations who came out of the divine Lord Immortal realm. No one could believe it. This enormous heavenly tribulation could completely transform a person. All the flying beast race's senior experts were in high spirits upon seeing their descendants return with such powerful auras. These old fellows almost started dancing in excitement. The heart of the Lightning Falcon race's leader was pounding emotionally as he stared at the hundreds of thousands of new elites of his Lightning Falcon race. Their race had truly profited this time, so he felt like he had wrongly blamed Long Chen. However, he was quite smart to not express too much joy. He also cast a glance at the other old fellows of the demonic beast races. Other than their flying beast race, all the other old fellows in the plaza had dark expressions. Their disciples were either dead or bitterly hanging on inside of the tribulation. Cheering at this time wasn't very appropriate. Hence, some of the old fellows hastily suppressed their emotions, as well as told their people to calm down. After that, they all stared into the divine Lord Immortal realm. There were endless ancient corpses and fewer demonic beasts inside. They numbered only a tenth now and were still falling, unable to stop the terrifying army of ancient corpses. Standing at the very center of the heavenly tribulation, Long Chen didn't have the slightest speck of lightning around him. After staring at the eighth prince and the others, he finally smiled mockingly. Even if you throw your lives away to protect me, I won't thank you. Chapter 3431 Black Swords Reappear. Long Chen wasn't wrong. The demonic beast race's experts were going all out against the ancient corpses and losing their lives. On the surface, it really was like they were throwing their lives away just to protect him. The eighth prince narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "You want to anger us? You're too naive. This heavenly tribulation is the good fortune of the heavens. It is your heavenly tribulation, but you haven't obtained a single benefit from it. Are you not worried?" The eighth prince was absorbing countless lightning runes from the air. He could clearly feel their monstrous tempering power, so he was confident in his deduction. As long as they prevented Long Chen from absorbing these runes, then when the heavenly tribulation was over, they could kill him and take all the benefits. All of Long Chen's efforts would be for them. Naive. Long Chen laughed. Just then, an ancient corpse passed through their encirclement and stabbed a sword right at Long Chen's back. Without looking back, Long Chen swung his hand, slapping that ancient corpse in the face. The ancient corpse smashed into the ground, causing an explosion that left a giant hole in the earth. When that hole appeared, the Hall Master and Assistant Hall Masters of the Sacred Pill Hall twitched. "It's just a coincidence. Don't worry," transmitted the Hall Master. But the uneasy feeling he felt intensified. There was a fist-sized bone fragment within that large hole. It was covered in dirt. Without looking closely, it wasn't even noticeable. The reason that the Hall Master twitched was because that bone fragment was one of the formation runes binding the core of the star field. This bone fragment was buried in the earth and protected by a formation. Let alone Long Chen, not even a world king could extract it. However, the random ancient corpse that Long Chen killed actually exposed it. These three were unable to figure out what had just happened. The worst-case scenario that worried them the most was that if those bone fragments were broken, then the power of the core of the star field would erupt. At that time, let alone the divine Lord Immortal realm, even the entire auspicious cloud prefecture would be destroyed without a trace. Everyone here would die. They could only hope that it was a coincidence. But they were now worried that someone would accidentally destroy that bone fragment. If that was the case, they would really be doomed. Without realizing it, sweat dripped down the Hall Master's forehead. Inside the divine Lord Immortal realm, Long Chen acted like nothing had happened at all. He didn't even glance at that bone fragment and indifferently looked at the eighth prince. "It seems that you still haven't noticed just what kind of person you have provoked. I don't want to waste more time." After that, Long Chen flicked a finger, and a flash of fire soared into the heavens. It was a thumb-sized flame lotus. The flame lotus exploded within the tribulation clouds. Following that, the tribulation clouds roiled, and terrifying heavenly might crashed down. Long Chen's flame lotus had infuriated the heavenly tribulation. It was like he had slapped a slumbering beast, waking it up in a fury. After that, the endless tribulation clouds began to condense. As the clouds shrank, the auras of those ancient corpses grew from the early immortal king realm to the late immortal king realm. Their power soared, and their attacks grew even sharper. Moreover, they seemed to have gained intelligence. Previously, they were only attacking instinctively. But now, they were attacking and defending as if they were alive. As they became incomparably experienced warriors, the defensive line of the demonic beasts, which had been barely holding on, instantly shattered. Countless people died to those ancient corpses. Eighth Prince, Princess Wu Ying, Golden Horned Master, please save us. Some people begged for aid, only to be slain before they finished begging. There were now no more than 10 million demonic beasts left, but ancient corpses were still descending from the 4 gates. Long Chen smiled. That was right, the ancient corpses he had encountered on the ghost ship possessed this kind of aura. They had now been manifested inside his heavenly tribulation, displaying terrifying killing power. The 8th Prince's expression finally changed. There were too many ancient corpses. If this continued, then while the 16 of them would be fine, the elites of the various races would be exterminated. They couldn't allow such a thing. If these elites were lost, it would be a huge loss to their races. Fine, let's not waste any time. I'll kill you right now, shouted the 8th Prince, and his golden spear once more appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, Long Chen's calm indifference vanished and killing intent surged out of him. It was this spear that had killed the 9-star heir. Go help our people, his life is mine, shouted the 8th Prince at Wu Ying and the others. Don't trouble yourselves. Just as Wu Ying and the others were about to go, Long Chen's voice rang out, sending a chill down their spines. When they looked back at him, they saw a vein throbbing on his forehead, and his hair was flying wildly. The killing intent in his eyes was chilling, like a devil king had descended. Long Chen's voice instantly became hoarse, and it resounded throughout heaven and earth like it came from the depths of hell. It made people shiver. The next moment, the void shattered and the dome of the heavens quivered. When Long Chen's divine ring appeared, countless stars could be seen flowing inside of it, and a pillar of light soared to the heavens. Even the tribulation clouds quivered uneasily. The 4 gates suddenly became covered in cracks. Seemingly suffering under the pressure of some terrifying power, the 4 gates finally reached their limit and exploded. In that instant, the ancient corpses that were slaughtering the demonic beasts also exploded, transforming into lightning runes. The demonic beasts were delighted. Just as they were prepared to absorb the lightning runes, before they could enjoy this harvest, black swords came raining down from the heavens. The physical bodies that these demonic beasts were so proud of were as weak as tofu in front of these black swords. The black lightning swords contained endless destructive power, and they mercilessly harvested their lives. The shouts for aid were useless, as even the 8th Prince, Wu Ying, and the others were shocked and powerless to look after the others. In just an instant, only a few hundred people remained out of 10 million experts. Seeing this scene, the senior experts in the plaza roared in fury. The slain experts were the future pillars of their races. Hence, these seniors were filled with hatred and wanted to charge into the Divine Lord Immortal Realm right this instant to slay Long Chen. The 8th Prince was shocked. That shock quickly transformed into rage, and he shot toward Long Chen. Chapter 3432 Destroying the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. The 8th Prince, Wu Ying, and the others summoned their manifestations and activated their bloodlines. As a result, pillars of light soared into the heavens. Thereafter, they took out their weapons and charged at Long Chen. They had been waiting a long time for this moment, as they wanted Long Chen's heavenly Dao mark. So, they instantly launched a thunderous attack. 16 peak experts attacked at once, and their combined forces caused the entire Divine Lord Immortal Realm to shake. Even a world king wouldn't dare to receive their attacks. In front of their all-out attacks, Long Chen raised his head and roared. His dragon scales shone brightly. As divine light poured into his fist, he unleashed a single punch. What the 8th Prince and the others didn't expect was that Lei Yun'er had also joined in and her lightning spear stabbed toward Long Chen. Suddenly, the void shuddered and a screen of light appeared between the two sides. It was like a giant mirror, and it had 108 bone fragments embedded on it. Every bone fragment contained a rune. Seeing this scene, the Hall Master cried out in shock. Those bone fragments were the core formation of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm. When just a single one was exposed, he had been worried enough. Now, so many had appeared. If they were crushed, the entire formation would be destroyed. In fact, even the entire auspicious cloud prefecture would be wiped out. The core of the formation had been taken out. Just who in the world possessed that ability? Long Chen, Lei Yun'er, the 8th Prince, Wu Ying, and the others' attacks all smashed into the mirror. The mirror quivered after receiving all their attacks. Following that, cracks covered the bone fragments, and the mirror suddenly shattered. The 8th Prince and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. If this mirror was Long Chen's, he wouldn't have attacked it. No. I have accomplished my mission. I'm going to start a slaughter now, said Long Chen, looking at the broken mirror. Everything had gone according to plan. The core of the Divine Lord Immortal Realm had to be destroyed. However, it couldn't be destroyed with just one person's power, or the energy imbalance would cause the energy of the integral Heaven Star Field's core that had been extracted to this place to explode. Even the Protector Spirit couldn't control such an explosion. That was why Long Chen needed to borrow the power of many people. Adding on the cooperation of the Protector Spirit, the core of the formation was smoothly destroyed. Thereafter, she regained her freedom. Thank you. I know I can't advise you, but I definitely will not go back on my word. Don't worry about that. The woman's voice rang out once more. Just as she said this, space twisted and the world collapsed. Everyone was shocked to find that they couldn't move. The experts in the plaza were horrified. They saw cracks cover the formation. And from the cracks, waves of destructive aura came through. It was unknown who shouted first, but there was no need for this shout. Everyone already fled like they had seen a ghost. The world kings ran faster than anyone else. They sensed death from the broken formation. The Divine Lord Immortal Realm was about to break, and Long Chen and the others were about to appear before them again. To make things worse, the heavenly tribulation would follow him. If they hadn't escaped the range of the heavenly tribulation by then, once it locked onto them, this tribulation would become a world king's tribulation. Ignoring whether or not they could endure that, everyone below the world king realm would be instantly killed. Furthermore, the aura of death coming from this heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying than their tribulations back in the day. It was truly ominous. It was these old fellows that had lived the longest that were most afraid of death. The race leaders directly summoned their true forms and brought their people away. At this moment, the advantage of the flying beast race was revealed. The lightning falcon race was the fastest, and they instantly fled out of the auspicious Cloud Prefecture city. Just then, the barrier around the plaza exploded. As a result, a terrifying power ravaged the surroundings, and countless buildings were destroyed. Lightning flowed like seawater, filling the world with destructive aura. To make things worse, astral winds ravaged the earth, and black tribulation clouds rapidly spread across the heavens. The entire auspicious Cloud Prefecture was covered by them. Those world kings felt a burst of fear. Fortunately, they had fled quickly. Only now that they personally sensed the heavenly tribulation's aura did they understand just how terrifying it was. This is no heavenly tribulation. This is heavenly punishment. A world king cried out in shock. This heavenly tribulation was entirely destructive power without the slightest trace of life energy. The auspicious Cloud Trading Company. Another startled cry rang out. The heavenly tribulation had destroyed the auspicious Cloud Trading Company. People's expressions contorted in pain just thinking about the countless treasures inside. However, it wasn't just the auspicious Cloud Trading Company. Countless buildings were also destroyed by the black lightning swords. The black swords were incomparably sharp and cut through the buildings like mud. Furthermore, this place had been peaceful for too long. The runes on those buildings were for extending the lifespan on the buildings, not increasing their defensive power. It was because no one dared to run amok here. Thus, the entire auspicious Cloud Prefecture collapsed like an earthen tile. Even the demonic beasts felt aggrieved as they watched this, let alone the sacred pill hall's people. At this moment, the void exploded. Long Chen and the others appeared at the heart of the heavenly tribulation. Long Chen then looked up at the sky and coldly said, "What a familiar feeling." The Divine Lord Immortal Realm had been destroyed, so they were sent back out to the auspicious Cloud Prefecture. When they came out, the heavenly tribulation's aura also changed. To Long Chen, the previous heavenly tribulation was like calm lake water, warm and peaceful. But now, it was a raging sea, and its huge waves contained destructive power. It was truly the heavenly tribulation that he knew. The Divine Lord Immortal Realm had had a supreme grand formation controlling it. Now that it had been destroyed, the heavenly tribulation returned to its normal appearance. As for the sacred pill hall's grand formation that had locked down the entire auspicious Cloud Prefecture, due to the people fleeing, they had to shut it down. Once they fled, the heavenly tribulation erupted and they were no longer able to activate it. So, they could only watch as the work of millions of years was destroyed just like this. The hearts of the sacred Pill Hall's people were dripping with blood. Kill Long Chen. Whoever kills him will have their entire race be blessed with free medicinal pills from the sacred Pill Hall for their lifetime, shouted the Hall Master. Hearing that, everyone was moved. It had to be known that the greatest expense of every race was medicinal pills. Now, anyone who killed Long Chen would get a lifetime supply of pills. This offer was truly attractive. However, in the heavenly tribulation, there were only 18 people. Other than the 8th prince, Wu Ying, and the others, there were only Lei Yun'er and Long Chen. Yun'er, as the race leader, I order you to not participate in their battle, shouted the leader of the Lightning Falcon race. Chapter 3433 Repaying Kindness with Enmity. Lei Yun'er was startled by her race leader's order. She didn't know what had happened, but she didn't believe his words. Before this, the race leader had clearly been in full support of her action. No, I refuse. Lei Yun'er's stubborn nature flared. Ignoring his words, she stood by Long Chen's side. However, just at that moment, a lightning spear pierced her chest. Lei Yun'er couldn't believe it. That was because the one that stabbed her was Long Chen. She then looked at Long Chen. Feeling the pain in her chest, feeling her life rapidly flowing away, her voice quivered. Why, don't you want to have children with me? Sorry, but I never wanted to have children with you. I was only using you. Due to helping me enter the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, I'll leave you with an intact corpse, said Long Chen frostily. Lei Yun'er coughed up blood. With a swing of Long Chen's spear, she was sent flying out of the heavenly tribulation. The leader of the Lightning Falcon race was shocked and enraged by this turn of events. Long Chen, you bastard, how dare you repay her kindness this way? Just wait, I will tear you into a million pieces. He immediately moved to catch Lei Yun'er's body. Her aura had vanished, and even her spiritual fluctuations were gone. Seeing this, he coughed up blood from the torrent of emotions. Quick, use the bloodline soul summoning art. Try to save her, shouted an elder of the Lightning Falcon race. This elder was the previous leader of the Lightning Falcon race. He was extremely old, but he was still recognized as someone of great virtue and prestige. Now, hundreds of thousands of experts of the Lightning Falcon race used their bloodline power to activate a secret art, trying to save Lei Yun'er's life. On the other hand, the Hall Master only glanced at Lei Yun'er once before ignoring their efforts. With his spiritual strength, he could easily tell that the flame of her soul in her head was gone. She was already dead, so their efforts were futile. Bastard, I'll avenge Yun'er. The race leader even began to weep. He was aware of just how dismal their chances of saving her were. Yun'er isn't dead. Her soul has been sealed inside her dantian with thunder force. Long Chen wouldn't kill her. He is probably trying to sever any connection we have with him so that we aren't implicated. The elder's voice rang out in the race leader's mind after he roared. This was a bloodline communication that could only be heard by those of the same race. The race leader was startled. After that, he hastily checked her dantian and found that there really was a layer of thunder force around her dantian. Through that lightning seal, he could vaguely sense her spiritual fluctuations. Don't let other people notice anything strange. Keep acting angry, urged the elder. As the Lightning Falcon race did all they could for Lei Yun'er, the 8th prince, Wu Ying, and the others surrounded Long Chen. However, their expressions were rather grave now. After leaving the Divine Lord Immortal Realm, the heavenly tribulation became explosive, like a sheep that had become a wild tiger. Despite the lightning swords being the same, they were several times sharper than before. Even they were having trouble dealing with these black lightning swords. They didn't dare to be careless. On the other hand, Long Chen simply stood there and allowed the lightning swords to strike his body. They shattered on contact with his body, transforming into black runes that were absorbed by his body. The 8th prince roared. His blood chi raged as his golden spear pierced toward Long Chen. He started off immediately with one of his strongest attacks. Long Chen also unleashed his lightning spear. When the two collided, a large expert with golden bull horns on his head also attacked with a Vajra scepter. This was the heavenly genius from the golden barbarian bull race. Long Chen shoved his spear back, blocking the Vajra scepter. After that, he twisted his body to dodge a water thorn that blew right past his cheek and cut off a strand of his hair. Just the sharp wind as it blew by left a bloody cut on Long Chen's cheek. It was a silent attack with a perfect angle, the epitome of its kind of attack. It came from the water mallard race's Wu Ying. Ah, the flavor of true dragon essence blood really isn't bad. Now that you've killed that slut of the lightning falcon race, Big Sis is starting to like you. Wu Ying licked the blood on her water thorn excitedly. Just from that trace of blood, she sensed a powerful true dragon aura, and that was an irresistible allure. As Long Chen was pressed back by their attacks, he condensed a lightning spear and shield to fight. These people's weapons were divine items with amazing backgrounds. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't have a suitable weapon. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds changed and the gates that had been destroyed by Long Chen now returned. However, this time, only 2 gates appeared. When they opened, countless lifeforms with sharp claws and covered in black chi came pouring out. The Black Sea's fiend spirits. As expected, you've come. Long Chen instantly recognized them. These were the fiend spirits that he had encountered in the netherworld when he was forced to flee into the Black Sea. Their numbers were what was truly astonishing. If the ancient corpses before had to be counted in the tens of thousands, these fiend spirits were in the hundreds of millions. They were like 2 giant waterfalls pouring out of the sky, charging at them sinisterly. The 8th prince and the others' expressions instantly changed. They had thought that the black swords were the final wave, but now there was another. Those fiend spirits were especially sinister. Looking at them, even world kings felt cold sweat soaking their backs. They were like ghouls from the depths of hell. They were truly terrifying. The 8th prince finally realized that something was wrong. Before this, they had been able to leave the heavenly tribulation. But now that these fiend spirits appeared, their path out was cut off. He felt uneasy. The others also felt that something was off. These fiend spirits were endless, and their auras were equivalent to a peak immortal king. As time passed, they would also be slain by them. End the battle quickly. This time, it was Wu Ying who attacked first. Water chi erupted out of her body, and she instantly split into 8 clones and attacked Long Chen. Well said, let us end this battle quickly. Long Chen sneered. He suddenly extended his hand. Saber, come. Following his shout, countless saber wielders outside the tribulation were shocked to find their sabers quivering in their sheaths. Chapter 3434 Divine Saber Minghong. The experts that could be here watching were the leaders of the various races or pillars of their races. Even the weakest was a late-stage immortal king. The only reason a late-stage immortal king was allowed was due to their power and prestige. There were millions of them present. Demonic beasts favored heavy weapons, so they were fond of sabers, broadswords, spears, pikes, hatchets, warhammers, etc. Amongst these experts were several hundred saber users. So, following Long Chen's cry, the sabers on their backs and waists seemed to receive some sort of summons. They quivered, seemingly expressing their loyalty to Long Chen, as if they thirsted to enter his hands. With the support of the core of the integral heaven star field, Long Chen's senses were extended, and he sensed countless sabers. So, he was calling out to them, seeing which of them was willing to fight with him. A saber then flew out of the hand of a half-step world king. Just as he grabbed it again, that saber seemed to come to life. Its edge then turned, cutting off his wrist before it flew into the heavenly tribulation. Just at this moment, 8 Wu Yings charged at Long Chen and water chi filled the air. Moreover, space twisted as if this place was the depths of a sea. The saber then entered Long Chen's hand. Ignoring the others, Long Chen thrust it at one of the Wu Yings. As a result, blood splashed. The 9-foot saber pierced through Wu Ying's chest, and the other water thorns in the hands of her clones smashed into Long Chen's body. However, they merely caused some sparks to fly out, unable to break his golden dragon armor. You think yourself smart, but your head isn't good. You decided to learn the body-splitting arts of the human race. Sure, the body can be split, but can a weapon be split as well? Distinguishing which weapon is real is far easier than finding the real body, said Long Chen contemptuously. Wu Ying was simply an arrogant fool. The way she split her body was not flawed. Against demonic beasts, they truly wouldn't be able to tell which was the real one. However, with Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he could easily grasp the true body's blood chi and spiritual fluctuations. Even if he couldn't sense that, though, the weapons of her clones were fake, she couldn't trick him regardless. Wu Ying had been full of confidence, so she hadn't expected Long Chen to break her water Dao domain with a casual blow and accurately pinpoint her true body. With the true body injured, the power of the clones plummeted to the point where they couldn't even break Long Chen's defenses. Now, she was terrified. You look down on the human race, yet learn the human race's techniques. You look down on me, but die to my hands. Go in peace, said Long Chen coldly. No, don't kill me. Wu Ying's body exploded. However, what killed her wasn't Long Chen but the heavenly genius of the golden barbarian bull race. He had attacked from behind Long Chen in a sneak attack, attempting to save her. However, Long Chen just flung Wu Ying's body behind him, resulting in her smashing into the Vajra scepter. As a result, she was directly blown to bits. The golden barbarian bull race's expert was shocked and enraged. It had been too late for him to even hold back his power. Don't feel bad, you'll be accompanying her. Long Chen raised his saber and then slashed it down like a bolt of lightning. After that, countless runes lit up on the saber, and a dragon roar rang out of it. The eighth prince cried out in shock and stabbed his spear at Long Chen. He saw that the golden barbarian bull race's expert had used up his power after killing Wu Ying. Regretfully, Long Chen didn't give that golden barbarian bull any chance to dodge. Long Chen had already locked onto him, and golden light exploded along with blood mist. The golden Vajra scepter was broken by Long Chen's saber. Furthermore, the wielder was directly blown to bits. After killing him, Long Chen's saber spun through the air, perfectly blocking the eighth prince's late attempt to save his companion. After that, the eighth prince was forced back 3 steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He was shocked. He had absorbed a huge amount of thunder force, and his body was essentially fully satiated. If he left the heavenly tribulation, he would instantly become a divine lord. Despite not having made that final breakthrough, his power had increased by over 10 times. With his spear and manifestation resonating, his power was unimaginable. However, his attack just now seemed to have struck a star. Long Chen didn't stagger in the slightest. Instead, it was him who almost coughed up blood from the exchange. After blowing back the eighth prince, Long Chen didn't chase him. Instead, he slowly raised his saber for a look. The saber blade was 9 feet long, while the hilt was 1.5 feet. Its body was blood red, and its style was very ancient. Moreover, this blood color contained a sharp killing intent. This was definitely a divine weapon that had killed countless lifeforms. Furthermore, there were 2 Julie immortal characters carved into its hilt. They were 3rd-generation Julie characters, Ming Hong. 1. The entire saber was blood red, but these 2 characters in particular were as red as fresh blood that had just come out of the body. Long Chen sensed the aura of the dragon race from these 2 characters. They were engraved with dragon blood. No wonder it feels so familiar. Staring at this saber, Long Chen smiled. The saber felt heavy in his hand. It perfectly suited his current power. Furthermore, with its length, it felt very comfortable to use. Most importantly, this Minghong saber's item spirit felt extremely close to Long Chen. It was a top-grade king item. This half-step world king of the demonic beast race had obtained it countless years ago. He had been carrying it on his back all this time but had never used it. That was because he had never managed to subdue the dragon while on it. The reason he had carried it on his back all day long was a display of his status. He would occasionally show it off to others, showing others that he was a stunning figure capable of controlling a weapon with a dragon soul. However, never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this saber would actually fly toward Long Chen. Furthermore, it had even cut off his hand. Most likely, this fellow was so enraged he would cough up blood. Ever since losing Dragonbone Evilmoon, Long Chen had never felt so accustomed to a saber, the feeling of man and saber being one. He finally had a companion that could fight alongside him again. Just then, countless fiend spirits pounced on him. Although they were imitations made out of lightning, they appeared the exact same as when he saw them in the Netherworld. With them filling the battlefield, the eighth prince and the others had no choice but to fight them as well as defend against Long Chen. Long Chen's saber then swept out and a dragon cry rang out once more. Everything in his way instantly vanished. Those fiend spirits turned into lightning runes with no suspense at all. Furthermore, those lightning runes disappeared as soon as they appeared, as if they were silently absorbed by something. The old feeling is finally back. At this moment, battle intent burned in Long Chen's eyes excitedly. He suddenly raised his saber. Thereafter, a giant saber image pierced the tribulation clouds, and the entire world shuddered. A will to split apart heaven and earth soared, causing the 9 heavens to change color. It was a will that caused gods and devils to quiver. In front of countless stunned gazes, a giant blade cleaved apart the tribulation clouds and mercilessly slashed down upon the 8th prince and the others. 1. The Minghong Saber, Minghong Dao, is a legendary sword of Chinese mythology. The legend does not seem relevant at the moment, but to summarize, when the Yellow Emperor Zan Yuan forged his golden sword, there were still some leftover materials in the furnace. The high heat melted those materials, and they took the form of a saber at the bottom of the furnace after cooling off. The Yellow Emperor thought that its saber will was too strong, and it would consume anyone who tried to use it. Worried about it falling into the mortal world, he chose to destroy it. However, it transformed into a red skylark and flew off, vanishing amongst the clouds. Chapter 3435 Brahma Divine Statue. Take out the Elephant Emperor War Chariot. When the mammoth divine elephant race's leader saw that giant saber image, his expression completely changed, and he shouted at the 8th prince. This attack terrified even world kings. They were stunned that someone who was still in the middle of their divine lord tribulation would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. The divine saber destroyed laws and shattered Taos. The tribulation clouds filling the sky were cleanly cut apart. However, there was no need for the mammoth divine elephant race leader's warning. The 8th prince had instantly summoned the Elephant Emperor War Chariot the moment Long Chen raised his saber, because he sensed that at this moment, only it could possibly save his life. The saber image then smashed into the war chariot, and the chariot shuddered intensely. After that, divine light radiated out of the chariot, blasting the fiend spirits around it apart. Everything in the surroundings was directly turned to dust. This was a shocking blow, one that caused the world to change color. Despite it still being the first form of Split the Heavens, its power was dozens of times greater now. One reason was because Long Chen's realm had increased, but the other reason was that he finally had a perfect divine weapon. Another aspect was that he had been bestowed with the heavenly Tao mark of the integral heaven star field, which allowed him to grow closer to the heavenly Taos. They were willing to lend him more power. Long Chen felt completely refreshed after this attack. As for the Minghong saber in his hand, a dragon cry continued to ring out of it. It was like after encountering each other, they could finally unleash their full potential. The saber itself seemed even more excited than Long Chen. This was a divine weapon of the human race. For it to land in the hands of the demonic beast race was a waste of a treasure. After this blow, the fiend spirits were all turned into lightning runes. The war chariot rumbled. Right below it, the 8th prince's expression was exceedingly ugly. There was no way he could have blocked that attack. If it hadn't been for the Elephant Emperor War Chariot, he would be dead right now. The others only barely kept their lives thanks to him, but blood was pouring out of all their orifices, and their heads were dazed. That one blow shook everyone. These demonic beasts had been unable to understand how a little four-peak youngster like Long Chen could possibly become the dean of the High Firmament Academy's 7th branch. But now, they understood. Just as everyone was stunned by this attack, Long Chen once more raised the Minghong saber. In front of their dumbfounded gazes, he unleashed the same terrifying attack. It seemed that he could unleash it limitlessly without wasting time to store up energy. The war chariot radiated divine light once more. But this time, the explosion was several times stronger than the last. The war chariot shuddered and sank, almost smashing into the ground. Other than the 8th prince, everyone else had been directly blown apart by the shockwaves. As for the 8th prince, he also coughed up a mouthful of blood. This attack was even more powerful than the last, because this time, Long Chen had used the power of his stars. Long Chen's 108,000 stars had been broken and grown countless times during his tribulation. Hence, they were dozens of times stronger than before. Furthermore, the divine flames burning on top of them also grew. They gave Long Chen endless power. At this moment, specks appeared on the Minghong saber, blazing like the stars. Battle intent burned in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at the Minghong saber. This is only half of my astral power. Can you continue? The Minghong saber buzzed. After that, a dragon cry rang out and saber chi soared. It seemed that it thirsted for even more power. Just then, the Elephant Emperor War Chariot whistled over. It was actually attacking Long Chen. Countless runes then lit up on it, shining like stars. Long Chen raised his saber to block it. As a result, his arms quivered, and he was sent flying like a shooting star. Long Chen smashed into a barrier and bounced off. Only then did Long Chen realize that there was one region of intact buildings within the otherwise destroyed auspicious cloud domain. This place was protected by a formation. Long Chen just happened to crash into that place, causing the barrier to appear. Long Chen then saw a statue. Long Chen's eyes instantly turned blood red. This statue was Brahma's. This was the sacred Pill Hall's holy land, and Lord Brahma's statue was here. Moreover, as this place was the inheritance land for his Tao, it was protected by faith energy, and even the heavenly tribulation was unable to harm this place. The next moment, the 8th prince's furious roar rang out. Inside the Elephant Emperor war chariot, he smashed toward Long Chen. This Elephant Emperor war chariot was something only descendants of the Elephant Emperor could use. Even within the mammoth divine elephant race, only a very small portion of people were capable of using it. Due to their bloodline connection. Previously, in order to protect the others, the 8th prince had hidden behind the Elephant Emperor war chariot. But now, since they were all dead, he instantly entered the chariot. Here, not even a world king could harm him. With a furious roar, he charged toward Long Chen. Because he wasn't a match for Long Chen, he would use the Elephant Emperor war chariot to kill him. It was incredibly fast, and it appeared in front of Long Chen just as he bounced off of the barrier. Long Chen once more raised his saber to block, resulting in him smashing into the barrier. He was actually forcibly embedded into it. The barrier was behind him, and the Elephant Emperor war chariot was in front of him. He was caught between the two. Long Chen pushed as hard as he could, but the barrier behind him was actually soft and flexible. He didn't have a foothold to push off of. Die, you inferior human. The 8th prince suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, the Elephant Emperor war chariot rumbled as if it had come alive, shaking the world. It was like an ancient beast had awoken. Now, Long Chen instantly felt like an entire starry sky was pressing down on him. Kill him, kill him. Just then, he heard countless cheers from within the barrier. Looking behind him, Long Chen saw countless experts wearing robes of the Sacred Pill Hall cheering from inside the buildings. The Sacred Pill Hall's people actually hid here. It was no wonder Long Chen hadn't seen a single person in the city when his heavenly tribulation descended. Seeing Long Chen trapped and knowing that he was an enemy of the Sacred Pill Hall, they all cheered for the 8th prince. Long Chen was angered, but just as he was about to unleash the full power of his stars, another gate opened in the sky, and a tall figure appeared. It caused Long Chen's expression to completely change. Big Brother Wu Tian. That figure was precisely Wu Tian. The moment he appeared, the rest of the tribulation clouds vanished without a trace. It was like his arrival sucked up all the power of the heavenly tribulation. After that, the world shuddered and the 10,000 Daos cried out. Even the world kings were quivering, staring in horror at Wu Tian's figure. A spear appeared in Wu Tian's hand. With a quiver of the spear, his body vanished. That spear then pierced through heaven and earth at Long Chen. This is the attack that Big Brother Wu Tian used to send me out of the netherworld. Long Chen was appalled. This was the only attack he had ever seen Wu Tian unleash. It had actually been memorized by the heavenly Daos. The 8th prince was also shocked by this sudden change, so he hastily sent the Elephant Emperor war chariot away. Don't be stingy, be my shield, Long Chen shouted, and just like that, he hid behind the Elephant Emperor war chariot. What kind of joke was that? Who could possibly block Wu Tian's attack? The spear fell in front of countless shocked gazes. The Elephant Emperor war chariot was pierced through. Chapter 3436 Lightning World Destruction. The power of that spear was incomparable. It was an attack capable of piercing through the wall between worlds. Back then, Wu Tian had used this attack to make a path for Long Chen back to the immortal world. Thus, Long Chen was profoundly aware of how terrifying this attack was. If he tried to block it, he would definitely die. Let alone him, even a world king was incapable of blocking this attack. The moment the spear pierced the Elephant Emperor war chariot, Long Chen spread his arms, summoning 18 lightning shields. These lightning shields were as flimsy as paper in front of that spear and instantly pierced through. However, they were not there to stop it. The moment the first one was pierced, Long Chen dodged to the side. Long Chen's dragon scales shattered and his blood sprayed out. He had managed to dodge the spear, but even just the shockwaves of its divine might left his body a bloody pulp. Long Chen's heart was cold. This attack had been replicated by the heavenly Daos. So, based on the divine might, it couldn't compare to Wu Tian's attack. Despite that, it was more than enough to kill Long Chen. With the heavenly tribulation locking onto him, if it hadn't been for the Elephant Emperor war chariot and the 18 lightning shields, he would have definitely died. The Elephant Emperor War Chariot bought him the time he needed to dodge, and the 18 lightning shields gave him the right timing to start dodging. If he had dodged too early, the spear would have locked onto him a second time. If he had dodged too late, it would have pierced him. Thus, these 18 shields were not to stop the spear, but to give him the proper calculations to dodge. The moment the first shield was broken, he dodged at just the right time. The spear then continued past him, striking the barrier below. That tough barrier instantly became covered in countless cracks. Inside the barrier, the Sacred Pill Hall's experts turned green. The barrier was only a little bit away from shattering. It was something condensed with the faith energy from Lord Brahma's divine statue. As for inside the war chariot, the 8th prince was hacking up blood. Half of his body was gone. "You're not dead, then I'll send you on your way." Long Chen was also covered in blood, but he didn't mind. They were superficial wounds that didn't affect him. Lightning wings appeared on his back. After that, he shot toward the war chariot and grabbed it. With a howl, he smashed it against the cracking barrier. The 8th prince cried out in horror. He tried to escape, but his body was no longer listening to his orders. He could only watch as the war chariot smashed toward the barrier. The crippled war chariot exploded along with the 8th prince. The barrier then quivered and finally shattered. The heavenly tribulation is over. Kill him together. Only then did the Hall Master react. The heavenly tribulation was over and they could finally join in as well. The leaders of the various powerful races instantly shot toward Long Chen. The heavenly geniuses of their races had all been slain, without anyone remaining. So, they were all infuriated and demanded vengeance. On the other hand, the Flying Beast race's experts were led by the Lightning Falcon race, and they didn't move. Keep up the act. Hearing the old race leader's reminder, the current leader of the Lightning Falcon race quickly reacted. If they didn't join the fray as well, their previous act would have been for nothing. Kill that bastard Long Chen who repays kindness with enmity. The leader of the Lightning Falcon race charged out with the major figures of the Flying Beast race. But even as the fastest expert, he was very slow. They couldn't possibly try to kill Long Chen, or that would truly be repaying kindness with enmity indeed. As the heavenly tribulation vanished, Long Chen's body rumbled and his fluctuating aura stabilized. He had successfully advanced to the Divine Lord realm. During the tribulation, he had possessed some of this aura, but that aura was transient, as weak as mud. Now that he had fully advanced, his aura was as solid as steel. The current him was in control of a Divine Lord's power. 4 peaks condensed to become the Lord of the Heavens. Sensing the endless power in his body, Long Chen finally understood the meaning of this phrase that described the Divine Lord realm. A lightning sphere appeared in Long Chen's left hand. Just then, the shattered lightning runes that were the result of Wu Tian's shattered spear transformed into lightning dragons that condensed within his hand. It was at this moment that the Hall Master and the other experts reached Long Chen. Their divine weapons swung toward him. Long Chen smiled mockingly. "I've profited this time. Not only did I pass through the tribulation safe and sound, but I even got rid of a sacred pill hall in this world." The lightning sphere in Long Chen's hand suddenly expanded, containing violent destructive power. Upon seeing it, the Hall Master and the others' expressions changed. This lightning sphere contained the will of Wu Tian's attack, so they sensed the threat of death coming from it. "Get away!" A world king hastily stopped himself and fled. Too late. World extermination lightning radiance. Long Chen shoved the lightning sphere forward. That direction was where Lord Brahma's statue was. It was like the explosion of the sun. Divine light shook the stars and fragments of spacetime flew about. The leader of the Lightning Falcon race jumped in shock when he saw this. He hastily led his people to retreat. Fortunately, they had been the last to join in, and so they were the fastest to get out of the way. The divine light surged out like the devil's tongue. Anything touched by this light disintegrated. Even half-step world kings were unable to resist that terrifying power. The Flying Beast race's experts were the fastest to retreat, but some shockwaves still reached them, sending them flying. Fortunately, they were far away enough from the core area that they only coughed up blood. The lightning destroyed space and time, leaving desolate astral winds in its midst. Now, the remnants of flesh and destroyed buildings floated in the wreckage. There were even divine weapons being blown about in the astral winds, and some unlucky fellows were pierced by those weapons. After the devastation was over, the terrain had completely changed. The previous glorious city was gone. All that remained of it was a single statue. Other than this statue, as far as the eye could see, there was no other human construction. This attack was truly earth-shattering. One figure after another came out of the ground. These were world kings. However, they were covered in dirt and blood. Within the core of the world extermination lightning radiance, only world kings were capable of surviving. Within the deathly silence, the sound of flowing water rang out. In the distance, they saw a black-robed man with a blood-colored saber on his shoulder apathetically peeing on the divine statue's head. Chapter 3437 Revolt. Lord Brahma, Lord Brahma. Just look at how dusty your face is. Boss Long San will help wash your face. In front of countless dumbfounded gazes, Long Chen peed on the head of the divine statue and critiqued it. Long Chen had not just destroyed the auspicious Cloud Prefecture but was also blaspheming his god. The Hall Master's expression instantly twisted with fury. This piss was done to Long Chen's heart's content. There was no helping that there was limited storage for such a matter, and ultimately, it ended. After that, Long Chen slowly tied his belt. He smiled at the Hall Master, showing his teeth. Are you mad? Are you angry? Suddenly, Long Chen's smile vanished, replaced with furious killing intent. Do you know how enraged I am? Lord Brahma, the day that I cut off your head will come sooner or later. Long Chen swung the Minghong saber down. Because of it, the divine statue shuddered and countless runes lit up. A divine aura sword. Long Chen was actually knocked away by those runes. This divine statue was protected by faith energy, so nothing could destroy it. Long Chen almost coughed up blood from the impact. Courting death, the Hall Master roared, and a pill furnace appeared in his hand. He then smashed it at Long Chen. At this moment, diagrams of the sun and moon flowed on top of it. It was a day-night furnace with fallen day-night's aura coming from it. Long Chen fearlessly swung his saber, unleashing split the heavens again. But this time, an immense force almost broke his arm. His insides were also shaken, and blood leaked out of his mouth. However, this also blew back the day-night furnace. He forcibly received the attack of a world king. In the distance, the leader of the Lightning Falcon race was amazed. It had to be known that the Hall Master was currently crazy with fury. That had been a full-power attack from him, but Long Chen had blocked it. Long Chen's blood was flipping inside of him, and he was forced far into the distance. A true world king was far stronger than a half-step world king. Thus, Long Chen was at a great disadvantage. The Hall Master once more sent the day-night furnace smashing toward him. At this moment, Long Chen saw a divine statue in a pillar of divine light behind the Hall Master. Then looking back at the statue of Lord Brahma on the ground, he saw that it was glowing brightly. The Hall Master was using its power. Long Chen once more exchanged blows with the Hall Master. And this time, he coughed up blood. The sacred power of the pill furnace now contained Lord Brahma's power. Not good. Long Chen's heart shook. This fellow was a true world king. Although Long Chen had advanced to the Divine Lord realm, he was still at a disadvantage. After all, they were 2 realms apart. It wasn't like in the Four-Peak realm when he could easily kill immortal kings. The Hall Master's manifestation shone brightly, resonating with Lord Brahma's divine statue. As the heavenly Taos cried out, his aura continued to climb. Suddenly, Long Chen shot toward Lord Brahma's statue. Seeing this, the Hall Master snorted and formed hand seals. A barrier then appeared around Lord Brahma's statue. In truth, he wasn't worried about Long Chen destroying the statue. The statue had been nourished by faith energy for tens of millions of years, so it was practically indestructible. Let alone Long Chen, not even a world king could destroy it. This barrier he set up was merely to prevent Long Chen from further blaspheming his god before his death. The Hall Master once more sent the day-night furnace smashing toward Long Chen. It was simply brute force, but it was even stronger than the last 2 blows. Now, the day-night furnace emitted such immense pressure that it was as if the world was about to collapse. Long Chen ignored the day-night furnace. When he arrived in front of the barrier, he suddenly took out a dagger. This was that mysterious broken sword that he had found in the Black Sea of the Netherworld. Long Chen threw the dagger. The black as ink tip silently cut through the barrier and the divine statue's head, flying out of the back of its head. Those powerful runes in the materials of the divine statue were pierced like they were tofu. Lightning runes then flashed around Long Chen's body. He vanished, reappearing behind the statue where he grabbed the dagger. Just then, the day-night furnace smashed down perfectly into the divine statue. As a result, the statue crumbled. It was destroyed by the sacred pill Hall's master. The Hall Master's head buzzed. Seeing this scene, he just stood there, dumbfounded. His head was blank as he had no idea what to do. Aya, it seems that you want to start a revolt. By destroying Lord Brahma's divine statue, are you going independent from him? Long Chen felt incredibly satisfied when he saw the Hall Master's dazed expression. This fellow had executed the 9-star heir before, so Long Chen wished to personally skin him and pull out every muscle in his body. But having him destroy the statue of his own god was also very satisfying. The Hall Master suddenly coughed up blood. It was unknown if it was due to his mental state or if it was from losing his connection to the divine statue, but he suddenly turned as pale as paper. His face was twisted. Long Chen's gaze shifted. He then moved, appearing amongst the broken fragments of the statue and grabbing the day-night furnace. Courting death. The Hall Master was further incensed, so he hastily formed hand seals. Regretfully, just as he formed his hand seals, he found that he could no longer sense the day-night furnace. He had lost his connection to it because Long Chen had tossed it into the primal chaos space. This time, the Hall Master coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. That was his life furnace with his spiritual marks on it. But now that those marks were forcibly erased, his soul was damaged. I am confiscating the instrument of your crime. I'll use this evidence to show Lord Brahma that you are preparing to revolt. Long Chen laughed. You, kill him. The Hall Master stuttered before roaring. After that, he took out a sword and charged at Long Chen. Halfway there, his 2 assistants cried out and hastily went to support him. Just then, a blood-colored saber appeared out of nowhere right in front of the Hall Master. Isn't that? The expressions of the Lightning Falcon race's experts changed. They recognized the technique that Long Chen had just used. It was an innate divine ability of the Lightning Falcon race, lightning teleport. Furthermore, the number of people qualified to cultivate this technique did not surpass 10, but Long Chen had actually learned it. Long Chen had not displayed this secret art this entire time just to wait for a chance. Now, he had succeeded. The Minghong saber then shuddered, and his power erupted within the Hall Master's body like a volcano. As a result, blood sprayed out and a large hole appeared in the Hall Master's chest. However, he didn't die. His 2 assistants managed to protect his life, pulling him back from the border of death. They then retreated, creating distance between them and Long Chen. Just then, countless demonic beast experts charged over, and dozens of world kings surrounded Long Chen. Those world kings attacked together. Their divine weapons whistled toward Long Chen with all their power. Chapter 3438. Let's talk nicely. So many world kings had joined forces to attack a single divine lord that had just advanced. If that information spread, it would shock countless people. Long Chen had killed the hopes for their futures, so these world kings were crazy with rage. All their faces were twisted with fury. As dozens of world kings attacked at once, heaven and earth twisted and spacetime was locked shut. With nowhere to go, Long Chen was instantly caught in a sure death scenario. However, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit worried. In front of all these attacks, he simply rested the Minghong saber on his shoulder, seemingly having given up on resisting and wishing to die. Just then, a screen of light appeared around Long Chen, and it had countless stars flickering within it just like an entire star field. Those World King's attacks landed on the light screen, causing it to quiver ever so slightly. With a few ripples, those attacks seemed to be pebbles that fell into the sea, vanishing without a trace. These World Kings were shocked. They had never witnessed such a thing. Ah, how regretful. I was lacking just a little bit. Long Chen looked through the screen of light and at the heavily wounded Hall Master. He then sighed, shaking his head regretfully. To put it frankly, he was unable to fully control his new power. When he attacked, there were large fluctuations that showed off his intent. That was why the Hall Master had escaped his death. Long Chen's dissatisfied expression at having failed to kill the Hall Master left the experts present even more stunned. Long Chen had just advanced to the Divine Lord realm but had managed to heavily wound the Sacred Pill Hall's master. After this battle, his name would spread far and wide. But he still wasn't happy with that. After this battle, no one would be able to question the High Firmament Academy's decision about making him a dean. If others weren't present, Long Chen would have managed to kill the Sacred Pill Hall's master. His power was definitely enough to be the dean of a branch academy. Long Chen felt a bit regretful. His main target had been the 8th prince, but his second target was the Hall Master. They were the ones he had to kill to avenge the 9-star heir. Regretfully, there were too many people in the surroundings, and he had only had one chance. It was such a pity that he hadn't managed to succeed and could only leave a heavy wound on him. However, he had destroyed the auspicious Cloud Prefecture, exterminating the foundation of the sacred Pill Hall and killing millions of Lord Brahma's followers in this base. He had also destroyed his divine statue. If that 9-star heir knew these things, he would definitely be able to smile in the 9 springs. Also, the Hall Master was already old, and his blood chi had started to decline. As Long Chen's attack had wounded his core, it was already impossible for him to fully recover afterward. There was even danger of his realm falling. Once his realm fell, his longevity would instantly reach its limit. In any case, he wouldn't be able to live much longer. This attack had taken half of his life at least. Fine, killing you now would be meaningless. It would be better for you to stay alive so that you can beg forgiveness from Divine Venerate Brahma. Tell him how you smashed apart his statue. If you don't explain yourself well, I trust that Lord Brahma will punish you properly. Long Chen smiled sinisterly at the pale Hall Master who was rapidly consuming medicinal pills to suppress his wounds. Hearing that, the Hall Master coughed up more blood. He grew listless. At this moment, his assistants were horrified and hastily sealed his aura with their divine power, having him fall unconscious for now to protect his life. However, with this, there was an 80 to 90% chance that his realm would fall afterward. But if they hadn't sealed his aura, with his tumultuous emotions, he might very well lose control of his unstable power and explode right here. They were no fools. If they had let the Hall Master die, when the questions were asked and the responsibility for this came crashing down, the two of them would have to endure it. But as long as the Hall Master was still alive, the two of them wouldn't be blamed too much. Thus, they definitely couldn't allow him to die. Even if he lost his realm and lifespan, that was of less importance to them. This was an extreme emergency. At this moment, the demonic beasts began to repeatedly attack the barrier around Long Chen. The leaders of the Mammoth Divine Elephant, Water Mallard, Golden Barbarian Bull, and Blue-Eye Bright Scale races in particular were attacking the most ferociously. Regretfully, no matter how they attacked, they were unable to break that barrier. Of course it was impossible for them to break it. This barrier was made from the energy of the core of the star field. In front of this power, their own individual power was like that of ants. Actually, there's no need for you to hate me. If you want to hate someone, you should hate the Sacred Pill Hall. You are nothing more than the Sacred Pill Hall's pawns. No, you can't even count as pawns. You are pigs that the Sacred Pill Hall raised. Do you know that the price of the pills they sell you are dozens of times greater, or even 100 times greater than what the rest of the world sells them for? The Sacred Pill Hall locked you up here and brainwashed you, slowly turning you into their subordinates to fight against 9-star heirs. By then, other than the 9 Underworld Hall, there would be an additional force dedicated to killing 9-star heirs. You already killed a 9-star heir here, so the Sacred Pill Hall will quickly spread recordings of this throughout the world. Then every 9-star heir will come here to get vengeance on you. The seeds of enmity will grow until all of you are simply killing each other, and as the pain and hatred pile up, the truth no longer becomes important. If you fools still don't understand how you are being used by the Sacred Pill Hall, then you are truly so foolish that there is no cure. Absolute nonsense. You are just making up lies. The two assistant hall masters roared furiously, veins bulging on their foreheads. Fortunately, they had made their hall master fall unconscious, or if he heard Long Chen's words, he really might just die from rage. Calm down. We're all just talking nicely. Don't get so angry. Long Chen flapped his hand as if he was being a kind elder that mediated things. Talking nicely, the two assistant hall masters looked at the destruction around them and the shattered statue of Brahma. They clenched their teeth furiously. After progressing to this point, he urged them to talk nicely. They suddenly felt that they might fall unconscious just like their hall master. Ah, fine, I won't say much more. Your integral heaven star field isn't too far from my Empyrean heaven star field. In my Empyrean heaven star field, there is a very trustworthy company called the Wuxia Trading Company. You can secretly send people to see how things are there. You can see what the prices of identical products are. Once you see their prices, you'll learn the difference between a black-hearted scammer and a merchant with integrity, said Long Chen. He wanted to say more, but the core of the star field was telling him that she was only able to maintain this barrier for a limited time. Thus, he quickly spat out some facts about the Wuxia Trading Company. Just then, an item came flying out of the wreckage. It actually directly passed through the barrier that protected Long Chen. It was the Minghong saber's sheath. Once the Minghong saber entered the sheath, Long Chen noticed that it was different from other sabers. It was a complete item with its sheath. The sheath was 2 feet thick and was like a shield. Countless blood-colored runes flowed on top of it. Curiously, the pressure that the sheath gave off was even stronger than that of the actual saber. Long Chen didn't have time to examine it more closely, and he put away the saber and sheath. I am Long Chen from the High Firmament Academy's 7th branch. If anyone wants revenge, come find me. The Empyrean Heaven Star Field doesn't have a single power controlling it like the Sacred Pill Hall. We welcome any friends. As for whether you are a friend or foe, it's up to you. What nonsense. You killed Yunner, repaying kindness with enmity. We can only be enemies. Howled the Lightning Falcon race's leader. Long Chen was startled but then laughed. Then come get revenge. When have I, Long Chen, ever been afraid of anyone? Suddenly, the light screen covering Long Chen quivered and he vanished, leaving behind all the wreckage. Chapter 3439 The Present of the Core of the Star Field. As Long Chen left, the auspicious cloud domain was in ruins. Other than the broken fragments of Lord Brahma's statue, there were almost no signs of civilization at all. The world extermination lightning radiance had destroyed all the remaining buildings within the city, turning them into dust. Just how glorious had the auspicious cloud domain been? But because of Long Chen, it was turned into wilderness. The Sacred Pill Hall, which had stood for tens of millions of years, now had its divine statue broken. Millions and millions of demonic beasts had been killed, along with tens of millions of followers of the Sacred Pill Hall. On his own, Long Chen had practically wiped out an entire generation of the Integral Heavens Star Field. Only the Flying Beast race's experts had survived. They were lucky, otherwise, they would have been wiped out as well. They were unaware that this luck was all calculated by Long Chen. He had given them a way out. Fortunately, the old race leader of the Lightning Falcon race was smart and didn't let the Flying Beast race get drawn into the final battle. Furthermore, the curses that the Lightning Falcon race's leader had spat at Long Chen actually meant the opposite. The once glorious Sacred Pill Hall had been reduced to just 3 people. No, it was 2.5 people. The Hall Master could only count as half a person in his state. The 2 assistant Hall Masters had ugly expressions. With the destruction of the statue, they lost the ability to communicate with Lord Brahma. Now, they could only bring the Hall Master to another star field and quickly report this matter. Once they left, the demonic beasts also gloomily scattered. The leader of the Lightning Falcon race angrily shouted at people to bring away Lei Yunner's corpse. Once they were back at their home, without needing any medicine, Lei Yunner slowly woke up on her own. After waking up, she cried out and shouted, "Why did you kill me?" In her memories, all she remembered was how Long Chen had attacked her. She didn't remember anything after that. When the old race leader explained this matter to her, her tears turned into a smile. Suddenly, she noticed that a spatial ring had appeared on her finger. Checking it, she cried out in shock. It was packed with tens of thousands of lightning spirit blood soul pills. Furthermore, they were all top-grade spirit pills. When the elders of the Lightning Falcon race saw those medicinal pills, they were all dumbfounded. This was an enormous wealth to them. "There's also a piece of paper," said an elder. Reading the paper, they found that this had truly been left by Long Chen, and he had also left some words for Lei Yunner. His goal this time had been to kill the 8th prince as well as the Hall Master. However, he had known that killing the Hall Master would be extremely difficult, so he hadn't had much hope for that. The reason he had attacked Lei Yunner was for fear that the Sacred Pill Hall would find trouble for the Lightning Falcon race in the future. If Long Chen had known that he would borrow the power of the final attack of the Heavenly Tribulation to destroy the Sacred Pill Hall's barrier, perhaps he wouldn't have done this. After all, now that the Sacred Pill Hall was reduced to 2.5 people, it was unknown how the 2 of them would manage to survive the wrath of the higher-ups. They wouldn't be in the mood to find trouble for others. In any case, Long Chen had left the path wide open for Lei Yunner. In the end, he told Lei Yunner that there was a thing called love in the human race's world. Love was the foundation for a union between a man and a woman, something not backed by any goals or intentions. Love was a thing that didn't require anything in return. It was not to give birth to stronger descendants but to be together. So while he was grateful to Lei Yunner for her high opinion of him, he was unable to accept such a good thing from her. He then expressed his apology to her. Lei Yunner seemed to understand yet not understand his words. She only held the paper and cried. All she knew was that Long Chen didn't want her children. Yunner, don't cry. The human race is closer to the heavenly Taos, so their feelings can't be understood by us. But it's fine, as long as you work hard at cultivation and comprehend more of the heavenly Taos, perhaps you will one day come to understand what that love of the human race is. At that time, you will be able to understand Long Chen's heart. Perhaps he will agree to have children with you then. So don't feel bad. Work hard on your cultivation until you can lead the Lightning Falcon race forward, implored the old leader of the Lightning Falcon race. This elder could be considered a very rare wise person amongst the demonic beast race. Afraid that Lei Yunner would waste time on this issue, he first drew a new goal for her. It had to be known that she had made amazing gains after this tribulation. Her body and soul had undergone a complete transformation. It could be said that other than Long Chen, she was the one to benefit the most from the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps there were greater heavenly geniuses amongst the demonic beasts before this, but those people were all dead now. As long as Lei Yunner became a world king, the Lightning Falcon race would become the overlord of the integral heaven star field. Alright, I'll work hard on cultivation. I'll only have children with him. Lei Yunner clenched her fists, solemnly swearing to accomplish a far and distant goal. Space trembled and Long Chen appeared in a desolate land that was surrounded by a desert. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing here. Along with him appeared the woman that was the manifestation of the core of the star field. The woman looked at Long Chen. It really is all thanks to you. This place is the edge of the integral heaven star field. If you pass through the border wall here, you will find yourself in the Empyrean heaven star field. Speaking of which, the woman waved her hand. The next moment, countless weapons, extravagant cases, precious medicines, bone books, and other items appeared, forming a small mountain of treasures. Long Chen was shocked. These weapons were all king items. Even the 8th prince's golden spear was amongst them. You helped me out so much. I can't give you much, but I think these things are useful to you. When the city was destroyed, I gathered these things to avoid them being destroyed. I myself have nothing, so I can only hope that this gift is enough, said the woman apologetically. How could it not be? These things are priceless treasures to me. I truly have to thank you. How could Long Chen possibly complain about this gift? These were all treasures. There were over 10,000 king items here. Some were part of the sacred pill hall's treasury, and the others were items whose masters had died in battle. They had all been gathered for him, so Long Chen had profited immensely. However, there were too many treasures, and he didn't have time to go through them all. As a result, he simply tossed them all into the primal chaos space. He then thanked her once more. He had previously felt some heartache since all the treasures of the auspicious cloud trading company were destroyed just like that. But now there wasn't the slightest waste. Seeing how happy he was, the woman was also very happy. After saying goodbye to Long Chen, she vanished into the world. Long Chen was very satisfied. Humming a little tune, he started flying in the direction she had pointed. Chapter 3440 Returning in Glory. The border could be considered similar to a barrier, but it wasn't targeting anyone. It was the result of the layers between two star fields touching, and it could be pierced through with enough power. Before this, the border was watched by the Sacred Pill Hall's formation. But now that the Sacred Pill Hall had been crippled, naturally no one was overseeing it. After passing through the border, Long Chen instantly felt that the aura of the heavenly Taos was different. Here, the aura was more peaceful, more tranquil. It didn't have the air of the integral heaven star field that caused restlessness and irritation. Long Chen knew that the integral heaven star field was originally the same as the Empyrean heaven star field. They were both places for human cultivation. It was later that the Sacred Pill Hall forcibly transformed it into a world more suited for demonic beast cultivation. Upon entering the Empyrean heaven star field, Long Chen clearly felt his mood improve. Even breathing became easier, and he no longer felt so constrained and irritable. Furthermore, he felt an indescribable closeness to the Empyrean heaven star field. The heavenly Tao energy had grown warmer to him. This was thanks to the blessing of the integral heaven star field's core. She had left her heavenly Tao mark on him, and any kind-hearted star field cores would sense that mark and feel closer to him as a result. I've really profited this time. Long Chen laughed. After being conned by Enputa, he still managed to turn calamity into profit. Long Chen looked around. He was in a barren land without any people around, so he decided to just take a stop here and start an inventory of his gains. There's a day-night furnace. Hee, its quality is far greater than the old one. I'll leave this to the moon and star refining furnace. With both of them working together, medicinal pills will come limitlessly. Long Chen rubbed the day-night furnace excitedly. Although the demon moon furnace could refine powerful demonic pills, they were mostly only usable by himself. Others couldn't endure their power. With another day-night furnace, it was truly like someone had given him a pillow just as he was dozing off. This day-night furnace's item spirit directly resisted when it was drawn into the primal chaos, and the primal chaos bead directly exterminated that item spirit. Because of this, the moon and star refining furnace's item spirit could directly merge into it. In just a few days, it would be in full control. Within the primal chaos space was a lightning dragon coiling in slumber. This time, as soon as his tribulation had started, he had Lei Linger transform into millions of lightning runes spread throughout the space, silently absorbing Thunderforce. During his tribulation, many people had been absorbing the lightning runes. But once they died, those lightning runes returned to heaven and earth. Lei Linger then absorbed the lightning runes in the air, as well as the ones coming out of the fallen. It could be said that this time, she didn't waste a single drop. Hidden within the heavenly tribulation, no one had even noticed her. Originally, she was a trump card Long Chen had been preparing to use against the 8th Prince, because the Elephant Emperor War Chariot was truly difficult to deal with. But then Wu Tian appeared and directly pierced the War Chariot, causing Long Chen to change ideas. He then had Lei Linger absorb the remnant power of that spear and spit out half to help him wipe out the headquarters of the Sacred Pill Hall. It just so happened that Lei Linger was unable to absorb the full power of that final attack, so rather than wasting it, Long Chen used that power to kill. Lei Linger had conserved the power that she could devour and was in the midst of absorbing it. An astonishing aura now came from her body. After all of this Thunderforce was absorbed, her power would soar to an unimaginable level. There were over 10,000 king items, almost all of them being premium quality. After all, the king items that could manage to survive that tribulation intact had to be top grade. It could be said that these king items alone were an unimaginable level of wealth. Also, there were various medicinal ingredients, millions in fact. Long Chen then planted all the ones that he didn't have in the medicinal fields. As for the medicinal pills that he gained, he didn't even bother going through them. He would just leave those to the people in the warehouse to deal with. Now, Long Chen was looking at various secret tomes. Long Chen looked through them and found that they were mostly alchemy techniques. Most likely, they were pulled out of the Sacred Pill Hall's secret treasury. Those things were also useless to him. But they were useful to the High Firmament Academy. They had alchemists that could refine ordinary pills, but higher-tier medicinal pills and some rather unique medicinal pills had to be bought from the Wyan Trading Company. With these secret tomes, the High Firmament Academy's alchemy level would soar. What? There are spatial chests. Long Chen suddenly noticed 8 spatial chests amongst the treasures. When he opened them, he found that they were packed with fist-sized crystals. Every spatial chest had 10 million Immortal King crystals, for a total of 80 million Immortal King crystals. Fuck, the Sacred Pill Hall really knows how to make money. Where did they steal 80 million crystals from? Long Chen's heart was pounding. He had never seen so much money before. Even before this, the first-generation Wood Foundation divine fruit that he sold to Zheng Wenlong had only gotten him a few 100,000 Immortal King crystals worth of materials, which he then used to rebuild the 7th Branch Academy. At that time, he had felt himself to be a rich moneybag. However, looking at these 8 spatial chests, he suddenly felt like he was a starving beggar compared to the Sacred Pill Hall. There are more. Long Chen found even more scattered Immortal King crystals at the bottom of the pile of treasures. In the end, he managed to scrounge up another few 100,000. Seeing this wealth, Long Chen almost felt numb. The Sacred Pill Hall had way too much money. In the end, he found thousands of spatial rings as well. I'm not going through all of this. Long Chen directly gave up. These spatial rings mostly belonged to those half-step world kings. They were their life's savings. Only half-step world kings could protect at least a portion of their bodies under Long Chen's attacks, so these spatial rings were still intact. These spatial rings had all kinds of things. It would take him months to sort through them all, so he just gave up. Although it was nice to count money, when there was too much money to count, it became a chore. He had lost interest. Finally, Long Chen turned his attention to the Minghong saber. He pulled it out along with its sheath. Closing his eyes, He sensed it and smiled. I didn't expect my greatest gain this time to be you. This sheath was made out of unknown materials. It had actually absorbed a huge amount of blood soul energy and was currently nourishing the Minghong saber. Long Chen quickly concluded that the Minghong saber was a weapon made for slaughter. The sheath would absorb the blood soul energy of the slain, transforming it into a miraculous energy capable of strengthening the Minghong saber. In other words, it would continue to grow. No wonder it thirsted to go along with him. As long as it was with Long Chen, it would definitely grow at the fastest rate. Long Chen then placed the Minghong saber on his back. One man and saber, mutually reflecting on each other. It appeared incredibly wild and domineering. Boss Long San is returning home in glory. Long Chen laughed and stepped into the air, transforming into a bolt of lightning that vanished from this wilderness. Chapter 3441 Changes. Long Chen used the movement art he had learned from the Lightning Falcon race. Lightning then wrapped around his body, and he transformed into a lightning falcon that sped through the air. Seeing space constantly twisting while experiencing this carefree speed, Long Chen was moved. It was like he had returned to his childhood and Long Tianxiao was helping him ride a horse through the plains. Long Chen raised his head and roared. As a result, thunder rumbled and he accelerated to the point that even the world around him grew blurry from how fast he was going. This feeling of speed made him feel like all his vexations were being thrown far into the distance, as if all his worries were no longer a concern. After leaving the integral Heaven Star field, he was no longer worried about revealing that he knew the secret arts of the Lightning Falcon race. So, he flew at top speed. In just over 2 hours, it was no longer a barren wilderness around him. He gradually saw some greenery, and the sparse spiritual qi in the air also increased in density. At this point, he slowed down a bit. It was no longer a flat land. If he accidentally crashed into a mountain at this speed, he might end up injuring himself. He quickly saw signs of civilization. This place was still mostly wilderness at this point. The spiritual qi was thin, and there weren't many people around. When he swept out his divine sense, he found that the people here seemed to be hunters. Due to the sparse spiritual qi here, there weren't any ferocious beasts around. There were simply some wild beasts that they could hunt to live off of. Perhaps this sparse spiritual qi was precisely what allowed them to survive here. Long Chen then paused and saw a small village not too far from him. A few dozen children were running around there, brandishing some sticks and shouting. A man in a crude beast hide was also holding a small club and sternly rebuking anyone whose movements were incorrect. The children all looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. When the man struck them with his club, they clenched their teeth and cried, but they didn't make a sound. There was also a group of women cleaning up some prey and some strong people tidying up weapons. Those were just normal metal weapons, but they were very careful with them. Those weapons were clearly as important as their lives. Upon seeing this village, a slight ripple appeared in Long Chen's heart. He thought of a pure and innocent maiden with a slightly dark complexion and large eyes, a maiden that always had a smile on her face. A necklace of different colored stones then appeared in his hand. It was a very crude and simple necklace that was held together with hemp strings. The stones were also not perfectly circular. It wasn't all that good to look at. However, Long Chen had always been looking after it properly. This was something from Xiaohua, an incomparably pure girl from a small village in the Phoenix Cry Empire's wilderness, who thought of him as a gift from the heavens. Long Chen thought of the martial heaven continent and his old friends. He didn't know how they were. Were those that had ascended doing well? Were those that hadn't ascended accustomed to their new world? Long Chen sighed. He put away the necklace and continued on his way. The spiritual qi in the air grew denser as he flew. He gradually started to see tracks from powerful beasts and some cultivators. Long Chen then saw some small squads fighting a huge bear. That was probably their prey, but it seemed that they had provoked something that they shouldn't provoke. Just as the 7 of them were about to be killed, Long Chen slapped that bear to death. Having escaped death, those people were all grateful to Long Chen. He asked them some questions and learned that they came from a small town. As for what prefecture they were in, they really didn't know. It seemed that this place was truly remote. Long Chen asked them where their town was, and it really was small. The strongest person in this city was only at the Divine Flame realm. This was most likely the result of the sparse spiritual qi limiting their room for growth. Long Chen asked that expert and learned that this place belonged to the Qingyang prefecture. The Qingyang prefecture wasn't even able to enter the ranks of the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures, because this prefecture had been in ruins ever since an ancient battle. It was only in the last few million years that it once more became suitable for cultivation. This place could not be compared to those other prefectures inside the Heavenly Swell domain. The so-called 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures referred to the intact domains and prefecture cities that survived that ancient battle. In the immortal world, prefectures made up domains, domains made up star fields, and star fields made up heavens. It was said that the entire immortal world had 9 heavens but 10 lands. That saying was a bit contradictory, but people kept repeating it. After learning this, Long Chen gave that expert a longevity-extending pill, one that could give him an extra 1,000 years of life. That expert was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. This town was too poor to even construct a transportation formation, so Long Chen could only set off on his own. When he reached the prefecture city, it finally appeared a bit more like the cultivation world. He asked for their best transportation formation. This place wasn't the Heavenly Swell domain. From here, he was transported to another prefecture city. He then went through 7 prefecture cities before reaching the core prefecture city of this domain. When he came to their greatest transportation formation, he found that there was no one overseeing it. He was standing in front of the transportation formation and about to ask for someone's help when someone spotted Long Chen and jumped in shock. "Aren't you Long Chen, the dual champion of the Heavenly Swell domain's 9 prefecture convention?" Long Chen hadn't expected someone to recognize him. He said, "Yes, that's me. Brother, do you know if this transportation formation can be used?" This person was in the 4-peak realm. However, his spiritual fluctuations were already growing sluggish. He looked to be in his 30s, but his actual age was definitely not young. But in the immortal world, it was a person's realm and power that was respected. Sometimes calling someone brother was raising them up, acting like you didn't know their age or power. Of course you can use it. However, this transportation formation is rarely used. In order to save resources, it isn't activated at all times. If you wait just a bit, I will inform the city lord to activate the transportation formation. He needs to personally come to unlock it. That person was overwhelmed with favor at being called brother by Long Chen. He immediately ran off to alert the city lord. As a result, he didn't just bring back the city lord, countless experts also came to take a look. The news of the arrival of the dual champion of the 9 prefecture convention was quite big here. The city lord was an earth-tier immortal king, and he was most likely the apex expert of this region. In the end, shallow waters couldn't produce big fish. There was no way that this place could. Compared to the Heavenly Swell domain. Dean Long Chen, your reputation precedes you. I won't say any superfluous words. Do you wish to return to the Heavenly Swell domain? Asked the city lord. Yes, I'll trouble you to help me out. Long Chen cupped his fists. Dare I ask what the current situation is like there? What situation? Asked Long Chen. Do you not know? The Heavenly Swell domain, the Vile Dragon domain, and other domains are being attacked. Devils have invaded from another world, and the Devil Sea has also erupted. Those fiend devils are climbing onto the land in multiple domains. Is our information wrong? Asked the city lord, feeling baffled. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's expression instantly changed. Chapter 3442 Devils Invade. The Devil Sea erupted at the same time as the Devil race invaded the immortal world. It couldn't be a coincidence. If it wasn't a coincidence, someone must be controlling things behind the scenes. Long Chen instantly thought of how the integral heaven star field had originally belonged to the human race but was then invaded by devils, only for them to retreat for no reason after taking over, resulting in the entire star field falling into the hands of the sacred pill hall. If his guess was correct, Lord Brahma definitely had a way to control those devils. He was the source of this calamity, and he was the one using the devils against the High Firmament Academy. When did you receive this information? Asked Long Chen. 3 days ago, answered the city lord. 3 days? That wasn't too long. Long Chen said, City Lord, please help me activate the transportation formation. I must go right now. The city lord awkwardly said, this transportation formation isn't kept active at all times. In order to reactivate it, we need close to 100 immortal king crystals. Right now, I only have. Long Chen instantly understood. If the transportation formation was kept active at all times, then sending a single divine lord across domains would only cost around 10 immortal king crystals. However, actually turning on the formation so that it could be used required close to 100 immortal king crystals. That kind of wealth was no small sum to this city lord, and he hadn't reached such a level of generosity that he could give Long Chen that much. That's fine. Is this enough? Long Chen directly gave the city lord 120 immortal king crystals. It's enough. There are also leftovers. The city lord relaxed when he saw Long Chen take out the money. He had no intention of taking advantage of Long Chen, but he really was unable to lose that much money. The leftover change is the fee for using your transportation formations. Rules are rules. My High Firmament Academy can't let you work for nothing. Please hurry, said Long Chen. He didn't even care about this small sum. He only wanted to get back as fast as possible. As expected, money was the solution to all problems. The Immortal King crystals were then embedded into notches in the formation, and it was fully activated in just an incense stick's worth of time. After that, Long Chen stepped in and space twisted around him. After some time, his body felt heavy, and his foot landed on solid ground. There was a familiar scent in the air, yet also foreign. That foreign scent was full of brutality and slaughter. This was definitely the Heavenly Swell domain. Now, Long Chen took out a map and checked where he was. Orienting himself, he rushed toward the closest prefecture city. When he arrived, he found that they were on a strict lockdown. The Grand Formation had been activated, and countless armored experts were on guard, waiting for enemies to attack. Dean Long Chen. When Long Chen arrived, those experts cried out in shock. They hastily let him in. Many thanks. I wish to borrow your transportation formation to get back to the High Firmament Academy, said Long Chen to their leader. Dean Long Chen, didn't you run? Why are you going back? Asked the leader. I ran. Long Chen's heart shook. It seemed that the problem was worse than he had expected. After asking some questions, he learned that the spatial channel that the devils had opened was near the High Firmament Academy. Hence, the academy was completely isolated and besieged by countless devils. The surrounding laws were also shattered, leaving their transportation formations ineffective. As for the prefecture cities around the High Firmament Academy, they were on a tight lockdown. Fortunately, up until now, those devils seemed to only have their sights on the High Firmament Academy. Only a small portion spread throughout the surroundings. This prefecture city was very far from the Martial Heaven Prefecture. Thus, right now, they were under no pressure. Their experts had even gone to support other prefecture cities. However, the Martial Heaven Prefecture's space was in chaos, so they were unable to go there directly. They had no idea what was going on there. In this situation, countless rumors were running wild. They all said that the High Firmament Academy was about to fall. Seeing Long Chen appear here, they thought that he had run. Remember, the High Firmament Academy has not toppled in trillions of years. This kind of tiny wave is nothing. Second, although the disciples of the High Firmament Academy might not get along normally, when crisis descends, all their hearts are united. No one will retreat or abandon the others to flee. Third, the people spreading rumors and trying to bring everyone down are trash. Stay away from them. After saying that, Long Chen stepped into the transportation formation. He rushed toward the Yaohua Prefecture, which was closest to the Martial Heaven Prefecture. Once he was here, he heard the sound of battle. Even his appearance didn't draw anyone's notice. He then hastily rushed to the city gates. A huge swarm of devils was attacking the city's formation. Those devils were several meters tall, with long hands and feet, looking a bit like hairless apes. Their heads were larger though, and they had fangs that were like sawteeth. Moreover, bone-like claws grew out of their hands and feet, and they were covered in scales. In addition to their sinister appearances, their auras were full of brutality and bloodthirstiness. Long Chen saw millions of experts fighting those devils, blocking them from getting close to the prefecture city. This grand formation was the final lifeline of the prefecture city, a last resort that couldn't be used until all else failed. If the formation was broken as well, then the millions and millions of commoners inside the city would be killed. Countless women and children were quivering inside their rooms. The roars of the devils could be heard through the formation. To them, it felt as if the very heavens were collapsing. Hence, the millions of experts outside the city were fighting with all their power. Even cultivators only in the Divine Flame realm were participating. The battlefield spread as far as the eye could see. The ground was littered with corpses, and black blood infected the land. It was unknown how many corpses of the human race were buried under the carcasses of the devils. The furthest group was composed of over 10 immortal kings fighting a single terrifying devil. The other devils had black scales, but this devil's scales were fiery red. Its blood chi was truly like a sea and its devil chi overflowed. With every strike of its claws, the void was torn apart. A single heaven-tier immortal king going all out to receive this attack was still left coughing up blood. That devil had reached the half-step world king level, so only that heaven-tier immortal king was barely able to receive its attacks. The others could only work with him to buy him some time between attacks. However, that half-step world king devil was too terrifying. The elder received 3 blows before being wounded, which caused everyone to despair. Other than this one elder, no one else was capable of stopping this devil. But this elder was so old that he was already past his prime. There was no way he could beat the devil. The other immortal kings, including 2 earth-tier immortal kings, joined forces to stop the devil's next attack. As a result, all of them were like blades of grass in the wind, blown far into the distance and coughing up blood. Their auras fell. "You damn devil!" That heaven-tier immortal king saw that there was no beating this devil. With a furious roar, he summoned all his power, condensing it into one final attack. He knew that this blow was useless, but he would rather die trying than retreat. The elder's sword fell. Following that, a shocking scene occurred. A ray of divine light fell, and that unstoppable fiend suddenly quivered. After that, a crack spread from the top of its head all the way to its abdomen. What? The elder stared in disbelief. Chapter 3443 A Strong Return. The devil's corpse split in 2. For a moment, everyone was simply stunned. They looked behind the elder as a black-robed figure with a huge sword sheath had appeared there. He was holding a blood-red saber. "You are Dean Long Chen." Long Chen's name had long since spread as the youngest ever dean of the High Firmament Academy. Hence, cheers rang out from the countless experts of the Yaohua Prefecture. Just then, a furious roar rang out, and more devils in the distance flooded over them from all directions. There were 3 devils with red scales leading a new army to this place. "Not good. Dean Long Chen, follow us back into the city. We'll use the formation to stop them," said the elder. "Everyone, please retreat into the city. This junior will embarrass himself here," said Long Chen. Long Chen then raised his left hand and a flame lotus appeared. After that, flames were summoned from every corner of the world, and the lotus instantly grew to an enormous size. A terrifying pressure crashed down, twisting heaven and earth. The elder was pleasantly surprised. Not wasting any more time on courteous words, he directly ordered the experts fighting to crush their jade talismans. They were all transported into the city. Just then, the 3 devil generals charged over and Long Chen shouted, "World Extermination Flame Lotus." The flame lotus fell, exploding amongst the army of devils. As a result, a giant mushroom cloud soared into the air. At the same time, a ripple spread on the ground. It was a wave of fire that washed across the entire devil army. Now, only the 3 leaders remained on the ground. Their whole bodies were black and they were on their last breaths. It was a thunderous and domineering move that made the experts watching feel fired up. "Senior's sword isn't sharp enough. I hope that this sword can help you." Long Chen's voice was ringing out from the distance. After that, a cold light flew through the air, piercing through the 3 devil generals' heads and killing them before flying toward that elder's hand. It was a sheathed sword. That meant Long Chen had killed those devils with just the sheath. It had to be known that those devils had almost no weaknesses because their only vital part was their heads. Furthermore, their skulls were shockingly tough, and even king items couldn't break through them. That was why so many of them were unable to stop a single half-step world king devil that had almost no divine abilities. The elder then pulled out a few inches of the sword. The sharpness that suddenly came piercing out made his soul shiver. What a treasure! Countless startled cries rang out. That sword's runes hadn't even been activated, but it was already leaking such a sharp air. It was definitely a top-tier sword. Dean Long Chen actually gave us this sword. The elder was extremely moved. With this weapon, they shouldn't need to fear similar red-scaled devils. Suddenly, the elder shouted, "Dean Long Chen, after this tribulation, I, Zhao Yishang, will personally return this to you. This treasure blade needs a good master." Senior was willing to sacrifice his life for the people, so only a divine weapon of this caliber can match your character. Long Chen's voice rang out once more, but it came from so far away that it was a bit indistinct. Dean Long Chen is so young but already has such power. He even cares for the common people. Just how many generations has it been since such a figure has appeared in the human race? sighed an Earth-tier immortal king. Looking at the ruins outside the city to the 3 corpses of the red-scaled devils, everyone in the city had worshipful expressions. He had such power but was not arrogantly aloof. Moreover, Long Chen didn't just save them from their present predicament, but he even bestowed them with a divine weapon to protect themselves. Thus, all of them were completely won over. At the same time, they felt even greater admiration for the High Firmament Academy. When it was first announced that Long Chen had taken up the place of the Dean of the 7th Branch Academy, they had all felt that the High Firmament Academy was playing around too much. Now, they saw that the Academy was truly wise. Clean up the battlefield. The bodies of those devils might be ruined, but their devil cores should still be intact, ordered the elder. As expected, within the black and burnt land, they began to find fist-sized devil cores. That was where the essence of the devils was condensed. After purifying the devil chi, they could be refined into pure energy, so they were very valuable. The Yaohua Prefecture's experts quickly cleaned up the battlefield. However, Long Chen was even more excited than them. He had only slightly tested the World Extermination Flame Lotus, but that slight test already gave it immense power. He hadn't even used the Nirvana scripture, so it could be seen just how much the World Extermination Flame Lotus had improved. The power of the World Extermination Flame Lotus depended on his own control. The greater his power, the greater his control over flame energy. Previously, the World Extermination Flame Lotus's limited power was due to him not being able to control so much power. If it went out of control, it would damage himself. However, after advancing to the Divine Lord realm, even Long Chen himself wasn't sure just how strong he had grown. If he hadn't been surrounded by so many world kings back in the auspicious Cloud Prefecture, he would have definitely fought to his full potential. But there was no way around it back there. He could not challenge a group of world kings yet. However, this devil army wasn't something he was afraid of. He was returning to his home territory in glory, and he was excited to finally have a place to use his power. The High Firmament Academy's barrier had already been activated, and countless devils were attacking it. The Grand Formation was split into 4 layers in total, creating 3 regions. Countless experts were fighting devils in these 3 regions. At the same time, the tablets on their waists were constantly flashing. How many have you got? 97,000. What about you? Fuck, are you intentionally provoking them to you? These experts fighting the devils still had the time to chat as they fought. Their tablets were being used to count their kill points. Once the battle was over, they could exchange the points for treasures. This time, the Academy was giving them luxurious rewards. As long as they continued to kill these devils, they would get the treasures that they dreamed of. Thus, everyone was doing everything they could to kill more devils. Fortunately, there were enough devils that people didn't start fighting over them. These 3 regions were split into those for the 4-peak realm, the Divine Lord realm, and the Immortal King realm. The Academy had used a formation to split the devils according to their realms, so people could choose the battlefield that best suited their power. If Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen were here, do you think he would enter the Divine Lord battlefield? Asked someone suddenly. Don't call him that, he's the Dean, shouted another person. Just then, a huge explosion shook all 3 regions, causing everyone to jump. They saw a red devil smash into the barrier like a shooting star. After that, the devil slid off the barrier just like that. It had actually smashed itself to its death. That sight stunned everyone. Just what was going on? When they looked further into the distance, their jaws dropped. Chapter 3444 The Divine Lightning Elder's True Power. Outside the outermost barrier, the red devils were being sent flying one by one. It was as if some even more terrifying lifeforms had come, sweeping them away. What's going on? Aren't these devils above immortal kings? Exclaimed people. The outermost barrier was specifically to stop the strongest devils from entering. It only permitted those at the Immortal King realm and below to pass through. Outside that barrier, it was a land of absolute death. Even the higher-ups of the Academy were not permitted to set foot there. Just then, saber light erupted, sending blood and flesh flying through the air. Those red devils were blown apart one by one, and their blood rained down. Following that, a flame lotus exploded and a sea of fire erupted. Screams rang out as countless red devils were ignited. That flame lotus, isn't that Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen's trump card, the World Extermination Flame Lotus? Saber light flashed within the sea of flames, slaughtering those red devils. After that, a black-robed figure with a blood-red saber on his shoulder walked out of the flames. Heavens, it really is Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen. No, it's Dean Long Chen. When they saw that figure slaughtering the devils with ease, startled cries rang out. It was precisely Long Chen. Long Chen had long since reached the outer edges of the academy. However, it had taken him almost an hour to slaughter his way over to the barrier. Now, he didn't even know how many of those red devils he had killed. If his sense of direction wasn't so good, he might have gotten lost amongst them. When he saw the barrier, he blessed his fortune that he hadn't gone in the wrong direction. There were even more red devils in front of the barrier, tearing at it. But the barrier was extremely tough. They were unable to get a foothold in it. Hence, when Long Chen appeared, they took out their frustration on him, only for his divine ring to appear. He then slaughtered his way through them just like that. When his saber swung through the air, the red devils collapsed. Putting his saber back on his shoulder, he took a few more steps before swinging his saber again, leaving corpses in his wake. Dean Long Chen is so handsome. Countless female disciples couldn't help shouting their admiration when they saw that sight. Countless divine flame immortal Transcendence disciples within the academy weren't qualified to set foot on the battlefield, and so they were only watching, gaining experience from it. Some of them joined the academy later, so they had never seen Long Chen. But they had all heard of his name. Now when they saw this major figure whose name had shaken the heavenly swell domain, they were all moved and could only express their feelings by shouting. After reaching the formation, Long Chen directly entered. Quite a few red devils behind him were still pouncing on him, but he ignored them. This barrier was targeting those devils, so the academy's disciples could pass through it easily. Good job, I knew that I didn't misjudge you. A muscular armored expert appeared before Long Chen right as he entered the barrier, laughing. Haha, Divine Lightning Elder, it's been a long time. Long Chen recognized this expert. It was the Divine Lightning Elder that had encouraged him not long after he joined the academy. The academy had a heaven, earth, wind, and lightning elder. Back then, Long Chen hadn't been able to see the Divine Lightning Elder's cultivation base. Now, he could tell that the latter was a terrifying immortal king. It was no wonder that the Divine Lightning Elder hadn't placed the Pill Institute in his eyes back then. Long Chen was quite surprised to see him here. He had always remembered the Elder's praise from back then. After seeing him here, sensing his vast blood qi, and hearing the thunder coming from inside his body, it was like the Elder was a wild dragon. He was truly frighteningly powerful. The High Firmament Academy was truly filled with hidden dragons. They had concealed their true power deeply. The Divine Lightning Elder was also excited to see Long Chen. He patted him on the shoulder and even shook him lightly. If Long Chen wasn't strong enough, just this one pat on the shoulder might have smashed him into the ground. Sensing his powerful physical body, the Divine Lightning Elder smiled proudly. I knew that I wouldn't misjudge you. You advanced even faster than I expected. Moreover, you killed those half-step World King's devils as easily as chopping apart vegetables. As expected, the younger generation would surpass the senior generation. Divine Lightning Elder, you are overpraising me, said Long Chen with a bit of embarrassment. Go to the academy and see the dean. This is just a small matter, and it is under control. They probably just want to train the children so that they don't piss themselves when they see the real devils, laughed the Divine Lightning Elder. Hearing that, Long Chen suddenly felt that the situation was not as serious as he had anticipated. He was thinking that with the Divine Lightning Elder's power, killing those red devils should be effortless. It seemed that they had only let themselves be surrounded as a training opportunity for the disciples. The Divine Lightning Elder was actually placed here to oversee things and make sure that the disciples didn't panic. As Long Chen walked through their midst, the disciples ran over to greet him. Long Chen then waved his hands and urged them to focus on killing their enemies. They shouldn't treat this as a game. Their lives didn't just belong to themselves, as they also belonged to the people that cared about them. If they didn't cherish this life, it wouldn't be bravery but complete idiocy. At first, Long Chen was quite pleased. But when he spoke of life and death, his expression grew colder. These disciples were not true warriors. Many of them were still spoiled and pampered. If he didn't give them a stern knocking down, they could easily lose their lives in a moment of carelessness on the battlefield. This stern side instantly made those disciples fight seriously. It was far more effective than even the harshest of warnings from the elders or instructors. Once Long Chen was past the barriers, All the new disciples in the Divine Flame realm and Mortal Transcendence realm had no misgivings at all and waved at him. Long Chen waved back, and an elder brought him to see the dean. When he was introduced to the dean, he was startled. Only now did Long Chen learn that the ordinary elder who had been clearing the books in the Divine Scripture Pavilion was actually the dean. He was also Bai Shaola and Bai Shishi's grandfather, Bai Lishan. Seeing his shocked appearance, Bai Lishan laughed. "What, are you very surprised, Dean?" "Dean, don't call me like that, please. I feel like I can't live up to that title. Just call me Long Chen, or it will make me feel strange," said Long Chen. Although he was also the dean, he never really viewed himself as one. That title was just for him to play around with. "Then I won't stand on courtesy. In private, I will just call you by your name." Bai Lishan nodded. He then became serious. "Let me tell you our opponent's goal this time. It isn't the main academy but your 7th branch academy. Furthermore, the 7th branch academy is already surrounded by 3 major forces and is in a critical state." 3 major powers? Who are they? Demanded Long Chen angrily. So many powers were targeting him. Chapter 3445 Dog-Headed Generals. One is the Devil Sea, and the second one is the devils from outside the immortal world. The last one is the Undying Race's Devil Eye Water Lilies, said Bai Lishan. The Undying Race has also come. Long Chen was startled. He really did feel a bit of worry when it came to this race. They were truly difficult to deal with. Yes, thus, Zontang and the others have gone to reinforce the 7th branch academy. Their real goal is that side, said Bai Lishan. After a moment's hesitation, Long Chen couldn't help asking, "Dean, I want to ask you. Was this done by Lord Brahma?" Most things related to Lord Brahma were taboo in the academy. Everyone who knew about him kept it a secret, but Long Chen really couldn't help asking. He felt that this was definitely done by Lord Brahma. Bai Lishan smiled. It can be said that it was and it wasn't. With Lord Brahma's intellect, he wouldn't make such a childish move. For them to be in such a rush to destroy the 7th branch academy, they have essentially revealed the powers that Lord Brahma controls. No matter what, Lord Brahma is from the immortal world. Even if some people do know some of the old secrets, they don't mention them to others. On the surface, Lord Brahma appears to be a powerful overlord of the immortal world with absolute authority. He wouldn't let others know that he can control the other forces. Long Chen came to a sudden understanding. You mean to say that it was done by those dog-headed generals underneath Lord Brahma? In other words, they panicked once we took back the 7th branch academy, and they directly communicated with those powers without discussing it with Lord Brahma first. Bai Lishan nodded. Dog-headed generals is an appropriate description for them. Only fools would act so openly and directly. Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite are in seclusion, so everything is done by their subordinates, disciples, and disciples of their disciples. Based on our understanding, there are only a few people with this kind of authority amongst Lord Brahma's subordinates. A crafty old fellow like Enputa is always meticulous. He likes to scheme things through without leaving any evidence of his actions, so this definitely wasn't done by him. My personal guess is that it was done by the 9 Underworld Hall's master, Liao Benkang. Although he is an assassin, he has an explosive temper, and his head isn't that bright. He has always been at odds with Enputa. Although Enputa appears to be suppressed by him on the surface, with the difference in brains, there's no way he can outplay Enputa. Enputa simply knows how to endure. Taking back the 7th branch academy caused them to panic. For such a major thing to occur while Lord Brahma is in seclusion, they wanted to quickly fix it. But once wood has been turned into a boat, it cannot be turned back. They are willing to pay any price to destroy the 7th branch academy before Lord Brahma comes out of seclusion. The mastermind is probably Liao Benkang, and if my guess is right, Enputa will have argued with him and then lost the argument on purpose. That way, if Liao Benkang does succeed, nothing bad will happen to Enputa. And if Liao Benkang fails, he will have a way to escape his sins. Long Chen nodded. Enputa was truly a schemer, and such a forceful play was unlike him. This must have been done by Liao Benkang. However, who would have thought that a person with such a foolish head would be an assassin under Lord Brahma? Was there no one else he could find? Furthermore, based on Bai Lishan's tone, he didn't particularly care about Enputa and the others' attack. Dean, what is their goal in this battle? It is meaningless, no? Asked Long Chen. Even after gathering 3 major powers, they were unable to break the academy's barrier. Then what was the point? Bai Lishan smiled slightly. Attrition. Long Chen instantly understood. It seemed that they were playing just who had more ammo. They were competing in terms of manpower, physical resources, and financial power. This kind of attrition might not have any effect for 1 or 2 months. But what about after 3 or 5 years? Or 30 or 50 years? The High Firmament Academy was said to have declined, so they definitely couldn't beat Lord Brahma in terms of manpower, physical resources, or financial power. Although this was a simple play, it was quite effective. It was just that they had neglected to consider one aspect. That was that whether it was the devil crystals of the devils, the demonic cores of the sea demons, or the corpses of the devil eye water lilies, they were all very valuable. After they were killed, their corpses could be traded for immense wealth. If the fighters were strong enough and kept the casualties within a certain range, they would actually profit. Furthermore, they were backed by Zheng Wenlong. These demonic cores, devil crystals, and so on could be rapidly sold and turned into useful materials. They wanted to compete in a battle of attrition. Then they could compete to their heart's content. Seeing that disdainful smile, Bai Lishan also smiled. It seems that you are already prepared. Hehe, it can't count as preparations. I've just made some small fortune during this time, and it should be able to help with our current predicament, said Long Chen. Only then did Bai Lishan have a chance to ask Long Chen about what had happened after he fell for Enputa's scheme. Long Chen told the dean a bit about how he had entered the netherworld. After breaking through the void, he appeared in the integral heaven star field, coincidentally running into the opening of their divine Lord Immortal realm. He didn't bother concealing anything about the integral heaven star field. Hearing all this, Bai Lishan was stunned, but he also found it comical. You turned a disaster into a blessing. Even the protector spirit of the integral heaven star field has helped you. Since you've gained so much wealth, I won't be so courteous with you. In the future, the expenses of your 7th branch academy will have to be paid by yourself. Originally, with the 7th branch academy under siege, the main academy was paying close to 1,000 immortal king crystals every day just to maintain the barrier. As for the medicinal pills, damaged weapons, and other fees, they were all paid by the battle. Since Long Chen had money, Bai Lishan was quite direct. He could pay for himself. Long Chen laughed. Now he understood what it meant for riches to lead to domineeringness. With money, he could stand tall. Dean, do you think it's possible to draw out Lord Brahma's subordinates and end them? Long Chen made a throat-cutting gesture. Bai Lishan was startled and then laughed. I know that your current power can challenge ordinary world kings. But you don't know the differences between world kings. Let us not speak of the differences between early, mid, and late-stage world kings. The likes of Enputa and Liao Benkang have countless believers, so they have an enormous amount of faith energy. World kings like them have power that exceeds your imagination. Do not compare them to the world kings of the demonic beast races. Although Long Chen also knew that Enputa wasn't an ordinary world king, he hadn't expected Bai Lishan to give him such a response. His heart then turned a bit cold. However, he forced out a smile. I can't, but what about the academy? You definitely have the power to kill them, no? Hehe. Bai Lishan simply laughed and didn't reply. Long Chen knew that this old fellow wouldn't tell him the truth. The academy had truly hidden itself deeply. The heaven, earth, wind, and lightning elders were extremely terrifying. The divine lightning elder was ranked last amongst them, so the other 3 must be even more terrifying. But if the dean refused to tell him, Long Chen could only let it be. In the end, when Long Chen prepared to return to the 7th branch academy, Bai Lishan warned him, if you have the ability, then go ahead and show it. As long as you don't randomly run around, the academy will definitely protect you. Hearing that, Long Chen was at ease. He excitedly stepped on the transportation formation. Chapter 3446 Divine Object of the Primal Chaos Era. The sound of a broom sweeping lightly across the ground rang out, along with the crinkling of some leaves being swept. No matter how great the vitality of a tree, no matter how long it could live without changing, its leaves would still be constantly replaced. If more leaves were growing, then more leaves had to fall. It was a cycle that went around and around. Perhaps this was also another kind of interpretation of life. The sound of the devils and screams of slaughter were loud, but the sweeping elder didn't seem to hear them. He was focused entirely on sweeping. It seemed that even if the heavens were to collapse, it wouldn't hinder his sweeping. Bai Lishan arrived and bowed respectfully to the sweeping elder. What is it? What problem have you encountered? The elder still had his head down as he continued sweeping. He spoke very casually. Long Chen has returned. He concealed what he had experienced, said Bai Lishan somewhat solemnly. And then, asked the sweeping elder. The high firmament divine sword sensed an aura on Long Chen that made it uneasy, said Bai Lishan. The sweeping elder was finally moved. He stopped sweeping, a trace of astonishment appearing in his turbid eyes. Something that could make the high firmament divine sword uneasy. Most likely, only those divine objects from the primal chaos era could cause such a thing. Did the high firmament divine sword say where this uneasy aura came from? No, it wasn't on Long Chen, but Long Chen has been stained by its aura. The high firmament divine sword is unable to tell what exactly it is. Now that Long Chen is getting stronger and stronger, I am worried. You are worried that Long Chen is a double-sided sword. He has powerful enemies outside and a heart devil inside. You fear he will walk down the evil path? Asked the sweeping elder. Bai Lishan nodded. This time, Long Chen's aura was completely different from before. He seemed like a sealed devil lord slowly breaking free from his seal bit by bit, revealing a sharp and dangerous light. Don't be so afraid. Long Chen is a 9-star heir, and he is also different from other 9-star heirs. He is a divergent, he is a heaven defier, he is a gamebreaker. If he becomes an immortal, good, if he becomes a devil, fine. This deadlock of the 9 heavens and 10 lands requires someone with extraordinary means to break free. Who cares what method he uses? If you use someone, do not doubt them. If you doubt someone, then don't use them. Ah, your guts are shrinking more and more. This is no good. When Zontang becomes a world king, you should abdicate your position to him. The elder shook his head, and he once more started sweeping. Senior, how can that be? That little fellow is far too hot-headed. Bai Lishan jumped in shock. He understood his son well. When his head got hot, he didn't care about anything else. How could Bai Lishan possibly entrust the academy to him? Haha, it's just a joke. Don't take it seriously, laughed the sweeping elder. Bai Lishan rolled his eyes. After knowing this sweeping elder for so many years, he had never been so casual. So, for him to suddenly make a joke, Bai Lishan was caught off guard. Do you know, when I chatted with Long Chen before this, he said something that moved me greatly. The elder suddenly paused and sat on the ground. Bai Lishan also quickly sat and asked, what did he say? The sweeping elder shook his head. These weren't his words but the words that his adoptive father told him. Pigs run forward, chicks run back. Birds don't even pee. Thus, every person has their own Tao. Bai Lishan was left dumbfounded. He had expected something profound. But the sweeping elder's serious expression didn't seem to be that of someone joking around. The elder smiled. In truth, many profound principles are contained within somewhat vulgar words. The lives of mortals are over in a flash. A person may not even live to 100, but the principles they comprehend during this time are quite shocking if you carefully examine them. On the surface, every single day, cultivators are comprehending the heavenly Taos, grasping the profundities of the world, cultivating magical arts, training divine abilities, extending their lifespans, and flying through the air. In the eyes of mortals, we are omniscient, omnipotent. But in reality, just how much of the heavenly Taos can we truly comprehend? Bai Lishan couldn't reply. Even after cultivating to his realm, he wasn't able to give a precise definition of the heavenly Taos. Furthermore, his cultivation was done by standing on the shoulders of those who had come before him. His cultivation path was cleared by his predecessors, and this was true for all of them. They could just close their eyes and walk down this set path. Thus, no matter what life form it is, they have their own special means to live. It can be considered the path that the heavenly Taos gave them. This is true of every person, but Long Chen has his own Tao. His Tao is unique, and his path is one that defies the heavens, changing his fate. For him to come to our High Firmament Academy, there are some things that are set by fate. You don't need to think about how to help him, nor should you treat him like a child, requiring him to get your consent for every little matter. Give him his freedom. Bai Lishan respectfully bowed his head. Seeing the elder pick up his broom, he left. Just after Bai Lishan left, the image of a sword silently appeared in front of the elder. The elder looked at that sword image. Do not tell Lishan about these kinds of things. That is the aura of a divine item from the primal chaos era. If Lishan learns too much, it will infect him with karma. If his life isn't tough enough, he will lose it. The sword image quivered slightly, as if nodding. The elder stared at the sword image. The two of them seemed to be communicating. After a moment, the elder narrowed his eyes. The aura of the netherworld. Then it should be it. Even the divine objects of the primal chaos era have appeared. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are definitely about to enter a great era. All kinds of monsters will be appearing one after another. I wonder if these old bones of mine will be able to deal with them. The elder shook his head slightly before lowering his head and continuing to sweep. The transportation formation lit up and Long Chen walked out of it. After that, countless startled cries rang out. Before he could even see anything, a burst of fragrance struck Long Chen, and a soft body crashed into him. Bai Shishi hugged him tightly. I knew that a scoundrel like you wouldn't die. Long Chen was startled. The countless disciples around the transportation formation were also startled. As for Bai Zontang, he froze. Only Bai Shishi's mother and Bai Shala's mother exchanged a look and smiled. Long Chen saw countless experts in the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against the unexpected. For Bai Shishi to hug him like this in front of them, even he felt a bit odd. Only then did Bai Shishi react. Her face was as red as an apple. She then viciously punched him, covered her face, and fled. Once Bai Shishi left, Bai Shala, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, and Xu Zishang surrounded him excitedly. Ever since Long Chen had vanished within the spatial channel, their hearts had been clenched in worry. Now that he was back, they shouted in excitement. Boss, you even advanced to the Divine Lord realm. Qin Feng was shocked. Long Chen had actually advanced first. No way, boss, how could you do that? We were waiting to undergo tribulation with you, cried Bai Shala disappointedly. They had long since reached the point of being able to advance to the Divine Lord realm, but in order to obtain the most benefits from the heavenly tribulation, they were waiting to go through it with Long Chen. No worry, gather everyone, I'll bring you through your tribulation. Long Chen waved his hand heroically. Just then, the grand formation of the 7th Branch Academy rumbled. Chapter 3447 Who is the bigger boss? Quick, replace the Immortal King crystals, shouted Bai Zontang. The attack of the devils rapidly depleted the energy of the Immortal King crystals maintaining the formation. It's only been 2 hours since we last replaced them. It seems that they have increased their attack power. Bai Shishi's mother frowned, looking at the devils outside the formation. If this continues, the Immortal King crystals we have won't last more than a few days, said Heaven Master Yun Yong gravely. Heaven Master Yun Yong and Heaven Master Dong Ming had been promoted to deputy deans of the academy. Essentially, Long Chen had left all the work to the two of them. So, in the past 2 days, the two of them had gotten quite a few more white hairs. The main academy had sent over Immortal King crystals to support the formation, but they would only last at most 3 more days at this rate. In just 1 day, almost 1,000 Immortal King crystals were exhausted. That was an incredibly painful price. Your dean is back, and he doesn't seem worried at all, so what are you all worried about? Said Bai Zontang irritably. He was left in a bad mood from seeing Bai Shishi run up and hug Long Chen, so he intentionally said some cold words. What kind of attitude is that? After seeing the great dean, shouldn't you hurry and bow in greeting? Instead you act arrogant. It seems that you don't place my boss, the dean, in your eyes. Chided Bai Shala. With Long Chen's return, he instantly stood up straighter. Bai Shishi and Bai Shala's mothers laughed when they heard that, but Bai Zontang's expression darkened. He angrily roared, "You little brat, you don't know who the bigger boss is." Bai Zontang grabbed Bai Shala by the collar. He would show his son who the boss was today. In the past few days, Bai Shala had been very obedient in front of Bai Zontang, making him happy. So, he had given his son quite a few good things during this time. But now, this little fellow instantly flipped on him when Long Chen returned. It seemed that all his previous respectfulness had been faked. As his father, Bai Zontang felt like he needed to teach his son a lesson. Just then, Bai Zontang's wrist was caught by Long Chen's hand. He naturally couldn't let Bai Shala suffer for him. "Sorry, Deputy Palace Master, this place is the 7th Branch Academy. I am the biggest one here," said Long Chen with a smile. Suddenly, the bricks beneath Bai Zontang and Long Chen's feet shattered. Clearly, the two of them were competing. As the ground was unable to endure their power, cracks spread on the ground. Just then, a hand slapped Bai Zontang on the back of his head. Unexpectedly, it was Bai Shishi's mother. This graceful and elegant woman was now frosty with anger. The slap on the back of his head sent Bai Zontang reeling. Just how old are you to quibble with a child? Can the bigger boss be so immature? Everyone, including Long Chen, was shocked and their jaws dropped. In her current state, She seemed to be a tigress, a completely different person from her normally warm self. As a result, Bai Zontang's fury vanished. Like a defeated rooster, he lowered his head and didn't make a sound. I wanted to give you some face, but you get more and more out of control. We're leaving. Stop embarrassing yourself here, ordered Bai Shishi's mother. Bai Zontang really did leave just like that with his head down. Let alone Long Chen, even Bai Shala was stunned. He only reacted after a moment and cried out, "Aunt, you're so amazing." As soon as she turned to look at Bai Shala, her anger vanished. She returned to her warm self and smiled at him. Men, you can't indulge them too much, or they'll think that they've become a god, don't you think? Long Chen instantly caught goosebumps all over. These words were clearly for him. Cough, Deputy Dean Yun Yong, Deputy Dean Dong Ming, when it comes to Immortal King crystals, there's no need for you to worry. As long as I am present, we won't be lacking money. When Long Chen waved his hand, countless people cried out in shock. It was because a small mountain of Immortal King crystals had appeared. The clear sound of a few crystals rolling down was exceptionally pleasant in their ears. Everyone was stunned, even Bai Shishi and Bai Shala's mothers. Even experts on their level were shocked. After all, seeing hundreds of thousands of Immortal King crystals at once was truly shocking. Heaven Master Dong Ming and Yun Yong were delighted. Now we're saved. These Immortal King crystals will be enough to last us several months, said Heaven Master Dong Ming excitedly. What are you talking about? This is just some pocket money that is to be given to everyone as a side benefit. Every expert who came to support us will get a portion. We can't let them come for nothing, or they'll think that our 7th branch academy is stingy, said Long Chen, waving his hand. Pocket money, side benefit, everyone was stunned. Long Chen was actually going to split these Immortal King crystals with everyone. Bai Shishi and Bai Shala's mothers were stunned. Furthermore, Bai Zontang, who had just dejectedly left, now ran back. Little fellow, those are your words. It just so happens that my brothers are missing some pocket money. Bai Zontang eyed those Immortal King crystals. Before he was even done talking, Bai Shishi's mother grabbed his ear and dragged him away. We came due to the Academy's orders, and we have to carry out those orders. How can we ask for other rewards? Chided Bai Shishi's mother. This doesn't count as that. Just who is Long Chen? He is the dean. How can you not give face to the dean? Said Bai Zontang righteously. Can you save yourself some face? Demanded Bai Shishi's mother. For my brothers, who cares about face? Said Bai Zontang loftily. Seniors. Long Chen hastily interrupted them. The Deputy Palace Master is correct. You have come to save us twice. These Immortal King crystals are only a small token of my gratitude, so you must accept them. But right now, the defenses are more important, said Bai Shishi's mother. She was of the opinion that Long Chen had taken out these Immortal King crystals due to the words that she had just said in order to win some face. I already said that this is just some pocket change. The Academy's regular expenses have been taken care of here. Long Chen directly tossed a chest to Heaven Master Dong Ming. Heaven Master Dong Ming opened it and almost cried out. After that, he hastily covered up the chest. But from Bai Shishi's mother's vantage point, she had managed to catch a glimpse of the interior. It was a huge space filled with Immortal King crystals. That was more Immortal King crystals than she had ever seen in her entire life. That one chest had 10 million Immortal King crystals. Heaven Master Dong Ming almost fainted. Despite knowing that everyone in this place could be trusted, he still immediately covered it. Although others couldn't see what was inside the chest, just from his expression, they knew that there had to be more Immortal King crystals inside compared to what Long Chen had taken out before. After seeing those Immortal King crystals, Bai Shishi's mother understood that Long Chen wasn't joking around. She then released Bai Zontang. Bai Zontang didn't stand on courtesy and directly gathered the pocket change of Immortal King crystals. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, seemingly pondering if he should thank Long Chen. But he then left without saying anything. Shala, gather all the 4 peak disciples. I'll lead you through your collective tribulation, said Long Chen, laughing heroically. Hearing this, all the disciples inside the 7th Branch Academy shouted excitedly. They had been waiting a long time for this day. Chapter 3448 Collective Tribulation. The formation shuddered and divine light erupted. After that, those devils attacking the barrier were blown to dust. At the same time, a ripple spread. All the devils within 10,000 miles of the barrier were wiped out. Watching this scene, Bai Zontang cursed Long Chen for being a rich moneybags inside. This one attack had cost 3,000 immortal king crystals. His heart was dripping blood seeing this. Long Chen was amazed by the formation's power. If this large area attack was condensed into a single ray, it truly did have the power to kill a world king. As for the price of 3,000 immortal king crystals, to the wealthy Long Chen, it was only like a single hair off a 9 oxen. He didn't even feel the cost. Just then, the transportation formation lit up and young disciples came flooding off. There were 9,000 of them, led by Luo Chengwu. The 7th branch academy had a transportation formation linked right to the Luo family. Long Chen had already sent word to them to gather their disciples. After wiping out those interfering devils, the formation connecting the academy to the Luo family could instantly activate, so the 9,000 disciples were all brought over. The reason Long Chen had spent a huge sum to construct this transportation formation was partially due to his care for the Luo family and also partially for the Luo family's honing heavenly staircase. It was truly a priceless treasure to a cultivator. The academy's disciples also needed tempering. Over 2,000 disciples of the academy and the 9,000 disciples of the Luo family were sent outside the barrier, getting a certain distance away. Over 10,000 of them were present, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. It was their first time hearing of a group undergoing tribulation with so many people. So, they were exceptionally excited. As for Heaven Master Dong Ming and the others, they were a bit worried. If something happened, and all these elite disciples were wiped out, how would they explain themselves? Will this really work? Bai Shishi stood beside Long Chen. She seemed to have forgotten her previous embarrassment. Her heavenly tribulation wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. Furthermore, a divine lord like Long Chen was standing in their midst, so her heart clenched. This could be a major mistake. I find that you are the one with the least confidence in me, said Long Chen with a bitter smile. Bai Shishi looked around. It seemed that this really was the case. Not one disciple here seemed worried at all, as their eyes were shining brightly. That kind of blind confidence was inexplicable to her. Start, announced Long Chen. Following that, everyone's aura surged. Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Xu Zishang, Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, and Luo Ning were all amongst them. Over 10,000 people broke through their shackles, charging into the Divine Lord realm. The heavens shook. At this moment, countless tribulation clouds surged and a terrifying pressure shook people's hearts. Heaven Master Yun Yang stared in fright at the massive tribulation clouds. The youngsters these days are crazy. Long Chen looked at the tribulation clouds and frowned as well. Bai Shishi immediately asked, "What is it? Did something happen? This heavenly tribulation is weaker than I expected." "That doesn't seem right," said Long Chen curiously. "How could that be? The heavenly tribulation's destructive aura is causing my soul to shake. One mistake and we might all die. How can you call it weak?" Bai Shishi looked at him in confusion. Long Chen shook his head. Suddenly, he had a thought. Could it be due to the heavenly Tao mark? Standing here, he didn't sense any hostility from the heavenly tribulation. If it was before, the heavenly tribulation would immediately want to kill him as if he had killed their father. This time, the heavenly tribulation didn't even notice him. That's fine too. If it can't see me, it will give everyone else some buffer time. Then I just need to silently watch, thought Long Chen. Just then, a drizzle of lightning fell onto their bodies. The first wave of this tribulation was very gentle. Everyone found it easy. Everyone bathed in the lightning drizzle, but they knew that the real danger lay at the end. Thus, they did their best to absorb as much of this lightning as possible to quickly raise the power of their bodies to face the end of the tribulation. Just then, long lightning dragons appeared. They swam within the lightning tribulation, absorbing the lightning that didn't fall on people's bodies. Lei Linger had transformed into tens of thousands of lightning dragons to absorb the leftover lightning here. She had ended up devouring too many lightning runes in the integral heaven star field. The last batch in particular was so powerful that refining them took up a great deal of energy. If relying just on herself, it would take at least 10 more days to finish refining those runes. But now, by borrowing everyone's heavenly tribulation, she could use the weak lightning here to refine that strong lightning. It could be considered killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At first, the disciples were stunned to see the violet lightning dragons swimming around them. They had never seen lightning lifeforms like them. Even the experts inside the academy, including the Battle God Palace's experts, were startled. Long Chen controls Thunder Force himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't make everyone take this risk, said Bai Shala's mother with a smile. Last time, she had personally witnessed the entirety of Long Chen's tribulation. Now, she found that the aura of those lightning dragons of his had grown even more terrifying. With the descent of the lightning tribulation, those devils attacking the academy fled. This kind of supreme yang power was precisely what they were most afraid of. After an incense stick's worth of time, the lightning rain grew stronger and bigger. The drops went from the size of a thumb to the size of a chicken egg, and their power grew explosively. It then went from the size of a chicken egg to a head. Now, the drops were exploding, possessing a certain killing power. After that, they transformed into lightning swords, which grew sharper and sharper. After 2 hours, people started to be injured. Heaven Master Yun Yang started to grow uneasy. They were not even halfway through the tribulation, but people were starting to be injured. How would they face the rest of the tribulation? When another incense stick's worth of time passed, lightning beasts appeared in the sky. With their arrival, the situation became a bit chaotic. There were too many of those lightning beasts, and they came from every direction. These disciples clearly didn't have experience against lightning beasts. Lightning beasts normally only appeared when advancing to the Divine Lord realm and onward. So, most of these disciples had not encountered them in their tribulations yet. Furthermore, it was also said that an ordinary person would only have 9 lightning beasts appear in their tribulation, and they would only appear at the end. Killing those 9 lightning beasts would mean that the tribulation was over. Only primals would have 99 lightning beasts in their tribulation. But this time, although the ones undergoing tribulation were all primals, the number of lightning beasts was numbered in the millions. Furthermore, they continued to stream out of the tribulation clouds. There was an endless tide of them. Now, the situation instantly turned grave. Quite a few people looked toward Long Chen. If you fall to such weak lightning beasts, I won't save you. You won't be worth saving and can just die in humiliation. Long Chen's icy voice shook their hearts. Chapter 3449 Gain some profit. Every person wants power. Every person wants to encounter some miraculous opportunity that can change their fate. Every person hopes to accomplish what takes others years to do in just a day. They want shortcuts that allow them to skip decades ahead of others. They want to soar to the top and look down on their old peers. I have a responsibility to tell you that there are no shortcuts in cultivation. If you want to accomplish in a day what others accomplish in decades, then you'll need to pay the pain of the decades of work compressed into a single day. If you can endure it, you will be completely transformed. If you cannot, you will be turned to dust. No one can change this law. The reason I am stronger than you isn't because my talent is higher, or because I'm smarter than you. It is because I was forced to get stronger. What I endured is not something you can imagine. This power of mine was tempered through countless brushes against death. I had no choice but to get stronger, because if I didn't get stronger, I would die. Furthermore, my death would be very miserable. You only see my strong side, but you don't see what lies behind it. If you can't even endure such a weak tribulation, then don't even think about changing your fate that the heavens decided for you. Especially the Luo family's disciples, you keep saying that you will restore the Luo family's glory, but is that something that can be accomplished just by talking? You're not talented enough to look down on others. You don't have a world king or a divine venerate as a father or mother. What will you use to compete with others? Right now, the only thing you can do is compete with your life. Create a new world for yourself and create a new future for yourself. Originally, you had the choice to not try changing your fate, but that chance is gone now. You've already chosen to undergo tribulation with me. Either you will change, or you die. Trust me, I can see every single person's talent here. This little heavenly tribulation is nothing to you. Use the thread of death to squeeze out your potential. Force yourself to erupt with greater power. Don't let your potential lie dormant within your body. Awaken it so that you can change your fate with this heavenly tribulation. You will then be reborn, and your lives will completely change. Long Chen's voice rang out above the rumbling of the heavenly tribulation. It was like a celestial god's voice ringing out above the 9 heavens. The experts feeling immense pressure were revitalized by Long Chen's speech. Their blood heated up. Perhaps they didn't believe in themselves, but they did not doubt Long Chen. This was the charisma of the strong. In the cultivation world, many people simply had blind trust in the strong. That was especially true when the words came from someone like Long Chen, who was practically a miraculous existence. Every single word he said was firmly believed by them without a doubt. If Long Chen said that they had immense potential inside them, they instantly felt like their bodies were overflowing with power, as if their potential was right in the midst of awakening. Xu Zishang, this simple-minded fellow, immediately charged out. He was the one most affected by Long Chen's words. Even his eyes were red, as his thirst for power was incredibly intense. After following Long Chen for a while, he could tell that he had transformed, and he wanted to get even stronger. He charged out, taking the initiative to go against those lightning beasts. Taking out his weapon, he slaughtered them. Qin Feng and Qi Yu shook their heads. Long Chen's words were for others to listen. What was this fellow getting so emotional for? However, following Xu Zishang's display of power, the other disciples were also affected. Rather than passively defending, they all charged out, launching a crazy counterattack against the lightning beasts. Their morale soared. When everyone set aside their fear, their battle intent soared. It was an indescribable power. Every person's soaring morale was affecting the other, constantly stimulating each other's wills. Like charcoal in the furnace, they ignited each other, growing more and more powerful. In just a few breaths' time, the lightning beasts were no longer able to suppress them. They charged out against the lightning beasts. A huge number of lightning beasts were devoured, and powerful lightning runes quickly filled the air, strengthening their bodies. As a result, their physical bodies and power continuously climbed. This was a normal phenomenon, but as these disciples crazily attacked, they didn't even realize that. They simply felt that their bodies were overflowing with power. They even thought that this was their potential being unleashed. In their delight, they went even crazier to excavate even more potential. Seeing Long Chen ignite the disciples, passioned so intensely with just a speech, Bai Zontang curled his lips. What a conman! Bai Shaola's mother covered her smile with her hand. What, Deputy Palace Master, are you jealous? What is there for me to be jealous of? My brothers don't need to be conned, snorted Bai Zontang disdainfully. But these people aren't Long Chen's brothers. With just a few words, Long Chen was able to make them forget the pressure, allowing them to directly face the fear in their hearts and instantly unite them. It seems that our palace master doesn't have such an ability, right? Said Bai Shaola's mother with a giggle. Bai Zontang was irritated, but he was also unable to find any words to retort. Seeing Bai Shishi's mother also starting to covertly giggle, he said, "You're still in the mood to laugh. Your treasured daughter is going to be conned away by this fellow due to his glib tongue. A glib tongue is better than a foolish tongue. At the very least, he knows how to say things that others like, unlike some people who can't say a single word of endearment after so many years. It seems that Shishi's vision is far better than her mother's. Looks, potential, talent, character, hee, as expected of my daughter," said Bai Shishi's mother with praise. The two of you, Bai Zontang's expression darkened. These two wives of his were actually standing on the side of that little fellow. What, you've accepted the betrothal gift? Don't you think it's rude for you to talk badly about your future son-in-law? Asked Bai Shishi's mother, curling her lips. What betrothal gift? Bai Zontang was startled. He then thought of the immortal king crystals and furiously raged, That's enough. HMPH, after eating other people's food, you can't be rude to them. You're going to talk badly about him behind his back. You're quite something. Bai Shishi's mother glared at Bai Zontang before turning away and focusing on the heavenly tribulation again. In the heavenly tribulation, more and more lightning beasts appeared. They also constantly grew stronger. But the disciples' morale was still high. They were fighting at full power. Saber images raged and sword chi rumbled. The battle was exceptionally intense. After 2 hours, these disciples began to have dark red mist surrounding their bodies. That was no manifestation but the result of their sweat and essence blood mixing together after being excited. Even the essence mist has appeared. These children really aren't bad. They are stimulating so much of their potential. Heaven Master Yun Yong was pleasantly surprised. As a Heaven Master, he naturally knew that this mist was the result of their potential being stimulated to a certain extent. Their essence blood had silently ignited without them even being aware of it. They were starting to overdraft their power. In a heavenly tribulation, the more power you overdrafted and the more potential you activated, the more you would absorb from the heavenly tribulation. It was the opposite of overdrafting your power during normal times, so it was very beneficial. However, normal people didn't dare to go so far. If they reached their limit before the heavenly tribulation ended and didn't have the power to endure it, they would die. Suddenly, the void rumbled and the lightning beasts vanished. In return, a sinister aura enveloped the land. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. As expected, they had also been infected by this karma. Not bad, Lei Linger would get to gain some profit. Chapter 3450 The Real Start. Just as Long Chen predicted, a sinister qi enveloped the land. At this moment, dried-up corpses in strange clothes began to come out of the tribulation clouds. Those ancient corpses made Bai Shala cry out in shock. He instantly recognized them as the corpses he had encountered on the ghost ship. Bai Zontang and the others' hearts shook. Those corpses had the aura of the ghost Dao on them. It was the specific aura of lifeforms of the ghost Dao. Unexpectedly, they had been manifested by the heavenly tribulation. When those ancient corpses appeared, all the disciples undergoing tribulation felt a chill. That aura provoked the most primitive sense of fear within them. Just as they descended, the lightning dragons that were swimming in the surroundings grouped together, forming a giant yurt around everyone. There was only a single opening at the top. This way, those ancient corpses would have to come through that opening. At this time, Bai Shishi, Bai Shala, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Xu Zishang, and the others charged to the top, attacking them. Bai Shishi's face was slightly pale. She had an innate fear of the ghost Dao's lifeforms. That was directly related to Bai Zontang. But she knew that she had to conquer this fear. Otherwise, if the ghost Dao's lifeforms appeared in any battles in the future, she would be seriously affected by this fear. Seeing Bai Shishi charge up, Bai Shala felt that it would be too embarrassing for him to retreat. Afraid of being laughed at by others, he charged up as well. These ghost Dao lifeforms manifested by the heavenly Daos actually weren't that strong. Bai Shishi's sword swung through the air, and those ancient corpses were cut down in droves. Seeing Bai Shishi slaughter them so easily, Bai Shala's guts also grew. He attacked those lightning ancient corpses together with everyone else. If you feel that you are capable, you can try it. If you feel that you can't, then just wait at the rear and it's fine, said Long Chen. Those frightened disciples instantly grew tumultuous. Seeing that Bai Shishi had charged out, it felt like they would be admitting that they couldn't do anything if they didn't join in. It was as if they were about to take a swig of alcohol and someone said that they could avoid drinking it if they couldn't. The challenge fully provoked them. Clenching their teeth, those disciples suppressed their fear and charged forward. They were ferocious, and just relying on this provocation, they completely stopped that army of ancient corpses. The power of these ancient corpses should be around the early immortal king realm and is technically stronger than they are. They've already started overdrafting their power but are still able to endure. Long Chen is right, they really will completely transform after this tribulation, said Bai Shishi's mother. She saw that these disciples were all panting and covered in sweat but still roaring furiously and charging forward. This is Long Chen's charisma. With him present, others can forget their fear. Perhaps they have no confidence in themselves, but their confidence in Long Chen has never wavered. These disciples were unafraid of death. They had a new conviction, and that was that they would rather be beaten to death than be scared away. It was this conviction that let them enter a state of forgetting even themselves. They only knew to fight all out and forgot everything else. However, going all out like this, some disciples suddenly fainted in less than an incense stick's worth of time. They had used up everything they had. There was no longer any trace of energy in their bodies. Once they collapsed, lightning chains grabbed them and dragged them to the rear. But they were left just suspended in the air. No way, even after they fainted, he won't let them off. Heaven Master Yun Yong noticed that even as those fainted people were bound by the lightning chains, more lightning runes continued to merge into their bodies, forcibly tempering their bodies. More and more disciples collapsed. But seeing that, the other disciples only grew more excited. For them to be able to endure while others couldn't meant that they were at least a bit stronger. However, it wasn't long before only just over 1,000 people were left fighting from the original 11,000. This proved that their potential was greater than others. Luo Chengwu watched excitedly. He saw that many of the Luo family's disciples had violet marks appear in their eyes right before they collapsed. That was a sign of their bloodline awakening. It had to be known that in all these years, every generation in the Luo family would only have a few dozen talented disciples capable of activating their bloodline power. Now, so many people were starting to awaken their bloodline. Luo Chengwu even had the urge to cry. Luo Zichuan had left the Luo family to him and Luo Chengwen, so both of them felt a heavy pressure. However, with Long Chen's help, the Luo family was growing stronger day by day. They were growing more and more glorious, entering an unprecedented era. They all wished that Luo Zichuan could see their current state. After another incense stick's worth of time, only over 10 experts remained. Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Xu Zishang, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and a few others were still capable of enduring. The rest had collapsed. At this time, the Ghost Dao's lifeforms had reached the mid-immortal king realm. Although Bai Shishi's sword was as sharp as lightning, she was unable to stop all of them. Thus, everyone else was under a great deal of pressure. In just a few breaths' time, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyan, and the others exhausted all their remaining energy and fainted. Now it was only Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Xu Zishang, Qin Feng, and Qi Yu still enduring. Bai Shaola's 3 flower pupils revolved in his eyes. But he actually looked at Xu Zishang and shouted, "Big brother Zishang, don't fight any longer. I can see that you've reached your limit." Long Chen was speechless. It seemed that Bai Shaola didn't want to give up before Xu Zishang. Amongst the 5 of them, Xu Zishang was the weakest. If he gave up first, it would be admitting that he was inferior to Xu Zishang. This child was actually trying to make him give up. Xu Zishang clenched his teeth. He was soaked in sweat and panting as he swung his rod. "I'm fine, I can endure, but I can't endure much longer." Bai Shaola was so anxious that he actually said exactly what he was thinking. After realizing it, he hastily shut his mouth. As for Bai Shishi, she was continuing to cut down those Ghost Dao lifeforms. Her fear of the Ghost Dao was growing dull bit by bit. Even now, she wasn't out of breath. Qin Feng and Qi Yu were also still in top condition. Furthermore, due to their combat experience, they were well suited to group battles. Their auras were not showing any signs of weakening. Thus, it was Bai Shaola who was the most bitter now. He had a splitting headache. That was the result of overdrafting his spiritual strength. He had used his pupil arts liberally in order to show off his power and had killed countless tribulation manifestations. Although it was very flashy and drew attention, it cost a great deal of energy. He could not hold on much longer. However, the only thing keeping him going was that he didn't want to fall before Xu Zishang. So, he clenched his teeth and endured, trying to save as much of his spiritual strength as possible to outlast Xu Zishang. After an incense stick's worth of time, Bai Shaola finally couldn't last anymore. His eyes rolled into the back of his head and he fainted. Just after he fainted, Xu Zishang coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was injured by one of those ancient corpses and fainted as well. There was no more than the blink of an eye between the 2 of them falling. "Now it's just the 3 of you. Now, we can really get started." Long Chen flicked his finger. A flash of fire soared into the sky and exploded amongst the tribulation clouds. The calm tribulation clouds instantly went crazy. It was like a wild beast had been awoken. A murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 3451 Lone Shark Returns. Long Chen's actions horrified countless people, but Qin Feng and Qi Yu didn't even react. They were already used to it. Rumbling sounds rang out within their bodies, as their blood qi was raised to the pinnacle. The 2 of them knew that this was the true tribulation. Before this, they had just been looking after the others. The heavenly tribulation quivered, and the levels of those ancient corpses instantly soared to the late immortal king realm. Qin Feng and Qi Yu shouted at the same time, charging into the clouds and obliterating those ancient corpses that descended from the heavens. The 2 of them blasted through the current of ancient corpses, and their divine weapons quivered as they attacked fearlessly. At this moment, they displayed bravery that moved countless people. What a powerful battle intent. They are true warriors. There were dozens of experts behind Bai Zantang. They were the elites of the Battle God Palace and had also experienced countless battles. But seeing Qin Feng and Qi Yu charge against the heavens, they were still moved. They felt great respect and admiration for the 2 of them. Heavenly tribulation was the supreme will of the heavens. Not just anyone could simply defy that will and resist the suppression of their souls. A normal person had great reverence for the heavenly Daos, so they didn't dare to do anything like this. But Qin Feng and Qi Yu were different. They had started undergoing tribulation with Long Chen in the mortal world. Every single time was a fight against the heavens, so they had long since been accustomed to it. Bai Shishi also charged up when she saw the 2 of them go against the flow. The 3 of them were attacking the current of lightning, slaughtering those ancient corpses. Many ancient corpses also charged at Long Chen, but before they could even get close, they were devoured by lightning dragons. Just then, those disciples being protected at the rear began to wake up, screaming in pain. They were bound by lightning chains, and runes were being forcibly merged into their bodies. The pain woke them out of their slumber. As the lightning dragons devoured the ancient corpses, a portion of their lightning runes were sent to these disciples. As a result, their skin split open, and veins popped on their foreheads. The pain almost drove them insane. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I can't endure it. Please let me go. I'm going to die, a disciple cried out. It felt like he was going through the worst torture of his life. His physical body and soul were going to be torn apart. Everyone began to wake up and scream as if they had gone crazy. But bound by the chains, they couldn't escape. Don't worry, you won't die. At most, you'll be driven crazy. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. As more lightning runes were injected into their bodies, they were experiencing a hellish torment. That pain was something that they had never imagined before. Boss, I'm not playing any longer. Let me out. Bai Shaola screamed, even crying. He felt like he really would die. However, all their pleas fell on deaf ears. Long Chen continued to look up at the sky. Bai Shaola's mother was also in pain watching this. Bai Shaola's current state was truly miserable. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out, and he was clearly enduring unimaginable pain. Bai Shishi's mother held her hand and comforted, "Junior sister, don't worry. Long Chen won't let Shaola be injured. In order to transform into a butterfly, you must experience the pain of breaking free of the cocoon." "I know, but I can't help feeling aggrieved." Bai Shaola's mother shook her head tearfully. She understood the principle, but that feeling wasn't something others could comprehend. Bai Zontang was clenching his teeth furiously. Although he had also beaten up Bai Shaola for his own good, at least he had held back the appropriate amount. Seeing Bai Shaola in this state, it felt like his heart was being cut up. Bai Shaola fainted and woke up from the pain several times. The same occurred to others. But no matter how they cried out, Long Chen ignored them. Bai Shishi was still capable of enduring up in the sky, but Qin Feng and Qi Yu were covered in blood. It was unknown how many wounds they were covered in. These late-stage immortal king corpses all had combat experience. They were actual experts, different from the previous ones. Despite their wounds, the two of them continued to fight. That brave and ruthless fighting style of theirs even shook the Battle God Palace's experts. I heard that Dean Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion has over 10,000 people, and these two are only the most ordinary warriors of them. I can't imagine what they would be like if Dean Long Chen managed to gather them all up again, said one of the Battle God Palace's experts. Qin Feng and Qi Yu's display shocked them all. The two of them were so powerful, to the point that others almost felt like there was no point in living any longer. Neither of them was particularly talented, but they were inexplicably powerful. It was like they lived for battle. Every single one of their moves was executed perfectly without any waste. There were countless times when they brushed right up against death, but just as it seemed as if there was nothing they could do to get out, they slipped right through the danger. Just watching them fight made others sweat, and they felt their hearts clench. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around Qi Yu's waist and pulled him back. Qi Yu's body was covered in wounds. He was a mass of bloody flesh, but he still shouted, "Boss, I can keep fighting." "No need. Save a bit of energy to draw the Thunder Force into your body. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough," said Long Chen. After a bit, Long Chen also dragged in Qin Feng, having them conserve just the slightest bit of energy so that their minds were still clear. If they were to draw in the Thunder Force to temper their bodies themselves, it would definitely be much more effective than being forced to have the lightning runes enter their bodies. At this moment, golden light bloomed out of Bai Shishi's body. Her sword qi continued to cut down the ancient corpses. Also, her fear of the ghost Dao's aura had faded. She was capable of unleashing all her power against them. However, there were truly too many of them. Her mental energy was rapidly exhausted, and she was down to less than 30% now. But she continued to persevere. She also knew that this was a rare chance. She had to erase her fear of the ghost Dao. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds rumbled. They began to roil and gather, as if some energy was drawing them in. Suddenly, the ancient corpses fighting her exploded. Long Chen had a bad feeling rise within him. Lay linger, devour all. The lightning, countless lightning dragons flew into the sky, devouring the lightning runes. But the ones that weren't devoured flew into the clouds. The lightning dragons only managed to absorb half of them before the rest entered the tribulation clouds. After that, the tribulation clouds quivered and began to pull in on themselves. The 10,000 miles of tribulation clouds finally compressed into a humanoid figure. That figure's face then gradually grew clearer. Long Chen and Bai Shishi cried out at the same time. That person was holding a sword identical to the one in Bai Shishi's hand. Chapter 3452 Give You a Chance. This person was the one who Long Chen had stolen the golden sword from on the ghost ship. When he appeared, all the heavenly tribulation's energy was absorbed by him. Standing in the air, he gave off a feeling of looking down on the 9 heavens. He seemed to have come back to life. Only now did Long Chen see that he was a terrifying sword cultivator. He had been replicated by the heavenly Daos. A half-step world king. Exclaimed by Shishi's mother. His true power is probably even more terrifying than an average world king. Bai Zontang had a grave expression. Wielding his sword, he appeared outside the barrier. This was an absolutely terrifying existence, so he was ready to save Bai Shishi if something happened. Bai Shishi's mother and Bai Shala's mother, as well as the rest of the Battle God Palace's experts, also grew serious. At this moment, Bai Shishi's sword quivered in her battle-intent sword. Facing this terrifying expert of the Ghost Dao, she was fearless. She had conquered her fear of the Ghost Dao. When Long Chen appeared in front of Bai Shishi, she immediately said, "This is my heavenly tribulation. I will beat him. If you were in your peak condition, I wouldn't stop you. But now your power is less than a third of your peak. You will be at a disadvantage. If you hadn't been undergoing this tribulation with everyone, you would have easily passed your tribulation. Leave this final pass to me. You should save some energy to absorb the final lightning essence," said Long Chen. There was no need to question Bai Shishi's power. But against that terrifying sword Dao expert, in her current state, she would definitely suffer. In truth, Long Chen was also shocked. He almost messed around too much this time. If he hadn't had Lei Linger absorb the lightning runes at the end, this fellow might very likely be in the World King realm. Then things would really be out of control. Since Long Chen had said this, Bai Shishi nodded and didn't continue arguing with him. He was correct. She had used up a great deal of power. If she then lost to this expert of the Ghost Dao, her new confidence against them might shatter. Long Chen looked at that expert of the Ghost Dao, and this expert also looked back at Long Chen. What shocked Long Chen was that he saw a light appear in that expert's eyes. Suddenly, he spoke. "You stole my sword." Everyone, including Long Chen, jumped in shock. Just what was going on? How could a life form replicated by the heavenly Daos have its mind intact? How could he speak? "I didn't steal it, I openly snatched it," said Long Chen with a faint smile. He acted calm but was already tightly clenching his saber hilt. The elder looked at him expressionlessly. "Very good. What part is good?" Long Chen was startled. Suddenly, he found that his intuition was telling him that this expert wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was pleased. "Thank you for helping me find a suitable master for it," said the elder. Both Long Chen and Bai Shishi were stunned. This was completely unexpected. "How did you find me?" asked the elder. However, now he was speaking spiritually, which further shocked Long Chen. Someone replicated by the heavenly tribulation still possessed their soul. On a ghost ship, Long Chen also replied spiritually. Long Chen described how he had encountered a ghost ship and what had happened. "Ghost Sovereign, you really are sinister. You killed us and then trillions of years later, you use our corpses to fight for you. Do you wish for us to slaughter the members of our own race?" That expert snorted, his voice filled with hatred. "Who is the Ghost Sovereign?" asked Long Chen hastily. "You will know in the future. Even if you don't find him, he will find you. You set foot on his ghost ship, so you are infected by his karma. Since you have his mark planted on you, you have become his prey. Once you grow up enough, he will find you," said that expert. "What will he find me for?" "Naturally, it is to reap your life. He will take back his mark. The Ghost Sovereign's mark is firmly embedded within you, nourishing your heart devil. Your heart devil is his ultimate goal. Once your heart devil is strong enough, he will reap his harvest. This fucking Ghost Sovereign, he views me as a pig. I will definitely kill him one day," raged Long Chen. "The Ghost Sovereign is the master of the Ghost Dao. In the Battle of the 9 Heavens, he killed countless lifeforms. His power is not something you can imagine. However, there is also an aura on your body that is different from all other lifeforms. You are a divergent. All right then, this final wisp of my ghost soul has actually been grasped by the heavenly Daos. I will give you a chance." Suddenly, the elder's body exploded. He transformed into 8 golden swords that wrapped around Bai Shishi. Long Chen didn't stop him. The feeling he got was that this expert was an almighty expert of the human race when he was alive. He shouldn't have any malicious intent toward them. The 8 golden swords slowly merged into Bai Shixi's body. After that, Bai Xixi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feeling startled, Long Chen hastily pressed a hand against her forehead. His vast spiritual strength poured into her. These 8 golden swords were actually 8 runes containing endless information. They merged with Bai Xixi, instantly exhausting all of her spiritual strength. Long Chen was helping her keep up. Bai Xixi's spiritual strength was very powerful, but unexpectedly, it was used up even before these runes were done being absorbed. Long Chen's spiritual strength then slowly entered her body, helping her absorb them. Long Chen could sense a huge amount of information entering her soul. Although he didn't know what this information was, his guess was that it was the life's learning of that expert. Almost half of Long Chen's vast spiritual strength was used up before Bai Xixi finished merging with those runes. Furthermore, at this moment, the tribulation clouds were gone. The devils in the distance then roared and charged back. Long Chen ignored them and returned to the academy with everyone. Other than Long Chen, everyone else was unconscious. When the master of the golden sword exploded, other than the 8 golden runes, a huge amount of thunder force was unleashed. Lei Linger naturally didn't waste it. It was the final lightning essence, and it was also the strongest part. Lei Linger had absorbed it all and injected a portion into the disciples. As a result, everyone's body was on the verge of collapse. According to Long Chen's instructions, Lei Linger perfectly gave them their max limit of thunder force. Any bit more and they really would die. Once they were back in the academy, countless devils attacked the barrier. Long Chen eyed them with an evil smile. Just wait to be turned into practice partners. Chapter 3453. An existence more terrifying than the ghost. Sovereign. The ghost sovereign. Why are you asking about him? Asked the sweeping elder, putting down his broom and looking at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't conceal anything. He told the elder about what had happened in the heavenly tribulation, as well as what had happened on the ghost ship. The elder sank into thought. He said, the ghost sovereign is the master of the ghost Tao. He controls all the lives of the ghost Tao and is also the strongest existence of the ghost Tao. His origins have always been a mystery. Some people say that he is a life form from the primal chaos era who cultivated step by step to become the master of the ghost Tao. Some say that he is the conglomerated resentment from lifeforms dying over trillions of years. He has longevity as long as heaven and earth, undying and indestructible. Long Chen jumped in shock. This was Long Chen's first time hearing of such a terrifying existence. Someone from the primal chaos era, undying and indestructible. Why would such a terrifying existence place a mark on me? Asked Long Chen, because he previously encountered an existence even more terrifying than himself. In that battle, his physical body and soul were destroyed. Even as an undying, indestructible existence, he was badly wounded. For him to recover faster, his subordinates secretly pick out some powerful geniuses and place ghost sovereign marks on them. Once they grow up to a certain extent, they are devoured by their heart devils and become puppets of the ghost sovereign. They then return to the ghost world and become a part of the ghost sovereign's body. However, you are different. Other people have marks placed on them. But you were infected by karma which transformed into the ghost sovereign's mark, replied the elder. His body and soul were destroyed by an existence even more terrifying than him. Asked Long Chen, feeling shocked. What kind of existence could defeat the master of the ghost Tao? You're so smart, you should be able to guess, said the elder with a smile. Long Chen suddenly thought of it and held his breath. Could it be? This thing called karma can truly be marvelous sometimes. No one can say anything for sure about it. Although the ghost sovereign is said to possess an undying body, there are no absolutes. Back then, if the 9-star master had possessed a primal chaos item, the ghost sovereign would have been wiped out of existence. Within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the only thing capable of killing him is the most primordial primal chaos energy of primal chaos divine items. The 9-star master wounded him, and ever since then, he hadn't made a sound. But you, a 9-star heir, ran into a ghost ship with his spiritual mark on it, resulting in a ghost sovereign mark condensing on you. But you don't need to worry. Before reaching the World King realm, he won't be able to notice you. There are truly many ghost sovereign marks. Unless he pulls in the net, you will be safe, said the elder. Only then did Long Chen learn just how terrifying an existence the master of the 9-star hegemon body art was. Even the master of the ghost Dao was slain by him. Long Chen was unable to calm himself down for a long time. Senior, if the 9-star master was so powerful, why did he die? Asked Long Chen. That is something that you 9-star heirs must comprehend on your own. All I can tell you is that the most dangerous existence in the world is the human heart. The elder picked up his broom and continued sweeping. Long Chen knew that the elder was done talking. Clearly, he still knew a great deal but was only able to say so much. After cultivating to this point, Long Chen knew just how terrifying the thing called karma was. Everyone had to be cautious about it. If their mouths had no filter, it was all too easy to harm others. Even supreme experts had to be careful about it. Only through this talk with the elder did Long Chen learn just how big this world was, and just how terrifying it was. However, he was also uneasy. The 9-star master was almost capable of ending the ghost sovereign. But his cultivation technique had now been changed by him, and his progress was slow. Still, he could only rely on himself to bring it forward. There was no way to describe just how much pressure he was under now. At the same time, the little bits of information in his mind combined with the tiny clues he had gathered told him that his future path would not be an easy one. However, this immense pressure also stimulated him. He felt a powerful drive. Born as an ant, longing to be a swan. One's life is as thin as paper, but one should not yield. My life will be controlled by me. I will walk my own path. Long Chen clenched his fists. He knew that he had been drawn into an unimaginable vortex. He was currently getting closer and closer to the heart of that vortex. He still had time to get stronger, so he would accumulate more trump cards to face the challenges of the future. Back in the 7th Branch Academy, other than Bai Shishi, everyone else was in slumber. Meanwhile, the elders of the academy were busy at work, constantly feeding the unconscious disciples medicine to nourish their souls. Many people had been pushed to the very limit of their physical bodies. Although it was still within the limit of their physical bodies, their souls had not been able to endure that pain, and there were signs that some might grow insane. Fortunately, the soul-calming elixir could nourish their souls while they slept. Those elders also used soul arts to let them enter the land of dreams, calming their souls to avoid a heart devil appearing. As for Long Chen, he returned to his room and then took out a 5-colored seed of the Devil Eye Water Lily. This was a 4th-tier Devil Eye Water Lily, one that was in the same realm as him. Taking out the pill furnace, he carefully refined the seed into medicinal powder. However, he didn't use the Demon Moon Furnace. Instead, he used the Moon and Star Refining Furnace because it had more experience with refining pills. It was more reliable and had a lower chance of failure. This time, he was going to refine the Violet Tower pills. Just the cost of the ingredients was enough to buy a whole city. There were certain ingredients that came from demonic beasts, spirit beasts, and other non-plant ingredients that he couldn't grow. Thus, he couldn't waste any attempts at refining them like before. Eye of the Devil Dragon, Fang of the Blood Bat, Gall of the Deep Sea Serpent, Essence Blood of the Violet Sable, one medicinal ingredient after another was refined into powder. Long Chen was completely focused, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Just purifying the medicinal ingredients took a full day. Due to his intense concentration, he rested for 2 hours before starting to refine the pill. The 5-colored powder of the Devil Eye Water Lily seed was the first to enter the pill furnace. It was the main ingredient. All other ingredients were controlled by it. When the flame ignited, one powder after another entered. A rainbow mist then appeared within the pill furnace. At the same time, the runes on the pill furnace automatically lit up. What terrifying power! The pill furnace's self-preservation runes have been forced to activate. Long Chen's heart shook. The pill furnace had actually reacted to the refinement and automatically activated its defenses. The rainbow light began to grow turbulent as more medicinal powders entered. It began to crash against the pill furnace. Fortunately, this was no ordinary pill furnace but a day-night furnace. If it was the old king item pill furnace, Long Chen might have needed to give up. This was only the start, but it was already causing such a phenomenon. If the pill furnace wasn't strong enough, it would not be able to endure. Close to 1,000 ingredients entered the pill furnace, and 5-colored light shone brightly. It created a current that crashed against the pill furnace like a surging dragon. Now I have something to play with. Sensing that immense power in the pill furnace, at the same time as he tensed up, Long Chen also grew increasingly excited. Chapter 3454 Powerful Violet Tower Pill. All the pill furnace's runes lit up. 5-colored light surged within the pill furnace, crashing against the pill furnace like wild beasts trying to break free. Good thing I got a new pill furnace. That old pill furnace would have broken from this power. Long Chen's heart gradually relaxed when he saw that the moon and star refining furnace was able to endure this onslaught. Long Chen wiped off some sweat from his forehead. His nerves were tense as he was using up a vast amount of spiritual strength. In the past, when he refined pills, it was usually based on spiritual plants. Those pills possessed gentle and mild natures. However, the Violet Tower pill was refined from many ingredients that came from beasts. That made the pill's nature particularly violent. It was like countless beasts were fighting within the pill furnace. The Violet Tower pill's quality was increased when the power of the ingredients was stimulated. So, all of this violence was helping to draw out the potential of the ingredients. If instead this nature was forcibly erased, most of the medicinal nature would fade away as well. Thus, letting them fight and clash against each other was the best method. That violent nature would slowly be worn down. Roars rang out from within the pill furnace, and countless powers were clashing against each other, none capable of subduing the others. At first, there were countless powers crazily fighting within the 5-colored light. But as time passed, the battle grew more and more intense, and some powers gradually seemed to subdue and devour the others. After a while, 5 streams of power remained, crazily fighting each other. After another incense stick's worth of time, the 5 powers merged into one. When those 5 powers merged, they formed an immense force that crashed against the pill furnace. Long Chen pressed his hand against the lid, afraid that they would charge out and ruin all his efforts. The immense force was making his arm numb. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked inside. The impact of this medicinal pill was almost equivalent to a full-power late-stage Divine Lord's attack. There were 9 impacts in total. The 9th time in the end caused the whole room to quiver. Long Chen almost couldn't hold it. After the 9th impact, the pill furnace finally became calm. Long Chen then carefully opened the lid. But all of a sudden, 9 rays of light shot at Long Chen's eyes. The sensation of mortal danger made Long Chen instinctively take out his saber. The 9 divine lights shattered. Long Chen cursed furiously. Shattered remains of medicinal pills lay on the ground. He had just refined a good furnace of pills only to destroy them with his saber in the next moment. Everything was for nothing. His face was dark with anger. Just now, in his excitement, he had made a grievous mistake. He had forgotten that the higher the tier of a pill, the greater its spirituality. Unwilling to be trapped, those higher tier pills would directly kill the alchemist and flee. This was something that he had often seen in the later stages of the mortal world. However, in the immortal world, due to there being different laws, he had not refined any pills that possessed their own spirits, causing him to forget about this matter. Unexpectedly, the Violet Tower pill had its own spirit and even tried to kill him. Long Chen instinctively counterattacked, destroying them by accident. Most infuriating of all, he hadn't even gotten a look at what the pills looked like. He angrily plopped himself on the ground. After 2 hours, he finally settled his emotions and started on the next furnace of pills. The second refinement went much smoother than the last. Long Chen had the experience, and the moon and star refining furnace was also prepared. While working together, everything went very smoothly. The second furnace of pills quickly formed. This time, he was prepared, and when the pills came flying out, he unleashed a punch. The divine light shattered, and blood dripped down Long Chen's fist. The attack power of these medicinal pills was truly powerful. That was naturally why when they attacked last time, he instinctively counterattacked without holding back. This time, after the divine light was shattered, the 9 pills were not damaged. They floated in the air just like that. The pills sparkled brightly, with divine light flowing within them. At the core of every pill was a blooming lily. The lily had some tiny spots. When Long Chen's mind entered those spots, he found himself in a different world. This world was a lily flower with violet chi swirling on top of it. Immortal mist rose out of the ground, and fierce beasts were roaming around the land. They were the beasts whose ingredients were part of the pill formula. However, compared to the giant lily, they were minute. They lived in this world. Long Chen even saw 2 of the beasts fighting each other. One flower, one world. Long Chen sighed in amazement. The Violet Tower pill was truly terrifying. It seemed to contain boundless power. Furthermore, that violet immortal mist seemed to the purest, most primeval immortal chi of the world. They're all top-grade treasure pills. Perhaps it's due to the tiers of the ingredients being so high. Originally, Long Chen had felt that refining top-grade spirit pills would be something to celebrate. He hadn't expected the first furnace of pills to all be top-grade treasure pills. Upon thinking about it carefully, this was the result of the quality of the ingredients, the refining technique, and the power of the pill furnace combined. That was what resulted in such a shocking outcome. Long Chen looked at the Violet Tower pills adoringly. This was his first time seeing such a beautiful pill. Every pill seemed to contain its own world. It was a beautiful feeling. However, Long Chen didn't immediately devour them. He first sent them into the primal chaos space for Lei Linger to use her thunder force to nourish them, turning them into tribulation pills. That way, they could unleash their maximum potential. Refining a single furnace of Violet Tower pills was truly taxing. Furthermore, the medicinal ingredients that didn't come from plants couldn't be reproduced limitlessly by the primal chaos space. Every bit that he used was gone. Who knew when Zheng Wenlong would be able to gather more? Long Chen had to be meticulous with these ingredients. He couldn't entirely depend on others. Long Chen spent days refining the Violet Tower pills, working 7 consecutive days and nights. Although he did rest in between, he was still weary. But in these 7 days, he had refined 1,000 Violet Tower pills. He then gave them to Lei Linger to nourish. Only once they successfully became tribulation pills would he consume them. After that, Long Chen returned to his residence and fell asleep. This one nap lasted 3 days. Refining the Violet Tower pills was just too exhausting. He only restored his mental energy after 3 days of sleeping. It had been a full 10 days since the tribulation. Although there were still devils assaulting them, the academy had plenty of provisions. Everyone was able to sleep peacefully. During this time, the Battle God Palace's experts actually went out once to gather the devil crystals from the devils that were killed by the Grand Formation. Furthermore, Long Chen was very magnanimous, directly saying that those devil cores went to whoever found them, and that there was no need to pay the academy. Hence, these experts all felt him to be the very picture of generosity, letting them make no small sums so easily. When Long Chen asked about the disciples, he was told that the majority were still sleeping. Long Chen couldn't help frowning. Had he gone a bit too far this time? They still hadn't woken up even after all this time. Long Chen. Suddenly, Bai Shishi appeared. When Long Chen saw her current state, he jumped in shock. Chapter 3455 Bai Shishi's Luck. The current Bai Shishi seemed to be an entirely different person. Her gaze was so sharp it seemed that it could pierce a person's soul. Moreover, there were countless runes revolving and evolving within her eyes. It was like the workings of a field of stars. There seemed to be endless power hidden within her body, and even Long Chen felt immense pressure when he looked at her. "You really merged with that person's inheritance?" asked Long Chen in shock. Bai Shishi shook her head. "Only some of the superficial information so far. His Tao is too profound, and I cannot comprehend them in this realm. Thus, 99% of the divine runes are sealed in my soul, and I am working to comprehend them." Amazing. Just comprehending some superficial information is enough to completely transform you. Once you comprehend it all, won't you be unrivaled? Long Chen was delighted. Bai Shishi smiled. "Long Chen, it really is all thanks to you. I would have never encountered such an opportunity if it hadn't been for you. I suspect that this senior was a terrifying divine venerate back when he was alive. Obtaining his inheritance is enough to change my entire life." Long Chen was stunned by that. Bai Shishi had obtained that person's inheritance, so she should have a certain understanding of him. She wouldn't blindly guess such a thing. If she said that he was a divine venerate, then he probably had reached that realm. That divine venerate had actually died to the Ghost Sovereign. The Ghost Sovereign had then placed his corpse on the ghost ship. Clearly, the Ghost Sovereign was planning on using him again. It really was just as he said, the Ghost Sovereign wouldn't let him off even in death. Not only that, but this divine venerate didn't seem to hold much resentment at being killed by the Ghost Sovereign. That would imply that he was fully convinced of his defeat. Even a powerful divine venerate like him was slain by the Ghost Sovereign. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying of an existence the latter was. However, even then, he was almost wiped out of existence by the 9-star Master. So just how powerful was the 9-star Master? If the 9-star Master was so powerful, why had he died? In the end, he transformed into countless seeds of vengeance. Just who was the target of that vengeance? Seeing Long Chen's bewildered expression, Bai Shishi looked around. Since there was no one else around, She blushed and grabbed his hands. She softly said, "Don't worry, even if my power surpasses yours, I'll do my best to listen to you." Bai Shishi's voice was very quiet. A very rare expression appeared on her face, one that truly shook his heart. He was enraptured by her beauty. Seeing Long Chen foolishly staring at her, Bai Shishi blushed even more. But she still held his hands. It was only after a long moment that Long Chen recovered. Bai Shishi was a peerless beauty, but she was even more moving like this. If before this she was a fairy untouched by the mortal world, now she was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. A bit of that immortal aura was replaced with mortal air. It was that trace of mortal air that made Long Chen feel like she was more real. He could also clearly sense her inner heart. "Do your best. You mean that you might not listen? At that time, I won't be able to beat you, so won't I be suppressed by you every single day? Will you be like your mother that day, and put your father in his place, but instead it's me?" asked Long Chen with a smile. Bai Shishi hastily explained, "I definitely won't beat you. I said I'd do my best because if you make the wrong decision, I naturally have the right to disagree." As expected, it was still that same character. It seemed that she was always leaving herself a way out. Long Chen bitterly smiled inside. Putting it frankly, it didn't matter how grateful she was to him, she definitely wouldn't blindly follow him. Cough, cough. Just then, Qin Feng and Qi Yu came over and saw the two of them holding hands. Theoretically, they should leave at this moment. However, if they just left like this, it would be too obvious, so they lowered their heads and coughed as if they hadn't seen anything. Bai Shishi hastily pulled her hands away, her face burning. She then turned around. "Oh, boss, Alliance head Shishi, what a coincidence. You're here." Qin Feng raised his head and acted like he had just seen them. Although everyone knew it was an act, at least it wouldn't further embarrass Bai Shishi. Sometimes, a loincloth was very interesting. It was a bit comical, but there was a big difference between wearing it and not wearing it. No matter how strong a person was, they needed it. Not bad, the lightning has tempered your bodies. Your physical bodies are more than 10 times stronger than before. Long Chen sensed the surging blood qi within their bodies and nodded. This time, the results were even a bit better than he had expected. Perhaps it was due to the final compression of the heavenly tribulation, forming that elder. The lightning contained that elder's soul energy. It was then absorbed by Lei Linger and injected into their bodies, causing even their souls to strengthen. Their 4 peaks were the flesh, bone, qi, and blood. To put it frankly, they simply raised the power of their physical bodies as high as possible because of their fighting styles. A powerful physical body was their foundation. However, this time, due to the elder, it wasn't just their physical bodies that were strengthened to the maximum. Their spiritual strength had also increased. A powerful spiritual strength increased the sharpness of their senses and gave them more precise control over their techniques. They had all benefited from Bai Shishi, and not just a little bit. It could be said that the two of them had greatly profited. "The two of you aren't getting any younger. Have you not found any ladies that attract your eyes? My Heaven Female Alliance has countless beauties. Are you acting aloof, or do you feel that they aren't a match for you?" asked Bai Shishi, recovering her normal indifference. Long Chen was speechless. It seemed that Bai Shishi didn't want to be embarrassed by herself and wanted the two of them to find companions as well. If it was just Qin Feng, then fine. But Qi Yu already had someone. Qin Feng smiled. "We are just ordinary Dragonblood warriors. There are the squad leaders above us and then the captains above them. Even the captains haven't found any partners. How can we be qualified?" When the captains drank together, they told us that unless they had power like bosses, they wouldn't be qualified to find partners. Without enough power, they can't even protect themselves, let alone their loved ones. Even someone as powerful as boss could only watch as. Qi Yu suddenly glared at Qin Feng, causing him to apologetically look at Long Chen. "Sorry, boss." He was about to say that even someone as powerful as Long Chen had not been able to protect the Pill Fairy back then. How could they be qualified to find a companion for themselves? He had inadvertently touched upon Long Chen's scar. Long Chen smiled slightly and indicated that it was fine. Bai Shishi knew of his relationship with the Pill Fairy. It seemed that they were using him as a model and didn't want to experience the same pain. "It's fine. Tell your Heaven Female Alliance's beauties to just wait. Once our boss rules the world, our Dragonblood Legion will warmly welcome all your people," laughed Qin Feng. A nice thought. Bai Shishi knew that Qin Feng was just joking around, so just as he wished, she closed this topic of discussion. "Boss, we came to find you because we want to exercise our bones," said Qin Feng seriously. "Go. Just pay attention to the Devil Eye Water Lily race and you'll be fine," said Long Chen. He knew their power and their characters, and they wouldn't mess around. They simply wanted to use battles to solidify their realms and get used to their new power. With Long Chen's assent, the two of them happily ran off. Once they were gone, Long Chen said, "Let's go take a look at Shaola and the others." Chapter 3456 Xu Zishang's Barbarian Blood Power. Of everyone that had undergone tribulation, only Bai Shishi, Qin Feng, and Qi Yu were awake. The others were still asleep. They had severely overdrafted themselves. Fortunately, Qin Feng and Qi Yu were dragonblood warriors with strong bases and firm wills, so they woke up sooner than the others. However, for the others, those ancient corpses had brought fear, and then the pain of the forced lightning tempering had also injured their minds. They needed to rest longer. After all, not every person was like the dragonblood warriors and had experienced so many trials and torments, creating a will as firm as a boulder. Martial Uncle. When Long Chen entered the training hall, the first person he saw was Luo Chengwu going through the disciples, checking on them one by one. Luo Chengwu had stayed here this whole time. Long Chen had already told everyone to respect him and view him as another member of the 7th Branch Academy. They couldn't neglect him. Thus, Luo Chengwu had almost absolute authority to come and go around. However, he had remained here this entire time. Every day, every few hours, he would investigate the bodies of the Luo family's disciples. Every single time he did so, his emotions would stir and wouldn't settle for a long time. This time, these children had truly transformed because of this tribulation. Every single one of them had managed to awaken their ancestral bloodline under the pressure of death, which meant their potential had been excavated to the limit. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he still wouldn't believe it. Even now, he felt like he was dreaming. He was afraid that he would wake up and everything would return to as it was before the tribulation. When Long Chen arrived, Luo Chengwu hastily rose, but Long Chen pressed him down and sat beside him. "Martial Uncle, it seems that you don't trust me," said Long Chen, seeing the lines of blood in Luo Chengwu's eyes. He was clearly worried and anxious. "How can you say that? Is this not because I'm worried that this group of disappointing children won't be able to endure?" Luo Chengwu laughed, awkwardly. He truly was worried. These disciples had their minds and spirits in chaos after the tribulation. Moreover, the flames of their souls had almost been extinguished. In other words, they were only the slightest bit more alive than dead people. Compared to other families, the Luo family cared more about every member of their family. It wasn't simply caring more about those with the most talent. Every descendant was like their own child, and they had to be cherished. Thus, seeing all these children in this half-dead state, as the head of the family, he was naturally worried. But as time passed and they recovered, he stopped worrying. After the worry came excitement. Every time he checked, he found that these children's bodies had strengthened a bit. After the storm of worry came joy. Even as an immortal king, these tumultuous emotions were difficult to endure. That was why Luo Chengwu seemed so weary. "I already told you, the Academy's elders are here, so there's no need for you to worry," said Long Chen. "I know that the elders are trustworthy. But how can I leave my family's disciples for others to look after?" said Luo Chengwu. This was the most exciting time of his life. Enduring through this was the least he could do. Long Chen then looked toward the distant Bai Shaola, whose face was pale white. He had clearly overdrafted his soul greatly. After all, his physical body wasn't strong, so the lightning tempering was many times more painful for him than others. When Long Chen checked on him, he saw that his physical body had fully recovered. Only his soul was still badly damaged. According to the elder beside him, Bai Zontang and his two wives had just left. Bai Shaola's mother wanted to help Bai Shaola recover but was stopped by Bai Zontang. Unable to endure seeing her son in this state while she was powerless to help, she then left. Long Chen nodded. Bai Shaola needed to recover on his own because external forces would spoil his current condition. Even the gentlest energy could have an influence. However, Bai Shaola was indeed in a dangerous state. His soul was on the verge of collapse. Thus, his soul and will had to struggle, drawing out all their power to protect their master from dying. If someone were to help Bai Shaola in this state, it would be like throwing him a life jacket. He would quickly pass through this moment. However, that would cause him to lose out on this tempering opportunity. Long Chen hoped for Bai Shaola to create a life jacket for himself without anyone saving him. What was important wasn't the life jacket but the ability to create one. Long Chen then fed Bai Shaola a medicinal pill. This pill guaranteed that the flame of his soul wouldn't extinguish, but it was only a final barrier. If he wanted to wake up, he would need to rely on himself. If within 10 days he still didn't awaken, then someone would be forced to intervene to wake him up. Otherwise, he really would die. Just then, Xu Zishang woke up. After waking up, he felt full of energy, and his mind and body were in top condition. In fact, it felt like he had so much power that he would explode. His current state made everyone jump. Xu Zishang's aura was even more terrifying than Qin Feng and Qi Yu's now. This was completely unexpected to everyone. Barbarian blood energy. Long Chen was also surprised. Long Chen sensed an aura that was somewhat similar to Wild's from Xu Zishang. This was the aura of the barbarian race. He hadn't expected this tribulation to cause Xu Zishang's barbarian blood to show signs of returning to its ancestral state. The barbarian race was a species from the primal chaos era. Legend had it that despite appearing similar to the human race, they were not the same. The barbarian race didn't cultivate divine abilities. In this case, they were a bit similar to the demonic beast race, relying on bloodline inheritances. However, their power was such that they shook the 10,000 races. Legend had it that in the primal chaos era, the giant barbarian race could move mountains and overturn seas with a wave of their hands. Even dragons and phoenixes were their food. Although Xu Zishang had a trace of barbarian blood, it was so diluted that it was almost gone. It was like a candle about to extinguish. However, after this tribulation, the candle was revitalized. Moreover, it was no longer a candle but a prairie fire. This was something that Long Chen hadn't anticipated. Long Chen then pressed a hand against Xu Zishang's shoulder. His vast energy erupted in an instant. As a result, Xu Zishang was caught off guard and coughed up blood. Bai Shishi, Luo Chengwu, and the other elders present jumped in shock, not knowing what was going on. Xu Zishang's head buzzed. The threat of death instantly activated all the power within him. Xu Zishang's body quivered and countless runes on it lit up. Following that, his body began to grow. It was like a wild beast was awakening within his body. His power crazily climbed. Remember this state and this feeling. This is called the barbarian blood battle body. Starting today, it is your strongest move. Long Chen pressed down once more on Xu Zishang and smiled. He had misjudged this fellow. His potential was truly not bad. At this moment, a new fierce general had appeared in the Dragonblood Legion. Chapter 3457 Deep Sea Fiend Devils. Long Chen then checked on the conditions of the others. There were no problems. Lei Linger had grown increasingly strong and was able to accurately deduce every person's potential. She had forced them as close to their limits as possible but didn't exceed the limits. In particular, that final explosion of the Master of the Golden Sword resulted in his remaining spiritual strength being spread throughout the lightning runes. A portion was absorbed by Bai Shishi, while the disciples were only able to absorb a very small portion. The rest was digested by Lei Linger. Lei Linger had started to transform after absorbing this spiritual strength. Most shocking of all, she had also peered into the runes that had merged into Bai Shishi. As Bai Shishi digested those runes, Lei Linger also digested them. She was in a state of slumber right now, focusing on digesting those runes. Only a portion of her power was helping Long Chen temper the medicinal pills. Long Chen knew that once Lei Linger came out of seclusion again, she would definitely have gone through a shocking transformation. Everyone was fine. Based on Long Chen's estimate, they should all wake up within 5 to 6 days. Long Chen told Luo Chengwu not to worry. After checking on them, Long Chen continued refining pills. Bai Shishi and Xu Zishang joined Qin Feng and Qi Yu, attacking the devils outside the barrier to get accustomed to their new power. With Bai Shishi present, even if a World King Devil were to appear, they wouldn't need to worry. Long Chen wasn't worried about them at all. Long Chen then spent another week refining Violet Tower pills and slept another 3 days. Once he woke up, he went to find Bai Shaola, just in time to see him with his mother, getting accustomed to his new power. When Bai Shaola saw Long Chen, he shouted excitedly. After waking up, his 3 flower pupils had become multicolored. As it turned out, those with the 3 flower pupils bloodline saw the world in only black and white. Only once the 3 flower pupils had evolved to a higher level could they see color. Hence, This was Bai Shaola's first time seeing a world of beautiful colors. He was so happy that he wept. Bai Shaola's mother was also crying. Bai Shaola had an innate deficiency. She had thought that he would never be able to awaken the colored three-flower pupils. Now that they had awakened, she was even more emotional than Bai Shaola. Those eyes are really beautiful. Shaola, you're growing more handsome, praised Long Chen. The light in his eyes seemed to have heavenly Tao energy flowing within it. Bai Shaola's talent was truly enviable. Bai Shaola was even more excited at obtaining Long Chen's praise. He felt like his whole body was full of power. His body was originally weak, but after the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, it was dozens of times stronger. Although it still only counted as average amongst ordinary disciples, to an cultivator, that was already very impressive. A powerful physical body made his movements more agile, and he could form hand seals faster. He would also be able to avoid his enemies as he used his pupil arts, making things much safer for him. When Bai Shaola learned that the others had awakened and already entered the battlefield, his hands instantly got itchy. He wanted to fight as well. However, both Long Chen and his mother told him no. Long Chen said, "You are different. You severely overdrafted your soul. Although you've recovered, your spiritual strength is still in a weak state." Cultivators could be considered a type of soul cultivators. Bai Shaola's soul was so badly damaged this time that although he had recovered and his spiritual strength was exceptionally powerful now, it would be wise not to use his spiritual strength during this time. For the best results, he should wait until his spiritual strength reached max power. Perhaps Bai Zhaol wouldn't listen to his mother, but he didn't dare to disobey Long Chen. He ran over just to cheer on the Bai Shishi and the others. Now Long Chen arrived at the plaza and saw mountains of corpses piled up outside the barrier. The academy was almost buried in corpses. As the disciples came out of seclusion, they all felt like they had inexhaustible energy. Then seeing an endless supply of devils to fight, they used them as training partners, slaughtering them. All of them were full of inexhaustible energy, and they crazily slaughtered those devils. When they saw that they could easily kill those devils that had once filled them with fear, they were delighted. It almost drove them crazy, and they could barely contain their excitement. If they did get tired from the training, they would return to the academy and rest for an hour or two before going back out again. They used this fighting to solidify their realms and get accustomed to their new power. They were experiencing just how much they had progressed. It felt like they had completely transformed. This was a new era for them. All the experts of the academy were watching. When they saw these disciples descend like a flock of wolves on these devils, they couldn't help sighing. Once these disciples grew up, they would truly be amazing. Having just advanced to the Divine Lord realm, they already possessed the power to fight mortal tier immortal king devils. That kind of combat power was astonishing. If it was just one or two people with that power, it wouldn't be strange. But for over 10,000 of them, disciples who were originally merely primals without any shocking bloodlines or inheritances, to suddenly become such peerless heavenly geniuses completely toppled their understanding. Seeing these fearless, unmatched disciples of the Luo family, Luo Chengwu's eyes reddened. If only his big brother and the rest of the seniors of the Luo family were here, they could celebrate together. In the distance, they could see flashes of golden light. Wherever that golden light appeared, it created a line of death. Those devils were blasted out of existence. They were unable to even see Bai Shishi's figure. They merely saw flashes of light and splashes of blood. Her golden sword was unstoppable. Even the battle god palace's immortal kings were stunned. Bai Shishi's mother watched proudly. After this tribulation, Bai Shishi would soar to the heavens. Long Chen went out of the barrier too. Everyone thought that his hands had gotten itchy as well. However, they saw him simply wave his hand and gather the mountains of corpses piled up around the academy. In just a few breaths' time, the ground was cleared. A waterfall of devil crystals came pouring out, forming a large hill. The devil crystals were the size of a baby's fist. Just seeing so many of them at once dazzled people. The academy had elders taking inventory of them. That was money, and no small sum at that. If this continues, the 7th branch academy won't be hurt at all. Instead, they'll profit. They're basically sending us money, said Bai Shishi's mother with a smile. With Long Chen present, they didn't need to work to clean up the battlefield. All the devil crystals were instantly taken out. These devil crystals were valued at around 100,000 immortal king crystals. Counting how many immortal king crystals they had used up so far, they had essentially made up for their costs. If they continued killing, it would be profitable. It truly was a hell of a battle of attrition. Suddenly, the void rumbled and mists covered the battlefield. After that, a terrible stench assaulted their noses. In the distance, countless large beasts came charging over to the academy. Chapter 3458. Who runs out of patience first? That aura was that of the Devil Sea. They were sea demons from the depths of the sea, but they didn't possess the aura of demonic beasts. Instead, they possessed devil chi. These deep-sea fiend devils that appeared were at least in the early stage Immortal King realm. But there were some strong ones that had reached the half-step World King level. An ominous and frightening aura struck the disciples in the face when they appeared. At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar rang out from a half-step World King Drake. It was like an order, and following its roar, countless deep-sea fiend devils charged at the 7th Branch Academy. Those devil experts that came from the devil world didn't clash with them. They intentionally opened up a path for them to attack the academy. As expected, it really is just like the dean said. The attack on the main academy is nothing more than a front. Their real goal is the 7th Branch Academy. Long Chen sneered with contempt. These deep-sea fiend devils were only putting on an act in the heavenly swell domain. The main force was here. However, this place was quite some distance away from the Devil Sea, and these fiend devils were greatly weakened once they left the Devil Sea. Were they coming just to give Long Chen money? Their devil crystals and devil cores were all treasures. The devil cores in particular were very valuable. Were they worried that the 7th Branch Academy was lacking money? Bai Shishi immediately shot toward them. With a slash of her sword, golden light lit up, and that roaring drake was cut in two. Even a half-step World King Deep-Sea Fiend Devil was unable to stop a single strike from that sword. Previously, although the golden sword had recognized Bai Shishi as master, Bai Shishi had not been able to unleash its true power. But after obtaining the inheritance of its old master, she was finally able to activate the golden sword's runes. That drake's scales gave it a defensive power comparable to a king item, but the scales were still unable to stop this sword. The golden sword light was incomparably sharp. The waves it unleashed cut through these giant deep-sea fiend devils like they were radishes. One with her sword, Bai Shishi slaughtered those devils until she gradually started to push them further and further away from the academy. Don't go too far. They have experts keeping an eye that far out, so your current position is the limit. Don't go any further, but you also don't need to be in a rush to come back. Just keep killing them like this, slowly retreating. Don't let them see through you. Just then, Long Chen's voice rang out in Bai Shishi's ear. Bai Shishi was startled. She didn't sense anyone watching her, but she trusted Long Chen. Just at that moment, a half-step World King Fiend Devil sneak attacked her, causing her to be forced back slightly. She then continued killing the devils around that area. Long Chen smiled slightly. When this girl actually listened, she was very likable. Seeing Long Chen smile, she replied with her own smile. But when she saw her mother staring at her with a certain expression, she turned red and instantly turned her face away, ignoring Long Chen and the others to kill the fiend devils. Bai Shishi was the main force on the battlefield now. Whatever area was struggling, she would charge over. This battle continued for 10 days and nights just like that, but she wasn't the slightest bit tired. Clearly, a battle on this level was not extraneous enough for her. She could replenish whatever energy she used. Other than Bai Shishi, everyone else needed to occasionally return and rest a bit. Anytime they dropped down to just 50% of their spiritual yuan, they took a break. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if they encountered danger. Qin Feng and Qi Yu took 3 breaks during these 10 days. The rest of the time was spent on the battlefield, as they were in charge of the tempo of the battlefield. Only once things started growing out of control would they have Bai Shishi come help. However, unexpectedly, Xu Zishang would fight for 3 hours and then immediately return for a break. His power was astonishing. Every blow shattered the void. But after only a bit, he would run out of energy and return. "Boss, is there something wrong with me? I don't have any endurance anymore." Xu Zishang eventually went to ask Long Chen about this. He was panting, and he sat on the ground, soaked in sweat. He seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This time in particular, he had only been able to fight for an hour before running out of energy and returning. Although his newfound power was delightful, the lack of endurance made it hard for him to be happy about it. Long Chen checked his body. His blood qi was still thrumming powerfully, so there was no problem. Such a situation should not occur. No. It had to be known that Xu Zishang was not even fighting with the barbarian blood battle body yet. It shouldn't be this exhausting. Long Chen suddenly had a thought and pulled in a giant 8-clawed fish monster. Flames flew out of his hand, instantly cooking the fish. After that, a fragrant smell came out. Saliva instantly gushed out of Xu Zishang's mouth. He couldn't even stop it. You didn't eat any meat. Try eating some meat this time. Xu Zishang instantly latched onto the fish. As expected, after eating just a few mouthfuls, he was no longer so exhausted. Long Chen found the problem. With the awakening of his barbarian blood, Xu Zishang could not walk his original cultivation path. Just like Wild, he needed to eat meat. Just now, it wasn't that he was out of energy but that he was exhausted from starvation. Xu Zishang had always been cultivating according to the human race's standards. He relied on absorbing spiritual qi and rarely ate anything. So, the sensation of hunger had already been forgotten. Now that he ate something, he knew that it wasn't that he was out of energy. He was simply starving. Long Chen then took out a copper furnace. This was a fire attribute weapon and wasn't a pill furnace. Long Chen gave it to Xu Zishang. He taught Xu Zishang how to use it to cook these sea demons. When their corpses were drawn inside, they would be quickly cooked and stored so that he could conveniently eat them to replenish his energy. After just a bit, Xu Zishang felt like he was full of power. With Long Chen's copper furnace, he shot through the battlefield, gathering the corpses of the more powerful sea demons as his food. Now that he wasn't hungry anymore, he was like an entirely different person. With 3 strikes of his rod, a half-step world king tortoise had its shell broken. That fierceness made Long Chen think of Wild. Wild was a pure-blooded member of the barbarian race. His energy was replenished by eating food, not immortal spiritual qi. But his power was definitely the most terrifying of all the lifeforms that Long Chen had ever seen. I wonder how that foolish brother of mine is doing. Long Chen sighed. This foolish brother of his could easily be conned and tricked by others. Wild was just different. Xu Zishang didn't have Wild's digestive abilities and couldn't devour those sea demons in giant quantities, so he ate much slower. Time passed and mountains of corpses piled up once more. Just as they seemed like they would drown the academy, Long Chen cleaned up the battlefield again. The corpses were then tossed into the primal chaos space, and lay lingered transformed into millions of knives that cut open the corpses, taking out their devil cores and devil crystals. As a result, another small mountain of devil crystals and devil cores fell to the ground. Long Chen looked into the distance and sneered. Let's see who runs out of patience first. Chapter 3459 Major Bad Turn of Events. Long Chen, what are you waiting for? Asked Bai Shishi's mother. This was something that Bai Zontang had wanted to ask for a long time, but he was unable to lower himself to do so. He had already received orders to listen to Long Chen, and he could not argue. Hence, they had passed through these days like fools. Bai Zontang was already getting a bit irritated at just sitting around, but he also wasn't allowed to leave. He could only watch as his precious daughter made eyes at Long Chen, making him feel extremely out of sorts. Bai Shishi's mother knew what he was thinking, so she came to ask Long Chen this question for her husband. Long Chen nodded. Someone is watching us. Like leopards in the shadows, they are preparing to unleash a mortal blow. Can you see them? Bai Shishi's mother was surprised. Long Chen was looking in a certain direction. It had to be known that the High Firmament Academy's formation was capable of overlooking the majority of the Vile Dragon domain. If anyone was spying on them, they should have long since noticed them. I can't see them, but I can smell their scent. They really do view me as a child. How could I fall for the same ploy twice? Sneered Long Chen. He didn't say much. He was very familiar with Enputa's aura, so he could feel that this damn fatty was keeping an eye on him. Enputa was waiting for Long Chen to reveal an opening. At first, Long Chen only had a vague feeling, but the moment Bai Shishi charged out, that feeling became clear. In other words, when Bai Shishi charged out, the other side prepared to make their move. Furthermore, the place that Bai Shishi had charged to was on the edge of the formation's attack range. Once she passed that area, the formation's attack power would drop. Thus, it was very simple for Long Chen to deduce the other side's intentions and range. After all, Long Chen was willing to just continue grinding away like this. Just who would lose their patience first? Furthermore, Long Chen didn't just sense Enputa's aura. He also sensed another terrifying existence. After advancing to the Divine Lord realm, his senses were even sharper. He wasn't afraid at all. The other side was using the Devil World and the Devil Sea's lifeforms as bait. However, Bai Shishi and the others were consuming the bait without getting hooked. All that was left was to see just how much bait the other side was willing to toss out. This response from Long Chen startled Bai Shishi's mother and the others. Long Chen had almost lost his life due to Enputa's scheming. Now that he raised that topic, it was clear who was on the other side. Enputa had personally come. Even Bai Zontang couldn't believe that. Enputa wasn't in this heaven. If he were to come across heavens, he would have to pay a huge price. That didn't seem too likely. However, Long Chen wouldn't make this up. Everyone looked at each other in shock and confusion. They couldn't help tensing up. They didn't pursue this topic any further. Bai Lishan had already told them to listen to Long Chen. It would only cause irritation if they needlessly asked questions, and there would even be a slight flavor of wanting to take over. In one day, Long Chen gained a large pile of devil crystals and devil cores. The others were fighting the entire time, training themselves. As a result, their realms gradually stabilized, and they came to control their new power. The second day also ended with huge gains. Other than Bai Shishi, everyone was taking turns to rest. Of the over 10,000 disciples, the majority had fully stabilized their realms. After 5 days, every disciple had finished stabilizing their realms. Now their attacks grew even sharper. At the same time, they began to consume Divine Lord pills, using this battle to cultivate. Even after 10 days, nothing changed with the other side, so Long Chen also didn't make any changes. He just refined pills in his room occasionally while he kept an eye on the battle. Long Chen was delighted that during this time, Lei Linger had managed to fully absorb the energy from both tribulations. She was now entirely focused on nourishing the Violet Tower pills. The Violet Tower pills were actually too strong and possessed their own wills. Nourishing them required patience and steadiness. One careless slip and they would detonate. Furthermore, during this time, Huo Linger and the Moon and Star Refining Furnace started trying to refine the pills themselves. The only issue was that Huo Linger didn't have Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, so Long Chen needed to split a portion of his spiritual strength to help. Despite that, Long Chen saved himself quite a bit of effort by not having to personally refine anything. In order to make sure that every Violet Tower pill's effect was maximized, Long Chen patiently waited for Lei Linger to expel all the impurities with Thunder Force. The stronger the pill, the more difficult it was to nourish them. But Long Chen was capable of waiting. Another 10 days passed. The number of attackers had not diminished in the slightest. It seemed that the other side was really planning on dragging out this battle. Fuck, what medicine are they taking? After waiting so long, there was still no reply from the other side. Bai Zontang was getting vexed. Long Chen also felt that something was wrong. The other side was truly being patient, more than he had expected. It didn't make sense for them to simply be sending Long Chen money. However, the formation was still keeping an eye on everything. There was nothing odd, but the more he couldn't see anything odd, the more he felt that something was wrong. Is everything still fine at the main academy? Asked Long Chen. Everything is normal, answered Heaven Master Yun Yong. Long Chen sank into thought. Suddenly, his heart thudded and his expression changed so drastically that everyone jumped. What is it? Asked Bai Shishi's mother. I think I know their goal. Deputy Dean Yun Yong, I have a mission for you. Stealthily activate all the grand formations, said Long Chen. All of them. Heaven Master Yun Yong jumped. If the grand formations were fully activated, it would burn 100 times more Immortal King crystals than usual. One day would cost hundreds of thousands of Immortal King crystals. Thus, despite clearly hearing Long Chen's order, he still needed confirmation. Yes, activate them all. Furthermore, it must be done stealthily without anyone being the wiser. This relates to the survival of the academy, so you must be careful, said Long Chen. Seeing how serious Long Chen was, Heaven Master Yun Yong didn't dare to tarry any longer. He immediately left and personally supervised the activation. Heaven Master Yun Yong and Heaven Master Dong Ming were fully trusted by Long Chen. They were very dependable and meticulous. If Long Chen left anything to them, he could feel at ease about it. Even Bai Zontang and the others tensed when they heard this. The survival of the academy was at stake. Such a thing rarely came out of Long Chen's mouth. That alone showed how serious this matter was. Just what happened? Bai Zontang couldn't help asking. I'm not too sure either. Long Chen shook his head. Bai Zontang almost coughed up blood. If he didn't know anything, why was he being so grave? I feel like they are intentionally letting us kill these devils. I almost fell for that damn fatty Enputa's sinister scheme again, said Long Chen. Hearing that, Bai Zantang and the others' expressions changed. It seemed that this matter really wasn't so simple. Everyone raised their guard. Not good, our connection to the main academy has been lost. Heaven Master Dong Ming's expression suddenly changed. Everyone, come back. Long Chen's voice resounded through the air. Chapter 3460 Heaven Shaking Attack. Bai Shishi and the others received the order and didn't hesitate. They all activated their tablets and were instantly brought back into the academy. Before anyone could understand what was happening, a pillar of divine light exploded in the distance. It was like a sun was attacking. The terrifying pressure shattered the surrounding mountains. At that moment, the wind and clouds changed color, while heaven and earth shuddered. It was like the apocalypse had come. Everyone was horrified. This power was smashing directly toward the High Firmament Academy. Just then, the High Firmament Academy's grand formations rumbled and countless ripples appeared. After that, every building within the academy began to shine brightly. As runes blazed with light, an outline of the entire academy appeared on top of the barrier. The truth was that every building in the academy was its own independent grand formation. That was why when Long Chen said to activate all of them, Heaven Master Yun Yong couldn't believe his ears. That price was astonishing. However, Long Chen's sense of danger was truly sharp. Heaven Master Yun Yong had just activated all the formations when the attack came. Everyone stared in horror as a giant blood-colored sun smashed into the academy. That damn fatty, as expected. He was letting us kill the devils to gather their devil chi. Then he would launch an attack to wipe us out. Fuck, good thing it was sensed early. Long Chen felt some cold sweat on his back. This star contained an enormous amount of devil chi. It was a star made from an extreme compression of devil chi. The star then struck the formation, and the immense power caused the world to shake. Even Long Chen was unable to stand steady in the face of that impact. His blood chi flipped inside of him, and his ears were ringing. He couldn't hear anything. As for the other disciples, they coughed up blood. The majority fainted, while the others were left with their heads buzzing. They temporarily lost most of their senses. Bai Zantang and the others were also shaken and took a while to recover. They were shocked and infuriated. The power of that one attack was enough to annihilate all of them. Fortunately, while countless cracks and holes appeared in the grand formations, they still managed to hold on. 3 million immortal king crystals. Heaven Master Yun Yong was aggrieved. Just to block this attack, 3 million immortal king crystals were turned into nothing. That was the price of increasing the formations to their maximum power at once. However, these 3 million immortal king crystals were all worth it to block this attack. Seeing the riddled formation, Long Chen felt a burst of fear. They had almost been doomed just now. Just then, countless experts appeared from all sides. It wasn't just the deep-sea fiend devils and the lifeforms from the devil world. The Devil Eye Water Lily race's experts also showed up. This time, even the weakest of the devil world and devil sea's lifeforms were half-step world kings. These experts had clearly been waiting for this moment. The grand formations were riddled with holes. If they were to launch another powerful attack at this time, it would be all too easy to break the academy entirely. Although the formations were also rapidly repairing themselves, that would take a certain amount of time. The enemy wouldn't give them that chance. Long Chen roared and was the first to charge out. He was like a bolt of lightning charging at the distant Devil Eye Water Lily race. Although their experts were mostly in the Immortal King realm, in terms of actual power, they were even more terrifying than the World Kings. They definitely couldn't be allowed to approach the barrier. Otherwise, with their power, the formations would crumble. As soon as Long Chen charged out, some spiritual fluctuations locked onto him. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. These fluctuations belonged to that Devil Eye Water Lily whose seed pod he had taken. After that, overwhelming killing intent erupted and giant leaves covered the heavens. A giant lily appeared. As the lily's runes glowed, they transformed into a long-haired man with a 5-colored sword, and he charged at Long Chen. He actually used his true body as his manifestation. Damnable human, you dared to ruin my path to advancing. I will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces, shouted that man furiously. At that time, he had made his preparations to advance to the World King realm. But Long Chen cut off his seed pod, severing his path to advancing. He had tried to take back his seed pod, but without it, he was like a human that had lost his dantian. His power plummeted and he couldn't even unleash a tenth of his power. In the end, he could only watch as Long Chen took it away. He then returned to the undying world and condensed a new seed pod. Now that he was seeing Long Chen again, he was raging with killing intent. The manifestation behind the devil eye water lily man raged. The lily leaves, flowers, and seeds shone brightly, and divine light flowed out and filled him. After that, the five-colored sword in his hand blazed with light as well. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all five elements twined together. The power of his attack was comparable to an attack from a world king. You're a life form from the undying world, but instead of cultivating in the undying world, you ran over to my immortal world, occupying the land of my academy. Since you were willing to be used by others, you definitely deserve to die. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Is the devil eye water lily race so amazing? Then today, I'll show you that the human race is the king of the immortal world. Divine Ring, Battle Armor. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, his stars shining brightly. After that, golden dragon scales covered his body, and a dragon cry rang out, exuding a golden ripple with him in the center. The devil eye water lily man was actually sent back staggering by that ripple. Long Chen's roar was like spring thunder. His blood-red saber came out of its sheath, absorbing all the murderous aura of the world without leaving a drop. It then slashed mercilessly at the devil eye water lily man. As a result, five-colored light exploded. That man from the devil eye water lily race was blasted to bits along with his sword. When Long Chen let out a roar, his saber also roared. Overflowing battle intent then came raging out. All of you have committed crimes against my academy. You can all die miserable deaths now. Long Chen's long hair flailed in the air. Like an unstoppable god of war, he charged at the devil eye water lily race's experts. His 108,000 stars unleashed all their power. Long Chen didn't hold back and started off at full power. Due to it, these devil eye water lily experts collapsed, not one capable of stopping him. At this moment, a half-step world king expert of the devil eye water lily race appeared. His five-colored divine sword was finally capable of stopping Long Chen. However, he had just stopped Long Chen's saber when a lotus mark appeared on Long Chen's left hand. He then slammed it into his enemy's head, and the latter exploded. That half-step world king's power was truly terrifying, but he wasn't able to attack as fast as Long Chen. Long Chen didn't tarry. He killed as many as he could to buy time for the grand formations to repair themselves. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. At the same time, he heard Bai Zontang's furious roar. Jia Luo, this time, only one of us will live to see tomorrow's sun. Chapter 3461 Ghost Dao Possession. Long Chen's heart turned cold. Jia Luo was Lord Brahma's youngest disciple. He had also appeared here. Looking over, Long Chen saw the world rumbling. Bai Zontang was fighting a slim man with a crown on his head. What shocked Long Chen was that Bai Zontang was no longer suppressing his cultivation base, and it was finally revealed that he was a half-step world king. Jia Luo was the same. When these two half-step world kings fought, they shook the world. You trash, Bai Zontang. You said that you would get revenge against me so long ago, but I'm still living so well. But what about your foolish son? Is he still alive? Sneered Jia Luo. He wielded a silver sword against Bai Zontang, and silver light soared out. The truth was that Bai Zontang already had a grievance with Jia Luo. Back in the day, Bai Shala's mother was injured by this fellow, which harmed the fetus she was carrying. This was what had caused Bai Shala to be born with deficiencies, resulting in him having to go through so much pain. Just thinking of that drove Bai Zontang crazy. He roared furiously, 6 Daos circulate, Ghost Dao Possession. Undying, indestructible. Black chi exploded out of Bai Zontang. That was ghost chi. Now, blood-colored light flowed within his eyes. It was as if he had transformed into a wild devil. His blood chi also erupted, and wild chi waves battered the surroundings. As a result, the heavenly Daos crumbled before him. Bai Zontang's aura instantly doubled in power. Long Chen also saw countless tentacles appear in the manifestation behind him. When they extended into heaven and earth, Long Chen sensed a familiar aura. That aura was something he had sensed from Wu Tian. It was an undying, indestructible aura. However, there was a qualitative difference between the two of their auras. Long Chen instantly understood that Wu Tian's undying, indestructible aura was constant, while Bai Zontang had only entered a special but temporary state. Bai Zontang slashed his broadsword out and countless devils exploded. Even half-step world kings were as weak as ants before his current self. When Bai Zontang and Jia Luo clashed, ripples exploded and astral winds blasted the world, tearing cracks into heaven and earth. Jia Luo was sent reeling back. It took him over 10 steps to stabilize. In terms of power, he wasn't a match for Bai Zontang. Suddenly, a trident silently appeared behind Bai Zontang and stabbed through his body. Everyone cried out in shock. Without even looking back, Bai Zontang swung his broadsword behind him. His sneak attacker was a devil who was blown apart. Don't attack him, he is in an undying, indestructible state. No one can cause him substantial wounds. Go break the formation, shouted Jia Luo. As old opponents, Bai Zontang was familiar with Jia Luo's abilities, and Jia Luo was also familiar with Bai Zontang's abilities. Just as Jia Luo said this, Bai Zontang unleashed another slash of his broadsword, sending Jia Luo even further back. HMPH, once your ghost Dao possession ends, I will cut off your head. Jia Luo sneered and retreated. He knew that the current Bai Zontang could not be defeated. Fighting with him directly was meaningless. You shameless fellow, fight me fair and square, roared Bai Zontang. A wise man would rather win with wits instead of power. Only a foolish man relies on brute power. I went through such pain to cross heavens. Do you think it was just to take your life? You view yourself too highly. I came to destroy your 7th branch academy. Taking your dog life is something I'll do in passing, sneered Jia Luo. Fuck you, Bai Zontang roared and continued attacking Jia Luo. But Jia Luo repeatedly dodged, refusing to fight him head-on. His goal was only to keep Bai Zontang tied down and wait for his ghost Dao possession to end. At this time, countless devil experts and fiend devils were charging at the High Firmament Academy. Although the Battle God Palace's experts were fighting them at full power and Bai Shishi was slaughtering them with her golden sword, there were too many enemies. Furthermore, they were coming from all directions. There was no stopping them. Bai Zontang felt like he might just explode from rage. His goal was to quickly kill Jia Luo and then protect the academy, but Jia Luo was too crafty. He refused to fight Bai Zontang directly and only stalled him. However, he didn't dare to let Jia Luo off either because Jia Luo would attack the others. Hence, Bai Zontang was caught in a stalemate and could only roar in fury. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar rang out and a giant figure appeared. This 300-meter giant made Qin Feng and Qi Yu jump. They almost mistook Xu Zishang for wild. Xu Zishang had summoned the barbarian Bloodbattle body, transforming into a giant. His rod swung out repeatedly. At this moment, his power had instantly surpassed even Qin Feng and Qi Yu's. Endless devils poured out. Amongst the junior generation, only Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, and Xu Zishang had charged into the battlefield. The other disciples had been terrified at the start but quickly summoned their courage to also go out. However, they were shouted at to stop. Against ordinary immortal kings, they would have no problem. But right now, even the weakest enemies were half-step world kings, and there were also world kings amongst them. If these disciples went out, they would only be sending themselves to their graves. Shaola, chant with me. Heavenly eye descends, shaking the stars, piercing the void, seeing the true form of gods. Bai Shaola's mother sternly caught Bai Shaola. The two of them sat on top of the barrier, chanting some scripture. Bai Shaola originally wanted to go out and fight, but seeing how stern his mother's expression was, he didn't dare to disobey. He formed hand seals and chanted with his mother. As they chanted, their 3 flower pupils appeared. Following that, a pair of giant eyes appeared in their manifestations. It was like the eyes of gods, overlooking the world. A pillar of light then connected the 4 divine eyes and spread, forming a ripple covering the entire academy. Those enemies struck by the ripple were instantly sent flying. It was as if some invisible energy had rejected them, yet also as if they had simply been transported away. They were unable to get through. At this moment, the Academy's elders were going all out embedding new Immortal King crystals into the Grand Formations. They hoped to repair the Grand Formations as fast as possible. Right now, both sides were in a race for time. Their enemies were trying to break through before the formations repaired themselves, while Long Chen and the others were doing their best to stall for time for the barrier to repair. As for the disciples, they could only watch anxiously. They clenched their hands tightly, but the elders refused to let them go. They could only watch. They felt hatred. They hated themselves for not being strong enough, unable to fight alongside Long Chen. At the most critical time, they were unable to help at all. That felt even worse than dying to them. People looked at where Long Chen was and saw endless devil eye water lilies. They were gigantic and gradually covered him up. Now, everyone's heart clenched. The Devil Eye Water Lily race seemed to have come in even greater numbers than the devils. Although the Devil Eye Water Lily race's experts didn't have the title of the Undying in their names, they were still lifeforms of the Undying world. Hence, they possessed immense life energy and endless divine abilities. But Long Chen was stopping all of them on his own. He was under the most pressure. Luo Chengwu stared at him closely, praying inside for him to be fine. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out and a heavenly saber slashed down like a river of stars. Chapter 3462 Enputa appears. A saber crashed down, shattering the Tao. As a result, countless runes flew through the air, and a bloody path appeared amongst the Devil Eye Water Lilies. Long Chen seemed to be possessed by a devil god, and his figure was rapidly charging over. On the other side was another figure being blown back. When people saw that figure, they gasped in shock. It was a world king. Long Chen had actually exchanged blows with a world king of the Devil Eye Water Lily race. The immense shockwaves blew away countless Devil Eye Water Lilies. Some of the closest ones were directly blown apart. This time, Long Chen didn't manage to shatter his opponent's five-colored divine sword. Instead, his arms were numb. This world king of the Devil Eye Water Lily race was too powerful. He had transformed into human form. Not only did he possess terrifying power, but he also had the 5 powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When those 5 elements merged, it was like he possessed 5 spiritual bodies in one. His attacks were sharp and heavy, as if nothing could stop them. Most frightening of all, his attacks also contained a spiritual aspect. If it weren't for Long Chen's vast spiritual strength and firm Tao heart, he would definitely be badly affected. There was truly no need to doubt the power of the Devil Eye Water Lily race. While Long Chen's arm was numb, his opponent also didn't have it easy. Long Chen's split the heavens had caused his manifestation to suddenly dim. It only returned to its original state after several breaths' time. Clearly, even for him, Long Chen's attack required immense power to counter. His expression changed. He suddenly swung his hand, and all the Devil Eye Water Lilies retreated. Long Chen pointed at the World King and coldly said, "You were used by others. If you stop now, it will still be in time. If instead you continue attacking the Academy, then I, Long Chen, swear to make the Devil Eye Water Lily race pay 10,000 times the price." Long Chen could also see that with the final exchange, that World King was a bit afraid. If they continued fighting, perhaps he himself might be fine, but there would be quite a few casualties amongst his fellow Devil Eye Water Lilies. He didn't want to see so many casualties. Instead, he wanted to take a step back, allowing the others to take the vanguard and thus the most losses. Long Chen saw that the other areas were in crisis as well. The Devil Eye Water Lily race had been temporarily cowed, so he had to go reinforce the others. Clearly, the Devil World, the Devil Sea, and the Devil Eye Water Lily race were being used by others for this attack on the Academy. But when it came to the Devil Eye Water Lily race, their enmity only stemmed from a seed pod, so it still hadn't reached the point of no return. Thus, Long Chen made this pledge, hoping that they would retreat now. Long Chen also didn't want to offend so many people. The hundreds of thousands of experts of the Devil Eye Water Lily race slowly fell back, standing in the distance to just watch. But the devils and sea demons of the Devil World and Devil Sea continued to crazily charge at the Academy. Although Bai Shaola and his mother had created a spatial barrier, which sent anyone who charged through away, such a thing rapidly depleted their spatial energy. They couldn't maintain it for long. Long Chen unleashed a wave of saber light that blasted through enemies. Inside the Academy, the disciples unleashed excited cheers when they saw how unstoppable Long Chen was. They felt like his glory was theirs as well, as if they were the ones slaughtering these devils. "Long Chen, you go west. I'll take the east." When Long Chen and Bai Shishi passed by each other, Bai Shishi shouted at him. Both sides were under pressure and needed to be reinforced. "All right, be careful. Save some energy. The real enemy has yet to appear," transmitted Long Chen. Bai Shishi's heart shook. There were still more enemies lying in wait. Long Chen charged to the west. The Battle God Palace's experts here were being forced back. There were too many enemies, and they were only a dozen people. They couldn't stop the enemies. Long Chen then unleashed Split the Heavens 3 times. His huge area attacks filled this area with corpses, lightening the pressure on this area instantly. The Battle God Palace's experts worked together with Long Chen to force back their enemies. While Long Chen attacked, he also gathered the corpses on the battlefield and put them in the primal chaos space. He could already guess the goal of his opponents. That terrifying attack just now was the result of condensing all the energy of the fallen devils. But Long Chen didn't know what method they had used. Thus, he was still uneasy. As he slaughtered these enemies, he did his best to suck them into the primal chaos space as fast as possible so that they couldn't be used by their enemies. Unfortunately, the battlefield was too big, and he was unable to cover the entire thing. But every bit that he took in was one bit that the enemy couldn't absorb. Another, half an incense stick's worth of time passed. The holes in the barrier had vanished, but it was still covered in cracks. It was still too weak to endure another such attack. If they wanted to return it to its previous state, it would take at least an hour. This hour was the crux to victory or defeat. The thing that made Long Chen the most uneasy was that the other side had not even shown themselves yet. He didn't know what scheme they were cooking up in the dark, but he refused to believe that the other side was composed of only Jia Luo. Everything was clearly premeditated. Jia Luo had appeared to stop Bai Zontang, essentially stopping the Academy's strongest trump card. Bai Zontang was in his Ghost Dao possession state, and it could be considered as if he was now a merger of two powers within him. However, all of that immense power had been dragged away by Jia Luo. There had to be some goal behind his action. While Long Chen grabbed the corpses on the ground, he also kept an eye on the entire battlefield. Time passed bit by bit. Every breath seemed as long as an hour. The barrier was being repaired too slowly, and the feeling of unease grew. Long Chen felt the other side to be truly sinister. He was always forced to fight passively. It was very unfavorable to him. However, there was also nothing he could do. He had been schemed against once more. The situation was precarious, but he could only wait. That made him furious. He truly disliked being toyed with like he was a fool. Suddenly, the world shook and another pillar of light shot toward the academy. Long Chen's heart sank. This attack was just as terrifying as the last. It was unstoppable. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He prepared to risk his life to stop it, but he suddenly found that although this attack was flying in the direction of the academy, it was off target. As expected, just as Long Chen and the others were confused, that attack shattered the space above the academy. The void was torn apart, leaving a giant hole. Long Chen and the others were startled. If this attack had landed on the formation, it would definitely break. Although Long Chen had been willing to risk his life to stop it, he really had no confidence in being able to stop it. However, such a terrifying attack had actually gone off target. Furthermore, at this moment, countless figures began to appear in the distance. Long Chen instantly spotted a treacherous fatty. Seeing Enputa's sinister smile, Long Chen's heart sank. It seemed that they had missed on purpose. Could it be? Long Chen turned back to that hole in the void, his expression changing. Chapter 3463 Enputa's scheme. Countless figures appeared in all directions. These were all black-robed, masked experts whose cultivation bases couldn't even be sensed. They were like soul stealers from hell. At this moment, pairs of emotionless eyes eyed people's necks. It felt as if some daggers might cut through their throats at any given time. These people were all assassins. Although they all wore black robes, there were different marks on their sleeves and collars. One was the blood character, and the other was the underworld character. They were respectively from the 9 Underworld Hall and the Bloodkill Hall. With Long Chen's sharp spiritual perception, he could sense that these people were all immortal king assassins. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Assassins possessed immense killing power that could kill across realms. They were all fiends lying in the shadows, specialized at launching fatal attacks while people weren't on guard. On the battlefield, it would be better to fight world kings than have them play hide and seek. Long Chen, you're still too tender. Last time, something unexpected let you run. But this time, no accidents will occur. Everyone here will die. Enputa smiled at Long Chen sinisterly from far away. Damn fatty, you're getting happy too soon. How do you know that I don't have other trump cards? Speaking of which, I heard that you tried to cause trouble for Mo Nian. Ah, I suppose you don't know that the fellow who helped me last time is called Mo Nian. He sent me some news that he managed to slap you in the face. Is that true? Asked Long Chen. He was trying to conveniently get some information on Mo Nian's whereabouts. If he asked directly, Enputa naturally wouldn't reply, so Long Chen was hoping to con him. However, what Long Chen hadn't expected was for Enputa's expression to twist angrily. Killing intent blazed in his eyes. I will make that fellow die a miserable death sooner or later. Unfortunately, you won't get to see it. Long Chen was shocked and stared at Enputa in disbelief. He really did slap you in the face. Just how smart was Enputa? Seeing Long Chen's expression, he knew that Long Chen had conned him. Hence, he was infuriated. Just then, a huge spatial portal appeared in the giant hole of the void. Nether chi poured out of it. Enputa suppressed his fury and smiled. Long Chen, you really are a bit smart. You actually activated your grand formations ahead of time to block my killing blow. Regretfully for you, I, Enputa, never do anything that I am not assured of. I know just how difficult you are to deal with. Thus, I made more preparations. Just in case you blocked my first attack, the second attack would pierce the wall between worlds, creating a channel to the netherworld. Although you might have been gathering the corpses, afraid that I would gather their blood-soul energy, you are wrong. I didn't want their blood-soul energy, I only wanted their devil chi. Once they die, their devil chi is still absorbed. So, gathering the corpses is a meaningless effort. If it weren't for the fact that our formation is unable to attack multiple times in a row, I wouldn't even bother to have senior brother Jia Luo come out. Because you are afraid that Bai Zontang can block your attack? Asked Long Chen coldly. Correct. His ghost Dao possession is truly monstrous. In that state, he has an undying body and truly has the ability to block this attack. Thus, in order to prevent any accidents, senior brother Jia Luo drew him out just to prevent him from stopping this attack. Our goal isn't just to destroy your 7th branch academy. We will also give this vile dragon domain to a tribe of the netherworld, and this place will quickly become filled with nether chi. Having activated its supreme defenses, your foundation stone is no longer stable. It will gradually be corroded by the netherworld's aura. In just a day, it will rot. In other words, tomorrow, you and your 7th branch academy will forever vanish from this world, explained Enputa calmly. Hearing his words, everyone felt ice cold. Enputa was truly sinister. He was going to make sure that the 7th branch academy never managed to rise again. What a great plan. Before this, you used an ancient corpse to draw over the Devil Eye Water Lily race, using them as a dog watching over this territory. Now, you're using the netherworld's experts to be your fighters. I really admire you. Lord Brahma truly has amazing abilities. He has all kinds of connections, said Long Chen lightly. Brat, you are courting death. You dare to blaspheme Lord Brahma. Just then, the skinny black-robed elder beside Enputa shouted. So you must be the master of the 9 Underworld Hall. Old fellow, sooner or later I will definitely turn your head into a kickball, declared Long Chen coldly. This person was precisely the master of the 9 Underworld Hall, Liao Benkang. Just hearing Long Chen and Enputa's conversation had made him impatient. Hence, as soon as Long Chen mentioned Lord Brahma, he immediately berated him. However, Long Chen's provocation made Liao Benkang frown darkly. His killing intent erupted. Just as the rumors said, the master of the 9 Underworld Hall had an explosive temper. Enputa quickly stepped forward and said, Long Chen, I'll give you a chance. If you swear to follow Divine Venerate Brahma, we can spare your life. In fact, we can even spare everyone here. Have you gone crazy? Liao Benkang was enraged. His goal was to destroy the 7th branch academy and kill everyone here. But Enputa actually said that he would let off everyone. Furthermore, he hadn't discussed this with Liao Benkang beforehand. This was a kind of provocation toward him. Enputa ignored Liao Benkang and looked only at Long Chen, waiting for his reply. Long Chen smiled. Enputa, your scheming really is refined. It was due to your miscalculation that I could reclaim the 7th branch academy. Even if you destroy the 7th branch academy now, it will still draw Lord Brahma's ire. But if you could pull me to his side, it wouldn't just be a slap in the face to the High Firmament Academy. The academy's morale would plummet, and you would have a brilliant counterattack. What a nice idea. Just as Long Chen said, if he surrendered, the impact on the High Firmament Academy would be huge. That was because Long Chen was claimed to be the strongest new talent in the High Firmament Academy's history. Also, he was the youngest dean ever. He had countless titles and honors to him. This was why he was viewed as the High Firmament Academy's hope for the future. If he, Long Chen, were to surrender to Lord Brahma, it would be a fatal blow to the High Firmament Academy. It went without saying that Enputa's scheming was profound. Unfortunately, Enputa didn't know that the High Firmament Academy absolutely refused to believe that Long Chen would ever join Lord Brahma. That was because he was a 9-star heir. When Long Chen said this, the enraged Liao Benkang calmed down slightly. But right after that, his expression twisted with fury once more. That was because he hadn't thought that far, but Enputa had not discussed it with him anyway. It was essentially treating him like a fool. Luaka, kill him, Liao Benkang suddenly roared. Hearing that, Enputa was incensed. But before he could say anything, a ripple appeared in the space behind Long Chen, and a dagger silently stabbed toward the back of his neck. Chapter 3464 Rank 1 Heavenly Fiend, 9 Underworld Luaka. The attack came silently without any warning at all. It was an attack launched right in the gap of a person's senses, and it was as quick as lightning. Long Chen himself was startled. He hadn't expected that someone would be able to approach him without him even sensing it. The attack was almost at his neck when it appeared, and it was the fastest attack he had ever seen. It was far too late for him to dodge. Sparks flew. A saber sheath suddenly appeared behind Long Chen, blocking that dagger right at that moment of life and death. Despite that, an immense force was transmitted through it, sending Long Chen staggering forward. Long Chen didn't even wait to stabilize himself. The Minghong saber already slashed behind him. Metallic ringing once more rang out. Despite there being nothing there before he swung, his saber perfectly blocked the second attack from that dagger. The two divine weapons then rumbled as they clashed. As their masters fought, so did the weapons. The void shuddered, and only now did Long Chen see who had attacked him. It was a slender woman veiled in a woman's head covering. Her hair was short, and her eyes were narrow and icy. If it weren't for the way that they were focused, they would seem just like the eyes of a dead person. Also, her aura was completely concealed. Not a trace of it leaked. All her aura was sealed within her body. Long Chen then narrowed his eyes. He had never seen such a cultivation technique. It had to be known that most people needed to unleash their aura, or if they used too much power, they would injure themselves. They might even cause their own death that way. However, this person was strangely talented. All her power was locked inside her body, and yet her attacks were still hard and concentrated. Not a trace of her power was wasted. "You are the 9 Underworld Luaka?" asked Long Chen. "Remember my name, because the owner of this name will kill you," said the 9 Underworld Luaka. Her voice was just like her, emotionless and dry like a machine. Suddenly, she vanished from beneath Long Chen's saber. She left no sign of where she went or how she moved. Her movement art was completely ephemeral. Long Chen stabbed his saber forward. As a result, the 9 Underworld Luaka that had just vanished reappeared. She hadn't run just now but instead taken a step back. Her dagger blocked Long Chen's saber. A trace of astonishment appeared in her cold eyes. With her special talent, she was a supreme expert within the 9 Underworld Hall. That was why she was bestowed with the name of the 9 Underworld Luaka. The 9 Underworld Luaka was the title given to the 9 Underworld Hall's strongest disciple. Only those who had passed through the cruelest 9 Underworld trial could obtain that title. As the only one in the past million years to pass the 9 Underworld trial, her movement art was obtained from that trial. Also, other than the Hall Master Liao Benkang, no one in the 9 Underworld Hall could see through her movement art. So, she hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to see through it. Normally, when she vanished like that, a person would instinctively spread their senses around. But it was at that moment that she would kill them. She had never failed, except for today. "I don't remember the names of those I killed because I've killed far too many people. I really can't remember them all," said Long Chen coldly. The killing intent in his eyes raged like a tsunami. She was the 9 Underworld Luaka, and her hands were soaked in the blood of 9 star heirs. Long Chen seemed to see the sights of countless 9 star heirs roaring as they were unwillingly killed. Suddenly, countless stars lit up on Long Chen's saber, and it rumbled, shaking the world. After that, the 9 Underworld Luaka's pupil shrank. She found that Long Chen had somehow locked onto her with a supreme mental energy. At the same time, his saber seemed to be bestowed with the power of the stars. It was trying to directly crush her. He was actually competing with her in pure brute strength, a clash that would not stop until one of them was dead. In this state, she could only fight against him as he wished. The moment she thought of dodging or running away, Long Chen's power would erupt as her power scattered. She would then be instantly destroyed. "I have never feared anyone when it comes to power." The 9 Underworld Luaka snorted. A red rune then lit up on her forehead and spread to cover her entire body. Following that, a giant figure appeared behind her. When it manifested, a dark ominous aura filled the sky. That figure was clearly humanoid, but the aura that it unleashed seemed more like that of a devil from the depths of hell. It made people's souls shake. Long Chen, be careful. That is the 9 underworld Luaka, an infamous devil species from ancient times. It was a species that slaughtered endless lifeforms. On a battlefield like this, she can absorb all the leftover resentment of the slain to give her boundless power. Shouted by Shishi's mother when she saw that figure. She had originally thought that the title of the 9 underworld Luaka was merely to intimidate others. She hadn't expected it to be really related to an ancient devil species. The 9 underworld hall had a trial region that had the 9 underworld Luaka's soul consecrated within. Anyone who passed the trial would obtain the 9 underworld Luaka's inheritance and their blessing. The 9 underworld Luaka slaughtered lifeforms to live and absorbed their resentment to cultivate. And on the battlefield, a huge amount of resentment accumulated from those that were slain. Hence, the 9 underworld Luaka's manifestation gave her endless power. On this battlefield, she was unrivaled. So what if you know? I abandoned my true name, walking beneath the heavens with the title of the Luaka. The 9 underworld Luaka is me. I am the 9 underworld Luaka. When I descend upon the world, the 10,000 races can only quiver beneath my feet and weep, said the 9 underworld Luaka coldly. Her voice had changed once more, and so had her spiritual fluctuations. An ancient desolate aura now came from her body. It was as if that ancient 9 underworld Luaka from ancient times had been revived. Long Chen's Minghong saber then rumbled, and his power pressed down on the 9 underworld Luaka's dagger. Under that immense power, the void fractured like a mirror, the cracks spreading far and wide. Who cares if you're the 9 underworld Luaka or the 10 underworld Luaka? In front of me, you can only kneel. Long Chen pressed down. Ignorant fool, an ant like you will never know just how terrifying the Luaka race is. The expressionless 9 underworld Luaka was suddenly enraged. It seemed that Long Chen's despise of the Luaka race was the greatest insult to her. The Luaka race is nothing. Do you think you're fit to fight me, Long Chen? Long Chen roared, his eyes scarlet. He had almost shouted, my 9-star line. Long Chen's blood qi raged within him like a surging river. As his blood qi surged, his meridians and blood vessels widened, increasing his power to the max. Thinking of how this woman had slain 9-star heirs, how those hot-blooded men filled with great dreams had been killed, Long Chen's hatred overflowed. Suddenly, Long Chen and the 9 underworld Luaka roared at the same time. Both of their powers erupted. At that moment, the world instantly changed color. Chapter 3465 Your whole family consists of fools. A sphere of light grew between the two of them, growing until it created a giant zone of death. Lightning raged within. As the 10,000 Daos were suppressed, heaven and earth twisted. Even the stars in the sky shuddered. The disciples inside the academy stared in horror, feeling as small as ants. They sensed incredible destructive power within that raging sphere. They had all advanced to the Divine Lord realm. Although they wouldn't dare to say that they were now unrivaled beneath the heavens, at the very least they should be considered experts. However, this battle between Long Chen and the 9 underworld Luaka taught them what kind of power was required to stand at the peak. The 9 underworld Luaka's manifestation shuddered and ancient desolate qi came pouring out of her. Right now, runes flowed on top of her body. It was like a true Luaka had been revived, its power swallowing the heavens. As for Long Chen, his divine ring circulated and the starry river quivered. His 108,000 stars were all burning, sending endless power pouring throughout his body. That power then converged within his saber. Both of them shouted at the same time. As a result, 2 pillars of light exploded out of the sphere. Charging into the clouds, astral winds tore at the world like blades, while countless holes appeared within heaven and earth. The world was left riddled with holes, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Countless invisible spatial blades then followed the astral winds. Seeing this scene, the experts fighting quickly retreated. But the sea demon race's giant bodies were unable to dodge, so they were cut to pieces, their blood soaking the ground. You fool, if Long Chen is pulled under the divine venerate, it would be a great meritorious achievement. But you just want to destroy him. Seeing this power of Long Chen's, Enputa glared at Liao Benkang. You're the fool. Your whole family consists of fools. You were the one who carelessly lost the vile dragon domain, and now I'm taking it back. Killing Long Chen is also my achievement. You damn fatty, if you don't shut your mouth, I'll kill you. Don't think that your little smarts will let you do whatever you want. Liao Benkang furiously pointed at Enputa and cursed. Enputa's expression sank, but he didn't continue speaking. Despite his bellyful of anger, he knew how to endure. He knew that if Liao Benkang was truly enraged, this idiot would really attack him here. Enputa was originally planning on using everyone else's life to threaten Long Chen. He had gotten a general grasp of Long Chen's character, so he knew his weakness. However, this idiot Liao Benkang was too stupid. His vision was short-sighted, and he was afraid that after Long Chen submitted, the credit would go to Enputa. Thus, he wanted to kill Long Chen so that it would be Enputa who had made the mistake and Liao Benkang who was fixing it. The credit would go to him, and the blame would go to Enputa. Long Chen and the 9 underworld Luaka's figures began to appear and vanish. Every clash between them was a full power exchange that shook the heavens. What no one had expected was that the 9 underworld Luaka was different from ordinary assassins. Her attacks were sharp, but she didn't use too many tricks. She mostly fought openly and directly. It was just that she was so fast it was like she had a transportation formation activating around her. She blinked through the void, leaving countless afterimages. Lightning crackled beneath Long Chen's feet. While using the Lightning Falcon Race's movement art, his speed was also pushed to the limit. When the two of them fought, it looked as if dozens of them were fighting at once. People were unable to see clearly. As they tried to grasp where they were, explosions rang out in new places. The battle was chaotic. As the two of them fought, their speed only increased. Furthermore, people were shocked to find that their auras were also growing stronger. It was as if they would grow limitlessly. Their auras were like the fires of a furnace, which grew stronger as they burned. Golden light began to appear out of Long Chen's body. That was a sign that his blood chi was unleashed to the limit. As for the 9 underworld Luaka, divine light was shining around her. She had almost merged with her manifestation. The Luaka behind her was originally illusory, but as time passed, the eyes of the Luaka opened at some point, and a violent divine pressure crashed down. It was as if a devil god from ancient times had reappeared. The Luaka has opened its eyes. Long Chen's death is at hand. Seeing that, Liao Benkang smiled confidently. Only he knew just how strong the 9 underworld Luaka was. An intense explosion ended the clash between Long Chen and the 9 underworld Luaka. After their last exchange, both of them fell back. Suddenly, the 9 underworld Luaka stuck out her tongue and wrapped it around her dagger. Blood then flowed out of her tongue, instantly dyeing the dagger red. When the dagger turned crimson, the aura of her life vanished. But the Luaka behind her seemed to have come to life. Long Chen, you blasphemed my Luaka race. Your death won't be enough to wipe out your sins. Although I have not fully mastered the Luaka possession and can only unleash a tenth of its power, it's more than enough to kill you. Go repent in the other world. The 9 underworld Luaka's voice rang throughout heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of Luakas were speaking at once. When she raised her dagger this time, the stars twisted. Within a brilliant light, there seemed to be an invisible power condensing on her dagger. Upon seeing that, all the experts fighting couldn't help but stop. Even the enemies slowly retreated. Those devils and sea demons ran. As for the one fighting Jia Luo, Bai Zantang, his expression completely changed. He actually abandoned Jia Luo to fly toward Long Chen. He knew just how terrifying this technique was. If you save him, I'll have enough time to kill your 2 women, as well as your son and daughter. Jia Luo smiled sinisterly. Bai Zantang's fury soared. He once more charged at Jia Luo, but Jia Luo sneered and dodged, refusing to fight him directly. Seeing Long Chen in danger, Bai Shishi was about to fly over to fight alongside him when Long Chen raised his saber. At this moment, a sharp will soared. In the face of the 9 underworld Luaka's heavy aura, battle intent raged within Long Chen's eyes. I already said, the Luaka race is not qualified to act arrogant in front of me. Rumbling rang out of his body like a flood was breaking through multiple dams. After 18 dams, Long Chen's saber began to quiver, and a giant saber image soared into the heavens, one that caused the heavens to quiver. After that, a destructive aura unfurled. Cracks sounded and lightning thundered. When the saber image pierced into the heavens, the heavenly dows quivered. This saber was something even gods and ghosts would flee from. Moreover, all the murderous aura was sucked dry, and all the rumbling of manifestations vanished. The world fell deathly silent. Everyone, including Enputa and Liao Benkang, was shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying saber before. No matter how strong you are, you will still die to my Luaka soul extermination stab. Shouted the 9 underworld Luaka. The Luaka behind her unleashed an attack that caused the heavens to collapse. Then let's see just who will die, split the heavens too. Long Chen shouted, holding his saber. As a man and saber merged, endless power flooded out. It was as if a volcano that had been suppressed for millions and millions of years had finally found a way to explode. Both of their ultimate techniques erupted, smashing into each other in front of countless appalled gazes. Chapter 3466 Chaotic Scene. It felt as if two suns were colliding. Blinding pain stabbed countless people's eyes, and they instantly lost their vision. It felt like the world was being torn apart. Following that, they felt like the space around them was twisting, as if their bodies and souls were twisting as well. Even the experts of the Battle God Palace coughed up blood. As for those half-step world kings, sea demons and devils, they simply exploded and a bloody stench filled the air. When everyone's vision was restored, it seemed as if the entire world had turned red. It was as if they had fallen into hell. The terrain had completely changed. If it weren't for the barrier still standing, they might not know where they were. The Academy's formations shuddered. Fortunately, they were far enough from Long Chen that the barrier held on. But many cracks that had just healed reopened again. Everyone then looked at Long Chen. His black hair and robes fluttered around him, and his saber was once more pointed at the heavens. Although his face was a bit pale and his aura was not as steady as before, his gaze was electric. He was still overflowing with battle intent. As for the 9 underworld Luaka facing him, blood leaked out of the corner of her mouth. Also, the head covering veiling her face was destroyed, revealing her true appearance. What no one had expected was that her veiled face was covered in countless spots. Some even seemed connected like ferocious reptiles. Just that sight made people feel afraid. However, her arm was covered in fresh blood. Long Chen's saber had almost made her arm explode. I told you, who cares if you're the 9 underworld Luaka or the 10 underworld Luaka? In front of me, you have no right to be arrogant, sneered Long Chen. Just then, another saber image soared into the heavens and came slashing down. Even before it landed, a ferocious heaven splitting will cause the 10,000 Daos to wail. The 9 underworld Luaka was shocked. She had assumed that Long Chen's flipping blood chi from that exchange had yet to recover. That should be the case according to reason. How was he able to unleash such a terrifying attack again in such a short time? Long Chen didn't give her time to consider this question. The heaven-soaring saber image came crashing down mercilessly, so the 9 underworld Luaka spat a mouthful of blood on her dagger. The next moment, the Luaka image behind her that was originally starting to dim grew condensed again. With an explosive sound, the ground beneath her feet crumbled. The 9 underworld Luaka was smashed into the earth by Long Chen's attack. Before, the two of them had been even, but this time she was unable to stop Long Chen's power. She had no choice but to fall back, borrowing a bit of Long Chen's force to retreat. A bottomless abyss had appeared in the ground from Long Chen's saber. However, the 9 underworld Luaka had vanished. Long Chen was about to chase after her with the Minghong saber when the void once more rumbled. That huge spatial channel above the academy had finally finished condensing, so the aura of the netherworld came gushing out. Following that, a tide of netherworld experts flew out. At the head of this group were 5 world kings. Seeing this scene, Long Chen's heart plummeted. He was incensed. He had once more fallen for Enputa's scheme. Compared to this old fellow, he really was lacking some maturity. Enputa's schemes came one after another in an endless tide. They didn't give Long Chen any breathing room. This time, there really was nothing he could do. Long Chen, I'll now give you your last chance. Join Divine Venerate Brahma, and I can spare all your lives. All I will do is destroy the 7th branch academy. Otherwise, you will only be able to watch as all your academy's people are killed here. Announced Enputa. He could see further than Liao Benkang, and he saw that Long Chen's talent was amazing. At such a young age Long Chen already had such power, a power that was greater than the 9 underworld Luaka. His potential was limitless. If Enputa could have Long Chen join Lord Brahma, then his mistake this time would be completely forgiven. In fact, Lord Brahma would probably be delighted. 9 underworld Luaka, where are you? Hurry up and kill Long Chen. I order you to use your trump card. Liao Benkang ignored Enputa and shouted. What no one had expected was that the newly descended army from the netherworld didn't immediately attack the academy. Instead, they heard Long Chen's name and were surprised. Long Chen, Master Long Chen, is that you? One of the world kings looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Damn, it really is you. When Long Chen looked closely, he finally recognized this world king. The latter had helped Long Chen row the boat across the Black Sea when they had gone to Wu Tian's city. However, he wasn't one of Wu Tian's important generals, so Long Chen hadn't paid him much attention. Fortunately, his memory was decent, or things would be awkward now. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter you here again. That World King was delighted and shouted. Hearing that this World King actually recognized Long Chen and even called him master with such a reverent tone, Enputa and Liao Benkang were dumbfounded. Let alone them, even everyone in the academy was dumbfounded. Long Chen knew World Kings from the Netherworld. That was unimaginable. Just then, the earth erupted and the 9 underworld Luaka came flying out. After that brief delay, her aura seemed to have recovered, and her attack was once more incredibly sharp. Hence, Long Chen's saber slashed down again, and the 9 underworld Luaka was sent staggering several steps back. Master Long Chen, what is going on? Do you need us to do anything? After his excitement, that World King realized that Long Chen was in battle. Then I won't stand on courtesy. Help me lock down this area. Kill all the fellows other than the human race. Other than that, there's a damn fatty and a damn skinny there, as well as that dog thing and this spotted woman. They are all enemies. Don't let them flee. Afraid that this World King wouldn't be able to differentiate between friend and foe, Long Chen specially pointed out Enputa, Liao Benkang, Jia Luo, and the 9 underworld Luaka. Alright, master, don't worry, we'll definitely handle this perfectly. That person didn't hesitate, he directly gave orders, and this army of the Netherworld took out their weapons and collapsed on the sea demons, devils, and even the Devil Eye Water Lily race. Enputa roared with a mixture of shock and rage, bastards, what are you doing? Aren't you the Black Nether race? Your divine venerates subordinates. His reply was a hammer that struck him like a shooting star. What subordinates? Kneel. Divine venerate Brahma, all we care about is Master Wu Tian. The Black Nether race betrayed Master Wu Tian and was just destroyed by us. You are their friends, then you are our enemies. The 5 world kings pounced on Enputa and Liao Benkang. The scene instantly became chaotic. Liao Benkang was dumbfounded, so he furiously cursed Enputa. You damn fatty, tell me what's going on. Chapter 3467 The second form of Split the Heavens. Enputa himself was dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. It had clearly been a flawless plan, but it had suddenly taken an incomprehensible turn. 5 World King experts wielding divine weapons of the Netherworld that had death chi whirling around them attacked Enputa and Liao Benkang, sending them stumbling back. In the distance, Long Chen and the 9 underworld Luaka once more clashed. Long Chen no longer had any misgivings. There was nothing he needed to hold back now. After this attack, a flame lotus appeared in his left hand. The flame lotus flew at the 9 underworld Luaka. In return, the Luaka image behind her clasped its hands together, and they formed a giant shield in front of her. Luaka guard, the 9 underworld Luaka shouted, and countless runes appeared on the Luaka's hands, forming a layer around her. The world extermination flame lotus smashed into the clasped hands. Flames and runes weaved together and exploded at the same time. Split the heavens too, Long Chen shouted, unleashing another heavenly saber at her. The 9 underworld Luaka was shocked. Only now did she realize that Long Chen's flame lotus had been nothing more than something to draw her vision. It concealed the true killing blow. Long Chen's techniques came too quickly. Now, it was already too late for her to unleash the Luaka soul extermination stab, so she clenched her teeth. The spots on her face suddenly quivered and seemed to come to life. Blood soul sacrifice, Luaka possession. Following that, her flesh withered in an instant. She was like a skeleton covered in a layer of skin now. But the Luaka manifestation behind her instantly solidified as if it now possessed a body of flesh and blood. She merged into her manifestation, transforming into the Luaka. She had completely finished the Luaka possession. The current her had multiplied in power, and countless runes flowed within her body. When Long Chen's saber fell, the 9 underworld Luaka received his attack with her dagger. The 2 divine weapons struck each other, and a half-sphere of energy exploded out of both of them. 2 opposing forces crashed against each other. Long Chen felt like a sea was flipping inside of him, so he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the Luaka possession, she actually possessed the power of time. Because of it, Long Chen was injured. However, the 9 underworld Luaka didn't fare better. Long Chen had unleashed a full-power attack, while she had been forced to make a hasty defense. Now, blood was pouring out of her 7 orifices. Damnable bastard, I am from the great Luaka race. You dare to injure me? I will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. The 9 underworld Luaka shrieked. As if possessed by a ghoul, she charged at Long Chen. A little Luaka race dares to call itself great. Today, I will beat you into a paste. Long Chen wiped the blood off of his mouth. His injuries instantly healed. With the wood foundation divine trees, he wasn't afraid of being injured. Long Chen once more raised his saber, unleashing his simplest, most direct attack. He had no need for flashy techniques. This was a clash of power, of who was stronger. Luaka Soul Extermination Stab. The 9 underworld Luaka roared. Both of them unleashed their strongest attacks again. The 9 underworld Luaka's eyes were red. Long Chen wanted a direct clash, and she also wanted a direct clash. Both of them had the utmost confidence in their power. One was a terrifying 9-star heir, while the other was a heavenly genius of the 9 underworld hall that had received the inheritance of the Luaka race. They both believed that they were the strongest. Everyone was amazed and horrified to see Long Chen and the 9 underworld Luaka clash 3 times with their strongest attacks. They used their ultimate moves as if they were free. Every attack caused the stars to quiver and the world to shake. It was truly a heaven-shaking battle. Seeing this, the disciples inside the academy all felt their blood heating up. Long Chen was their unbeatable god. His divine power seemed boundless, and his confidence and arrogance made them feel reverent. After 3 all-out clashes, Long Chen's arm was numb. He didn't know how many times his internal organs had been destroyed and healed, but he still wasn't afraid. Instead, his battle intent continued to pour out of him. Facing a powerful opponent only made him feel more excited. As for the 9 underworld Luaka, she was also injured. More blood was pouring out of her 7 orifices. Furthermore, this blood was black. Cracks had even appeared on her forehead. Split the heavens. Long Chen once more raised his saber, causing the 9 underworld Luaka's expression to change. Long Chen's power seemed limitless. He was practically a monster. On the other hand, her Luaka possession had already reached its limit. As her cultivation base wasn't high enough, she was still unable to fully merge with her Luaka manifestation. She could only sacrifice her flesh to temporarily merge. With it, however, this state could not be maintained for long. Once time was up, she wouldn't even be able to keep up her manifestation. If her manifestation was broken, her sacrificed flesh would never return, and that would be a fatal blow to her. So your life is tough. Once I finish merging with the Luaka, I will come take your life. The 9 underworld Luaka snorted and suddenly formed hand seals. However, just then, Long Chen appeared in front of her and swung his saber, cutting off her hands. I knew that you wouldn't be able to beat me. You want to run? Leave your life behind first, sneered Long Chen. A huge saber image had appeared just then, but now he was suddenly attacking normally, with such speed that it practically toppled people's understanding. It had to be known that normally, once an ultimate attack was brewing, it couldn't be pulled back. That would essentially be attacking themselves with their power. So, at this moment, Long Chen had completely gone against the common sense of the martial Tao. In truth, after 3 all-out attacks, he could clearly sense that she had reached her limit. That was why Long Chen had only acted out the 4th attack to scare her. Just as Long Chen expected, the 9 underworld Luaka didn't dare to fight him again. She was forming hand seals to flee, and she needed to gather her mental energy to escape from the lock of his saber. As a result of the distraction, she hadn't expected Long Chen to switch techniques and cut off her hands. Long Chen originally wanted to cut off her head, but such an attack would definitely be instantly sensed by her and might lead to failure. Thus, to be safe, he first cut off her hands, making it so that she couldn't form hand seals temporarily. After cutting off her hands, his saber struck like lightning, piercing toward her head. A divine shield appeared before her. The 9 underworld Luaka was terrified. The Luaka manifestation behind her had vanished, condensing into a fist-sized shield in front of her head. Long Chen's saber quivered and that shield began to crack. Having lost her hands, the 9 underworld Luaka could only use her will to control her power. She was unable to concentrate all her energy. Feeling terrified, she cried out, "Hall Master, save me." That shield finally broke apart. Long Chen's saber pierced through it and her head. However, when he stabbed her head, he suddenly sensed something wrong. This wasn't the feeling of stabbing flesh. Long Chen was startled. He didn't have time to pull back his saber. So, a lightning spear appeared in his left hand, and he stabbed it downward to his left. As a result, the void collapsed and the 9 underworld Luaka's figure reappeared. However, half her body was gone, and she let out a miserable shriek. Having lost the protection of her Luaka manifestation, she appeared incredibly weak. Long Chen then swung that puppet that looked identical to the 9 underworld Luaka off of his saber and swung his saber at her. Just then, a blood-colored dagger pierced through the air. A chilling killing intent made Long Chen's back feel icy cold. Chapter 3468 World King Avatar. Liao Benkang. When that attack appeared, Liao Benkang's figure instantly appeared in Long Chen's mind. Those experts of the Netherworld were unable to stop him from coming to save the 9 underworld Luaka. His attack completely sealed any paths of retreat for Long Chen, so Long Chen could only receive it directly. If Long Chen wanted his life, he had to let off the 9 underworld Luaka. Long Chen snorted coldly. Ignoring Liao Benkang, he swung his saber at the 9 underworld Luaka. That appearance of his was as though even if he died, he would definitely drag her along with him. Seeing this, Liao Benkang was shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so crazy as to sacrifice his own life to kill the 9 underworld Luaka. It had to be known that the 9 underworld Luaka's potential was limitless. Lord Brahma had set his sights on having her as the future Hall Master, so she could not be allowed to die. 9 underworld duplicate. In his panic, Liao Benkang suddenly split his body in two. One continued to attack Long Chen, while the other appeared in front of the 9 underworld Luaka. I knew it. Your true body couldn't possibly come here. You are nothing more than an avatar. Long Chen instantly relaxed when he saw Liao Benkang split his body. This avatar was condensed from faith energy. Although it was stronger than a divine clone, it was a far cry from the true body. Then I won't hold back. All of you can leave your lives behind today. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. A black lightning sword suddenly appeared in front of Liao Benkang, blocking his dagger. A maiden with black hair covered in lightning manifested. Lei Linger was wearing a black dress, and runes flickered in her black eyes. A wild aura came from her along with a wild destructive power. Even as the Hall Master, Liao Benkang was shocked. Even with all his experience, he was unable to believe that there was someone capable of controlling the power of heavenly tribulation. At the same time, Long Chen's saber slashed down on Liao Benkang's other avatar. This avatar was blown back but still managed to receive Long Chen's attack. However, just as Liao Benkang relaxed, a flame spear pierced through the 9 underworld Luaka's body. Huo Linger had also attacked. She then murmured something, and flames enveloped herself and the 9 underworld Luaka. The 9 underworld Luaka screamed in pain. Huo Linger was using the fire of her soul to burn her enemy's soul. As the 9 underworld Luaka's hands were stained with the blood of countless 9-star heirs, Long Chen didn't want to kill her just like that. He wanted to burn her soul for eternity, letting her die only in endless pain. At the same time, he would like to investigate some of the 9 underworld hall's secrets through her soul. Long Chen, you are courting death. Liao Benkang was incensed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to have such terrifying trump cards. His two avatars moved, trying to merge back together. But Long Chen didn't give him a chance. He and Lei Linger both blocked one, not letting Liao Benkang get close to the 9 underworld Luaka. Long Chen knew that Liao Benkang was very powerful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to escape under the attacks of 5 world kings. However, now that his avatar had split in two, his power was also halved. As long as Long Chen didn't let his avatars recombine, he was unable to threaten Long Chen. Huo Linger was chanting the Nirvana scripture. That was something that Long Chen had recently transmitted to her. Long Chen had tried to transmit it to her in the past, but for some reason, she was unable to use the scripture. It was only after he had advanced to the Divine Lord realm that Huo Linger managed to control the Nirvana scripture. However, she was only able to use the first 2 volumes. As for the 3rd and 4th volumes, it was unknown if it was because her power wasn't high enough, but she was unable to chant them. Despite that, she was an innate flame spirit. When she chanted this scripture, endless flame energy was summoned. She was a goddess of 10,000 flames at this moment. As she was roasted by the flames, the 9 underworld Luaka continued to scream. She was bound by flame chains, and it felt like her soul was being torn apart. She couldn't stop screaming. At this moment, Enputa had also summoned his full power. Despite his large body, he was as agile as a monkey. Even while fighting 5 world kings, he was forcing them back repeatedly and moving toward Liao Benkang. Although he didn't like Liao Benkang, he also knew that the 9 underworld Luaka couldn't be allowed to die. He was also doing his best to help save her. On the other battlefield, it was originally Bai Zhantang chasing Jia Luo, but now Jia Luo was the one trying to rush over here and being blocked by Bai Zhantang. Due to Long Chen's battle with the 9 underworld Luaka, the core of the battlefield had shifted. The Academy's experts had originally been blocking enemies from all sides, but now that the Netherworld's army descended, they no longer needed to. As a result, all the Battle God Palace's experts charged at Jia Luo. Jia Luo was now being attacked by Bai Zhantang, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola's mother, and Bai Shishi's mother. Bai Zhantang's face was pale. He had already lost his Ghost Dao possession, but he still didn't want to retreat. Jia Luo was at full power now. The power that he had been conserving was now fully unleashed. It was not inferior to Bai Zhantang in his Ghost Dao possession. However, with Bai Shishi present, her golden sword repeatedly launched sharp attacks. She became the main force. Adding on the cooperation from her family, especially Bai Shaola's mother with her 3 flower pupils interfering with Jia Luo's attacks and setting Bai Shishi up perfectly, Jia Luo almost had his head cut off several times by Bai Shishi. Surrounded by this family, Jia Luo was unable to fight effectively. He was so furious that he cursed Bai Zhantang for using numbers to bully him. Bai Zhantang also cursed him, calling him trash, demanding why he was so fine with running away the entire time before. Just before, Jia Luo had been repeatedly running from him, making him unable to effectively unleash his power. Now that the tables had turned, it was Jia Luo who was unable to effectively unleash his power. Bai Zhantang was very pleased. Jia Luo, you bastard, you injured my mom. You made my grandpa suffer. I will wring off your head and place it here so I can feed you crap every single day. Bai Shaola clenched his teeth and rapidly formed hand seals. Now, his spatial energy was crazily unleashed. He was constantly interfering with Jia Luo's attacks. It was only after Bai Shaola had met Long Chen and activated the 3 flower pupils, giving him the ability to cultivate on his own, that his mother told him about this matter. She only told Bai Shaola so that he wouldn't hate his father. It had to be known that Bai Zhantang also felt great pain over it. When Bai Shaola learned that it was Jia Luo that had caused everything, he wanted to tear Jia Luo apart with his teeth while the latter was still alive. In this life, it was his first time hating someone like this. Shaola, focus. Bai Shaola's mother suddenly cried out. In Bai Shaola's anger, the tempo of his techniques accelerated to the point that a gap gradually appeared in everyone else's cooperation. Jia Luo shot through an opening resulting from that, receiving Bai Shishi's attack with his sword and shooting away like a bolt of lightning away from their enclosure. Shit. Bai Zhantang's expression changed. Jia Luo was flying straight at Long Chen. Enputa had finally reached him as well. Long Chen was instantly surrounded by 3 powerful experts. Boss, watch out. Only now did Bai Shaola realize what kind of calamity he had caused. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.